Chapter 421 The sister-in-law should be fine. Lulu said unhappily. It's those perverts of the Nangong family. Last time I took their things. And when I was counting the supplies, they tracked my signal. Those people chased us for a day and a night. You are not injured? Lulu shook his head. No. This is the temporary place found by Smart Shui. We will live here for the time being. By the way, there are only bones left for the elderly in the nursing home. They are piled up over there. Which looks creepy. After listening to what Lulu said, Xiao Jiao responded, wait a moment. I will deal with the pair of bones. After that, he came to the place where Zhang Lang and the twin sisters piled up their bodies, released a cloud of black mist, and instantly melted the pile of bones into black ashes. Then, Xiao Jiao used the black mist ability to dig a big pit nearby, and asked Zhang Lang and the twin sisters to throw all the ashes into the pit and bury them. These people lived together when they were alive, and died together, which was also a fate. He had no relatives or friends with these people, so he could only bury them nearby. After doing this, Xiao Jiao entered the RV to clean up the dirt on his body and changed into clean clothes. He returned to the dining chair and sat down, taking out his sister Xiao Yao's baked dessert from the dimensional space. This is made by my sister. She specifically asked me to give it to you to try. Lulu watched Xiao Jiao take out strawberry cake, red bean and pork floss toast, taro and purple sweet potato tarts, seaweed and pork floss basil. Your sister can also bake. She likes to study these when she is bored. You can try it. Lulu looked at the very beautiful strawberry cake, found a knife and fork to cut the cake, cut a small piece and took a bite. Delicious. It's better than the one sold in the cake shop. Hey, after eating the cake, my mood has improved. Lulu suddenly felt that her originally indifferent emotions were uncontrollably happy. This is the effect of her food-related ability. The food she made by hand can obtain some properties. The properties brought by desserts are happiness and joy. So that's it. Kong drooled at the strawberry cake. Master, can I try it too? Lulu cut a piece, found a small plate, and gave it to Kong. Kong took the cake and concentrated on tasting the food. Your sister gave me 2 gifts. I have to prepare some gifts for her in return when we meet again. Yao meeting Xiao is the best gift. She keeps talking about wanting to play with her nephew. Didn't you say that the Sky City will be opened in 3 months? By then, they will definitely be able to see the baby. Yeah. Xiao Jiao silently watched Lulu eat dessert. Lulu ate a seaweed pork floss shellfish. And then she realized that Xiao Jiao had been staring at her. Don't just stand there. I can't finish so much in a short time. You should eat some too. This is made by my sister specially for you. The temperature is low now, and there is a small refrigerator in the RV. You can put it in the refrigerator and eat it slowly. Xiao Jiao looked at Lulu tenderly. These things are out of print outside, and the raw materials and baking tools are almost difficult to find. He wanted to leave all these desserts for her. Don't just stand there. Eat if I tell you to. Lulu picked up a small cake and handed it to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao couldn't refuse the kindness, so he took the small cake, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing him squandering food like this, Lulu's eyes widened. Hey, dessert should be savored slowly. You swallowed it in one bite. Xiao Jiao scratched his head embarrassedly. He had been trained since he was a child, and the meal time was very tight, so he ate very quickly. Come on, eat another one. Xiao Jiao took the food from Lulu, and his heart was filled with happiness. Where's the baby? Yao made these cakes with all fresh ingredients and animal cream. These small cakes can also be eaten by the baby. Lulu suddenly choked on the cake in her mouth, her eyes cast on the small bed in the RV. Wait, I'll go wake the baby up. Lulu walked hurriedly to the innermost rest area of the RV. She pushed open the small narrow door of the rest area and summoned Xiao Wu from the space. It was a close call. When Kong called her, she was in a daze. She had forgotten to bring Xiao Wu out. Lulu walked out of the RV holding the sleeping Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiao looked at Lulu and the child, but he was muttering in his heart. When he went to the bathroom next to the lounge to wash up just now, he did not sense the sound of human breathing in the rest area. If Xiao Wu was sleeping inside, he would definitely sense it. The 5 senses of high-level psychics are no longer comparable to those of ordinary people. Now, standing outside the RV, he can sense how many people are in the RV. Xiao Wu was definitely not in the lounge just now. How did Lulu create a child out of thin air? Xiao Jiao hid his doubts in his heart. He had told Lulu all his secrets. But he always felt that Lulu had many secrets to hide from him. Especially the abnormal behavior of Xiao Wu that appeared out of thin air just now. Xiao Jiao took Xiao Wu from Lulu's arms. Xiao Wu opened his big dark eyes at this time. Xiao Jiao felt warm when he saw Xiao Wu, who looked like him. A smaller and cute version. No matter what Lulu hid from him, the child was definitely his own. Since she didn't want to say it. Forget it. Dad? Dad is back. Dad? Let's have fish hot pot tonight. Okay. Baby. You can eat whatever you want. Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu on his lap and sat him down lovingly. This is the cake and dessert made by your aunt. Come and try it. Xiao Wu saw the strawberry cake and stared at it with burning eyes. Unable to move his eyes away. Xiao Jiao cut a small piece and put it in front of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu picked up the small fork to eat the cake, took a bite, and was completely conquered. After he showed off a large piece of cake, he looked up and asked Xiao Jiao, Dad, who is my aunt? My sister? Is that so? Hee hee. The cake made by my aunt is really delicious. If you like it, let your aunt make it for you again in the future. Lulu listened to Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu talking, and remembered that he always saw some negative news on short videos in the past. Weird sister-in-law and weird mother-in-law target the newly married bride. Now it seems Xiao Jiao's sister, that is, her sister-in-law, should be a good person. Without meeting, she always asked Xiao Jiao to send them gifts. This made Lulu like the sister-in-law who she had never met. After eating dessert, Lulu went into the RV to continue to catch up on sleep and rest. Xiao Jiao held Xiao Wu and went to the foot of the nursing home to dig a hole in the ice of a lake to fish. Chapter 422, I want to have triplets. Zhang Lang asked Wang Wu and the twin sisters to protect Lulu. He couldn't wait to find Lulu and said to her, Master, I'm going to see Baijia. You, take it easy. There's a difference between humans and zombies. It's okay. I prepared a crystal core for Baijia. And when she awakens her powers, she won't become a zombie because of the zombie virus. Okay. Take it easy. Lulu was really worried that Zhang Lang would be a pig who couldn't stand the fine brand. Baijia was delicate and tender, and couldn't stand his tossing. And Zhang Lang still had a faint zombie smell on him. Lulu threw a bottle of Chanel's limited edition perfume to Zhang Lang. This is for you. Thank you, Master. Zhang Lang took the perfume and drove the small two-seater helicopter sent by Xiao Jiao to Haishur to see Baijia. Lulu looked at Zhang Lang's back as he left, thinking, zombies and humans can really combine. If they can really give birth to children, will the children be human or zombies? She was quite curious. Lulu put away her thoughts and took out her mobile phone to contact Jiang Yi. Are you pregnant with a single baby? Jiang Yi, who was treated like a princess by Yan Feiyu, saw the message from Lulu and immediately picked up her mobile phone to reply. Yes. Hey. Why not twins? Then I will stop having children after one. Give birth to 2 at a time to solve the worries. Lulu was very confused when she saw the message from Jiang Yi. Since 2023, the post-00s have risen, and more people do not want to have children. The birth rate has dropped significantly. Despite a series of official policies, the birth rate is still very low. Most women have awakened their self-awareness. They can be independent and support themselves, and do not want to get married and have children. Unexpectedly, under the influence of such values, Jiang Yi still maintains the concept of having more children. Even she felt very terrified when she thought of the term having a second child. Various reactions during pregnancy and the current medical level made her very worried. What if I say that I have a way to make you give birth to 2 at a time? Really? No way. I'm pregnant with this child for 5 months. Can you still put another one in my stomach? Jiang Yi's face was full of shock. Yan Feiyu saw her expression and followed her gaze to see the chat record between her and Lulu. This sister-in-law is kidding. Although as a man, he wants children very much. The more children the better. This concept of continuing the family line and having more children, the animal instinct of reproduction, is engraved in men's bones. Men without this kind of impulse are no different from eunuchs, and their descendants have long been eliminated in the long river of history. He is no exception. It is a great thing to be able to have more children at once. I'm not kidding you. You can't let Feiyu know about this. Jiang Yi saw Yin Feiyu next to her and replied helplessly. He already knows. You work well with Feiyu, and tell him not to tell Xiaojiu. Sister-in-law. Don't worry. I will never tell Brother Jiu. Yin Feiyu replied to Lulu under Jiang Yi's stern gaze. Sorry, Brother Jiu. For the sake of my child, I can only team up with my sister-in-law to deceive you. Lulu, tell me quickly. Can people really give birth to 2 children in one pregnancy? How do you do it? I found a kind of fruit that can make people pregnant. Eating one will increase one pregnancy. Really? Jiang Yi still found it hard to believe. I'm not sure either. I'll send the fruit to you. You can try it. Maybe it will work. Lulu remembered Kong Kong's explanation of the fruit's effects and didn't trust the monkey enough. Anyway, this fruit has no toxins. Everyone has eaten it. It doesn't taste good, and it's not harmful to the body. Since Jiang Yi wants to have one child to complete her life plan of having children later, it's better to fulfill their wish. Okay. Well, give me 2 fruits. I want to have 3 babies. Lulu. Triplet births are very dangerous. The probability of natural birth is low. Don't worry about that. Feiyu's good brother Lin Fei is the director of Haisher General Hospital. Feiyu has already helped me contact Lin Fei secretly. When the date of delivery comes, he will directly perform a cesarean section on me. Plus the magical healing vitality water you gave me. Giving birth is not a big problem. Lulu saw that Yin Feiyu and Jiang Yi had already arranged everything, so she had no worries. She sent the 2 fruits, one black and one white, to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, the building where Jiang Yi and her family lived. By helicopter, the invisible drone delivered the goods very quickly. In less than half an hour, she received Jiang Yi's reply. I ate the fruit, but it tasted nothing. Feiyu is taking me to the public medical hospital in the shelter for an ultrasound. Be careful. Don't let the lackeys of the Nangong family find out. Feiyu just found out that the Nangong family lives in the East District, and we moved to the West District. That's good. After Lulu replied to the message, he yawned and fell asleep in the warm RV. Zhang Lang came outside and drove a 2-person helicopter sent by Xiao Jiu to Haisher to meet Bai Jia. Bai Jia received the news that Zhang Lang was coming, and she became flustered. She went to the bathroom, looked at herself in the mirror, and became less confident. With her appearance, temperament, and perfect figure, she is definitely a beautiful woman with a score of more than 9 points. But when facing the upcoming sweetheart, she still felt panic and lack of confidence. Bai Jia found a change of clothes in the room and hurried to the public bathroom to wash up. After washing herself, she changed into the best-looking autumn clothes in the closet, and then put on a thick sweater and an extremely cold down jacket, waiting for Zhang Lang's arrival. About an hour later, Zhang Lang successfully sneaked into Haisher district with the help of a stealth plane. The 2-person plane made a very light sound when it landed, and did not attract the attention of people nearby. Zhang Lang took a deep breath and strode towards the hotel where Bai Jia lived. He reached out and touched the non-existent heartbeat in his chest, and always had an illusion of panic. Dong dong dong. Zhang Lang mustered up the courage to knock on the door. Bai Jia heard the sound and immediately stood up, opened the door, and welcomed Zhang Lang into the room. When she saw Zhang Lang's tall body, her eyes were filled with unstoppable joy. Brother Zhang is different from those lecherous men. He is a real gentleman. Bai Jia pulled Zhang Lang's arm. Brother Zhang, sit down first. I'll go get you a glass of water. Zhang Lang looked at Bai Jia quietly without saying a word. He had long lost the digestive system that humans should have. Eating human food and water is a burden to his body. Chapter 423. I'm not actually. Despite this, he did not refuse Bai Jia's warm hospitality. Bai Jia quickly poured Zhang Lang a glass of boiled water and placed it on the table. The hazy white boiled water exuded mist and spread along the air of the cold room. Bai Jia sat next to Zhang Lang and whispered, Brother Zhang, you are finally willing to try to accept me. I know that as an ordinary person, it is wishful thinking for me to want to be with you. You are a noble high-level superpower, and I only have a little beauty and beauty. I know that you are a gentleman and don't think much of my appearance. Zhang Lang's eyes condensed. What gentleman? It turned out that in Bai Jia's heart, he has always been a gentleman who can sit on Bai Jia's lap without being tempted. This misunderstanding is quite big. In this world, except for eunuchs and gays, there is no man who doesn't love beautiful women, especially this top-notch beauty in front of him. A famous first-line female star with beautiful face before the end of the world. No. I really like your looks. Bai Jia's words of retreating to advance were disrupted by Zhang Lang's sudden words. She looked puzzled, but you? At that time, Zhang Lang understood immediately. Bai Jia was talking about the first time he met her, and when he saved her. Bai Jia stripped naked. But he was unmoved. At that time, he didn't have that function. The traditional BJ. He was powerless. Let's not talk about what happened at that time. The important thing is now. Zhang Lang easily passed over the past. No man wants to tell the truth that he was not very good at that time in front of the woman he likes. Yes. The important thing is now. Bai Jia said gently in a clear and pleasant voice. Brother Zhang. Your coming this time means that you have accepted me. Right? Zhang Lang looked at Bai Jia with a shy face. Very confused. As a first-line female star, Bai Jia's acting skills are indeed very high. To be able to get to the level of a first-line female star, she must have accompanied many directors and rich second generations. He didn't want to use the dirtiest thoughts to spy on Bai Jia's past. But with her ordinary background, she could become a top female star. And these unspoken rules must be unavoidable. But now Bai Jia, when facing him, seems like a pure little girl who can't be pure. This is completely different from the woman who took off her clothes in front of him without changing her face. Bai Jia was an actress before the end of the world. And she really performed the character of a pure girl. If he hadn't been a hat uncle in his previous life, he would have been fooled by her. I accept everything about you, including your past. When you face me in the future, you don't need to mix acting skills. I don't care how many men you have been with. But from now on, you can only have me as your man. Bai Jia's watery eyes flashed with doubt. Did Brother Zhang misunderstand something? Although she has become a top female star, she has never accepted any unspoken rules. There have been many well-known directors who said that as long as she slept with them for one night, she could get the leading role in a big movie. But she declined all these unspoken rules. Over the years, she has been working hard to achieve the achievements of a top female star before the end of the world with her reputation and acting skills accumulated over the years. Brother Zhang, you. Bai Jia hesitated to explain to Zhang Lang that this was her first time. This was also her first time to confess to a man. The previous movies were all for acting. But this time, she was serious. But when she saw Zhang Lang's expression, she saw the look of knowing everything in his calm eyes. And she was a little at a loss for what to do. Brother Zhang, do you think that none of the female stars in the entertainment industry are clean? Just like those men on the internet? Bai Jia, you don't need to explain. I can understand all this. Over the years, I have handled quite a few celebrity and internet celebrity cases. And I have also come into contact with these unspoken rules. This is not your fault. It is the way the rules of this society should be. Bai Jia was speechless for a moment. Sure enough, in her industry, no man can believe the truth of coming out of the mud without being stained. Zhang Lang continued, I can accept your past. But you may not be able to accept mine. I am not a human being. Ah? Not a human being? Bai Jia had not recovered from Zhang Lang's misunderstanding just now. And she was even more confused when she heard Zhang Lang say that he was not a human being. Yes. I am a zombie. A zombie with self-awareness. Bai Jia subconsciously covered her mouth and shrank back. Can you accept me like this? Facing Zhang Lang's showdown, Bai Jia recovered from her initial panic about zombies. She looked seriously at Zhang Lang's black pupils, which were different from those of ordinary people, and had no light in their eyes. Only then did she confirm that what Zhang Lang said was true. In the past, Zhang Lang always wore a pair of sunglasses, and she didn't look at his eyes seriously. Today, when they were so close face to face, she finally saw clearly that Zhang Lang's eyes were indeed very similar to those zombies. I can accept it. Bai Jia hesitated for a moment and immediately gave her answer. In today's apocalyptic situation, she just has more points. But now prices are skyrocketing. And she doesn't know how long these points can last. Maybe as time goes by, these points will lose their effect. For an ordinary woman like her, it is extremely lucky to be able to live until now. If you want to continue to live in the apocalypse, you must find a backer. She doesn't dare to trust other people. But she trusts the character of Zhang Lang and Miss Lu. At that time, when the points were so valuable, they all returned the money and didn't steal the points from her. Whether Zhang Lang is a human or not, it is a fact that he and Miss Lu saved her. Their character is also very trustworthy. instead of looking for a backer whose character is unknown. It is better to choose John Lang in front of you. Moreover, she really likes John Lang. Do you really accept it? Bai Jia nodded gently. I can accept that you are a zombie, but I cannot interact with you like a normal couple. I am an ordinary person. If I get infected with a zombie virus, I will die. The probability of becoming a conscious zombie like you is very small. John Lang knew Bai Jia's concerns, and he took out the prepared high-level crystal core from the dimensional space ring. This is not a problem. You eat this crystal core and awaken to become a superpower. John Lang handed the pure and flawless high-level crystal core to Bai Jia. Bai Jia stretched out her slender white fingers and took the crystal core. Is this the official saying that it can make ordinary people awaken to become superpowers with 100% certainty? John Lang nodded gently. Chapter 424 The Neighbor Who Refuses to Give Up. Bai Jia looked at John Lang's expressionless, pale, and resolute face, and swallowed the crystal core without hesitation. A few seconds later, she fainted on the sofa. John Lang picked up Bai Jia, who was awakening her superpowers, and put her on the only big bed in the room. An hour later, Bai Jia woke up slowly, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw John Lang sitting by the bed, looking down at her. Brother Zhang. Bai Jia's voice was hoarse, and she opened her rosy little mouth and stared at John Lang's stiff and pale face. Awakened superpowers? Yeah. Try it. What superpowers? Okay. Bai Jia supported the bed with one hand and sat up from the bed. She stretched out her white palm and mobilized the superpower core source in her body. A pure white light radiated from her hand. Bai Jia was a little surprised. Is this light energy? John Lang immediately realized that this was a special light attribute, which generally has the ability to heal. In order to verify the guess, John Lang took out a knife and cut Bai Jia's arm. After feeling the pain, Bai Jia frowned and stared at the bright red bloodstain above her wrist. Try using your superpower. Bai Jia did as she was told. When Bai Jia's light attribute superpower fell on her arm, the originally injured arm instantly became intact. Bai Jia, who released her superpower, suddenly felt dizzy. She stretched out a hand to support her forehead. Brother Zhang, I feel dizzy. You have just awakened your superpower, and your superpower level is low. After your superpower level is increased, you can use your superpower many times, and you won't feel dizzy or weak. John Lang whispered to Bai Jia about the matters that the superpowers should pay attention to when they advance. At the same time, he took out a crystal core and handed it to Bai Jia. You replenish your physical energy first. Bai Jia took the crystal core. Under John Lang's guidance, she quickly recovered the consumption of superpowers and successfully improved the superpowers that had just awakened. John Lang saw that her face had returned to rosy, and said to her again, Bai Jia, I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to be my woman? Bai Jia nodded without hesitation. Brother Zhang, I have wanted to be your woman for a long time. Well, take off your clothes now. John Lang stood in front of Bai Jia, who was sitting on the bed, with less than a fist distance between them. Bai Jia's little face flushed. She looked at John Lang, who had no eyes, and her breathing became more and more rapid. The room is a little cold. Bai Jia's voice had just fallen. John Lang took out a constant temperature heater from the dimensional space. As the heater was turned on, the cold temperature in the room began to rise slowly. John Lang waited patiently for a few minutes, until the temperature in the room rose to above 20 degrees. Bai Jia found that the thick down jacket on her body began to heat up, and a trace of sweat appeared on her forehead. She took a deep breath, sat on the bed, and reached out to take off the outermost layer of the extremely cold down jacket. She was wearing a white wool sweater inside. The pants were thickened jeans with fleece. Despite wearing these clothes that concealed her figure, Bai Jia's plump and graceful figure was very tempting in John Lang's eyes. He was already thirsty for guns. As early as the first time he saw Bai Jia, he wanted to kill Bai Jia on the spot. But Bai Jia had not yet awakened her special powers, so he had been holding back until now. His inner desire was about to burst out. Bai Jia smelled the faint smell of zombies coming from John Lang mixed with the smell of perfume she often used, and she was immediately panicked. Brother Zhang, I'll serve you. Bai Jia has been in the entertainment industry for many years. Although she has not accepted the unspoken rules, she has filmed many intimate scenes. She calmed down and slowly took off her clothes. After taking off her clothes, Bai Jia took the initiative to pull up John Lang's white and veiny hands, and held his hands tightly. Brother Zhang, I'm ready. You can do whatever you want. Zhang Lang smiled at Bai Jie. His eyes fell from her pink lips to his waistband. Bai Jie immediately understood his thoughts from Zhang Lang's subtle movements. Click. Sounded. Bai Jie exclaimed, with unstoppable shock in her eyes. Then, some indescribable sounds rang out in the room. Half an hour later, Zhang Lang looked at the bright red on the snow-white bed sheet, thinking, "You are still a virgin." Bai Jie picked up the quilt and covered her red face, just looking at Zhang Lang beside her with a pair of watery eyes. Zhang Lang saw her affectionate eyes. How could he resist? When he was in the early years of military service, he was often taken by his friends to some foot baths and KTVs. He is not a boy who knows nothing. There is nothing he can't do between men and women. After regaining his masculinity and facing a stunning beauty like Bai Jie, Zhang Lang's inner love for men and women was released. It was the first time that he didn't care about Bai Jie. He couldn't control himself and had in-depth exchanges with Bai Jie again and again. In the room, the sound of warm applause was endless. The corridor of the hotel. The cleaners and staff passing by stopped when they heard the noise coming from this room. They seemed to have pressed the pause button and felt very incredible. Is this really not acting? With doubts, the cleaner was awakened by the call of the foreman on the pager. She woke up from a dream and walked to the next door to clean the room for the next guest. The guests in the rooms near the entire corridor heard this violent restlessness and shouted angrily in the direction of Zhang Lang and Bai Jie. Bai Jie heard the neighbors shouting and cursing, and her face was red as if blood was dripping. Zhang Lang didn't care. There were people who disturbed his good things. When he finished his work, he would definitely teach those people a lesson. After a long time, the neighbors' dissatisfied shouting became smaller and smaller. Instead, the whole corridor was filled with the sound of a competition. A couple sitting on the coffee table, separated by a wall, looked at each other. Husband, you are so awesome. Oh, no emotion at all. It sounds fake. Let's start over. The man asked his wife to act as if to fight poison with poison. The woman was cursing in her heart while satisfying her husband's perverted request. Don't you know what level you are at? You don't feel tired even if you don't have diamonds. If I didn't have no ability and had to rely on you to make a living, how could I cooperate with you to play such a boring game? The woman cursed and performed without emotion at the request of her husband. The cleaner on this floor found the fluctuation of the floor. She immediately pushed the cart downstairs to share the fun things she encountered today with her colleagues. When they heard the noise, their curiosity for gossip came up. They ran to the floor where Bai Jie lived to eavesdrop on the wall under the pretext of going to the toilet. Chapter 425 Little Traitor. This made the staff feel bad. Zhang Lang and Bai Jie were out of control. The two of them ate and slept every day, and then did some normal in-depth communication activities. Their behavior made the people on the entire floor feel terrified. Everyone went from initial curiosity to numbness and fled the floor overnight. What's interesting is, the women who made a living by holding signs at the flea market have been doing better and better recently because of these little episodes. Linwan Nursing Home. After Zhang Lang left, Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao commanded Wang Wu and the twin sisters to live in an RV next to the gate of the nursing home. There are still 3 months to go before the construction of the City of Sky is completed. There is no need to clean up the nursing home covered with the bones of the dead elderly. Even if it is cleaned up, it will feel very disgusting to live in. In particular, Lu Lulu saw Xiao Jiao burning the bones of the elderly with his own eyes, which was even more unacceptable. The days passed slowly in the laughter of Lu Liu's family. A month later, the twin sisters around Wang Wu vomited continuously. Lu Lulu noticed the reaction of the two sisters, took out the early pregnancy test paper and tested them. The twin sisters took the early pregnancy test paper and found that there were 2 bars on the test paper. They took the test paper and came to Lu Lulu. Master, that magical fruit really made us pregnant. Wang Wu was also very happy. He thought he had become a zombie and would never be able to be a father in this life. Unexpectedly, it can also have the function of making women pregnant. Seeing Wang Wu and the twin sisters' faces full of joy, Lu Lulu was 100% sure of the effect of the yin-yang fruit. It's over. Can this fruit be withdrawn? She thought it was a good thing at first, so she ate 2 directly. If she gets pregnant again, she will have at least 2 children at a time. She must be very careful to avoid getting pregnant with Xiao Jiao's child again. During this period, she has been taking long-term contraceptive pills. In addition, She always let Xiao Jiao wear a small umbrella. With the double measures, it is absolutely impossible to get pregnant. Lulu thought of her own response measures and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She took out a part of the crystal core and rewarded it to Wang Wu and the twin sisters. Take it to replenish energy and take good care of the fetus. Thank you, Master. Wang Wu and others left happily and returned to their RV to absorb the energy in the crystal core. They just left. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu came back each wearing a pair of skates. Xiao Wu, with his small body, carried a large bucket of fish. Under Xiao Jiao's supervision, he cleaned all the fish caught in the bucket and chopped them into fish pieces. Dad, we agreed to make fried fish pieces for me today. No problem. Xiao Jiao built a temporary small kitchen outside the RV. Because Lulu hated the smell of oil smoke. There was no range hood in the RV. And the ventilation was not good. Every time he cooked, there would be a lot of oil smell in the RV. So he used new materials to build a small kitchen next to the RV. Son, first coat the fish pieces with egg liquid. Then coat them with a layer of cornstarch. And then coat them with egg liquid and bread crumbs. Under Xiao Jiao's instruction, Xiao Wu picked up the prepared eggs in a proper manner. Beat the eggs into a bowl. And stirred them into a silky egg liquid. After Xiao Wu coated all the fish pieces with several layers of cornstarch and bread crumbs, Xiao Jiao turned on the switch button of the high-tech fryer and asked Xiao Wu to hold the chopsticks and put the fish pieces into the fryer. Sizzle. The oil temperature quickly rose to the appropriate frying temperature. Xiao Wu threw all the fish pieces into the fryer. The fryer can choose 3 frying modes of fish pieces: high, medium and low. Dad, I want to eat very crispy fish pieces. Xiao Jiao set the fryer mode to high mode. 5 minutes later, the outside of the fish pieces was fried golden and crispy. And the automatic timer fryer stopped working. Xiao Wu carefully scooped up all the fish pieces in the fryer and placed them on a porcelain white dinner plate beside him. After all the fish pieces were scooped up, Xiao Wu carried the plate and staggered to the RV. Mom, I fried some fish. Come and try it. Lulu, who was enjoying delicious milk tea, saw the fish that Xiao Wu was holding and smiled awkwardly. Baby, Mom doesn't like fish. You and Dad will eat it. Xiao Wu was very disappointed. Lulu saw Xiao Wu's frustrated face and had to pick up a piece of fried fish and taste it. Xiao Wu is great. It's delicious. Xiao Wu's originally gloomy face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. Really? It's delicious. Give these to Mom. I'll go fishing and fry some more. Lulu waved his hand. Mom has gained weight recently. Can't eat too much fried food. Okay. Xiao Wu saw the fish in Lulu's hand and stopped persuading. Baby, come on. Give these fish to Wang Wu and the 2 ants to try. Yeah. Xiao Wu held a plate and divided some of the fish with Wang Wu and the twin sisters. Little master, the fish is so delicious. It's duck. Your cooking is so great. Xiao Wu was very happy to hear the praise from Wang Wu and the twin sisters. He gave all the fish to Wang Wu and the twin sisters. He turned and ran to the small kitchen to fry the second plate of fish. Lulu saw Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiao studying cooking through the car window, and immediately spit out the bread crumbs in her mouth. She threw the fish directly into the trash can of the RV. In order to avoid Xiao Wu's discovery, she wrapped the fish with a piece of toilet paper before throwing it into the trash can. Piranhas. Don't eat. Don't eat. Definitely don't eat. Xiao Jiao knew that Lulu didn't like to eat piranhas. So he and Xiao Wu had lunch outside. Lulu took out the space to stock up on the braised pork set meal. And his mouth was full of oil. Wait for Xiao Jiao to return to the RV. Seeing the Zhou Hei braised duck wings on the dining car of the RV, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. This thing is out of print. And you can't buy it now. Lulu really has a secret. After a month of torture, Lulu finally figured it out and came up with a great excuse. Dad, come and have some duck wings. These duck wings? When Lulu heard Xiao Jiao's question, he immediately explained, actually, didn't I tell you before that everyone has secrets? My biggest secret is that I awakened the space power after the outbreak of the apocalypse. And it is a space power that can be kept fresh forever. Xiao Jiao had long discovered that there were often some strange food smells in the RV, which often gave him illusions. In addition, Xiao Wu appeared out of thin air in the RV before, which made him more certain that Lulu must have space power or something like that. He just kept it from him. During this period, He knew that Lu Lulu had a large space through Xiao Wu's indirect questioning. During this period, he had been waiting for Lu Lulu to show his hand. Chapter 426 Desire to have a child. When she revealed her true colors, it showed that her trust in him had risen to a new level. You mean the space with a lot of supplies? Lu Lulu was confused. Xiao Jiao continued, our son told me a long time ago. I've been waiting for you to tell me. Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu smiled. Mom, I've told Dad about the fact that there are a lot of food in your space. Lu Lulu stared at her son, who had sold her out, and instantly felt a sense of frustration. Little traitor. Telling the secret to Xiao Jiao so quickly. She was afraid that Xiao Wu would let it slip. So she had been threatening and intimidating Xiao Wu in the space. In the previous life, Xiao Wu and she were killed because of exposing the space. After such a long period of brainwashing, Xiao Wu vowed that he would never tell anyone else. Unexpectedly, in just 1 month, Lu Lulu instantly felt that her behavior of hiding and eating all kinds of delicacies for a month was very stupid. It turns out that the clown is actually herself. Wife, now that we have talked about it, can you give me a cup of taro bubble milk tea? I want taro bubble with 70% sugar. The baby said this milk tea is very delicious. Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Wu, who looked confused. Xiao Wu did not think he had done anything wrong, but urged, Mom, hurry up. I just had fried fish. It's greasy. I really want to drink taro bubble milk tea. I want a cup of iced one. And I want a large portion of taro bubble. In a large cup. Lu Lulu pursed her lips and took out 2 cups of taro bubble milk tea from the space and placed them on the table. When Xiao Jiao really saw Lu Lulu take out the taro bubble milk tea, he raised his eyebrows. What his son said was true. There were all kinds of food in Liu Yu's space. He touched the outer shell of the milk tea cup, which was still warm. He put in a straw and took a sip. The taste was very delicious. And he could taste that the milk tea was very fresh. It tasted almost exactly the same as it had just been made. Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Wu, who was holding a milk tea cup that was twice as big as his hand, and asked seriously, My dear son, who else have you told the secret of Mom's space? Xiao Wu shook his head, No. I only told Dad. Dad said that if I tell more people about this, Mom's space will be taken back by the gods, because the secret is exposed. I won't be able to drink milk tea or eat delicious KFC in the future. Lu Lulu sighed. Xiao Jiao finished half a cup of milk tea and comforted Lu Lulu, who was in panic. Wife, you don't have to be too nervous. Nowadays, dimensional space rings are popular, and 50% of people have independent space abilities. Your space-related abilities will not attract too much covetousness. After listening to Xiao Jiao's comfort, Lu Lulu understood instantly. The little trader's son must have told Xiao Jiao what she often threatened him with. He died in his previous life because of exposing the space. Otherwise, Xiao Jiao would not have suddenly said this to her. Okay, I'll say it. She has been with Xiao Jiao for so long, and she has long seen her heart clearly. If she chooses a man to spend the rest of her life with, Xiao Jiao is indeed the best choice. The son is born. Maybe this is the fate arranged by God. Since everything was said, Lu Lulu didn't hide it, and directly took out a bucket of KFC family bucket, and put it on the dining table. Xiao Wu's eyes widened when he saw the family bucket. Kong Kong, who was playing games nearby, smelled the smell and immediately came over. Lu Lulu was not a stingy person. Since he had already exposed his cards, there were too many snacks in the space. The planting area was still producing crops every day, and the animals were growing and multiplying more and more. Now that we have entered the animal husbandry area, we can see herds of cattle and sheep frolicking on the vast grassland. There are also a lot of cooking tools such as KFC in the space. She took out 3 family buckets again. After becoming a superpower, the amount of food he eats has increased significantly. These 4 family buckets are just enough for their family of 3 plus Kong Kong's meal. The family bucket alone is not enough. Lu Lulu took out 4 large cups of lemon ice cola and put them on the table. Xiao Wu quickly finished his taro bubble milk tea, then buried his head in showing off KFC and sipped the ice cola. For a moment, the whole RV was filled with the aroma of KFC food. After eating the food, Lu Lulu didn't need to hide from Xiao Jiao anymore, and everyone in the car was her own. She didn't hesitate and went into the space to rest. Xiao Wu was carried out by Xiao Jiao to continue ice fishing. Kong Kong was guarding the RV, eating snacks and playing games. Lulu slept until more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She just opened her eyes, picked up her phone, and saw the message from Jiangyi. Lulu, I really have 3 babies in my belly. Do you have any more fruits? Can you give me 2 more? Why don't you reply? Is my request too much? Hey, the fruit is very precious, so forget it if you can't have it. Lulu read the dozen messages sent by Jiangyi. In accordance with the principle of respecting the other party's desire to have children, she replied to Jiangyi, there are a lot of fruits. I will send you 2 more. 5-in-1 pregnancy is the limit. With each additional one, as time goes by, your stretch marks and discomfort will become more serious. Jiangyi was watching her phone. When she saw the message, she immediately replied, I know all this. With my current physical condition, I can give birth to 5 at a time. After this birth, I will never give birth again. Besides, I plan to eat this fruit when there are 3 days left before the expected period. I will have a B ultrasound check at that time. 5-in-1 pregnancy. Lulu saw Jiangyi's message and praised her wit. Eating fruit when you are about to give birth will not burden your body so much. Okay. I'll send you the fruit later. After Lulu replied to the message, she flashed into the fruit tree space of the 7th door and picked 2 fruits from it. While picking the fruit, she glanced at the ancient tree. The fruit on the tree was densely packed. At least thousands of them. For a moment, she couldn't count them at all. Lulu didn't stay in the space for long, but sent the fruit she just picked to Jiangyi with an invisible drone. After a while, Jiangyi sent another message. Lulu, the due date is still 2 months away. You must come then. Don't worry. I will come when you give birth. Lulu chatted with Jiangyi for a few more sentences, and then closed the chat box with Jiangyi. She returned to the RV. She found that Kong was gone. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu hadn't come back yet. During this period, she stayed in the RV every day to eat, drink and watch TV series. And just finished watching a series. It's a boring time. Chapter 427 I'll beat you to pieces. So she got out of the RV and went out to find Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu, wanting to join their ice fishing entertainment. After she left, Wang Wu got out of the car immediately and went to the small kitchen to guard and be responsible for alerting the nearby movements. Lulu stepped on a skateboard, and her nimble body traveled in the world of ice and snow. 5 minutes later, she stopped by a wide glacier at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, Xiao Wu was smiling and handing Xiao Jiao a box. Dad, this is a fruit that can make Mom give birth to more brothers and sisters. You eat it secretly and let Mom give me 2 more brothers and sisters. It's so lonely to be alone. I want more brothers and sisters to play with me. Xiao Jiao looked at the 2 black and white fruits in the transparent box and was very confused. He had never seen such fruits. Black and white. He was about to ask Kong, who was standing by, sensed Lulu approaching and immediately urged him in a low voice, Boss, hurry up and eat. The master is coming. When you were with her, she talked in her sleep and often said that she didn't want to have children anymore. Eat these 2 fruits, and the probability of pregnancy will be greatly increased. Xiao Jiao hesitated and picked up the fruit and ate it under the urging of Kong and Xiao Wu. As for whether the fruit has the magical effect they said, it is unknown. Xiao Jiao had just finished eating the fruit. Lulu just walked to them. She looked at the empty box in Xiao Jiao's hand with confusion and asked, What did you eat just now? Dad ate the snacks I gave him. Without waiting for Xiao Jiao to answer, Xiao Wu took the initiative to cover up the fact that he had just eaten the yin-yang fruit. Mom, come and see. We just caught a lot of fish. Xiao Wu pulled Lulu's hand like a thief and took her to the entrance of an ice fishing hole. He pointed to the piranhas in the bucket with his little finger. Lulu looked around and saw about 7 or 8 fish swimming in the ice bucket. Did you catch them? Xiao Wu said proudly. I caught them all. Great. Lulu smiled and praised Xiao Wu, then picked up the fishing tools beside him, sat next to the ice hole, and fished with Xiao Wu. About 2 hours later, the family returned home with a full load of piranhas. Under Xiao Jiao's supervision, Xiao Wu fried all the fish into fried fish nuggets and stored them in a food box. When you are hungry, take them out and heat them in the microwave for a few minutes, and you can immediately eat a delicious snack with a full aroma. Xiao Jiao carried Xiao Wu back to the RV. Lulu took out the food he had stored before the end of the world and placed it on the table. Xiao Jiao was not picky about food. He would eat whatever Lulu took. with the ready-made food provided by Lulu. He didn't have to cook every day, and he had more time to play with Xiaowu. Lulu wanted to eat fried skewers tonight, and the table was filled with fried skewers packed by a well-known chain franchise brand. Fried duck intestines, fried ham sausages, fried rice cakes, fried beef skewers, fried lamb skewers, fried pork skewers, paired with ice-cold beer. The taste was so delicious. Xiaowu picked up a skewer and ate it, then looked up and said to Lulu, "Mom, there is some meat under your face. Mom has gained weight recently." When Lulu heard Xiaowu say that she had gained weight, she felt like she was in an ice cellar, and the food on the table became tasteless instantly. "Baby, did you see it wrong? Mommy is very slim." Xiaojiao immediately tried to smooth things over. However, when Lulu heard his compliment, she didn't pay much attention to it, but took out a mirror to look at her chin. When she lowered her head, she suddenly saw the trace of a double chin under her chin. Lulu quickly picked up an electronic scale and stood on it to weigh herself. "Your weight is 56 kilograms. Oh my god!" She had gained 14 pounds unknowingly during this period of time. Her weight originally fluctuated around 98 pounds. But she didn't expect that during this period of time with Xiaojiao's children. She ate a lot every day and gained 14 pounds. It was terrible. Lulu didn't look at the fried skewers on the table. This kind of fried high-calorie food must be the culprit for her rapid weight gain. Lulu turned her head away from the delicious food on the table. But the aroma of the food enveloped her tightly. She looked at it with envy, her mouth watering. No, she was not usually so greedy. It seemed that she had become more and more greedy in the past half-month. Lulu had a bad feeling in her heart. Recently, she and Xiaojiao had sex almost every day. Every night, Xiaowu took the initiative to play with Wangwu and others, and asked the twin sisters to learn junior high school courses. It created a rare opportunity for her and Xiaojiao. As the saying goes, when you are full and warm, you want to have sex. Half-heartedly, she and Xiaojiao often did some couple sports. Could it be that she is pregnant? No. She has been taking long-term contraceptive pills. At her strong request, Xiaojiao always wears a large umbrella with double safety protection. It is absolutely impossible to get pregnant. But how to explain her sudden increase in appetite and weight gain? Lulu suddenly stood up, walked to the only bathroom in the RV, and took out the early pregnancy test paper for testing. After waiting for 2 minutes, when she saw the 2 bars on the test paper, she was not feeling well. She was actually pregnant. When did she get pregnant? The more Lulu thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She pushed open the bathroom door and slowly walked to the dining table. Just happened to hear Xiaowu talking. "Dad, after eating that fruit, you should hurry up and sleep with Mom. And give me some brothers and sisters. I have tampered with the medicine Mom takes and the condoms you put on the bedside. As long as Dad works hard, you will give me some brothers and sisters to play with sooner or later." Lulu heard Xiaowu's childish voice and understood instantly. "Lu Xiaowu, I will beat you to pieces today." Lulu rushed to the dining car aggressively, wanting to teach Xiaowu a lesson. Xiaojiao quickly hugged Xiaowu in his arms. "Wife, calm down. Xiaowu is still young, and he has just grown a few teeth. Little bastard. Get out here and get beaten." Xiaojiao wanted to persuade him again. Lulu angrily took out the pregnancy test paper from his pocket. After Xiaojiao saw the test paper, an indescribable joy and complex emotion surged in his heart. "Wife, are you pregnant? It's all because of this little bastard. She didn't know the effect of the fruit before. And ate too. This time. At least it's twins." Xiaowu showed his eyes from Xiaojiao's arms and whispered, "Dad, it's bad. Mom is pregnant. The fruit you just ate. The tadpoles will definitely not be able to catch up. Mom, eat 2 more fruits. I want 4 brothers and sisters to play with me." Chapter 428 Promise me to get sterilized. Little tadpole. Lulu was so angry that she was shaking all over. Who taught this brat such strange knowledge? Kong sensed the murderous aura on Lulu, picked up a bunch of skewers, quickly jumped off the dining chair, and ran out of the RV like escaping. "The master is so scary. Run away quickly." "Yes, tadpole." Xiaowu hid in Xiaojiao's arms, shouting loudly without thinking about the big trouble. The tadpole is looking for its mother. Dad's tadpole can find its mother when it enters its mother's belly. Lu Lulu was so angry that her eyes turned black, and she felt dizzy. Xiao Jio was quick-witted and put Xiao Wu aside, stood up and helped her sit down. Wife, you are pregnant. Sit down and rest. I'll stew some bird's nest, red dates, and wolfberry soup for you to replenish your body. Without waiting for Lu Lulu to refuse, Xiao Jio immediately got up and went to the small kitchen next to the RV to work. Lu Lulu rubbed his dizzy forehead and slowly looked up at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu smiled heartlessly. What did you replace the medicine in my cabinet with? Folic acid. Xiao Wu said proudly. It's said in the book that if you want your mother to get pregnant quickly, you have to take folic acid. Lu Lulu frowned. Where did you get the folic acid? I asked John Lang to go to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to change it for me. What about the small umbrellas? Hee. I used an embroidery needle to poke 3 small holes in each small umbrella. Lu Lio's forehead was throbbing with veins. Who taught you these behaviors? Xiao Wu said naively. Kong. It says that if you do this, your mother will soon be pregnant with a brother or sister. Kong. Great job. Lu Lulu gnashed her teeth in hatred. From now on, all the snacks and fruits promised to Kong will be cancelled. Shiwu, stay away from Kong in the future. Why? Kong is very good to me. No reason. The farther you stay away from it, the better. Oh! Xiao Wu saw Lu Lio's face flush, so he agreed obediently. I know. Mom, I won't talk to Kong in the future. Yeah. Go. Play with your dad for a while. I'll go back to the space to sleep. Lu Lulu felt a little weak, she told Xiao Wu, and flashed into the bamboo house in the space to rest. The bamboo house has high air quality, very quiet, and suitable temperature. Feeling weak, Lu Lulu quickly fell asleep on the bamboo bed. Wait for her to wake up again. Kong knew that he had done something bad, so he hid in Lu Lio's space nest and pretended to be dead. Xiao Wu fell asleep on the bed of the RV under Xiao Jio's care. Wife, wash your face and come to eat the freshly stewed bird's nest. Yes. After a good sleep, Lu Lulu, who was refreshed, felt much better. She went into the bathroom to wash up, sat down, and took a spoon to eat the steaming bird's nest, red dates, and wolfberry soup. Wife, you are pregnant. This child. Lu Lulu took a few bites of bird's nest and said slowly, Do you want a child? Yes. Xiao Jio responded immediately without hesitation. He likes children very much, especially the children born by Lu Lulu. He would never think that there are too many cute babies like Xiao Wu, who will take care of the child after it is born. I can exchange for an all-purpose robot to take care of the child all day and formulate the most scientific parenting and education plan for the child. If you think robots are not good, just give birth to the baby and I will take care of it. I don't want to breastfeed. Lu Lulu felt sick at the thought of feeding at least 2 children. With the development of milk powder technology, we can feed milk powder. I want to have a cesarean section. No problem. I can ask Lin Fei to come and help you with the operation. He is one of the top 3 surgical experts in Hailan country, and his success rate of surgery has always been 100%. The last question. Lu Lulu stared at Xiao Jio's deep eyes seriously. No matter what the question is. I agree. Really? Really. You ask Lin Fei to do the ligation operation, and I will give birth to the child after the ligation is completed. In order to solve the problem once and for all, Lu Lulu decided to take this opportunity to solve the problem from the root. Wife. What? You lied when you said you were willing? Of course. I am willing to get sterilized. However, I have a better way for you to get pregnant. This method may make the mother-child relationship between you and your baby less intimate. What method? Using high-tech fertility robots. We can achieve uterine-like fertility. We can take your eggs and my sperm, fertilize them in vitro, and send them into the body of the artificial uterus robot. After waiting for 12 months, we can successfully conceive a baby with our genes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiao Jio sighed. You need to take ovulation-stimulating injections to extract eggs, which is very harmful to your body. A woman has a limited number of eggs in her lifetime. If you stimulate them to come out early, it will affect your estrogen. And I didn't know you were pregnant. The baby is probably already implanted in your body and is tightly connected to your uterus. At this time, you should either have an abortion or a cesarean section to remove the embryo. After listening to what Xiao Jio said, Lu Lio's head was buzzing. Don't say anything. This time, You go to Lin Fei for ligation. After the ligation is completed, I will give birth to the baby. Okay. You eat first. I will contact Lin Fei to make an appointment for surgery. Xiao Jiao picked up the phone and contacted Lin Fei. Lin Fei heard the news here and applied to be transferred to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Although Xiao Jiao's relationship with the official has no room for maneuver, they still have contact privately. Lin Fei, Xiao Jiao, and Yan Feiyu have always had a very close relationship. They have participated in mission activities many times and can be regarded as partners who have been through life and death together. Every time Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu were injured, Lin Fei treated them. A few minutes later, Lu Lulu finished a large bowl of bird's nest. Xiao Jiao put down his phone, continued to serve her the remaining bowl, and gently placed it in front of her. Wife, the appointment has been made. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to find Lin Fei for surgery. By the way, go and see how Yan Feiyu and the brothers in the team are doing recently. Oh! Lu Lulu picked up the spoon, stared at the sticky bird's nest in the spoon, and suddenly looked up at Xiao Jiao. Do you think my behavior of asking you to get sterilized is very excessive? How could it be? I am already satisfied that my wife can give birth to Xiao Wu for me. I can't let my wife suffer so much. After I get sterilized, my wife won't get pregnant accidentally. My wife doesn't want to have children anymore. I have to respect my wife's wishes. If you get pregnant again, you could only have an abortion. Abortion will not only cause pain to women, but also damage the body's vitality. I don't want my wife to suffer. Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Jiao's gentle and deep eyes, and listened to his words that he always considered her, and she was indescribably happy. Chapter 429, The Child is Gone. Xiao Jiao smiled slightly, thinking secretly in his heart. Lu ate the yin-yang fruit. This pregnancy will at least give birth to 2 children, and 3 children are enough. The most important thing is, after the sterilization, you don't need to wear a small umbrella to have sex. It will feel more comfortable without a small umbrella. Lu and Xiao Jiao each have their own thoughts. The two sat in the seats of the RV for a while, and the sky gradually darkened. Lu picked up her phone and browsed the latest official trends and posts on the forum. No special news has appeared recently. Instead, Zhang Lang sent her a message. Master, I want to stay in High City for a while. Bai Jia wants to come back with me. Do you agree? Lu saw these 2 messages and understood. It seems that this cheap little brother of hers has really dealt with the big star Bai Jia. With a hint of curiosity and gossip, she replied, Can people and zombies really do that? Master, it's okay. Well, you stay in High City for a while, and help me find out about the Nandong family's movements there. If Bai Jia is pregnant, you can bring her back. Okay. Master. Thank you. Lu saw Zhang Lang's reply and didn't continue chatting with him. Humans and zombies can really do that. Then let's see if Bai Jia can get pregnant. Will the child be human? Or a zombie? Lu, with a hint of curiosity, temporarily put the matter of his younger brother Zhang Lang behind him. The most important thing now is that she should take good care of the baby. As for giving birth to 4 children this time, as Xiao Wu said, it is a question worth considering whether to have more. She just talked to Yi. Yi's idea actually makes sense. It doesn't matter if you give birth early or late. And she is pregnant now. In the 3rd trimester, when there is still a month before giving birth, she can consider eating 2 more fruits to increase the number of children. Once she has more children, she won't have to give birth again in the future. After giving birth, she is relieved by the high-tech simulation robot provided by Xiao Jiao to help take care of the baby. And after the cesarean section, the wound will recover immediately after the operation by directly using the healing effect of Vitality Water. The depleted qi and blood can be slowly adjusted back through Vitality Water and other precious supplements. Besides, the child is not given to Xiao Jiao. This child has half of her genes. She actually likes children very much. And Xiao Wu does not reject her having more children. Instead, he urges her to have more brothers and sisters to accompany Xiao Wu to play. When the end of the world comes, there are almost no children of the same age as Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was all alone, and it was not a good idea to hang out with Kong Kong, a monkey, and Zhang Lang, Wang Wu and other zombies every day. Lu thought about it, and made a decision silently. She picked up the tablet, and watched some bloody skits for a while. After entering the RV to wash up, she returned to the space to rest. She was in the early stages of pregnancy, and the fetus was unstable. It was best not to sleep with Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao saw Lu Lulu enter the space, holding Xiao Wu, and guarding the RV. He played a few games with Xiao Wu, and the two of them made a midnight snack of grilled fish with the small fish they caught. After eating and drinking, they both went into the RV and fell asleep. Wang Wu, the twin sisters, and Kong Kong took turns to be responsible for the night security work nearby. After a night, the sun gradually rose, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold and vast earth. After Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu said goodbye, they took a plane to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to see Lin Fei. Lu Lulu yawned, washed up, and sat on the dining table of the RV. On the table was the bird's nest porridge that Xiao Jiao had cooked for her. There was a wisp of smoke on the bird's nest porridge. Lu Lulu picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful to taste it. It tasted very good. It must be said that Xiao Jiao, this man, is considerate to her, and is very patient and loving to the children. In her opinion, Xiao Jiao is impeccable in all aspects, whether as a lover, a husband, or a father of a child. This life, she is really lucky. Maybe she is the heroine born in some novels? The so-called Mary Sue Halo effect? Lu Lulu thought randomly, finished a bowl of warm bird's nest porridge, and drank a cup of hot milk in a thermos cup. After breakfast, she took Xiao Wu out of the RV and went to the place where they went ice fishing yesterday to continue fishing. Mom, I want to skate, Xiao Wu said, riding on a skateboard for babies and stepping on the skateboard to go away. Lu Lulu watched Xiao Wu spinning and jumping around the nearby ice caves, and his eyebrows kept jumping. This brat, such a large piece of ice is not slippery, but he insisted on playing around these excavated holes. What if he accidentally falls down? Wang Wu and the twin sisters, who were responsible for protecting their safety, saw Xiao Wu running away and immediately followed him. Lu Lulu looked at Wang Wu and the twin sisters, who were following Xiao Wu. So he sighed and sat down on a folding chair beside him. She is still pregnant, so she can no longer run around on skates behind Xiao Wu like before. With Wang Wu and the twin sisters, 3 high-level zombies following him, and Xiao Wu himself being a high-level psychic, there shouldn't be any danger in this remote place. Lu Lulu sat on a chair and fished with peace of mind. Xiao Wu found that Lu Lulu didn't keep up with him and kept preaching to him this time, and he was having a lot of fun. It was much quieter now that his mother didn't nag him. It was a pity that there were still a few light bulbs following him. Xiao Wu sensed that Wang Wu and others were following him closely, and he immediately became playful. He used his flying ability and suddenly flew up from the ice and flew towards a mountain in the distance. When Wang Wu and the twin sisters saw this, they immediately used their abilities to inject energy into their legs and chased after Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu laughed. Come and chase me. If you catch me, Xiao Wu, will be really convinced. Xiao Wu's flying speed has been mastered to perfection under Xiao Jiao's training during this period. Not long after, because he was flying in the sky, Wang Wu and others came to the foot of the mountain. When they wanted to chase him up the mountain, they could no longer see Xiao Wu's trace. Wang Wu and others were frightened and pale. Husband, the little master is missing. What should we do now? Wang Wu saw the worried expressions of the 2 women and was very frightened. Don't worry. Let's go into the mountains to find people separately. Let's go! With Wang Wu's order, the 3 of them went into the mountains to look for Xiao Wu. The naughty Xiao Wu secretly hid on the top of the mountain. When he saw Wang Wu and others enter the mountain, he immediately flew away around the mountain. 2 hours later, Wang Wu asked the twin sisters to continue to look for people around the mountain. He immediately hurried back and reported to Lu Lulu the fact that Xiao Wu was missing. What did you say? The child is missing. Chapter 430. The washboard is a good thing. Lu Lulu immediately stood up and urged Wang Wu to take her to the place where Xiao Wu was lost. Wang Wu walked in front, feeling very nervous. Miss Lu's expression looked so scary. If he couldn't find the little master, he might. The few people spent some effort again, and the time came to noon. They searched the whole mountain, but still couldn't see Xiao Wu's figure and trace. Master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'm incompetent and lost the little master. Lu Lulu looked at Wang Wu and the twin sisters kneeling on the ground, feeling very anxious. Now is not the time to find out who is right and who is wrong. Xiao Wu is naughty by nature. Usually when she is around, Xiao Wu can listen to her. This time, Xiao Wu was unexpectedly so naughty that he directly left Wang Wu and others behind. No matter how much Xiao Wu is smarter than children of the same age, he is still a little baby over 1 year old. Now it has been 3 hours since Xiao Wu disappeared. We must find a way to find Xiao Wu immediately. Separate from each other and look for the child from the east, south and west. Once you find any news, report to me immediately. Kong Kong. Get out. Kong Kong, who was sleeping and screaming in the space, was awakened by Lu Lulu's roar. It stood in front of Lu Lulu in confusion. Master, what's wrong? You start from here and go north to find Xiao Wu. Ah? The little master is missing? Stop talking nonsense and set off quickly. After Lu Lulu finished speaking, he drove the plane given by Xiao Jiao into the air about 1,000 meters above the ground, and searched for Xiao Wu's traces through the ultra-wide-angle 3D video projection of the plane. Several people went their separate ways, and after searching for a while, they found no trace of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was tired from flying outside, and his stomach growled with hunger. He remembered the delicious KFC and small cakes at home, so he turned around and walked back. In the ice and snow, the whole body was white. Xiao Wu lost his way in an instant. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, he couldn't help crying a few times, and his tears kept falling. Xiao Wu quickly took out his skateboard, rode on the skateboard and rushed back. An hour later, Xiao Wu was very scared, because he didn't see anyone along the way. These mountains were also different from the mountains in his memory. The nearby mountains were all covered with white snow and thick frozen ice. Mom! Woo woo woo! Xiao Wu cried very sadly. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, he could only stop and rest temporarily in an abandoned cave nearby. He felt too tired after playing like crazy, thinking of the delicious food in the dimensional necklace. He took out a vacuum-packed shakima and a bottle of Coke and ate them on the spot. The cold wind was howling. Xiao Wu was frightened and curled up his small body. He remembered the heater given by his father, so he took out the heater to keep warm in the cave. With the blessing of the heater, the temperature in the cave rose quickly. However, because the entrance of the cave was too large, the temperature could only be kept at around 0 degrees. The sky was getting darker and darker until it was completely dark. Xiao Wu curled up next to the heater, staring at the green light on the indicator light of the heater, crying softly. I don't know how long it took. There were footsteps outside the cave. Xiao Wu heard the movement and immediately opened his eyes. When he saw the tall and big Xiao Jiao appear in front of him, he immediately stood up and ran towards him aggrievedly. Dad woo woo woo. Xiao Jiao immediately picked up Xiao Wu, with a hint of blame in his eyes. Smelly boy. Did you deliberately get rid of Wang Wu and the others and hide? Hide and seek. Xiao Wu sobbed. I hid and let them find me. But they couldn't find me. Be good. Don't run too far in the future. This time, I came back early, and was able to locate your position. What about next time? There are many bad guys outside. If you ran away secretly? If you were caught? Mom and I would be sad. Got it. I won't play hide and seek in the future. Let's go. I'll take you home. Dad, can you teach me how to identify the way home? Okay. I remembered the way before I came out. Why don't I recognize the way after a while? Those mountains and trees look alike. Xiao Jiao touched Xiao Wu's little head and exchanged gold for a smart compass for Xiao Wu. Do you see this compass? We live in the west. Due west, where the terrain is highest. Follow the compass and head west to find your home. Xiao Wu held the compass. Dad, this is a red compass. Right? Yes. The letter on the left is the abbreviation of west in English. We should always follow the west. Right? Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu down and said softly, take the compass and use the skateboard to find your home. Xiao Wu wiped his tears, picked up his scooter, put on the compass, and trotted towards the west. As he ran, he observed Xiao Jiao's position. When he saw Xiao Jiao also following him on the skateboard, he felt warm in his heart and felt very relieved. Xiao Wu skated all the way for half an hour. He stopped and looked behind him. Dad, I'm hungry. Xiao Jiao took out a windproof tent and set it up on the ice. Come in and have breakfast first. Xiao Wu got into the warm tent and ate a large bottle of milk powder given by Xiao Jiao. After eating and drinking, he instantly felt energetic. Dad, let's continue on our way. You'd better hurry up. Every minute you go home late, your mother's anger value will increase by 1 point. Xiao Wu was scared and his face turned pale. when he was taken away by the bad woman before. His mother cried so sadly. Xiao Wu picked up the skateboard, sped up, and accelerated to the west with all his strength. More than an hour later, Xiao Wu successfully found the foot of the mountain, where he and Xiao Jiao often went ice fishing. Dad, I found my home. Hurry up. Your mother must be worried. Xiao Jiao picked up Xiao Wu and used the blessing of his supernatural power to jump to the mountainside in a few jumps. Not long after, they successfully returned to the RV. Xiao Wu looked up to observe Lu Liu's expression. He could only see his mother's face without any expression. Mom, I'm back. Lu Lulu took out an old washboard, threw it outside the RV, and said coldly to Xiao Wu, go out and kneel down. Woo woo woo. Mom. Xiao Wu was frightened by Lu Liu's indifference and burst into tears. Lu Lulu felt very distressed, especially when she saw Xiao Wu's tears. She was even more reluctant to punish Xiao Wu. However, this time Xiao Wu must be taught a lesson, to prevent him from doing whatever he wants with his supernatural powers in the future. Lu Lulu picked up the howling Xiao Wu and put his little body next to the washboard. Kneel down. Don't let me say it for the third time. Xiao Wu heard Lu Liu's voice, which was colder than ice, and his legs trembled, and he immediately knelt on the washboard. Mom, how long will you kneel? Can I get up? Chapter 431. What did you do wrong? Get up? You're still thinking about getting up. I dare not. Mom, I'll kneel. Xiao Wu held his head, afraid that Lu Lulu would take out something to hit him. The mother at this moment was really scary. She was more fierce than the tigress in the zoo. Wouldn't it be okay if he didn't run far away when playing hide-and-seek next time? And his father had already taught him the way home. He would never get lost in the future. Lulu, corporal punishment is not good. Xiao Jiao looked at Xiao Wu's pitiful little body and persuaded him softly. A son will not become a useful person if he is not beaten. A filial son is born under the stick. Haven't you heard these two sentences? Besides, you served in the army in your early years. Didn't the soldiers in your team also get corporal punishment when they made mistakes? When Xiao Jiao heard this, he suddenly felt that what Lu Lulu said was all reasonable. So he stopped persuading her, and could only let his son down. As soon as he arrived at the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, he received news that his son was missing. The preoperative work had been prepared, so they could only do the operation first. Xiao Wu had the model airplane he gave him, which could locate the position. So he sent a message to Lu Lulu, telling her not to panic, and that he would go find Xiao Wu after the operation. In fact, he found Xiao Wu before it got dark, and seeing Xiao Wu was pitiful, he wanted to go up and take Xiao Wu back. In order to let him learn a lesson, he didn't go up to pick him up. When he saw Xiao Wu eating by himself, finding a cave, and using a heater to keep warm, he was very relieved. He secretly took pictures of all this and sent it to Lu Lulu. Now he is back. Xiao Wu was deliberately left in the wild by him for a whole night to reflect. When he came back, Lu Lulu would continue to teach him a lesson. Xiao Jiao looked at Xiao Wu and could only express a little sympathy for him. Good boy. You should be punished for doing something wrong. Xiao Wu lowered his head, put one hand on the frozen ice, and played with ice cubes. Lu Lulu called Kong Kong out and asked it to watch Xiao Wu and not let Xiao Wu cheat. She and Xiao Jiao returned to the RV and ate the delicious fried chicken with a full aroma. Wife, how long do you plan to let the baby kneel? Lu Lulu ate a piece of fried chicken and said calmly, let's eat first, and then talk after dinner. Okay. Xiao Jiao silently accompanied Lu Lulu to eat lunch. After lunch, he began to clean up the table. Lu Lulu got off the RV, looked at Xiao Wu who was hanging his head, walked to him, and slowly said, do you know you are wrong? Xiao Wu's feet were numb from kneeling, and he immediately admitted his mistake. Mom, I know I was wrong. Oh, what did you do wrong? I shouldn't have sneaked away. What else? I shouldn't have made Mom and Dad worry. Go on. What else? Is there anything else? What else? Mom? Xiao Wu looked confused. It seems that you still don't know where you were wrong. Keep kneeling. Xiao Wu was very confused. What else did he do wrong? Lu Lulu touched his belly, thinking angrily, you replaced my contraceptive pills with folic acid, pierced my small umbrella, and secretly hid it from me. And you don't even know where you are wrong? Smelly boy. Just now, I will settle the accounts of the ridiculous things you did before. Lulu returned to the RV and told Kong Kong to keep an eye on him. She yawned and went back to the bamboo house for a nap. Xiao Jiao stewed the bird's nest, moved a stool, and sat next to Xiao Wu. Son, does your leg hurt? Xiao Wu nodded fiercely. Dad, go and comfort Mom. I really know I was wrong. You know your mom's temper. She doesn't get angry easily. But when she gets angry, she gets serious. Kneel down first. Wait for your mom to calm down. And let her use vitality water to treat your leg injury. Xiao Wu looked up at the sky and cried silently. If I had known, I wouldn't be so naughty. Good boy. Kneel down first. I'll go to the kitchen to make you food. Dad, I want to eat fried fish. Eating too much fried food is not good for your health. Let's eat dumplings today. Xiao Jiao entered the kitchen and began to mix the dumpling filling. He took out 2 cooking machines exchanged for gold and added flour and water according to the proportions in the instructions. The machine started, and the neatly mixed and compressed dumpling skins instantly filled the kitchen chopping board. There was a constant temperature heater in the small kitchen, so it was not as cold as outside. Xiao Jiao ignored the dumpling skins and turned to prepare the dumpling fillings. He washed the vegetables that Lulu had ripened, and threw them into the filling preparation machine with the pork belly according to the proportion. A few minutes later, the dumpling skins and dumpling fillings were prepared. Xiao Jiao took the dumpling skins and dumpling fillings to the kitchen table, and sat on the table to make dumplings. He saw Xiao Wu talking to Kong Kong through the transparent plastic wall that blocked the wind, because they were far away and the cold wind was howling outside. He couldn't hear clearly what Monkey was saying to Xiao Wu. Kong Kong, when do you think Mom will let me get up? My face is frozen by the cold wind. Little master, bear with it for a while. Is there any way to make Mom forgive me quickly? Pretend to faint. Xiao Wu shook his head. Fainting and pretending to be injured is useless. Mom can use vitality water to cure my illness instantly. Kong Kong looked around and saw Xiao Jiao making dumplings, and immediately came up with an idea. Little master, wait a moment. I'll try, Kong Kong said, and quickly entered the RV. Lulu heard the noise and glared at Kong Kong unhappily. I asked you to watch Xiao Wu. What are you doing here? Master, the little master is crying very sadly. Oh, the little master said you like to eat dumplings, and he wants to go to the small kitchen to make dumplings for you. Master, you see, corporal punishment is not a big deal. Children are too fragile. It is better to punish him to cook and exercise his hands-on and survival skills. Lulu frowned. After thinking for a while, she actually felt that what Kong Kong said made some sense. After thinking it over, she walked from the RV to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu looked up at Lulu. When Lulu saw his red face due to the cold wind, he felt distressed. Go to the kitchen, and the corporal punishment will be changed to making dumplings. You must make 1,000 dumplings today. Okay. Xiao Wu stood up happily. As long as he didn't kneel on the washboard, he was willing to do anything. Xiao Wu stretched out his hand to support the washboard and tried to stand up. He just wanted to take 2 steps. His legs were numb, and he fell to the ground. Lulu immediately picked up Xiao Wu and brought him to the kitchen. She lifted up Xiao Wu's trouser legs and saw that his legs were red from kneeling on the washboard, which made her feel even more distressed. Lulu found the diluted vitality water and applied it on Xiao Wu's legs. After a few seconds, Xiao Wu's calves gradually recovered. Xiao Wu could not feel the pain in his legs, so he broke away from Lulu's warm embrace. Mom, what kind of dumplings do you like? Lulu took out a few boxes of beef from the space. Beef filling. Dad, please teach me how to make beef dumplings. Xiao Jiao, who was making dumplings, put down his work and explained to Xiao Wu how to make dumplings. Lulu sat quietly in the kitchen, supervising Xiao Wu to learn how to make dumplings. Chapter 432 Miss. Found it. After some effort, there were all kinds of strange dumplings in the kitchen, as well as a kind of dumplings in the shape of ingots. Needless to say, the ingots were made by Xiao Jiao. All kinds of strange dumplings were made by Xiao Wu. When Lulu saw the rabbit, bear, and frog dumplings on the plate, a nerve on her forehead jumped up. She glanced at it quickly. Xiao Wu had been busy for a long time and only made more than 100 dumplings. Xiao Jiao made more than 300 dumplings. Son, your animal park dumplings are almost done. Learn to make ingot dumplings from your dad. Xiao Wu scratched his head and responded obediently. Okay. Lulu stared at Xiao Wu. Soon, Xiao Wu learned to make ingot dumplings from Xiao Jiu. After some effort, Xiao Wu finally learned to make ingot dumplings. Lu Lulu counted the number of dumplings. Seeing that it was getting late, she took the dumplings made by Xiao Jiu and went to the kitchen to start cooking them. How many do you want to eat? I'll eat 60. Xiao Jiu replied. High-level psychics are much better than ordinary people in all aspects, and their appetite also increases. Xiao Wu replied in a baby voice, 30. Kong Kong immediately rushed to Lu Lulu's side, fearing that she couldn't hear. Master, I'll eat 80. 80. Aren't you afraid of bursting your belly? No. Master, I can eat a lot. Okay. If you can't finish it later, I will personally supervise you. Kong Kong patted his chest and promised. I can finish it. Lu Lulu smiled and went to the kitchen to prepare 2 pots. One to cook dumplings for her and Xiao Jiu's dinner. Another pot was used to cook Kong Kong and Xiao Wu's dumplings. As the dumplings were cooked, Lu Lulu told Xiao Jiu, wash your hands and eat. Xiao Jiu picked up Xiao Wu and cleaned the table where the dumplings were made. Lu Lulu brought the dumplings to the table. She and Xiao Jiu had the ingot-shaped dumplings made by Xiao Jiu in their bowls. Kong Kong and Xiao Wu ate the animal dumplings made by Xiao Wu. When Kong Kong sat at the table happily, he saw the ingot dumplings that were 3 times larger than ordinary dumplings. And he felt bad instantly. 80 dumplings like this. Sloppy. Sloppy. Now the dumplings have been served on the table and placed in front of it. And it has promised its owner that it will finish eating them. Now it is too late to regret. Kong Kong can only use chopsticks to pick up the animal dumplings in the bowl with tears in his eyes. These dumplings were made by Xiao Wu using several pieces of dumpling skins. And they were quite filling. Lu Lulu wanted to play a trick on Kong Kong. And he felt very comfortable when he saw the distressed expression on its face. The family finished dinner. Xiao Wu continued to make dumplings with Xiao Jiu in the kitchen. He only finished 2/10 of the 1,000 dumplings he promised Lu Lulu. Kong Kong was still staring at the unfinished dumplings in the bowl in a daze. Lu Lulu walked to the door and told Kong Kong, Kong Kong, you ordered the dumplings yourself. Kong Kong heard that Lu Lulu did not forget to order it before leaving, and replied resignedly, Master, I ordered the dumplings myself, and I will finish them with tears. Just you know. Lu Lulu turned and left the kitchen, returning to the RV to rest and take care of the fetus. In the small kitchen of the nursing home, Xiao Jiu took Xiao Wu and Kong Kong to make dumplings. Lu Lulu listened to prenatal music and sent a message to Jiangyi. Congratulations. When the time comes, our children can be freely matched. Just in time for a baby marriage. This is a good idea. This way, the children will be closer. With a smile on her lips, Lu Lulu chatted with Jiangyi about some matters that need to be paid attention to during pregnancy. In the Little Red Riding Hood shelter where Jiangyi is. In the building where the Nangong family lives. Qianming found that the wireless intercom in the room lit up. This wireless intercom was won by her in the lottery. The intercom does not need a signal. As long as you get another intercom, you can talk across the air without any limit. Qianming picked up the intercom. Hello? Miss, I found something. What did you find? Do you remember the RV that our Qian family lost some time ago? I remember. We found the RV. Where is it? It's in an abandoned nursing home near the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Just take it back if you find it. Don't bother me with such trivial matters in the future. After Qianming finished speaking, she hung up the intercom immediately, without waiting for the person on the other end to answer. Now everything is just a passing cloud in her eyes. The only thing to do is to firmly grasp Nangong Yuran, the thigh, and keep showing him favor. The captain of the Qian family's superpower team, who received Qianming's order, arranged 4 superpowers to drive the RV back according to her instructions. There are many luxurious facilities in this RV, and the RV has been specially modified and is expensive. With this RV, even in an environment of more than 70 degrees below zero, you can have unimpeded access. With the protection of this RV, these supernatural beings who often go out on missions will no longer have to endure hunger and cold outside. The 4 high-level superpowers of the Qian family immediately got on the electric sled and set off to the place where the RV last sent a signal. The foot of the nursing home. Xiao Wu and Wang Wu were playing. Wang Wu stared at the white in the distance, immediately picked up Xiao Wu and handed him to the twin sisters waiting on the side. You send the little master back first. There are a few snacks. I will take care of it. Wang Wu. I don't want to go back. It's not fun at home. Mom only knows how to watch TV series and play games. And Dad only knows how to cook and study food in the kitchen every day for Mom. They don't play with me. Little master. The situation may be very bloody later. You are young and it is not recommended to watch. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Mom said that I should exercise more. I will encounter bloody things sooner or later in the future. Don't worry. I will hide and watch from a distance. Wang Wu saw Xiao Wu's pleading eyes and thought that this might be his son's master in the future, and he must not offend him. It's better to try to meet his needs. You take the little master with you. Where the invisible button. Stand far away. And take him home immediately if the little master feels uncomfortable. Okay. The twin sisters took Xiao Wu to hide behind a frozen tree and watched quietly. A few minutes later, the 4 high-level psychics sent by the Qian family appeared in front of Wang Wu. When the 4 psychics found Wang Wu, their faces changed. The RV is on the mountain. A person appeared out of nowhere here. The disappearance of the RV must be related to this person. I can't see the opponent's strength. What should I do now? Don't worry. The opponent has only 1 person. And there are 4 of us. Now in the entire Hailan country. The highest level psychic is only level 12. The 4 of us are all level 12. It is impossible for us to beat him. Even if he is a rare dual system psychic. He will definitely not be a match for the 4 of us. Shuzi. Go and try him. Chapter 433 Clues. The fire-type mutant, who was named, nodded and ran cautiously in the direction of Wang Wu. Wang Wu couldn't help licking his lips when he saw the fresh and delicious food delivered to the door. Great. They were ordered by Zhang Lang to protect their master and couldn't go out. It happened that his twin wives were greedy recently. And he was very worried that he couldn't get human flesh and blood anywhere. Now it's good. These 4 big snacks are enough for the twin wives to eat for 2 months. Wang Wu's zombie advancement ability is strength and speed. He saw the high-level mutant named Shuzi approaching. Smiled sinisterly. And when the mutant released his superpowers, he stared at his fire-type superpower damage, grabbed his neck and twisted it gently. This distinguished high-level mutant was immediately dead. The other 3 saw their companions dead in front of Wang Wu. And they were frightened and turned pale in an instant. Run! One of the 3 whispered. Started the electric sled. And quickly retreated. Wang Wu threw away the body of the high-level fire-type psychic and chased the 3 people who were running away. The high-level psychics saw Wang Wu's speed getting faster and faster. And they were immediately anxious. At the current speed, they would be caught up by Wang Wu in a dozen seconds. Run separately. The other 2 psychics found that the speed of the electric sled was not as fast as Wang Wu. And they said in unison, got off the sled, and ran away in different directions at a high speed. Another high-level psychic used his speed-type ability to accelerate the sled. With the blessing of the ability, his speed increased instantly. Wang Wu ignored the 2 high-level psychics without sleds and attacked the psychic driving the sled with all his strength. A few minutes later, the speed psychic also died in his hands. Wang Wu stared at the sled that could carry 4 people at the same time and put the sled back into the dimensional space. The little master liked to play with some novel toys. And this sled could just be given to the little master. Wang Wu carried the body of the speed psychic and happily returned to the foot of the mountain. Little master, you are not scared. Are you? Xiao Wu shook his head. Are these people all bad guys? Why do you want to kill them? Yes, these are all bad guys. If I don't kill them, they will kill us. Really? Of course it's true. Okay. Let me come if there are bad guys next time. I want to tell my mother that I am very powerful. I can kill bad guys and protect my mother. Okay. Little master. Let's go back quickly. We have been out for 2 hours today. If we are late, the master will be angry. When Xiao Wu heard that Lulu would be angry, he immediately nodded. Go home. He didn't want to kneel on the washboard again. Wang Wu asked the 2 girls to pick up a corpse of a superpower each and store it in a dimensional space. And then took them back to the mountain quickly. When they came back, Xiao Jiao had just finished lunch. Lulu asked Wang Wu as usual, is the baby well behaved today? What did he do? The young master is very well behaved. He has been playing ice fishing today. But what? 4 high-level psychics came to the foot of the mountain today. I killed 2 of them. What about the other 2? They ran separately. I couldn't catch up with the other 2 high-level psychics. So I let them run away. Lulu frowned. When did it happen? Just now. Lulu looked at Xiao Jiao beside him. Have we been discovered by the higher-ups again? It's not the higher-ups. If they found us, they wouldn't have sent only 4 people. Xiao Jiu said slowly. Master, I saw that the 4 people were very surprised when they saw me. They must have other things to do. And they didn't come specifically for us. Whether it's true or not, we have to move. Mom, those psychics are very weak. Uncle Wang Wu can kill them with a slight pinch. They all ran away in fear. Lu Lulu listened to the analysis of the people around her and felt uneasy. The woman's sixth sense told her that if someone found someone here, she must move immediately. Some of the special methods of the higher-ups are really hard to guard against. No, we have to move. Lu, wait here for a while. I'll go explore a new place to live. Xiao Jiu now obeyed almost everything Lu said. He immediately got up and took a plane to explore a place to stay temporarily in the air. Not long after, Xiao Jiu came back and took Lu, the child, Wang Wu and others to the new place to live. This place is about 5 kilometers away from the original mountain. When he left, he deliberately placed a surveillance camera at the gate of the nursing home. If these people go up the mountain, he can find them at the first time and monitor where they come from and find out what their purpose is here in the endless wilderness. The 2 escaped psychics from the Qin family, after a long journey, finally returned to the nearby Little Red Riding Hood shelter in the evening. They immediately reported what happened today to the psychic captain of the Qin family. You go down first and have a good rest. Qian Xiaoming waved to the 2 high-level psychics who escaped death and immediately picked up the intercom to contact Qian Ming. What? 2 high-level psychics died? Qian Ming has been very upset about Nandong Yuran's affairs recently. Nandong Yuran couldn't find the trace of the cannon fodder female supporting Ro Lulu, and her mood has been not very good. He flattered her from passive acceptance at the beginning to directly rejecting her recently. Miss Qian, if it's not about the person the young master is looking for, you don't need to bother our young master anymore. He is only interested in Miss Lu's affairs. You should not waste your efforts. Nandong Ju's words kept echoing in Qian Ming's ears, and her murderous intention towards Lu Lulu deepened a bit. She was already upset, and she was even more upset when she heard that 2 high-level psychics carefully cultivated by the Qian family died. Miss, what should we do now? Are you sure there is only one person on the other side? The people who came back said that there is indeed only one person on the other side. As for whether there are other companions, I don't know. They killed 2 high-level psychics of my Qian family. This matter cannot be let go, Qian Ming said, as if she suddenly thought of something. If she remembered correctly, the subordinate who drove the RV died when he went to capture Lu, and the RV also disappeared during that mission. She had never heard of a psychic who could easily kill a 12th level high-level psychic with one move. This matter may be. You take people there in person and try to capture them alive. Got it. Qian Ming hung up the phone and immediately went to the next door to find Nandong Yuran. Nandong Ju saw Qian Ming, dressed up in fancy clothes, coming to see the young master again, and his patience was almost worn out. Miss Qian, the young master doesn't like women who are too proactive. Chapter 434. Don't come back if you have nothing to do. As a woman, you must know how to write the word reserved. Qian Ming didn't react too much to Nandong Ju's humiliating words. Nandong Ju is a member of the Nandong family. As long as they are from the Nandong family, she must have a good relationship with them. It's a pity that she has been too attentive recently, which made Nandong Ju dissatisfied and contemptuous. Miss Nandong, you are right. Qian Ming followed Nandong Ju's words and admitted that her recent flattering behavior was too obvious. This made Nandong Ju uncomfortable. I have never seen such a shameless woman. She is really thicker than the city wall. I came here today to report to the young master about the news of Miss Lu. Nandong Zu's face eased a lot when he heard it. The young master didn't know what kind of magic potion Lu Lulu had poured into him. He stood in front of the window every day in a daze recently. Or, he stared at the figure and image left by Miss Lu. If we can bring Miss Lu to the young master, so that he can satisfy his inner obsession sooner, maybe he can let it go. Come with me. Nandong Ju brought Qian Ming into the hall, and she slowly called out to the door of the master bedroom, Young master, Miss Qian is here, saying that there is news about Miss Lu. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the master bedroom was instantly opened. Nandong Yuran stared at Qian Ming with burning eyes. Where is she? My men found that Miss Lu seemed to be in a nursing home on a mountain in Linwan. I just got the news, and have sent a team of superpowers from the family to explore the way. Nangong Yuren frowned. Why do you want to act on your own? I said that if you have any news about her, report to me first. Don't act rashly. Qianming's scalp was numb from Nangong Yuren's cold eyes. At the same time, he hated Lu Lulu more and more. I really don't understand what means this cannon fodder female supporting role used to hook up with Nangong Yuren. It was already a stroke of luck to hook up with Xiaojio, the second male lead in the book. Even the current male lead favors her. What went wrong? Could it be that this cannon fodder female supporting role also came from the book? Otherwise, how to explain that she could accurately make the only two male protagonists in the book fall in love with her? Zhu, stop the psychics from leaving immediately. Okay, young master. Nangong Zhu ran out quickly, contacted the psychics that could be used, and got ready. A few minutes later, all the high-level psychics in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter were summoned. Nangong Yuren personally led the team and followed this group of psychics to the nursing home that Qianming mentioned. Nangong Zhu opened the electronic map on the plane. Miss Qian, which nursing home are you talking about? There are a total of 20 nursing homes built on the mountain in Linwan Shelter, and 5 of them are still habitable. Qianming had already known the full names of the nursing homes through her subordinates. She pointed to the westernmost nursing home on the electronic map. After confirming the destination, the helicopter immediately flew towards the nursing home, in order to prevent Xiaojio's special ability. This time, Nangong Yuren borrowed a magnetic field device that can temporarily block the superpowers of superpowers. 10 minutes later, the helicopter arrived at the gate of the nursing home at full speed. Qianming saw the black RV at the gate of the nursing home. A pair of superpowers on the plane jumped off the plane and explored around. After a while, they came to Nangong Yuren and asked him to get out of the car. Master Nangong, this RV belongs to my Qian family. Can I ask someone to drive the RV back later? Yes. Nangong Yuren had no interest in RVs. There was a huge word Qian engraved on the car. He recognized it at a glance. This was the Qian family's special RV for superpowers. It was an extremely cold RV that the Qian family applied for modification with Mount Everest. Thank you, Master. Nangong Yuren frowned when he heard Qianming's reply in a flattering tone. This eldest lady of the Qian family always gave him an illusion that he couldn't see through it. Although other families often flattered him, they didn't have such perseverance. It was just because of the special relationship between their family and the leader that they were a little respectful to them. The Qian family. Or what exactly does Qianming want from him? Nangong Yuren turned his eyes away from Qianming. Master, there is no one in the nursing home. After our investigation, we found that there were traces of people living nearby. Over there is a small makeshift kitchen. Nangong Yuren had already expected that he would be disappointed this time. Lu Lulu and Xiaojio were together. They had a lot of high-tech equipment on them, which could detect their traces and leave quickly, which was completely within his expectations. You wait here. I'll look around. Okay, Master. After visiting Xiaojio's makeshift small kitchen, Nangong Yuren took out his mobile phone to take a photo, and then told the people around him to leave by helicopter. Qianming's eyes rolled around, and he explained in a low voice, Master, I heard from my subordinates that they had seen Miss Lu and the supernatural people around her here. I know. I don't blame you this time. If you find any traces of Lu Lulu and others in the future, you should report to me first. And there is no need to send people to alert them. Qianming saw that Nangong Yuren did not vent his anger on her, and he breathed a sigh of relief silently. A group of people came and left in a hurry. On a mountainside separated by several mountains, Lu Lulu and Xiaojio retracted their eyes from the scene where Nangong Yuren and others left. It is indeed the Nangong family, and the eldest daughter of the Qian family. Qianming, Lu Lulu whispered to Xiaojio. She remembered very clearly that it was this Qian family who wanted to kill her. She really couldn't understand. She didn't offend the other party at all. Right? Lu. Let's not go out in the near future. Wait another 3 months. I will take you back to the Sky City. Yes. Lu Lulu told Xiao Wu beside him. Did you hear me? Did you see the group of people just now? Once we are seen by people outside, someone will come to catch us immediately. Xiao Wu certainly saw the screen on the computer just now. There are so many high-level superpowers. They definitely can't beat so many superpowers. Mom, I know. I won't run around anymore in the future. Lu Lulu said to Wang Wu standing aside. You too. Don't go anywhere in the near 3 months. Okay, Master. Wang Wu couldn't ask for it. Sister Yaya is pregnant now. He just wants to be with Sister Yaya every day. Serve them and take care of their pregnancy. And give birth to a few big fat children for him to play with. After Lu told the people around him a few words, he took out his mobile phone to contact Zhang Lang and told him not to come back for the next few months. Chapter 435. The due date has arrived. If he and Bai Jia are targeted by someone, and they are found by the clues, it will be terrible. Honey! Who is it? Bai Jia saw Zhang Lang holding his mobile phone and replying to the message very seriously, and curiously approached him to ask, Miss Lu. Is it Miss Lu? Say hello to her for me. Yes. Zhang Lang quickly typed a reply. Bai Jia stretched out her snow-white and slender hands, hugged Zhang Lang's thick arms, and tilted her head to look at him as he replied to the message. Okay. Miss Lu, let us stay at ease. Miss Lu. You are so good to us. Bai Jia recently learned from Zhang Lang that he is actually Miss Lu's bodyguard. This time Zhang Lang was able to come out because Miss Lu gave him a long vacation. Honey, I stewed wolfberry bullwhip soup for you. Would you like to drink some? Zhang Lang looked away from the phone and turned to look at Bai Jia's fair and delicate face. When did you stew this? Bai Jia said softly, I went to the supermarket today and found some bullwhips. I thought you've been consuming a lot recently, so I wanted to replenish you. Forget it this time. Don't stew these tonic soups for me next time. You know my strength. Bai Jia looked at Zhang Lang's eyes, which could not distinguish between sadness and joy, and her heart was in a panic. She knew his strength. She had always heard from her agent that many male stars in the entertainment industry were just silver-plated guns with nothing but appearance. Although they look good, in fact, their male functions are very, in short, not very good. Her agent would often talk to her about some gossip in the entertainment industry. She had imagined before that Zhang Lang's ability might be good enough to pass. Unexpectedly, it was beyond her expectations. Zhang Lang's ability in terms of men and women is definitely outstanding. Although Zhang Lang is her first man, she can also sense his strength from so many years of lingering. Go and get it for me to drink. Since you took the trouble to cook it, things can't be wasted. Bai Jia said him softly, trotted to the place where the stew pot was placed, carefully poured out the wolfberry bullwhip soup, put it in a bowl, and handed it to Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang rubbed his sore kidneys, and pretended to be indifferent when Bai Jia looked back. In recent days, he and Bai Jia have been working day and night, and they have indeed lost a lot. But this kind of thing can't let her see it. I don't know if the wolfberry bullwhip soup can have any effect. Zhang Lang took the wolfberry bullwhip soup, blew it to his mouth, waited for the temperature to drop a little, and drank it all. After drinking it, he instantly felt a surge of evil fire in his lower abdomen. This thing, I'm afraid it's not for nourishing the body, but for strengthening the yang. Bai Jia looked at Zhang Lang blankly. How does it taste? Not bad. Zhang Lang responded with an excuse to go to the bathroom to take a shower, and got up and left. Bai Jia often looked at him with her shining pure eyes. In addition, he had just drunk the aphrodisiac soup. If he continued to stay, he was afraid that something bad would happen again. High lawn country. The sun and the moon alternate, and the stars move. 2 months later, the extremely cold temperature dropped to minus 120 degrees. It's not far from the minus 130 degrees that Xiao Jiao said. Lu leaned on the lazy sofa and looked up at the time. October 10th, 8:30 in the morning. Ever since the last time the nursing home was tracked, they have been living in an unknown mountainside. Even the RV has invisible buttons installed to prevent any new detection equipment from being developed and detecting their traces. 2 months of closed doors have given them a rare leisure time. During this period, Xiao Wu did not clamor to go out to play, but completed his junior high school studies with the help of the 2 Yuliang sisters and the childcare robot exchanged by Xiao Jiao. Mom, how long will it take before I can go out to play? 1 month. Be good. If you want to play, go to the space. There are amusement facilities built by your father. Not fun. Then go grab dolls. Don't you like grabbing dolls the most? Claw machines are all IQ taxes. You can test the tightness of the claws and the probability of grabbing dolls. Lu didn't know how to coax Xiao Wu. In the past 2 months, Xiao Wu, who has ADHD, has been very restless. She discovered the game facilities in the space, such as claw machines, coin pushers, game motorcycles, and other amusement facilities. Xiao Wu was very interested in these at first, and often clamored to play. She tempted Xiao Wu with academics. And every time he finished his homework, he could play the game machine for a while. 2 months later, after many experiences, Xiao Wu unexpectedly discovered the secrets of the claw machine and coin pusher. The claw machine was set by Xiao Jiao, so that you have to grab it 40 times to catch a doll. And the claws will be strong. There is a certain small probability that the doll can be shaken out in advance by chance through the claw swinging technique. Xiao Wu was having a lot of fun. She was also happy to be free. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, Xiao Wu discovered the secret of the claw machine. The same is true for the coin pusher. Of the 100 coins, 60 can be left the first time. The second time, 60 can only be left. The last time, 10 are left. If you put it in again, there will be no coins left. These entertainment facilities are essentially the products of commercial social capital. Capital will definitely not make a loss. It will only allow those who want to gamble their luck to get a little bit of profit, while they themselves will make a steady profit. Mom, take me out to play. Just once. Okay. I haven't gone fishing or skating for 2 months. Xiao Wu cried and ran to Lulu, holding her arms with her 2 small hands. Lulu had to look away from the tablet. She looked around, looking for Xiao Jiao. Baby, your mother is pregnant with your younger brother and sister. Come here. Dad will play with you. Xiao Jiao walked into the RV with the stewed tonic soup. He put the tonic soup on the dining table and picked up the irritated Xiao Wu. Lulu, my son has been very well behaved recently. I will take him to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to play for a while. If I remember correctly, Miss Jiang is about to give birth. Didn't you promise her to visit? Mom, just this once. I will be good and not run around. Lulu's eyes swept back and forth between Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu's pleading faces. She remembered that Jiang Yi did send her a message the day before yesterday, saying that the due date was in the next week. At Lin Fei's suggestion, Jiang Yi decided to let nature take its course and give birth naturally. If there was no sign of the baby moving within a week, she would choose a cesarean section. Looking at this day, it is indeed necessary to go to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Lulu stood up slowly. Just this once. After you come back, you wait obediently for your father to take you back to the Sky City. Yes, I will be obedient. Let's go. No hurry. My wife. Drink the tonic soup first. Chapter 436 in Surgery. Lulu frowned as she looked at the tonic soup on the table. During this period, Xiao Jiao changed the way of cooking every day and cooked soup for her according to the scientific recipe for nourishing the fetus. With this careful feeding, she gained another 3 pounds. Oh, bear with it. Wait until the child is born before losing weight. She only planned to have another child this time in her life. Lulu drank the tonic soup on the table with tears in her eyes. The family packed up the RV and daily necessities on the mountainside, boarded the invisible plane, and headed to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. The silver-white invisible plane landed on a large square. Lulu and his group wore thick clothes and invisible badges and entered the apartment building where Jiang Yi, Yan Feiyu and others lived. Xiao Jiao found the house number and knocked on the door. No one in the house opened the door, and he confirmed the digital sign on the door again to confirm that he had not gone to the wrong place. Wait a minute. I'll call Feiyu, Xiao Jiao said to Lulu softly to comfort him, and took out his mobile phone to contact Yan Feiyu. Beep. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. Lulu looked at Xiao Jiao for a long time and couldn't get in touch with him, and was very anxious. She took out her mobile phone and contacted Xiao Jiao separately. Beep beep. Lulu called Jiang Yi's green bubble voice. This time, they didn't wait long, and the call was connected soon. However, it was Yan Feiyu's voice that came from the phone. Sister-in-law, we are at the door. Open the door first. When Lulu saw the call was connected, his expression relaxed a lot. We are not at home. He felt uncomfortable in her stomach just now, and has been sent to Lin Fei's house. Ah? How is she now? He just entered the operating room. I am outside the operating room now. I don't know the specific situation. Sister-in-law, you and brother Jiao go to my house and sit for a while. I will notify you as soon as he gives birth. The room code is 654. Feiyu, did she take the vitality water I gave you? Lulu knew that women often have emergencies when giving birth. When she was giving birth, She was sent to the hospital because of bleeding. She didn't give birth for a day and a night. Finally, she was given an oxytocin injection to induce labor. But after a day of induced labor, the baby still didn't come out. The doctor said that the baby changed from head position to breech position by itself. There was no hope for natural birth, and only cesarean section was available. Luckily, the cesarean section surgery in the hospital was very advanced, and her surgery went smoothly. Just in case, she gave Jiangyi a small bottle of Vitality water early, hoping that if she encountered an emergency during childbirth, the Vitality water could help her. It would be best if the wound from the operation could be healed with Vitality water right after the baby was taken out. She wore it. I emphasized this to Lin Fei when she entered the operating room. That's good. Lu Lulu and Yin Feiyu chatted quietly for a few words, entered the password of the door lock, and entered the room with Xiao Jiao and others. Wang Wu and the twin sisters followed quietly behind. As soon as they entered the room, Lu Lulu didn't need to say anything. Wang Wu turned on the heater in the room quickly. A few minutes later, the temperature in the whole living room slowly rose, and Lu Lulu and others also took off their thick down jackets for extreme cold, wearing only flexible sweaters and sweatpants. Xiao Jiao put Xiao Wu down and let him move freely. He took out the tools for making tea around the stove and heated up the bird's nest and wolfberry porridge for Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu couldn't help feeling sick when she saw the bird's nest porridge in front of her. Xiao Jiao, I don't want to eat bird's nest anymore. I almost vomited after eating it for the past 2 months. Wang Wu heard this and rushed over immediately. Master, if you don't want to eat it, can you give it to me? Lu Lulu turned her head and glanced at the twin sisters sitting on the other side of the sofa. Okay. Xiao Jiao saw that Lu Lulu was very resistant and didn't continue to persuade her. When she came, she had already eaten a bowl. Eating too much tonic would become a burden on the body. Xiao Jiao poured out the remaining bird's nest porridge and handed it to Wang Wu. Wang Wu borrowed flowers to offer Buddha, holding the bird's nest and wolfberry porridge, and handed it to the twin sisters. The 2 sisters are now pregnant. Due to Wang Wu's feeding, they have already advanced to the level of high-level zombies. Their bodies are now half-human, so they can eat some human food to satisfy their cravings. Bird's nest and wolfberry porridge. This was a luxury product before the end of the world. The 2 sisters held the disposable bowls of bird's nest porridge and tasted it happily with a spoon, although they didn't know whether these human foods had a blessing effect on the half-human body. Fortunately, the bird's nest tasted pretty good, and they were very satisfied with it. Don't want to eat bird's nest. I'll stew white fungus for you, as long as it's not bird's nest. I want to vomit when I smell the smell of bird's nest now. Okay, we won't eat bird's nest in the future. Are you hungry now? What do you want to eat? Make me a cup of milk tea, Lu Lulu said slowly. Recently, her appetite has been growing. This time, her appetite is several times bigger than when she was pregnant with Xiao Wu. The childcare robot that Xiao Jiao exchanged for gold has a built-in scanning function. After the robot's detection, it was found that she had 3 fetuses in her belly. Maybe her appetite has increased because she is pregnant with triplets this time? Lu Lulu was not sure, so she could only send Xiao Jiao to make milk tea for her. Xiao Jiao used the milk that Lu Lulu brought out, as well as the black tea that is milder for pregnant women, and Xiao Jiao's homemade black sugar pearls. A cup of milk tea is much healthier than the additive milk tea she has stored in her space. Lu Lulu smelled the sweet aroma of milk tea, and her nervous mood was relieved. Xiao Wu and Kong Kong on the side also came over. Dad, I want to drink it too. I want to drink 500 milliliters. Boss, I want it too. I want it too. Kong Kong hugged Xiao Jiao's thigh and shouted anxiously. Don't worry. Everyone will have a share. Xiao Jiao sat next to Lu Lulu, picked up the tweezers beside him, and made milk tea according to the steps. Xiao Wu stood on the sofa, staring at Xiao Jiao's movements, silently memorizing the steps of making milk tea. After a while, the milk tea was ready, and Lu Lulu and the others were each given a large cup. Even Wang Wu and the twin sisters were given a cup of warm brown sugar pearl milk tea. The family gathered around the table, drinking milk tea while playing with their mobile phones. More than an hour passed. Lu Lulu still didn't receive a message from Yin Feiyu, so she sent a message to Jiangyi's mobile phone to ask. Yin Feiyu stood at the door of the operating room, walking back and forth constantly. When he received the message, he could only let Lu Lulu and others wait at home temporarily. Lulu remembered that she had an operation at that time. And the time was very fast. But the suture after the operation took a long time. He had just entered the operating room not long ago. So it shouldn't be that fast. Chapter 437 Impossible. A few hours later. Lulu took out several lunch boxes with 4 dishes and 1 soup and gave them to Xiaojiu, Xiaowu, and Kong Kong as lunch for today. They had just finished lunch when Xiaojiu's cell phone rang. Hello, Feiyu. You gave birth to 4? That's good. What? Are you talking about Miss Jiang? When Lulu heard Xiaojiu talking about Jiangyi, he immediately put down the milk tea in his hand and looked up at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu's expression became complicated. When he hung up the phone and met Lulu's inquiring eyes, his eyes looked even more strange. What's wrong? Lulu noticed something was wrong and asked immediately. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaojiu slowly walked to Lulu. Ms. Jiang gave birth to 4 children by cesarean section. This is a good thing. When will he come back? She can't come back. What do you mean by can't come back? Tell me clearly. Lulu's tone was very urgent. He stood up and pulled Xiaojiu's collar to ask. Ms. Jiang was infected with the mutated zombie virus after the operation. The treatment was ineffective. She died. How is it possible? I gave you a bottle of vitality water. She definitely couldn't be infected with the virus. You said at the time that Lin Fei is a surgical expert, and the success rate of the operation is 100%. How could it fail? Lulu couldn't believe that all this was true. Before she left, he sent her a message saying that she felt very good. Specifically, I don't know. Xiaojiu stretched out his broad hand and gently touched Lulu's black hair. Lulu, don't worry. How can I not be anxious? He is my best friend. Take me to Lin Fei's house. I'm going to see Yi now. Lulu didn't believe it. In order to prevent accidents, she had made all preparations. Why did Jiangyi die? Everything just now must be an auditory hallucination. Xiaojiu saw Lulu's anxious face and comforted her. Feiyu just sent a message. He is on his way back. How long will it take? 10 minutes. Xiaojiu estimated a time. Lulu was anxiously walking back and forth in the living room. When she was anxious or stressed, she would stand up and pace around the living room. Fortunately, Yan Feiyu didn't let her wait for long. 10 minutes later, Yan Feiyu really came back. He was followed by Lin Fei, who was wearing a thick down jacket, and 4 superpowers from the superpower team. Each superpower held a tightly wrapped baby in his arms. Lin Fei and Yan Feiyu carried a mobile stretcher and entered the room. Lulu rushed over as soon as she saw the stretcher. The stretcher was covered with a pure white sheet. You could vaguely see a person lying under the white sheet. Brother Yan, where is he? Lulu's lips trembled as she asked Yan Feiyu, who put down the stretcher. Softly, she didn't believe that Jiangyi would die from childbirth. Yan Feiyu's face was sad. He held back his sadness and lifted the snow-white sheet covering the stretcher. Lulu looked along the sheet and saw Jiangyi's familiar and pale face. She hurried forward and reached out to push Jiangyi. Don't sleep. Wake up quickly. Have you forgotten what you told me? Our children will be engaged as children. And when they grow up, they will become in-laws, making the relationship even closer. Your baby is still young. They all need you, Lulu said, grabbing Jiangyi's icy hand and holding it tightly. Yan Feiyu and Lin Fei stood aside, silent for a long time. Wang Wu saw Lulu's red eyes and whispered, Master, Miss Jiang has died a long time ago. You should mourn. Lulu never dared to write the letter. She suddenly stood up, rushed to Yan Feiyu, and asked sternly, What happened? It was fine a few hours ago. Why is it like this? Yan Feiyu seemed to be unable to hear her question. He silently took the baby who had just drunk milk powder and fell asleep from the arms of the superpower team members, and put it in the crib prepared by Jiangyi in advance according to the order. Lin Fei, who was standing aside, took off his extremely cold down jacket at this time, revealing the spotless white coat inside. Sister-in-law, as you can see, Miss Jiang was infected with the mutated zombie virus after the operation. Unfortunately, she is an ordinary person, and because she had just given birth, she was weak and could not survive. Where is the vitality water? Why did she get infected with the virus even with the vitality water? Why did the virus appear in your operating room? Lin Fei sighed. The virus has mutated. You will know if you go to the balcony and take a look. After listening to Lin Fei's explanation, Lulu could not accept it at all. She rushed to the balcony and saw heavy snow outside. Lulu reached out to take it. As soon as she reached out her hand, she felt the snow on her hand turned into black snowflakes the size of coins. When these flakes fell on her hands, she felt a burning sensation in her hands instantly. What is going on with these black snowflakes? Sister-in-law. These black snowflakes are mixed with mutated zombie viruses. If you are not a superpower who has awakened superpowers, you will be infected once you are exposed to black snowflakes. Not to mention newborns. In order to keep her children alive, Miss Jiang gave her newborn children the vitality water to detoxify. These viruses, if I guess correctly, have invaded the entire Hailan country. Our people don't know the specific transmission route now. But according to the situation at the beginning of the outbreak of the apocalypse, when people were first infected with the zombie virus, and the source of the virus has not been found until now, the characteristics of these viruses are pervasive. After listening to Lin Fei's explanation, Lulu saw Jiang Yi's cold body and fell into a complex confusion and self-blame. If she had given more vitality water, would it be enough to save the 4 children and Yi? If she could come earlier and follow Jiang Yi into the operating room, would she be able to take out the vitality water in time and save her as well? Or, people who were supposed to be taken away by the King of Hell at the beginning of the end of the world, still can't escape the harvest of fate? Lin Fei knew that it would take some time for Lulu to accept the facts. He raised his voice and reminded everyone in the room, most of the people in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter are ordinary people, and many of them have been infected with the mutated zombie virus through some unknown channels. According to my speculation, most of the ordinary people infected with the virus will die within a minute. Maybe a very small number of people have awakened their superpowers. Just in case, those of us who have awakened superpowers cannot take it lightly. Sister-in-law, Brother Jiao, Feiyu, you must not go out during this period. As Lin Fei was talking, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chapter 438 Shocking Change 1. Lin Fei turned on the hands-free function of his mobile phone in front of everyone. Professor Lin, it's an emergency. The leader has ordered you to return to Mount Everest as soon as possible. There is a scientific research team on Mount Everest. Does it have to be me? The leader has issued an order. All medical researchers must rush to the Mount Everest laboratory immediately after receiving the notice. No matter what they are doing. Lin Fei frowned and slowly said, I know. Xiao Jiao waited for him to hang up the phone, picked up the down jacket beside him, and handed it to him. Go quickly. Brother Jiao, Feiyu, please help to look after him and give him more guidance. Yes. Lin Fei put on his extreme cold down jacket and hurriedly left the room. After he left, Xiao Jiao immediately exchanged for an intelligent robot. Yin Feiyu walked to Lulu and picked up Jiang Yi's body. Sister-in-law, he asked me to tell you something. She told you not to cry, and that we would be friends in the next life. Why is she so stupid? She didn't even want to live for a few children. It would be better to save one less of these children and save her. Silly bee. I gave you the vitality water so that you can save yourself. If you lose your child, we can use science to regenerate it. Yin Feiyu saw Lulu crying and yelling at Jiang Yi's body, and he held back his sadness and explained. Lin Fei used half a bottle of vitality water for Yi at first. Maybe because of the cesarean section. She was very weak, and the virus took advantage of the opportunity to enter and infect her internal organs. After a brief period of recovery, it spread again. At that time, Lin Fei found that the children also showed signs of infection. He chose to let Lin Fei use the remaining vitality water to save the children. After listening to Yin Feiyu's words, Lulu couldn't stop crying. Yin Feiyu looked sad. He raised his head slightly, hugged Jiang Yi's body, and entered the room. Xiao Jiao sensed the movements around him. He didn't care to comfort Lulu, who was in grief. Nor did he care to enter the room to heal Yin Feiyu. He kept his sanity, activated the newly exchanged robot, and issued instructions to the robot. Little Red Riding Hood, detect the surrounding environment. Xiao Jiao renamed the newly exchanged intelligent robot Little Red Riding Hood number 2. Little Red Riding Hood received. Testing is in progress. Please wait. Ding. After testing, an unknown virus substance was produced in the range centered on this, which can be transmitted through multiple media. Non-mutated superpowers, ordinary people, will have a 90% chance of being infected with the virus. Superpowers who have awakened superpowers have a certain probability of being infected by the virus again. If it is not necessary, it is not recommended to go out. After hearing the robot's report, Lulu took a deep breath and quietly walked to the sofa next to Xiao Jiao and sat down. Yi and Yin Feiyu have been living together, and she is willing to give birth to a child for him in the current environment. Given the deep affection between them, the saddest person at this moment should be Yin Feiyu. Lulu, as Lin Fei speculated, the virus has undergone a secondary mutation. A virus that can mutate again under more than 100 degrees below zero will be more terrifying than it is now once the climate warms up. Didn't you say that the construction of the Sky City will be completed soon? And we should be fine if we live in it by then? Xiao Jiao lowered his head and pondered for a few seconds before saying, "In my previous life, I didn't encounter a situation where the virus mutated again. After the extreme cold, almost all the zombies were wiped out by the authorities. But natural disasters occurred one after another. This time the virus mutated fiercely. I don't know why this happened." After listening to Xiao Jiao's words, Lulu met his deep gaze. A vague guess emerged in the eyes of both of them. Perhaps it was because of their rebirth that changed the original direction of things in the past. Even the Mount Everest shelter was built 3 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse. Now because of Xiao Jiao's rebirth, the authorities have built the Haishir shelter in advance. Do you think this virus mutation will be related to us? Not sure. In short, you don't have to worry. Miss Zhang's incident was an accident. You are still pregnant. Your health is important. Too much sadness will affect the baby in your belly. Xiao Jiao saw the sadness in Lu Lilio's almond eyes, and the red eyes showed everything. I'm fine. It happened too suddenly. I need time to ease and accept this reality. Lulu knew that she was not a fragile woman, especially after giving birth to Xiao Wu. She found that she rarely felt sad. Let's go. Let's go see Miss Zhang's child. Xiao Jiao helped Lulu to the crib that Jiang Yi prepared for her child before she died. Lulu looked at the 4 little babies in the crib, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Lulu, Feiyu is a rough man. These children, we can help look after the children, if Feiyu doesn't mind. Lulu said seriously. The children have just been born. I don't think Feiyu will want to leave them. I will exchange these children for 2 simulated childcare robots to help Feiyu. As for the food and diapers for these children, you ask the childcare robots to make a list, and I will take out all the supplies for the children until they are 3 years old. Lulu knew what Xiao Jiao wanted to say when he just opened his mouth. The time they spent together has made them have a tacit understanding. Sometimes, just a glance between each other can understand what the other wants to say and what they want to do. Okay. Xiao Jiao immediately took action and exchanged 2 professional childcare simulation robots with gold. In order to save gold, the children's robots exchanged this time also required less materials. Although these 2 robots are a little short, they have all the functions they need. After Xiao Jiao exchanged the robot and calculated the materials needed by the 4 children, Lulu took the exchange slip, took out the materials needed by the children from the space, and put them in the dimensional space ring worn by the childcare robot. She had already made an agreement with Jiang Yi that these children, the child in her belly, and Xiao Wu, just matched with these children. If the children grow up and are willing, they will become husband and wife. If there is no fate of husband and wife, then they will be best friends. After a while, Xiao Jiao and Lulu arranged the affairs of the 4 children. 2 childcare robots are responsible for taking care of the children. Robots do not need to rest. As long as they have enough gold, they can work 24 hours a day. These robots have a service life of 10 years when they are exchanged. Lulu and Xiao Jiao arranged the children's affairs in the living room and waited for a while. Yin Feiyu walked out of the room slowly. Chapter 439 Shocking Change 2. Lulu and Xiao Jiao looked up and saw the suppressed grief on his face. Yin Feiyu sat down on the sofa opposite Lulu and Xiao Jiao, and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Jiao, sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I made you worry." "It's okay." Lulu suppressed the sadness in his heart and replied. Xiao Jiao's mood did not fluctuate because of Jiang Yi's accidental death. He told Yin Feiyu about the arrangement he had just made with Lulu. Yin Feiyu was very moved. "Brother Jiao, I really don't know how to repay you and sister-in-law's kindness. We are brothers. There is no need to say more words of gratitude. The most important thing now is to take good care of these 4 children. You contact the 60 superpowers and asked them to gather here immediately. Brother Jiao, are you calling them to go on a mission? Yan Feiyu was immediately diverted by Xiao Jiao's instructions, and his mood improved a little. It's not convenient for you to continue leading the team in your current state. I plan to take my brothers to the vicinity of the Sky City in advance, and find a secret place to live in seclusion. What about me? Brother Jiao, are you going to leave me here alone? Feiyu, you stay and take good care of the children. Why? Brother Jiao, I want to leave with you. Feiyu, the place where my brothers and I are going is located in the wilderness, and the environment is harsh. The virus is mutating now. The environment in the shelter will be much better than in the wilderness. It is relatively safe for you and the children to stay here. What's more, the higher-ups have been sending people to arrest me and Lulu. It's dangerous for you to follow us. Yan Feiyu understood instantly. His eyes swept over the faces of the children in the stroller. And then he said, Brother Jiao, I'm not afraid. Don't worry about getting me in trouble. Wherever you go, wherever the brothers go, I'll go there. After a short silence, Xiao Jiao agreed to let Yan Feiyu leave the Little Red Riding Hood shelter with him. Yan Feiyu put away his sadness and contacted the 60 high-level psychics who had been fighting side by side with him and Xiao Jiao to gather. After Lulu and Yan Feiyu briefly explained, they entered the room and put Jiang Yi's body in the fresh-keeping area of the space. The fresh-keeping area of the space is always fresh. Putting Yi's body in it temporarily can ensure that her body will never decay. When we find an opportunity, we will find a treasure land with birds singing and flowers blooming, and then bury Jiang Yi's body. Lulu put Jiang Yi away and returned to the living room. They waited for a while, and the 60 psychics surrounded the living room. Captain, I found a girlfriend in the shelter. Can she leave with us? In the team. A member of the superpower team asked Xiao Jiao. Where is she? In the apartment where I live. I am not sure if I can take her with me, so I have not told her that I am leaving here for the time being. Xiao Jiao thought for a while and asked the people in the crowded hall, what about you? Do you have relatives to take with you? As Xiao Jiao asked. There were 20 superpowers in the team, and they all raised their hands. I will give you half an hour to bring the people you want to take with you. Everyone gather on the rooftop of this apartment. When the team members heard that they could bring their friends with them, they immediately set off. Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu took the other members of the psychic team and took the elevator first, then went up a flight of stairs and came to the rooftop. It is expected that there will be about 100 people leaving this time. Xiao Jiao used the gold collected in the system these days to upgrade the airplane model he exchanged. The upgraded airplane can accommodate 150 people. Yan Feiyu and the 40 psychics of the team entered the plane first, fastened their seat belts and sat down. Jiang Yi's newly born child, as well as Xiao Wu and Kong Kong, were taken back by Lulu to play in the bamboo house in the space in advance. In the space, there are 2 childcare robots exchanged by Kong Kong and Xiao Jiao to take care of the children, so they will be safe inside. After Lulu got on the plane, he found a few empty seats in the front row that they had reserved and sat down. Half an hour later, the 20 members of the psychic team who left to find their friends brought 1 to 3 people each. Among them, there are men, women, young and old. The original parents and families of these psychics have long passed away. The people they brought with them should be distant relatives or friends they met in the shelter. Lulu noticed that one of them was helping a young pregnant woman to get on the plane. Judging from their intimacy, the baby in the pregnant woman's belly should be his. She didn't think much about the people in Xiao Jiao's team bringing their friends up. According to Xiao Jiao, after the establishment of the Sky City, many people with superpowers will be absorbed into it. These people are more reliable than those completely strangers outside. Soon, the team was assembled. After confirming that everyone was present, Xiao Jiao sat in the driver's seat and instructed the intelligent AI to fly the plane to the air raid shelter near the Sky City. This air raid shelter was the location he had confirmed after contacting his sister Xiao Yao in advance. In the air raid shelter, Xiao Yao had arranged for robots to build a temporary shelter underground. This shelter can accommodate 1,000 people living at the same time. The water and electricity network system inside is all controlled by intelligent robots, and the equipment is very complete. Xiao Jiao silently thought about the plan for the next few months. The silver plane slowly drove in the sky of 10,000 meters, with black snowflakes all over the sky. Not long after they left, inside the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, the first group of mutants infected with the mutant virus bled all over and died in the apartment where they lived. Inside the shelter, the alarm was raised immediately. On this day, the entire Little Red Riding Hood shelter was in panic. All ordinary people were arranged to be quarantined at home. This quarantine lasted for a whole week. A week later, the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, which originally had more than 3 million people, now has less than 300,000 people left. Most of these 300,000 people were low-level psychics, who had worked hard before and exchanged gold for crystal cores and vending machines and awakened their superpowers. A small number of people were originally psychics, but they stayed because their families were here. Because of their low-level psychics, they successfully survived the poisoning of the mutant virus. Although they survived, they were also infected with complications brought by the virus. Everyone felt unbearable pain as if they were run over by wheels. And they coughed non-stop. And many people even coughed up blood. Another week later, when you received news from above that the scientific researchers on Mount Everest had developed a vaccine against the virus. In the central office of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, a young girl next to Sue when you shouted arrogantly, "Joe Ening, go and supervise the vaccination of the people under the young master." Chapter 440 Deployment. Okay. Joe Ening tried her best to restrain her inner command, responded with a weak voice, and walked out. She had only taken 2 steps. The 8 girls behind her flirted with Sue when you in the office. Joe Ening seemed to ignore it. If what Brother Joe told her was true, Sue Wenyu was now infected with HIV. It was a great thing for her to be sent to supervise the vaccination of the surviving superpowers. Every minute she spent with Sue Wenyu and others, she would worry about being infected. Fortunately, this disease is only transmitted through blood and sexual behavior. As long as she didn't have sex with Sue Wenyu, she could protect herself. After Joe Ening left, she posted a message on the only official forum of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to notify the superpowers in home quarantine to go to the central shelter for vaccination. People living in several universities around the central university town packed up their things and went to the central shelter. Due to the sudden decrease in the number of people in the shelter, they received a notice that they plan to relocate all the staff to the university town where the central shelter is located. The central shelter, which had been immersed for more than half a month, was very lively because more and more people were vaccinated. Joe Ening was guarding the vaccination site, and the management staff vaccinated the survivors inside the shelter. On the other side of Mount Everest, it is an endless blue sea. Looking up from the coastline, you can see Mount Everest and countless endless alpine forests nearby. This is near the border line. Beyond the border line is the beautiful country bordering the blue ocean country. The air raid shelter where Lulu and others live is in a cave near the border between Highland Country and the United States. This was originally the residence of Highland Country border personnel. Xiao Yao mobilized robots to transform this place, making it a temporary shelter. Since the last virus outbreak, all members of Lulu have temporarily settled here. Inside the air raid shelter, Lulu and others gathered in the huge conference room. How is it? Can you receive the signal? Xiao Jiu shook his head. There is a signal blocking jammer on Mount Everest. What should we do next? Wait. In 2 months, the construction of the Sky City will be completed. At that time, I will sell tickets for the Sky City in the self-service vending machine, and equip it with corresponding robots and airplanes. Those who get the quota can take a plane to enter the Sky City and become residents of the Sky City. Lulu frowned and asked, "Aren't you worried that official people will sneak in and destroy the Sky City?" Xiao Jiu smiled slightly. With their strength, they can't do it at present. A protection system is installed in the Sky City. Once someone sabotages it, they will be taken away by the robot and thrown out of the Sky City. And this person will never be allowed to enter again, Xiao Jiu said, and took out a box of white wing stickers out of thin air. You stick the identity authentication stickers on your skin. As his voice fell, Yan Feiyu distributed the wing stickers to the 60 psychics in the team and their relatives and families. These relatives have been tested during this period of time, and all of them have been given a zombie crystal core, awakening to become low-level psychics. Xiao Jiu watched everyone complete the identity authentication silently, then turned on the projector and explained the subsequent operation and management of the empty city to everyone one by one. The operation of the empty city requires a large number of managers. You are all brothers who have followed me through life and death. Now, I will explain the next deployment of the empty city to you in detail. All the superpowers in the conference room looked at Xiao Jiu intently. Since they had seen Xiao Jiao's various methods, they had been completely convinced by him. They had no doubts about what Xiao Jio said. No one would not be moved to be able to manage a city with Xiao Jio and become the one in power. They were the first batch of founding elders, and it was very exciting to think about it. Even their relatives and friends around them had a look of yearning in their eyes. Xiao Jio glanced at everyone and began to explain the next deployment of the empty city. You can choose any of the following management positions. Logistics Department. Raise your hands if you are interested. Captain. I'll do it. I want to manage the Logistics Department. A superpower immediately raised his hand and said confidently, Wait a minute. Feiyu. You come to count the registration personnel allocation. Got it. Yan Feiyu stretched out his hands and typed on his notebook. After a while, he registered the personnel who were interested in managing the Logistics Department in the form. Next is the Security Department. Lu Lulu sat quietly aside, waiting for Xiao Jio to arrange the work allocation for the people in the team. She was not very interested in these things. As long as she could be with her son, eat well, dress warmly, and have fun every day, she didn't care much about other things. Because she was pregnant, Xiao Jio didn't let her work too hard. Just let her quietly attend the meeting with him. Wait until all personnel assignments are completed. An hour passed in a flash. Xiao Jio glanced at the clock in the conference room. Disband? After that, he gently took Lu Liuliu's hand and helped her walk out of the conference room. Not long after they left, Yan Feiyu followed. The other members of the team left the conference room and went to the dining area of the air raid shelter. The restaurant inside the shelter serves breakfast, lunch and dinner with time restrictions. And the lunch time is from 12 noon to 2 p.m. At this time, it is dining time. The superpowers kept quiet and entered the restaurant to eat. Xiao Jio supported Lu Lulu and returned to a separate room inside the air raid shelter. Honey, are you tired? No. What do you want to eat? I'll go to the restaurant and pack you a portion. No. I'm not hungry yet. Lu Lulu half leaned on the sofa. The air here is not very good. I always feel stuffy. Then why don't you go back to the space to accompany the baby to rest? What about you? Just received news that an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft discovered a gold mine in the neighboring United States. I plan to wait for the psychics in the team to finish lunch and organize them to go to the United States to mine. If we can get the gold mine in the United States, the City of Sky will be opened immediately. I'll let Kong Kong go with you. Okay. If you encounter a danger that cannot be solved, you will teleport back with Kong Kong immediately. Okay. Lu Lulu connected the space and called out Kong Kong, who was lying on the recliner eating fruit. Master. What's wrong? You follow him to the beautiful country. Okay. After Lu Lulu finished his instructions to Kong Kong, he stood up, walked to Xiao Jio, and gently hugged his waist. I have already lost Yi. I don't want to lose you again no matter what. Chapter 441 Mine. Remember, no matter what happens when you go to the gold mine this time, I hope you can survive first. I don't care about other people. Silly. There will be no accidents. Don't think too much. Wait for me at home with the children. Xiao Jio habitually reached out and touched Lu Liuliu's shoulder-length hair. After a simple hug, the two gently separated. Let's go. Kong Kong. Xiao Jio waved to Kong Kong. Kong Kong turned over and jumped on Xiao Jio's shoulder to sit down. As the door was closed, Lu Lulu was stunned for a moment, shook her head, and temporarily suppressed her worries and sensitivity in her heart. She flashed into the bamboo house in the space and played with the 4 children born to Xiao Wu and Jiangyi. The 4 children have a childcare robot to feed, change diapers and bathe them at regular times. So she basically doesn't have to do anything. Every day, she only needs to take the children to lie outside the bamboo house, bask in the sun, and eat delicious food. The air raid shelter is located at the bottom. Although there is a fresh air system, the air still makes people feel stuffy. Since she came to the air raid shelter, she has spent the longest time in the space every day. She had confessed to Xiao Jio about the space some time ago. For the sake of the children, she did not hide it from Yan Feiyu. Last time she left the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, she simply told Yan Feiyu that the space could be entered temporarily, and did not reveal more details. As for the other psychics in the team, they are not very clear about her space being able to enter living bodies. Now almost everyone is at the level of high-level psychics. Among the people brought by the first batch of psychics in the team, one person has awakened the space-related psychic ability. A young pregnant woman who has awakened her superpowers is said to be able to grow crops in her space. And the environment of the space will always remain in a state suitable for the growth of crops. The crops growing in it will also shorten the growth time. In addition to crops, the space can also store some materials. But the space is only 5 cubic meters in size. And the materials that can be stored are not too many. Perhaps as the pregnant woman advances from a low level to a high level, the space will expand. Lulu did not ask more about the details. She naturally hopes that there will be more and more space-based superpowers like this. Once there are more and more space-based superpowers with various mutations, coupled with the dimensional space rings that everyone has, the space system will become less eye-catching, and even become a chicken rib-like existence. At that time, even if part of her space secrets are exposed, it will not cause her a great crisis and attention. Lulu looked up and stared at the blue sky in the space, then retracted her gaze, waved her hand, and took out a table of delicious food. Xiao Wu smelled the fragrance of the food and immediately flew to Lulu. Mom, I want to eat too. You can, but pay attention to dining etiquette. I'll wash my hands right away. Xiao Wu remembered the dining etiquette he had learned from his twin sisters, and immediately went to the stream to wash his dirty hands. Then he sat at the dining table, picked up disposable gloves and put them on, showing off the spicy crayfish on the table. Lulu didn't touch the crayfish on the table. She was pregnant now, and for safety reasons, she had been eating light food recently. On the table were half a pound of high-quality strawberries and cherries produced by the space, and a high-quality fried steak. Lulu picked up the knife and fork, cut the steak, and ate lunch slowly. Just after lunch, because of the influence of progesterone, she felt her eyelids fighting up and down like crazy. Xiao Wu, be good and go to the playground built by your father. I'll go into the house and sleep for a while. Okay. Xiao Wu wiped the food stains on his mouth, went to the stream to wash his hands, and ran to the children's playground built by Xiao Jiao to play. Lulu entered the bamboo house and slowly closed her eyes for a nap. With the blessing of space, she slept very peacefully. Canteen in the air raid shelter. The superpowers in the team finished their meals, and the button pagers on their chests lit up. Xiao Jiao's deep voice came out from the button pager. Everyone, target the Piliangwo gold mine. I'll give you all 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, gather at the air raid shelter stadium. Received. All the superpower members who received the task quickly left the restaurant. Some returned to their rooms to say a brief goodbye to their relatives and friends, while others hurried directly to the stadium. 10 minutes later, 60 high-level superpowers lined up in a neat and uniform team at the stadium on time. These 60 high-level superpowers formed a team of 10. A total of 6 teams. After Yin Feiyu called the roll, everyone lined up and came to the ground from the secret passage of the air raid shelter. A few minutes later, an invisible silver-white plane, carrying their team of superpowers, went to the Piliangwo gold mine next door. Xiao Jiao looked at the electronic map on the plane. Their current location was about an hour's flight away from the gold mine. The gold mine is in a mining area west of the United States. After detection by unmanned detection aircraft, due to the harsh environment caused by the end of the world and the second virus attack half a month ago, only 1 in 10 permanent residents of the United States survived. They had a total of 60 high-level psychics in this operation. It was not a big problem to capture an unattended gold mine. Ding. We have arrived near the destination. Do you want to choose a suitable place to land? Following the prompt of the aircraft's intelligent AI, Xiao Jiao immediately clicked the green consent button. Their team of psychics jumped off the plane one by one. The 6 teams just got off the plane and instantly felt a bone-piercing chill. Xiao Jiao also shivered involuntarily because of this chill. He picked up the extreme cold thermometer and detected the temperature near the gold mine in the United States, as low as -150 degrees Celsius. If it weren't for their team members holding an extreme cold warm clothing, plus the physical fitness of high-level psychics, just during the action, the exposed skin can be completely destroyed by the extremely cold temperature. Brother Jiao, the black mountain covered with black snow in front should be the location of the gold mine. Yin Feiyu stood next to Xiao Jiao and pointed to the towering mountain in the distance. Take 2 people and go to the vicinity to see if there is a path leading to the mine. Received. Yin Feiyu turned around and gestured to one of the 6 reconnaissance teams. The psychics in the team received the order and followed Yin Feiyu, quickly approaching the black snow mountain. Xiao Jiao and other high-level psychics waited in place and were on guard. About 15 minutes later, Yin Feiyu returned with the team. Brother Gio, there is a path on the left, and at the end of the path is a gold mine cave leading to the underground. Chapter 442. Lead the way. Xiao Jio stretched out his right hand and gestured to the left to move forward. A group of people walked lightly towards the mine. Xiao Jio and others walked along the frozen path covered with black snow, leaving a series of footprints on the black ice and snow. After the last member of the superpower team entered the abandoned mine, black goose feather snow fell all over the sky outside the gold mine mountain range. Yin Feiyu and a team of members of the terrain reconnaissance team, with strong searchlights on their heads, slowly moved towards the depths of the mine. Not long after they walked, they found the piles of white bones in the mine. The bones emitted a faint green light under the illumination of the searchlight. Chichichichi. Just as everyone continued to pass the bones of the miners and continued to move forward, they suddenly heard a strange sound in their ears. This sound is very similar to the cry of a chicken. Captain, why are there chickens crowing here? A team member walking behind Xiao Jio asked in confusion. Xiao Jio frowned, picked up the perspective detector, and explored the dark hole in front of him. When he turned on the detector and scanned the dark hole in front of him, he found nothing. Chijiji. Another sound similar to the cry of a chicken came. Be alert. Xiao Jio immediately gave orders to the psychics following behind him. The high-level psychics formed a triangle with each other and alerted to the side to prevent unknown dangers. Keep exploring forward. Xiao Jio gave orders to the people around him in a very low voice. Yin Feiyu and the team members walking in the front continued to go deeper into the dark mine. However, as they continued to move forward, the chi-chi-chi-chi sounds coming from nearby became clearer and denser. The psychics in the team became more careful. After everyone walked for a while, Xiao Jio found traces of life forms from the perspective detector. 500 meters ahead, there were golden energy fluctuations, accompanied by dense red dots. Feiyu, stop first. Yin Feiyu, who was walking in front, heard the order issued by Xiao Jio and signaled to the reconnaissance team. Yin Feiyu immediately turned around and walked to Xiao Jio. Brother Jio, what's wrong? A large number of life forms appeared in front. The chi-chi sounds just now should have come from life forms. Captain, leave it to us. The captain of a fire psychic team next to Xiao Jio was eager to show off and immediately said that he wanted to lead the charge. Be careful and put this on. Xiao Jio took off the detection glasses and handed them to the captain of the fire psychic team. The captain put on the detector and indeed saw traces of life forms. He confidently called the members of the team and quickly explored the front. A few minutes later, chichichichi. The huge shishi sound was very harsh and kept coming from the front. At the same time, a very bright red fire appeared in front. Chichichichi. Just as everyone was holding their breath, the shishi sound in front instantly approached the team of psychics on standby. Damn! What's rushing over? The high-level psychic at the front saw a group of black animals as big as wild boars rushing towards them, and immediately activated the ice power to kill the two wild boars in the lead. Freeze! Other psychics around him also used their powers to prevent the wild boars from approaching. Not long after, a smell of smoked meat suddenly appeared in the mine. A few minutes later, all the black wild boars that tried to escape from them were shot dead. Many wild boars were roasted by the fire psychics, emitting a strange meaty aroma. A high-level psychic dragged a wild boar that was shot dead to Xiao Jio. Captain, what kind of animal is this? With this size, it should be a wild boar? No. Wild boars don't make chirping sounds. Under the illumination of the searchlight, Xiao Jio recognized the identity of the animal in front of him at a glance. This is a mutant rat. Everyone be careful. Don't be bitten by mutant rats. After Xiao Jio finished speaking, he turned on the pager to remind the psychics, who were leading the front, to be careful. But just as he spoke, dense footsteps came from the front. Captain, it's bad. The captain of the fire-type superpower team carried a high-level superpower on his back and ran quickly towards Xiao Jio. In almost the blink of an eye, he put the team member on his back next to the mutant rat. Captain, Tian Kong was accidentally bitten by the mutant rat. Where was he bitten? The captain of the fire-type superpower team immediately lifted Tian Kang's sleeves, revealing his ink-black palm. Xiao Jio didn't say anything. He walked in front of Tian Kong, stretched out his hand, tore off the sleeves of Tian Kang's down jacket, and then took off the warm clothes that Tian Kong was wearing next to his body. Feiyu, turn on the constant temperature heater. Yan Feiyu immediately turned on the thermostatic heater and pointed the warm air outlet in the direction of Tian Kong. Xiao Jiao stared at Tian Kang's arm infected with rat poison. Under the attention of everyone, he took out a laser knife and whispered to Tian Kong, "Bear it." After that, Xiao Jiao did not hesitate, aimed at the part of Tian Kang's arm contaminated by rat poison, and cut it hard. Ah! Tian Kong was stimulated by the severe pain and wailed in pain. Xiao Jiao's knife cut off Tian Kang's black arm infected with rat poison. The laser gun in his hand emitted a fiery red light. Tian Kong was cut off by a knife. Due to the high temperature of the laser gun, the wound of the broken arm was centered and stopped bleeding in 1 second. The team members on the side were all terrified. None of them expected that being bitten by the mutant rat on the ground would cause such terrible consequences. If he was bitten on other parts of his body, wouldn't he just have to wait for death? Ice-type Psychic, release your powers to cool down his arm and reduce swelling. With Xiao Jiao's order, an Ice-type Psychic in the team woke up as if from a dream. He stretched out a hand, aimed at the neat incision on Tian Kang's arm, and released his powers. Under such torture, beads of sweat appeared on Tian Kang's forehead. He clenched his teeth and wailed in pain. Xiao Jiao put away the laser sword, squatted down, took out a bottle of 100 milliliters of diluted vitality water from the system, and fed it to Tian Kong, who was in great pain. Tian Kong closed his eyes and drank the diluted vitality water under Xiao Jiao's guidance. With the intervention of the vitality water, Tian Kong gradually felt that his arm was not so painful. Feiyu, put on warm clothes for him and arrange 2 people to guard him on the spot. Yan Feiyu nodded gently and put on constant temperature warm clothes for Tian Kong, who stopped wailing. With the help of the vitality water, Tian Kong gradually regained his sanity. He whispered to Yan Feiyu sadly, "Captain, my arm is gone." Chapter 443. Tian Kong, don't be depressed. Have a good rest. As for the arm, I will find a way to install a simulated prosthesis for you when we return to the base. When Tian Kong heard Xiao Jiao's voice and learned that there was still hope for his arm to improve, his sad face gradually calmed down. While Xiao Jiao was talking, Yan Feiyu quickly built a tent on the spot, and he moved the pale Tian Kong into the tent to rest. Xiao Jiao glanced at everyone and said seriously, "You all saw Tian Kang's situation. The mutant rat poison spreads very quickly. If any of you are bitten by the mutant rat, immediately cut off the bitten part with a knife." After Xiao Jiao finished speaking, everyone's face became more and more solemn. "Feiyu, you arrange 2 brothers to take care of Tian Kong on the spot, and the others will continue to explore with me. You too, step out." Yan Feiyu selected 2 high-level psychics, who were at the bottom of the training results from the fire team just now, to take care of Tian Kong. The fire-type superpower team just took the lead, and Tian Kong sacrificed an arm for it. For the sake of fairness, the fire-type team must be replaced in the next exploration phase, and the ice-type and water-type teams behind them must move forward. The captain of the fire-type superpower team returned the light detection glasses to Xiao Jiao, and he walked in the middle of the team with the remaining 6 team members. Yan Feiyu and the captain of the ice-type superpower team walked in the front and led everyone to the place where the battle just took place. Xiao Jiao found that this place was temporarily safe through the life detector. His dark pupils swept over the huge mutant rat corpses all over the ground, and without waiting for the superpowers and the team to react, all the rat corpses on the ground were collected by him in a separate dimensional space bracelet. Mutated mice are animals that will only appear after the extreme cold ends. After the extreme cold, the entire aquamarine will welcome extremely hot weather. As the climate warms, all the mutant monsters hiding in the deep mountains and forests and underground caves will wreak havoc. In the mountains and forests, the ice and snow melted, and countless mutant plants sprang up. These animals and plants will attack all living things indiscriminately. In particular, the energy fluctuations caused by the flesh and blood of the superpowers are a great tonic for them. This time when exploring the gold mine, they alerted the mutant animals that were supposed to appear 2 months later after the extreme cold ended. There are mutant mice in this cave, and if we go deeper, there may be other mutant animals. All the mutant animals have been destroyed by the zombie virus and the harsh environment, and the toxins in the animals' bodies are very terrifying. Once these toxins spread to the internal organs of the human body, death is inevitable. Xiao Jiao thought of the large amount of diluted vitality water that Lu Lulu gave him before he set off, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. "Feiyu, Go pick up Tian Kang's arm. Got it. Yin Feiyu quickly found Tian Kang's black arm that was cut off. He put the arm in a plastic bag and handed the bag to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu took out a bottle of diluted vitality water in a mineral water bottle. He opened the bottle cap and poured a small amount of vitality water on the virus-infected arm. As the vitality water soaked in, the part contaminated by the vitality water gradually returned to the skin color of a normal person. However, this situation appeared very briefly. After the vitality water stopped being injected, the part of the arm that returned to its original state would immediately be infected again by the virus hidden in the arm and turned into a black color like ink. Good news. Vitality water can detoxify. Bad news. The detoxification effect is limited. The virus on the mutant animals is very overbearing. Once the injection of vitality water is stopped, the virus will immediately come back. Xiaojiu put away the vitality water, found a metal defense shield in the system, and exchanged 62 sets. These metal defense shields require 1 pound of gold per set. After wearing them, they can actively support a metal shield when they are attacked. If they encounter the invasion of mutant animals and plants again, the metal defense shield can play a certain defensive role. In this way, the safety factor of the team members will be greatly improved. Xiaojiu put the exchanged metal soft armor gloves on his hands. When he clicked the switch on the gloves, an invisible white metal instantly appeared around him. Feiyu, give the defense shields to the brothers. Okay. Yin Feiyu took the stack of white gloves handed over by Xiaojiu and gave them to the team members standing on standby one by one. The team members, who had already developed fear of the caves, secretly breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the magical function of the gloves. Everyone, turn on the switch. With the rain cover protecting us, ordinary mutant animals are nothing to be afraid of. Note that the protective cover has energy limits. When you see the protective cover turn red, it means that the energy is insufficient. After Xiaojiu briefly introduced the team members who were staring at the gloves, he took out a miner's shovel, aimed at the position of the mutant rat corpse, and dug a shovel. He used 50% of his strength in this shovel. As the shovel was pulled up, a stone shining with golden light appeared in front of everyone. Let's get started. Following Xiaojiu's order, everyone picked up the mining shovel and started digging under their feet. Ding ding dang dang. The team members kept silent and buried their heads in digging the gold mine under their feet. Xiaojiu stood aside and reached out to touch the golden ore with a golden glow. After sensing the gold element, the gold system automatically extracted the gold hidden in the ore and turned it into a gold currency reserve. 2 hours later, this mine cave where gold is buried is full of pits and holes. When scattered around, because of the extraction of gold, strange and unique shapes appeared. Xiaojiu found through the detector that the nearby gold mine had been dug out, and ordered the team members, rest in place and eat to replenish your energy. The team members put down the mining shovel, sat down on the spot, and took out the fast food products in the dimensional ring for lunch. Xiaojiu leaned against the wall of the mine cave and opened the system exchange panel. At the top of the panel is the icon of the system exchange mall. In the middle, the small wing icon of the empty city appeared, and it currently showed that the progress of the construction of the empty city was 20% short of completion. Next to the empty city, various setting buttons appeared, one of which was the information of the members of the empty city. This panel is very similar to the game panel of a 3D online game. Xiaojiu clicked on the list of people in the empty city to check, and it clearly showed the names, ages, supernatural powers and supernatural power levels of his sister, grandfather and mother. He clicked on the icon of the empty city under construction to enlarge it, and saw 3 green cursors appear in the activity square where the empty city was under construction. Xiaojiu turned off the system panel, and vaguely had an idea in his heart. By touching the gold ore block with his hand, the system can automatically extract the gold ore. If he encounters a gold mine again in front of him, he can touch it directly with his hand, and the probability of getting gold can be greatly increased. Chapter 444. Brother Jiu, what's wrong with you? After finishing his instant dry food, Yin Feiyu found that Xiaojiu had been staring at the wall of the mine in a daze, thinking that he had discovered something. Xiaojiu shook his head. Nothing. He looked up at the time and said to the team members sitting on the ground, gather in 10 minutes and continue to explore forward. Received. Yin Feiyu saw that Xiaojiu's face had returned to its usual calmness. So he walked to the front of the team of psychics and conveyed Xiaojiu's order to everyone. In less than 10 minutes, everyone lined up neatly. Waiting to continue exploring forward, Xiao Jiao glanced at the time, put on detection glasses, and walked in front. Yin Feiyu followed closely beside him to prevent accidents, and use Earth-based psychics in time to add Earth-based shields to him. The group soon arrived at the next gold mining site. This time, Xiao Jiao did not order the team's psychics to mine, but tried to reach out and touch the nearby gold mine energy. Ding! It is determined to be an ownerless object. Do you want to collect the gold in this area? Collect? Xiao Jiao immediately clicked on the system panel that the team members could not see, and reached out to touch the gold source under his feet. In almost the blink of an eye, the entire ground instantly turned into a strange shape with thousands of holes. Because the gold veins underground disappeared out of thin air, the ground became unstable, and the horizon dropped by more than half in an instant. In the entire cave, the ground collapsed and dust flew everywhere. Ahem. The team members inhaled a lot of dust, and held on to the wall to stabilize their bodies. Xiao Jiao retracted his palms that were pressed against the ground, and his eyes were slightly fixed. He still lacked some considerations, and suddenly extracted the gold ore from the underground stone, causing the terrain to collapse. Fortunately, there are not too many metal mines in this place. Otherwise the terrain will be turbulent, and the entire mine cave will collapse. Not only him, but other members of the team will also be injured or even sacrificed. It seems that the best way is to dig out the gold ore and then absorb it. The efficiency is a little low, but it is safer. After making up his mind, Xiao Jiao led the team members to continue moving forward. After walking for about a few minutes, the gold mine prompt sign appeared again on the stone wall of the mine cave on the left side in front. Xiao Jiao picked up the spray paint and drew a marking line for the range of the gold mine. A team of superpowers immediately picked up pickaxes and started mining. Mining takes time, so only one team of people can stay here, and he will pick up the gold ore later. Xiao continued to explore forward with the remaining team members. Not long after, the whole mine cave was ringing again. A few hours later, Xiao Jiao checked the progress of the empty city again, from 20% to 15%. If things go on like this, tomorrow morning, the gold mines needed for the subsequent construction of the Sky City will be collected. Once the Sky City is established, there will be robots, specific rules and regulations, and a city shield. And if there is no continuous siege or missile attack, the maintenance time of the Sky City is 10 years. If it exceeds 10 years, it will need to replenish gold energy again to maintain the operation of the Sky City. But he is not worried. In 10 years, not 9 years, the Sea Blue country will be in turmoil, and it is unclear whether people can survive. And in these 9 years, he can continue to collect gold to provide subsequent reserve energy for the Sky City. Soon, time came to evening in a blink of an eye. Outside the mine, it was icy and snowy, and the wind was howling. In the evening, it was almost pitch dark. Inside the mine, the searchlights illuminated the mine, and the group used watches to judge the time. Everyone has worked hard. Stop and rest to replenish their energy. After receiving Xiao Jiao's order, the team members wiped the sweat from their foreheads, took out the folding tables and chairs from the dimensional space ring, put them together, and ate on the spot in the mine. Like the members of the team, Xiao Jiao ate some common instant dry food. The water they drank was boiled and cooled in advance. Everyone's dimensional space stored a full pot of water, which was divided into glass or plastic bottles when drinking, and the bottle caps were tightened and placed in the constant temperature water heater provided by Xiao Jiao. It only takes 3 minutes for everyone to drink warm boiled water anytime and anywhere. During mealtime, the members of the superpower team maintained a lifestyle of not talking while eating or sleeping. No one in the entire mine made a sound of conversation. Xiao Jiao picked up a triangular rice ball and threw it into his mouth one by one. He saw Yin Feiyu eating compressed biscuits beside him, and took out a box of triangular rice balls made by robots and handed it to Yin Feiyu. Yin Feiyu hesitated for a moment, and then, with Xiao Jiao's eyes signaling, he took the triangular rice ball and threw it into his mouth. Cooked food is much more delicious than compressed biscuits. Although this kind of compressed biscuit is made by the robot in the temporary shelter below, the taste is adjusted according to the formula and is not bad. But the taste is always choking. The other team members saw Xiao Jiao cooking for Yin Feiyu, and didn't say much. Everything they have now was cultivated by Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu. And these brothers have been eating and living together since they started serving, and have experienced several choices. They are very loyal to Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu. In the mine, They use their supernatural powers to bless. And no one hides the metal or they dig out. They even supervise each other when mining. Once a member dares to betray Xiao Jiao and hide the gold mine, the other members will immediately take him down on the spot. They trust Xiao Jiao. And Xiao Jiao also trusts them very much. After a quick dinner, Xiao Jiao put a transparent box on the temporarily assembled dining table. Come up. Each person takes a zombie crystal core to replenish supernatural powers. The team members came forward one after another and took the crystal cores allocated today. But some of them chose to put the crystal cores away and did not use them. When mining just now, 7 people in a team were mining. 3 people were on guard. And they exchanged positions with each other. During the mining, the superpowers had already recovered by more than half. And with the food energy they had just replenished, the superpowers had recovered by now. Xiao Jiao saw that some of them did not use the crystal core, and did not interfere too much. As long as it did not delay the mining progress later, they had the final say on how to use the crystal core. Even if they took the crystal core to give to their relatives, he would not interfere. This was the reward that the brothers deserved for helping him mine. Continue exploring. When everyone was almost resting, Xiao Jiao gave orders to the team. The superpower team set off again. At this time, Xiao Jiao's progress in the Sky City was still 12%. Ding ding ding, clang clang clang. The sound of mining metals intersecting in the mine was endless. 2 more hours later, Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu led a team of 10 people to walk in the front. At this time, they were a few minutes away from the mining team behind them. His. Captain, there's something unusual going on ahead, Xiao Jiao said calmly. If I'm guessing correctly, there should be a mutant venomous snake ahead. Chapter 445. When the team members heard about the mutant venomous snakes, they instantly recalled the horror of the mutant rats. Everyone be careful. The venomous snakes are more flexible and more poisonous than the mutant rats. The protective shield gloves I just gave you, once they turn red, immediately set up defenses. And never let the mutant venomous snakes get close to you. After hearing Xiao Jiao's instructions, the 10 psychics in the team, including Yan Feiyu, kept his instructions in mind. Xiao Jiao was not unfamiliar with mutant venomous snakes. In his previous life, he had seen mutant animals in the 3 months of extreme heat. Mutated animals and plants are even more difficult to deal with than the zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, these animals and plants that have lost their minds and carry strong viruses have one thing in common with zombies. They all contain energy crystal cores in their bodies. These crystal cores can be selectively absorbed by psychics to increase the level of superpowers. The superpower energy contained in animals and plants is even better than that of zombies. Everyone followed closely behind Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu, walking lightly, and each of them entered a state of preparation. In one hand, they held the high-level laser gun provided by Xiao Jiao, and in the other hand, they mobilized the energy of superpowers, staring at the front, ready to go. After a moment, the sound of hissing became clearer and clearer. Xiao Jiao gestured to the superpower team behind him to stop. Everyone followed his gaze and looked at the area in front of him where the hissing sound came from. There were black snakes as thick as an adult man's arm hanging there. These snakes coiled their tails, and in the middle of them, there were giant snakes that were 3 times larger than their bodies. The big snake was staring with a pair of confused vertical pupils at the moment, spitting out scarlet snake tongues at Xiao Jiao and others who disturbed its hibernation. The big snakes near the giant snake heard the hissing sound of the giant snake and woke up from hibernation. As the saying goes, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. Xiao Jiao did not hesitate and immediately issued an order to the team of superpowers behind him. Attack! The team members behind him immediately set up high-level laser guns and launched a dense attack without waiting for the giant snake team in front to react. The strong white light emitted by the laser was even more dazzling than the searchlight above their heads. For a time, the temperature of the entire mine suddenly rose because of the special effect of the laser gun. Hiss hiss. The sound of dense snakes spitting out their tongues became very harsh because of the attack of the laser gun. Xiao Jiao and others frowned and used their superpowers to protect their ears to resist the damage of the snake noise. After the first round of attack, the whole mine cave was filled with the aroma of meat roasted at high temperature again. A few seconds later, the team of superpowers stopped shooting after they could no longer hear the hissing sound. The strong dazzling light dissipated, and everyone saw the situation of the snake habitat in front of them. There were densely packed snake corpses lying on the ground. But when they looked closely, they found that the position of the giant snake was wrapped by layers of big snakes. When the shooting stopped, the scorched outer layer of big snakes scattered all over the ground. And the inner big snake, after the short laser gun shooting stopped, rushed toward Xiao Jiao and others like a flash of lightning. Yin Feiyu was quick to release an earth defense shield in front of Xiao Jiao to block the black big snakes that shot out from the walls and ground of the mine cave. Without waiting for Xiao Jiao to issue an order, the battle-hardened members of the psychic team behind him picked up the laser again and fired at the snakes above and around their heads. The screams of the snakes, accompanied by the unique shooting sound of the laser, resounded throughout the mine. The captains of the psychic team mining behind Xiao Jiao heard the noise, but did not act without authorization, but instead accelerated the mining speed. The captain did not issue an order for support, indicating that they could deal with the danger ahead. Going there now would only delay the progress of mining. After another round of attack, the ground of the entire mine was full of charred snake corpses. The giant snake in front had been hovering in place. When it found that all its subordinates were killed, its pupil shrank, and it quickly fled to the depths of the mine. Brother Jiao, are you going to chase him? Since Yin Feiyu learned that Xiao Jiao was his reborn identity, all his actions were based on Xiao Jiao's orders. Xiao Jiao shook his head. Our goal this time is the gold mine, not the crystal core in the mutant animal. After saying that, he picked up the color spray fuel and drew a circle around the location where the gold mine was detected. This range happened to be where the giant snake was just entrenched. The superpowers behind Xiao Jiao picked up pickaxes and used their superpowers to dig in this circle. Feiyu, you stay here and be on guard. Yin Feiyu nodded and stood in the area deeper into the mine to prevent the giant snake from coming back for revenge. Xiao Jiao saw that the team members were working hard, and after retracting his gaze, he took out the dimensional space bracelet that had just been equipped with the mutant mouse. Click the scanning function of the bracelet, and scan the snake corpse on the ground. After a burst of blue light, the bodies of the mutant snakes and the crystal core energy in their bodies were all collected by him into the dimensional space bracelet. The meat of mutant animals contains pure energy, and high-level psychics can quickly replenish their physical energy after eating it. These mutant animals can be taken back and soaked in diluted vitality water to make energy jerky. In the future, when the team encounters mutant animals and plants when fighting, eating a piece of jerky can quickly replenish the consumed superpowers. The team's ability to continue fighting will be greatly enhanced. Feiyu, look here. The mine in front should be almost dug. I'll go over to collect the ore. After Xiao Jiao finished speaking, he quickly came to the place where the first team was mining. Captain, take a look. Is the mine clean? Xiao Jiao put on the detection glasses and scanned around. You go to the front to help. Leave this to me. Got it. The team leader led the team members to trot forward. Xiao Jiao opened the system panel and clicked the one-key scan button to let the system scan the ore on the ground to extract gold. A few seconds later, the originally full ore inside, due to the gold being sucked away, became a honeycomb state. Xiao Jiao did not stay here for long, and quickly went to the second mining point to collect gold. When he collected all the gold, he came to the location of the giant snake and saw the construction progress of the Sky City, which was 8% left. Continue to explore. The leader of the Wind team stood up and walked in front with the team members. This time, Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu retreated to the position behind the Wind team. After they continued to walk and went deep into the mine for 10 minutes, they saw a hollowed-out giant cave below. In the cave, many small metal mining equipment can be vaguely seen. This should be the core mining area of this mine. Xiao Jiao found through the detection glasses that the vicinity of the mine was actually full of gold mines with a high content. Target: the mine below. This time, Xiao Jiao did not draw a circle with paint, because the mine was surrounded by dense gold ores. Chapter 446. The team members received the order and quickly went down the artificial stairs next to the mine. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Xiao Jiao saw the team members digging, and kept looking around with his detection glasses. Strange. Where did the mutant giant snake go just now? It was heading to the inside of the mine, which was already the end of the mine. If it escaped to the inside of the mine, it must be near here. But the detection glasses did not find any signs of life nearby. Maybe this mutant giant snake awakened special abilities and slipped away through abilities or other gaps? Regardless, the goal this time is the gold mine. The mutant giant snake is equivalent to the level of the previous mid-level zombies, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The mutant snake just now is equivalent to the level of low-level zombies. For more than 60 high-level ability users, they can kill them with a raise of their hands. What is scary is the number of snakes and the viruses in their bodies. Once they are invaded by the virus, the consequences will be disastrous. But this time, he was prepared in advance, and the team members all wore defensive gloves, which greatly enhanced safety. Moreover, so many high-level superpowers gathered together. A small giant snake would only seek death if it rushed up. Xiao Jiao took back the detection glasses, jumped down the mine, and buried his head in mining with the team members. Late at night, about 1/10 of the gold ore in the gold mine was mined. Xiao Jiao put all the gold mines into the system. At this time, the progress of the Sky City was only 5%. If all the gold mines in this mine were eaten, the Sky City could not only be completed, but also a lot of gold could be produced. In this way, the 60 high-level psychics under his command can serve as captains and go to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to recruit 100 psychics each. Digging enough gold to open the empty city is only the first step of his plan. Next, it is to recruit soldiers and horses, improve the strength of the psychic team, and prepare for the future. After a short rest and supper, Xiao Jiao ordered a team of people to be responsible for night watch, and the others continued to mine. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, about 30% of the ore in the gold mine cave has been dug away by them. According to this progress, I am afraid that I will have to stay in this mine cave for another day today. It is worth celebrating that after a night of mining, the construction progress of the empty city has finally been completed. Xiao Jiao walked up from the mine cave and breathed a sigh of relief. When he returns home this time, he can let Lulu bring the children to live in the empty city. There, he has absolute power, and he is not worried about the official people coming to the door to cause trouble again. Xiao Jiao turned on the empty city button of the system and found a few green dots on the prompt surface. The family members were in the single-family villa area of the empty city at this time. Xiao Jiao opened the operation panel of the empty city and sent a message to his family through the remote control of the system. Grandpa, I will be back the day after tomorrow. Sending this message command is not free. It cost him 100 grams of gold reserves. The moment he sent the message, the whole empty city was reverberating with the repeated sounds of the equipment. Xiao Yao and others who were still asleep opened their eyes one after another with joy on their faces. My brother is coming back. Xiao Yao yawned, put on his clothes, and went out to find Xiao Jiao's mother Xiao Ruoyun and Xiao Jiao's grandfather Xiao Jintian. The three of them gathered together to prepare to welcome Xiao Jiao. After Xiao Jiao sent the message, he turned off the system, found a folding chair, and sat on the top of the mine to supervise. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Until noon, only 30% of the gold reserves in the gold mine remained. Xiao Jiao did not call for a stop. The psychics under his command worked hard from 6 in the morning to 12 at noon. For 6 hours, no one called for a stop or said they were tired. Xiao Jiao observed that many people's arms were trembling and their faces were pale. So he ordered the team members to stop and rest. The team members secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Xiao Jiao did not call for a stop, they really could not hold on. Especially the two arms, which were constantly digging in the mine for a day and a night. And they were very sore. Fortunately, there was a healing psychic in the team who was responsible for emergency treatment of the psychics in the team. After the healing psychic released the psychic power, everyone felt that their sore arms were slightly relieved. So they picked up food on the spot as lunch. Xiao Jiao and Yen Feiyu stood above the mine, picking up the triangular seaweed rice balls and eating them. Just after eating 2 bites, the paging badge on Xiao Jiao's chest lit up green. Captain, there is movement outside the mine. A psychic, who was left by Xiao Jiao at the entrance of the mine to take care of Tian Kong, came with a hurried voice. Listen to the footsteps. There are a lot of people on the other side. Can we retreat now? No. The other side has entered the mine. We packed up the tent and are carrying Tian Kong inside. Xiao Jiao immediately put away the food and told everyone in the mine, someone is coming outside. Put away the tools and find a place to hide. The team of superpowers was very surprised. In a climate of more than 150 degrees below zero outside, only high-level superpowers dared to go out when wearing extreme cold equipment. Those who came from outside must be high-level superpowers. Obviously, their purpose is also the gold in the mine. This mine only has valuable resources such as gold. The team members immediately activated the invisible badge and packed up their tools and items. At Xiao Jiao's signal, The Earth-type superpower used his superpowers to expand a large hole in the wall of the mine for their 60 people to hide. As soon as the hole was expanded, Tian Kong, who had a broken arm, and the other 2 superpowers, who took care of him, rushed back. Xiao Jiao ordered people to send Tian Kong into the cave first, and then a group of people entered the cave one after another. The Earth-type superpower used his superpowers to put the soil and stones he had just received in the ring at the entrance of the cave, and used the characteristics of the Earth-type superpowers to seal the entrance of the cave. In an instant, the cave was dark. The entrance of the cave was completely sealed. In order to avoid long-term lack of oxygen in the cave, Xiao Jiao took out an oxygen generator and turned it on. Everyone held their breath and waited for people outside to enter the mine. They are now in the United States, and the people coming from outside are likely to be the United States superpower team. It would be best if they can avoid conflicts with the other party. About a few minutes later, dense footsteps appeared and stopped at the huge mine in front of them. As everyone listened carefully, a voice that Xiao Jiao was very familiar with came. "Is this the gold mine you mentioned? You'd better give me a satisfactory explanation." The superpowers in the cave were stunned when they heard the familiar Heilongua language. The next second, they reacted. Only the Heilongua officials had the strength to bring so many people to the United States to dig gold in the extremely cold climate. They and the officials are now in a situation of life and death, and they must not be discovered by the other party. Chapter 447. Master Nandong. I don't know what's going on. Qianming's face, painted with pure lustful makeup, was filled with panic. She clearly remembered that there was a gold mine that had not been fully mined in the beautiful country near the Blue Sea country. It was this gold mine that allowed the then endangered beautiful country to obtain a large amount of gold. Thus, a large amount of materials were exchanged with the Blue Sea country, allowing the people of the beautiful country to continue to survive. She thought that she had decided to hold on to Nandong Yuren's thighs, and must control the useful resources in advance. Now, in the self-service vending machines of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, all kinds of magical high-tech items need to be obtained through gold. It just so happened that she knew that there was an abandoned gold mine here, and now that the mutant animals and plants have not awakened, the risk factor is very low. Under her repeated guarantees, Nandong Yuren decided to trust her once, and brought 100 superpowers who applied with the official, and mobilized the extremely cold plane thousands of miles to come here. But what he saw was clearly a mine that had been mined out. Qianming believed in some of the plot fragments recorded in the book very much. She rolled her eyes in the unfriendly eyes of Nandong Yuren and the high-level supernaturalists behind her. "Qianming, during this period, maybe I was too tolerant of you. Hee. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me? Don't worry. Give me a few more minutes." Qianming took out the glasses that could see through all illusions that he had drawn before, and explored the surroundings of the gold mine. "Master, I said that this woman has bad intentions. Even if you believe there are ghosts in the world, you can't believe this woman's broken mouth." Nandong Zhu was already very dissatisfied with Qianming. She always felt that this woman was always courting the young master, and she was either a traitor or a thief. Take this opportunity to quickly give the young master some eye drops to remind him. Nandong Yuren's ears moved slightly, and he took Nandong Zhu's words in. If Qianming, the eldest daughter of the Qian family, was joking with him this time, it was time for this helper, who was forced by the leader to find a reason to return. A few minutes later, Qianming found gold ore that had not been mined in the gold mine that had been mined for the most part. The real glasses she wore were a little worse than Xiao Jiao's, with a detection distance of only 5 meters. But it could also detect points and spy on or materials within 5 meters. "There is gold here!" with Qianming's shout. Nandong Zhu immediately jumped down the mine to check, holding a professional precious metal detection instrument in her hand. When the instrument scanned the innermost area of the mine, it really issued a piercing alarm. Nandong Zhu looked up at Qianming, who was full of joy, and his mouth twitched. This face that rushed up really found a gold mine. Nandong Zhu used his supernatural power to dig out a piece of gold ore, jumped into the mine, and handed the ore to Nandong Yuren for inspection. "Master, gold was detected below. Should I tell the people behind to mine it?" "Yes." Nandong Yuren held the ore and scanned the surrounding area. After a circle, he did not find anything unusual nearby. But just now when they entered the mine, they clearly saw very dense footprints in the mine. The footsteps suddenly disappeared here, and he observed that there were a lot of gravel and sand on the mine below. and judging from the color of the sand, it was still fresh. Someone must have been here. And it was recently. Nandong Yuren frowned in thought, quietly watching Nandong lead more than 100 high-level psychics into the mine to collect gold. He was puzzled and explored around the area near the mine. Qianmeng had already jumped out of the mine and followed Nandong Yuren, hoping to get his attention. To her disappointment, Nandong Yuren didn't look at her more because she found the gold mine. Nandong Yuren walked around the mine on his own, carefully identifying the clues nearby. After a circle, he saw the detection glasses on Qianmeng's face. So he took out a pair of glasses Qianmeng gave him from the dimensional space ring, put them on and continued to observe. A few minutes later, he noticed with his sharp eyes that fresh sand and gravel appeared under a wall. Nandong Yuren approached the wall slowly. He squatted down, picked up a piece of sand and stone with his fingers, and rubbed it between his fingers. There are people here. But where did they go? The mine had already reached the bottom. He wore detection glasses and found no living body mark. Maybe he was overthinking. In today's extremely cold climate, apart from the officials, he couldn't think of anyone else who had the ability to travel thousands of miles to the United States to come to this mine to mine. Master, please sit down and rest for a while. It will probably take some time for them to mine. Qianmeng smiled flatteringly, took out a leather sofa and put it down on the spot. Nandong Yuren glanced at her fair cheek, slowly leaned on the sofa and sat down to supervise. Qianmeng took out another table and prepared some pastries for him, placing them on a rechargeable warming tray for him to enjoy. Master, the tea will take a while. I'll boil water for you to drink. Nandong Yuren remained silent. Qianmeng read his silence as a sign of tacit agreement. She found a rechargeable portable kettle and quickly boiled water for Nandong Yuren to make tea. Above Nandong Yuren, just behind a wall 2 centimeters away, Xiao Jiao and others were waiting. Yin Feiyu turned on a small night light and communicated with Xiao Jiao in sign language. Brother Jiao, what should we do with the remaining gold? They are from the Nandong family. Kill them and take the gold back? The other party brought 100 high-level psychics, and we only have 60. If we fight head-on, both sides will suffer. Mount Everest is nearby. Once the Nandong family issues an alarm, the people above will immediately send people to support. Xiao Jiao saw the strong supernatural fluctuations emitted by more than 100 high-level supernaturalists above through the perspective detector, and shook his head at Yin Feiyu. The team members around him also saw the sign language communication information between Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu. Everyone dared not move at this time, holding their breath, waiting for the miners below to finish mining and leave as soon as possible. Even if these official people finish mining, they will eventually put them into the vending machine to exchange for items. These golds finally fell into his hands. As time passed, 2 hours passed quickly. Nandong Yuren became impatient and got up to walk along the edge of the mine. Qianmeng, who was standing next to him, heard the footsteps, and his squinting eyes opened instantly. Following Nandong Yuren around in circles. A long time passed again. Xiao Jiao and others hiding in the cave heard the clang 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 mining sound outside stop, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This group of people finally finished mining. Chapter 448. Master, the gold mine has been completely dug out. Nandong Zhu handed over 2-dimensional space rings containing gold mines to Nandong Yuren. Nandong Yuren put away the rings, notified them, and returned to the base. Okay. Nandong Zhu quickly gathered the team of superpowers and led them to walk in front to clear the way for Nandong Yuren. Xiao Jiao and others heard the dense footsteps going away, and their tense bodies relaxed. The official high-level superpowers were cultivated for the sake of interests, even if they were sacrificed. Tools like this piled up with crystal cores can continue to be cultivated through crystal cores. But the brothers in his team are different. They are loyal to him, even if one person is injured and sacrificed. It is a huge loss for him. Brother Jiao, when are we going out? Wait a little longer. Wait until they leave completely. Yin Feiyu and Xiao Jiao's sign language communication has just ended. Suddenly, the dense footsteps that just went away came again. The direction of those footsteps was very clear. Just heading towards the place where they were hiding. Not good. The team members mobilized their superpowers and were ready to fight at any time. The next moment, countless superpowers hit the not-so-thick wall of the cave. The temporary cave was broken, revealing Xiao Jiao and others inside. Fortunately, they wore superpower badges, and these people did not see their traces. No, Captain. No one. Xiao Jiao and others saw the cave entrance was densely packed with fully armed high-level superpowers. And beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The team leader looked at Nangong Yuran, who was protected behind him, and saw Nangong Yuran pointed to the place where he had just sat with his white and slender fingers. The commander-in-chief of the superpower team immediately made up his mind to attack the place where Xiao Jiao and others were hiding. The Earth superpower was the first to bear the brunt, using his superpower to decompose the soil on the wall into a pile of fine sand. As the fine sand fell to the ground like yellow smoke, Xiao Jiao and others were also exposed to the sight of Nangong Yuran and Qianming. The 100 superpowers they brought with them did not see Xiao Jiao and others wearing invisible badges because they did not have the blessing of real glasses. Qianming was completely confused. She couldn't understand why there was a hole in the wall and a large group of superpowers standing in the hole. Until this moment, she suddenly doubted and distrusted the plot in the novel. The name matched, and many plots also matched. Why are some things totally wrong? Without waiting for Qianming to react, Nangong Yuran snorted coldly with a faint smile on his lips. There are people in the cave. Use visible paint. At Nangong Yuran's command, more than 100 psychics, who had been prepared, took out the spray paint and sprayed it at the entrance of the cave where Xiao Jiao and others were hiding. Spread out and attack. At Xiao Jiao's command, more than 60 psychics quickly dispersed. Tian Kong, who was weak in breath, was carried on the back of the captain of the fire psychic team and retreated to an open space. The team members who received the attack order knew that the war was about to start. They took out high-level laser guns and aimed at the psychics led by Nangong Yuran and shot them in the head. High-level laser guns have lethality to high-level psychics, but they are not enough to kill them with one shot. Nangong Yuran saw the actions of Xiao Jiao and others and took out a magnetic field jammer from his pocket. The moment the magnetic field jammer was turned on, all electric weapons lost their function. The psychics had to use their powers to attack. Master, it's dangerous here. I'll take you outside to wait. Nangong Zhu protected Nangong Yuran and asked him to evacuate the mine first. Qianming watched a group of people in the mine release their powers and fight fiercely. He didn't dare to stay any longer and followed Nangong Zhu closely to run out of the mine. When they just ran out of the mine, they suddenly heard a huge boom behind them. Nangong Yuran and others looked back and saw that the mine, which was originally standing, collapsed due to the battle of high-level psychics inside. The entire mine collapsed instantly, and the psychics in the cave were unknown whether they were alive or dead. Master, you get on the plane first. I'll stay and watch. Zhu, Xiao Jiao is inside. I want to see him alive or dead. If possible, I would rather see his body. Nangong Yuran left this sentence and immediately turned around and got on the official modified special plane. Qianming quickly followed. On the special plane, a waiting pilot saw Nangong Yuran coming up, and at his command, he started the plane to return. Nangong Zhu stared at the collapsed mine, and after Nangong Yuran left, he also got on another plane and ordered the pilot to take off. Xiao Jiao is not easy to deal with. The official sent people to chase him for several months, but failed to catch him. In addition to the last encirclement, Xiao Jiao killed thousands of high-level psychics in a row before he was finally caught because of exhaustion of psychics. This time he met him. He was accompanied by so many high-level psychics. The team of psychics trained by the official may not be his opponent. Nangong Zhu had a bad feeling. She sat on the plane, picked up a telescope and stared at the collapsed mine to check the situation. At the same time, she was calculating in her heart. If the superpowers they brought were defeated, she would immediately take the plane to leave here. Sister May and the others took the zombie virus experimental agent researched by the official, but failed to awaken into conscious zombies and died completely. She was the only confidant left by the young master. If she was gone, Qianming, the scheming woman, would probably seduce the young master even more. Nangong Zhu ordered the pilot to ascend the plane to a safe distance. She picked up the pager, turned it on, and asked the captain of the superpower team about the battle situation. Calling, "Have you annihilated the enemy?" Received a reply. As her voice came out, a few harsh machine noises passed. A faint cry for help came from the pager. "The enemy is strong. Request support. Help. I don't want to die here. I am a noble high-level psychic. I don't want to die. Master Nangong, save me." Ah. Nangong Zhu heard the wailing from the pager and ordered the pilot in front and several planes waiting nearby return immediately. Hearing this noise, The high-level psychic in the mine must have been persecuted by Xiao Jiao. She didn't want to sacrifice here in vain, and even boarded the official extremely cold special plane built at a huge cost. As Nandong Zhu and several other pilots drove away, the rumbling sound in the mine became smaller and smaller. After a long time, a team of staggering steps appeared at the entrance of the mine blocked by collapsed rocks. I'll report the number. 1, 2, 3. 50. After hearing the last team member report the number, all team members fell silent. This time, they sacrificed 10 brothers in the mining mission. Everyone, retreat from here quickly. Xiao Jiao suppressed his anger and sadness, took out the model plane, and led the team members to retreat from here. Chapter 449 Deserter. On the plane, the surviving members of the superpower team all lowered their heads and said nothing. They were all injured to varying degrees. Xiao Jiao took out the vitality water that had been packaged in advance and gave each injured team member a small bottle. The team members took the vitality water and poured it on the injured area to treat the wound. A few minutes later, all the team members' external injuries were cured by the vitality water. Xiao Jiao saw that the team members' injuries had improved, and they leaned back against the aircraft seats and closed their eyes to rest. So he returned to the cockpit. In the co-pilot seat, Yin Feiyu saw him sitting down and asked, "Brother Jiao, the sacrificed brother, I know what you want to say. Our strength is not enough to compete with the official now. How long will it take?" 1 year. After a brief communication between Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu, they each leaned back on the chairs in the cockpit without saying a word. In 1 year, the combat effectiveness of the Sky City must be developed to be strong enough to reach the standard of destroying the rule of the Su family. There was no conversation along the way. More than an hour passed in a flash. Xiao Jiao and others successfully returned to the temporary base under the air raid shelter. Wang Wu and others heard the noise and immediately went out to welcome Xiao Jiao and the team members back. "Boss, you are back." "Yes." Xiao Jiao nodded and said to the team members behind him. Everyone disbanded. The team members received the order and went back to their rooms to rest. Wang Wu and the twin sisters followed Xiao Jiao. "How is Lulu after I left?" "Boss, don't worry. The master is fine." "That's good. You can also disperse." "Okay." Wang Wu and the twin sisters walked away slowly. Xiao Jiao rubbed his forehead and walked towards the room where Lulu was. Just after a few steps, Kong Kong suddenly jumped out from the side and grabbed his down jacket pocket. "Boss, I have something to ask you." Xiao Jiao lowered his head and looked down at Kong Kong's golden pupils. "Oh, didn't this guy promise Lulu to go on a mission with him?" If it hadn't suddenly appeared at this moment, he would have forgotten about it. "Tell me, what's the matter? Don't tell the master that I deserted." "Boss, you are the best person I have ever seen in the world." Xiao Jiao's mouth twitched. "Don't flatter me. Be serious. When did you slip away from the team?" "When you got on the plane. It was freezing outside, and I couldn't stand the cold wind." "Okay. I don't have time to waste with you." Xiao Jiao led the team to mine intensively for a day, and just now encountered a mine collapse and fought with high-level psychics. It was very tired at the moment. Boss, what about the master?" "Forget it this time." Kong Kong smiled instantly when he heard that Xiao Jiao was not going to complain. It followed Xiao Jiao, pretending to go on a mission together, and returned to the room with Xiao Jiao. They entered the room and found that the room was empty. Lulu, at this time, she should be resting in the space. Kong Kong, wait here. Don't go in and disturb her, Xiao Jiao said, took off his heavy down jacket, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Kong Kong nodded fiercely and found a corner to sit down. When Xiao Jiao led the team to set off, the temperature outside froze it stiff. It thought that this mission was to go mining nearby, and Xiao Jiao would definitely come back safely with so many people. So he took the opportunity to be lazy and slipped away from the team. Back to the base. He found a vacant room, went to the canteen to serve food every day, hid in the room to eat and drink, and enjoy life. Sure enough, it was as it expected. Boss Xiao is back, and looking at his appearance, he didn't hurt a hair. But next time, it dare not disobey the master's orders again. What if Boss Xiao is not so easy to talk to next time and tells the master? Its situation will be even more difficult. Recently, the master's mood has been uncertain, and he is very displeased with it. And he doesn't let the little master get close to it. And he also cut off its fresh fruit. Kong Kong sighed to the sky. sat on the floor of the room helplessly, and picked up the game console to play. About a quarter of an hour. Xiaojio, wearing a light sportswear, walked out of the bathroom and came to the sink outside. He picked up the absorbent towel beside the sink and wiped his wet black hair. When his hair was half dry, he hung the towel on the towel rack beside the sink. Kong Kong saw him coming out, just glanced at him, lowered his head silently, and continued to compete with the game console. Xiaojio glanced at Kong Kong, retracted his gaze, and went to the kitchen to stew bird's nest for Lulu himself. He poured an appropriate amount of pure water into the smart stew pot, put the clean bird's nest into the clean water, added an appropriate amount of wolfberry and red dates, and a small bottle of vitality water full of life energy. Then he pressed the smart button on the smart stew pot. A 2-hour countdown number appeared on the stew pot. During this period of time, he would stew a pot of bird's nest for Lulu every day, and wait for her to wake up and eat a bowl. The steps of stewing bird's nest were already well known. After doing all this, he sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, a sweet smell spread throughout the house. Kong Kong looked towards the kitchen and saw the fragrance from the soup pot for stewing bird's nest. I want to eat it. In the past, the owner would share some with it, but now he doesn't even need to think about it. Once it comes close, the owner will let it go away. Kong Kong tried hard to recall what he had done wrong some time ago, which led to the owner's indifference to it all this time. Xiaojio didn't pay attention to Kong Kong's movements. This time, the mine collapsed during the mission, which was very dangerous. He was exhausted physically and mentally during the long mission. If it weren't for the vitality water to help the team relieve fatigue, and the 100% pure purification crystal core to supplement it, this time, I'm afraid it's really a life or death situation. They originally just wanted to dig a gold mine this time, but who knew that they were so unlucky and ran into Nangong Yuran. Xiaojio closed his eyes tightly, but his eyeballs kept moving left and right. He was very sleepy, but it was not time to sleep yet. After the team members rested here for a night, they would set off immediately tomorrow morning and take everyone to the City of Sky. Before that, he had one more thing to do. Xiaojio suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. He left the room under Kong Kong's puzzled gaze. Kong Kong scratched his head. Boss Xiao, don't you wait for the master to come out? Never mind. It has been playing this game for a day and a night and still can't pass it. Today, it must find a way to pass it. After leaving the room, Xiaojio came to the meeting room of the base. After closing the door of the meeting room, he took out the bodies of the mutant rats and mutant snakes and threw them into 3 large bathtubs. After previous research, the toxins of mutant animals are hidden in their brains. Cut off the head of the mutant animal, take out the animal crystal core inside, and give the remaining meat to the robot to make energy jerky. Chapter 450, Treasures All Over. He just took out the laser knife, and the button pager on his chest rang. Brother Gio, I want to see the children. Yan Feiyu's voice was full of urgency. The children are all asleep. I'll take you to see them when they wake up. Yan Feiyu heard Xiaojio say this, and immediately realized that it must be inconvenient now. Otherwise Xiaojio would not refuse his request to see the children. If you can't sleep, come to the conference room. After Xiaojio finished speaking, he put on antivirus gloves and a mask, picked up the laser knife, and began to cut the bodies of mutant animals. He arranged the mutant snakes, which were as thick as his arms, in order on the conference table covered with a layer of transparent oilcloth. He had just arranged part of the mutant snakes. Yan Feiyu pushed the door open and saw Xiaojio holding a laser knife and beheading the mutant black snakes on the conference table one by one. As the mutant black heads and bodies separated, the energy crystal cores in their brains revealed a faint and sparkling light. Brother Gio, what's in the mutant snake's brain? Crystal core. Similar to the zombie crystal core. It also replenishes the superpowers for us superpowers. Xiaojio said, took off his gloves, took out a set of tools for cutting up mutant animal corpses, and handed them to Yan Feiyu. Yan Feiyu took the corpse and cut up the mutant animals with Xiaojio in the conference room. After a long time, all the mutant animal corpses were cut up. Xiaojio put the animal's head and body into a bathtub respectively. Feiyu, you send these corpses to the restaurant and give them to the restaurant's intelligent robots to cook. Okay. Yan Feiyu immediately agreed. He put away the mutant animal corpses and left the conference room quickly. After he left, Xiaojio carefully checked his hands for external injuries. and put on the antivirus gloves exchanged from the system, and then used tweezers to pick out the crystal core in the brain of the mutant animal. Soon, he found a mutant animal crystal core. This crystal core is about the size of a peanut, and is the core energy of a mid-level mutant animal. He threw the crystal core stained with blood and brain into a basin with vitality water dilution liquid beside him. Then he continued to look for the crystal core in the brain of the mutant animal. When Yin Feiyu came back, he had only done 1/10 of the work of looking for crystal cores. Brother Jiao, I'll help you. Yin Feiyu put on gloves and helped Xiao Jiao continue the finishing work. After a long time, they threw all the crystal cores into the vitality water to soak. After repeating this 3 times, there was no black virus dirt in the diluted vitality water liquid. Xiao Jiao put away the oilcloth, folded it, and threw it into the bathtub. He then took out a detector for detecting crystal core viruses and tested it with the detector. All the crystal cores were purified by them into pronuclei without any trace of virus. Brother Jiao, are these crystal cores different from zombie crystal cores? Xiao Jiao threw a low-level zombie crystal core to Yin Feiyu and said in a deep voice, "Try the effect." Yin Feiyu held the crystal core tightly and mobilized his supernatural power to absorb the energy of the crystal core. As soon as he inhaled a trace of energy, he immediately discovered the difference between the mutant animal crystal core and the zombie crystal core. The energy of these crystal cores is very pure, and they replenish more energy than low-level zombie crystal cores. Yin Feiyu expressed his feelings about absorbing the mutant animal crystal core. That's right. The energy of mutant animal crystal cores is more refined. At the same level, the energy contained in mutant animal crystal cores is twice that of zombie crystal cores, Xiao Jiao said, and put all the crystal cores into the system space. Lu told him that the space upgrade requires crystal cores. She has always been worried that zombies are almost extinct now, and if she can't find a substitute in the zombie brain, the space will not be able to continue to upgrade. These crystal cores are a pleasant surprise for this mining. I hope that these mutant animal crystal cores can help her upgrade the space like zombie crystal cores. Let's go. Your sister-in-law and the children should be awake by now. Yin Feiyu walked out of the conference room with him and came to the door of Xiao Jiao's room. Xiao Jiao took out the magnetic card to open the door. As soon as the door opened, they both saw Lulu eating bird's nest. The projector in the living room played a parenting teaching video. Hello, sister-in-law. Yin Feiyu took the initiative to greet Lulu. As Yin Feiyu's voice rang out in the house, the babies in the cribs next to Lulu began to babble. Ah, Abba Baba. Yin Feiyu heard the voice and walked to the middle of the 4 cribs in 2 steps. Lulu and Xiao Jiao smiled at each other when they saw Yin Feiyu's anxious look. Yin Feiyu picked up a child and kissed him on the face. The children seemed to have a telepathic connection and laughed at Yin Feiyu. The dark cloud in Yin Feiyu's heart, because of Jiang Yi's departure, was instantly dissipated by the children's smiles. Sister-in-law, these days, thanks to you for helping me take care of the children. Lulu smiled and responded, "Why are you being polite to me? With the help of the childcare robot, I didn't have to spend much effort to take care of them." Yin Feiyu put the child down and looked up to see Xiao Jiao standing next to Lulu. He whispered, "Brother Jiao, sister-in-law, you guys take your time to eat. I'll take the kids back. Hey, don't leave in a hurry." Xiao Jiao stewed bird's nest. "You can have a bowl too." Lulu hurriedly got up, strode to the kitchen, found a large white porcelain basin, and filled it with a large basin of bird's nest, wolfberry and red date soup. Hee. She was worried that she couldn't finish the bird's nest soup. Now it's good. Someone will help. Facing such an enthusiastic Lulu, Yin Feiyu could only take the bird's nest soup. Feiyu, sit down and eat together. Unable to refuse the hospitality, Yin Feiyu sat at the table at the invitation of Xiao Jiao and Lulu. Feiyu, if you have anything you want to eat, just say it. Your sister-in-law will treat you today. Xiao Jiao has always known that Yin Feiyu has always exuded a sense of sadness in recent times. He had been hiding the sadness of Jiang Yi's departure in his heart. In this situation, he didn't know how to comfort Yin Feiyu. He could only try his best to comfort him within his ability. Yin Feiyu saw the bird's nest soup in the white porcelain bowl on the table and whispered, "Don't bother. I'll just eat this." "How can that be possible? You guys have been out and about this time, so you must make up for it when you come back." Without waiting for Yin Feiyu to refuse, Lulu waved her hand, and a lot of food appeared on the table in an instant. It is said that desserts can accelerate the secretion of dopamine in the human body and make people feel happy. What Lulu took out from the space were all kinds of desserts that were stockpiled before the end of the world. Strawberry egg tarts, cheesecakes, tiramisu, pineapple toast, seaweed and pork floss basil. Feiyu, don't be polite to your sister-in-law. Just take whatever you want to eat. Feiyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Chapter 451. Pick someone up. He hates sweets the most. But facing the expectations of Xiao Jiao and Lulu, he could only pick a strawberry tart that looked pretty good and put it in his mouth to chew. When he finished eating a sweet and soft strawberry tart, he suddenly felt less depressed. The three of them sat around the dining table to taste the dessert. About half an hour later, Feiyu really couldn't eat anymore. So he said goodbye to Xiao Jiao and Lulu. This time, Xiao Jiao and Lulu didn't keep him as a guest. They watched Feiyu leave with the help of 2 childcare robots, pushing 4 cribs. With a click, the door was closed. Xiao Jiao said to Lulu in a gentle voice, "Wife, sit down for a while. I'll go wash the dishes. Go back to the space to wash." Lulu stayed in this room for half an hour and felt very depressed. The oxygen content underground is not as high as that on the ground. Just now, in order to comfort Feiyu with Xiao Jiao and cheer him up, she stayed here for a little longer. "Okay, my wife," Xiao Jiao replied softly and gently. Lulu waited for Xiao Jiao to put away the tableware in the kitchen and on the dining table, took his hand, and entered the bamboo house in the space together. Just entered the space. A fresh air hit her face. Lulu greedily took a few deep breaths. And then she felt alive again. "Wife, you go into the house and rest first. Tomorrow morning, we will set off for the Sky City." "Yes." Lulu entered the bamboo house, half leaned on the bed, turned on the projector, and watched a movie to pass the time. Outside the bamboo house, she could vaguely hear Xiao Wu's laughter. The laughter came from the children's playground that Xiao Jiao built for Xiao Wu. The children's playground was built behind the stream, perfectly replicating some of the facilities in the amusement park. Xiao Jiao even added high-tech game toys that he exchanged for gold. Xiao Wu was a little kid with a lot of energy, and she would feel very tired after playing with him for a while. Lulu watched a movie for a while, her eyes unconsciously opening and closing. Since she got pregnant, she has been sleepy every day recently. A few minutes later, she covered herself with a soft velvet four-season quilt and fell asleep on the bed. Xiao Jiao finished washing the dishes and just entered the bamboo house. She saw Lulu's 2 hands exposed outside the quilt. A love movie was playing on the projector next to her. Xiao Jiao gently stepped forward, covered Lulu with a quilt, then closed the door of the bamboo house, and strode towards the children's playground where Xiao Wu was playing. Xiao Wu saw Xiao Jiao coming from a distance, stopped playing, and used his supernatural power to fly to Xiao Jiao's side. "Dad, you're back." Xiao Jiao picked up Xiao Wu floating in the air, and his chubby and cute little fat face appeared in his eyes. "During the time I was away, were you good? Did you listen to your mother?" "Very good. I listened to my mother." "That's good enough. Let's go. Dad will play with you." "Great." Xiao Wu clapped his hands vigorously and went to the kitchen with Xiao Jiao to play a cooking game. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the family came to the stadium in the air raid shelter at 8:30 in the morning. When they arrived, Feiyu came early. Beside him, dozens of superpowers sat on the ground, holding the breakfast distributed today and eating. After a while, many family members of the superpowers appeared in the stadium. Lulu and Xiao Jiao stood directly beside Feiyu. Xiao Jiao and Feiyu were talking in a low voice. Lulu took advantage of this time to come to the 4 baby strollers taken care of by the childcare robot and check on the 4 children one by one. The 4 babies had just finished drinking milk and fell asleep under the caring care of the childcare robot. When she got closer, she could still vaguely hear the babies breathing. Lulu's eyes passed through the faces of the 4 white and chubby babies one by one. At the same time, the names of the 4 babies emerged in her mind. The 4 babies were named A, B, C, and D. They were named according to the order in which they came out of Jiangyi's belly. These names were thought of by Jiangyi before the children were born. The eldest and the third were sons, and the second and fourth were daughters. In order to distinguish the order of the 4 children, each child wore a silver bracelet engraved with their names on their wrists when they were just born. Even the baby carriage and their clothes were embroidered with the 4 characters A, B, C, and D by the childcare robot to distinguish the order in which they were born. Although Lulu had some ideas about this name, she respected Jiang Yi's decision. Wife, everyone is here. Lulu was in a daze when she was interrupted by Xiao Jio's voice. She looked up and saw that the stadium was divided into 7 teams, each with a total of 10 people. 5 of the teams were members of the superpower team. The members of the other 2 teams did not wear uniform combat uniforms. They were the family members and relatives of the superpowers. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with excitement and joy. These family members had heard about it long ago. Xiao Jio built an empty city in a secret corner opposite Mount Everest, and all the high-tech items in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter were created by Xiao Jio. Everyone was looking forward to the empty city they were about to see. It was said that as long as you enter the empty city, you will no longer be afraid of extreme cold disasters, nor will you have to worry about not having enough fresh food to eat. The climate in the empty city can be adjusted automatically, and it is full of high-tech products. The technological productivity is even more advanced than that of the Blue Star before the end of the world. After counting the number of people in the team, Yin Feiyu took the 70 team members out of a secret passage next to the gymnasium. Xiao Jio, Lulu, and 2 childcare robots walked behind. Xiao Wu sat on Xiao Jio's shoulders, holding Xiao Jio's clothes with both hands, and curiously looked around. Kong didn't dare to run too fast to make a fool of himself, nor did he dare to follow Lulu, let alone get too close to Xiao Wu. It walked at the back, forming a non-human team with Wang Wu and the twin sisters. A few minutes later, the group successfully boarded the plane to the Sky City. Lulu sat on the plane seat and took out her mobile phone to check if there was any signal. Unfortunately, there was still no signal on the phone. She saw the peak of Mount Everest in the distance through the transparent glass window of the plane. She thought about it and said to Xiao Jio in the co-pilot seat, "When we get to the vicinity of Mount Everest, lower the plane's altitude and see if we can receive a signal." "Okay." Xiao Jio responded and immediately input the command to the intelligent robot to stay near Mount Everest for a while. After a long time, they came to the clouds 2,000 meters above Mount Everest. Under the command issued by Xiao Jio, the plane slowly descended until it reached the halfway point of Mount Everest. Ding ding. Lulu's tightly held mobile phone suddenly rang non-stop. She received a message from Zhang Lang. "Master, Bai Jia is pregnant." Chapter 452, Empty City. "Master, where are you? Can I take Bai Jia to find you?" Lulu received Zhang Lang's message and immediately replied with the signal from the halfway point of Mount Everest. "Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up." Zhang Lang, who had been waiting for Lulu's reply with his phone at the highest volume, suddenly heard the ringing of his phone. He quickly typed back, "I'm in room 1305 of XX Hotel. Take Bai Jia out of Haishur and send me the location after leaving." "Okay." Zhang Lang hung up the call with Lulu. Woke up Bai Jia, packed up briefly, and the two of them left the hotel in thick down jackets for extreme cold. Outside the hotel, it was quiet and deserted. Zhang Lang found that all the cars parked in front of the hotel were frozen and the doors were welded shut. He knew that the current cars could not be started at all in the current temperature of more than 150 degrees below zero. The official special extreme cold car was not something he could touch. Now, he could only rely on his supernatural powers to travel. Zhang Lang picked up Bai Jia, whose belly was slightly bulging, injected superpowers into his feet, and ran quickly towards the outskirts of Haishur. Bai Jia was held tightly in Zhang Lang's arms, and the biting cold wind outside did not have much impact on her. The two of them quickly passed several checkpoints. Near these checkpoints, only the guard booths could see a superpower on duty. These superpowers simply checked their QR codes and let them go immediately. Now the whole Haishur is peaceful, and the Little Red Riding Hood shelter has also been incorporated. After the authorities obtained enough vitality water and incorporated the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, they had already withdrawn the wanted order for Xiao Jio and others. The authorities did not think that Xiao Jio, with several burdens, could survive in such a harsh climate. So the guards on duty at the checkpoint did not stop Zhang Lang and Bai Jia too much. The two of them left very smoothly. Half an hour passed quickly. Zhang Lang wore a motorcycle helmet on his head. Since he was a zombie, he did not breathe and could not exhale water vapor, so the extreme cold did not have much impact on him. Bai Jia, hiding in his constant temperature warm clothes, was not affected too much under the protection of sufficient temperature. After a long time, they finally left the high-shore area and got on the small invisible helicopter sent by Xiao Jiao to pick them up. When the small plane successfully took off, crossed Mount Everest, and came to the back of Mount Everest halfway up the mountain, it entered the wing of the main plane where Xiao Jiao, Lu Lulu and others were. Xiao Jiao said to Zhang Lang and Bai Jia through the main control room, "Get ready to go. Sit tight." After that, he waited for a few seconds and told Xiao Ai to take everyone to fly towards the direction of the Sky City. The plane flew along the back of Mount Everest, heading west. After flying for about an hour, the plane began to slowly descend until it stopped 1 meter above the endless sea ice. Led by Xiao Jiao, everyone jumped off the plane one by one. When they saw the endless frozen ocean all around, they all showed shocked expressions on their faces. Under their feet, there was clearly thick sea ice frozen by the extreme cold climate. Where can we see the shadow of any city nearby? Is the captain joking with them? The team members looked very strange. Lu Lulu had the same expression as them. She turned her head and asked Xiao Jiao beside her, "Where is the city?" Xiao Jiao calmly put away the model airplane and put it into the dimensional space, and then explained to everyone, "You can see the Sky City if you touch the place where you put the wing mark before." As Xiao Jiao's voice fell, they all reached out to touch the place where they put the wing mark at that time. As they touched, everyone felt the wing tattoo heating up. And the next moment, a strong light like a searchlight enveloped all of them. Before they could react, more than 70 people disappeared from the spot and disappeared. A few seconds later, everyone stood and blinked, and looked up to see the huge Sky City plaque above their heads. Looking along the plaque, there appeared a magical high-rise building inside. Xiao Jiao was not unfamiliar with the Sky City. In his previous life, the Sky City was also built by him. It's just that the initiative has always been controlled by the official. The 3 generations of the Xiao family have always been loyal to the government, and coupled with the loyalty indoctrination imposed by the government since childhood. At that time, he exposed everything in the system to the government. Now he has long seen the faces of the high-level leaders represented by the Su family. He will never repeat the same mistakes, and give the Su family and other families the opportunity to control the right of the Sky City. Oh my God! This is really the Sky City. Look at your feet! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked down at their feet. They saw that the place where they had just stood was under their feet. However, that area has become very small. It can be seen that they are far away from that area. Lu Lulu felt as if she was dreaming. The city of the sky. It is really a city built in the sky. But how was this city built without a foundation and load-bearing walls? If Newton knew that technology would develop to this level in a few years, he would be in trouble. Xiao Jiao was not too surprised to see the surprised expressions of the team members. While everyone was looking around, he slowly introduced, "This city is temporarily built based on City A. You can think of it as a smaller version of City A. Let's go. I'll take you into the city to settle down first," Xiao Jiao said, holding Lu Liuliu's hand and walking in front with her. Xiao Wu stared with a pair of big black eyes, looking around non-stop. His mouth was also wide open, his face full of disbelief. Everyone except Xiao Jiao seemed to have become like Granny Lu when she entered the Grandview Garden. They marveled at the whole city rising from the ground. They stepped on the smooth cement road under their feet, which was built by unknown principles, and followed Xiao Jiao's steps all the way. After walking for about a few minutes, Xiao Jiao took them to the railway station next to the city road. The subway station was built underground. The railway station, as the name suggests, is a transportation station built on the road. A group of people whispered and followed Xiao Jiao's steps to enter the railway station and find a seat to sit down. After everyone sat down, a very gentle mechanical female voice suddenly sounded at the railway station. Warm reminder, after testing, there are a total of 84 passengers in carriage number 1, of which 4 passengers under 1.3 meters are free of charge, and the remaining 80 passengers need to pay 1 point for each fare. Warm reminder, please complete the point payment for these 80 passengers within 60 seconds. If the points are not successfully paid within the time limit, 1 point will be automatically deducted from the passenger account. If the passenger's points balance is insufficient to deduct 1 point of fare, the passenger will be asked to leave the bus station by the bus security and will be prohibited from riding the bus for 24 hours. Chapter 453. Warm reminder, 60-second countdown begins. Xiao Jiao heard the prompt sound. Open the system panel that no one could see. exchanged for an identity bracelet with white wings, and scanned the QR code at the entrance of the railway station. He skillfully paid 80 points quickly. As the points arrived, the railway station started in less than 60 seconds. Xiao Jiao stood up and walked to Lulu while the railway station was almost not bumpy. He distributed the identity bracelets of the Sky City to all team members at once. When all the bracelets were distributed, he slowly said to everyone, "You are the first batch of citizens of the empty city who followed me. And you are also the citizens I trust the most. The bracelets I gave you are uniquely customized, with the job titles, obligations, and responsibilities that belong to the positions you chose last time. As you can see, the empty city is similar to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter and the previous Sea City shelter. Living here is inseparable from points everywhere. All of you will receive your points salary for the previous month on the second Thursday of every month. This is also the day when the empty city pays wages every month. Since the empty city has just been opened, I have advanced you 1 year's salary in advance. 120,000 points per person. In the bracelet mailbox, there is an email that will never disappear, which contains the city rules of the empty city. I hope everyone will remember it. If anyone violates the rules, the security personnel of the empty city will immediately punish the violators." Xiao Jiao carefully explained the rules and regulations of the empty city to all members. Although these people are the founding fathers who follow people, if they break the rules, they must also accept punishment. If you want to be exempted from punishment, you must pay the corresponding compensation. The points he advanced to everyone in advance are enough for them to take out sufficient points to be exempted from punishment in a short period of time while breaking the rules. The rules and regulations of the empty city were not set by him. This was originally the city construction ability of the system he had. All the rules of the empty city were calculated by the intelligent AI of the empty city. And the intelligent AI can autonomously regulate the economic development of the entire city. If there are no special circumstances, he does not need to intervene too much. After Xiao Jiao finished telling the team members about the precautions of the empty city, he walked to Lulu and sat down. Xiao Wu was curiously floating around in the railway station with his supernatural power. He circled around the railway station that was similar to the subway for a few times and felt bored. So he took out a big strawberry and took a bite. The next second, a familiar soft mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. "Warning, car number 1. Free passenger Lu. It is forbidden to eat any items during the railway. Since little Lu is not yet 3 years old, we hereby warn him once. If he commits the same offense again, the security personnel will punish him accordingly. For details, please refer to the regulations of the railway station." When the team members heard the warning, they all looked up at the naughty Xiao Wu. Xiao Jiao felt that his face was a little bit embarrassed. I just mentioned the rules of the Sky City, and Xiao Wu violated the rules so quickly. Xiao Wu struggled with his confused eyes, holding the strawberry and continuing to eat it. His name is Xiao Wu. Who little Lu is has nothing to do with him. Xiao Wu. Maybe he was talking about someone else. Lulu and Xiao Jiao watched Xiao Wu continue to hold the big strawberry, floating in the air and chewing it. Their faces turned green. As the little master of the Sky City, he was the first to take the lead in violating the rules. This is simply outrageous. How can they establish a good image for the team members? Xiao Jiao was also speechless about this. Even he has no right to change the rules of the Sky City. This city is a real gold-eating beast. Only gold is recognized. Although he owns the Sky City and can accept fate and decide who to let in to become a citizen, even he must abide by this rule. Of course, the gold-eating beast Sky City also gives everyone a chance. As long as there is enough gold, you can be exempted from punishment. The first batch of startup points he gave to the team members were all exchanged with gold. There is a bank in the Sky City, and there is only this bank, called Skyline. Everyone who wants to exchange currency must go to Skyline to exchange. And the exchange only accepts gold and other electrical appliances containing gold. For example, a mobile phone before the end of the world, which has a little gold in it, can also be exchanged for some points. The exchange ratio will be subjectively adjusted by the intelligent brain of the City of Sky according to the market price of the day. This is also something Xiao Jiao cannot interfere with. Fortunately, he got enough gold before the end of the world. There is still a lot of gold left from the gold mines he dug in the United States a few days ago. These gold mines are enough for their early consumption. He and Lulu have the same 120,000 points in their bracelets as other team members. Of course, As an agent of the City of Sky, he also has practical benefits. That is, he can get 30% commission for all the points spent here. And there is also a City Lord's home with a laser defense array. Free to stay. Now, the Sky City has been established and the system has been upgraded. If you buy high-tech products from the system, you can use points or gold. If the superpowers want to buy better equipment and weapons, they need to go to the Sky City exclusive mall to buy them by themselves. Most of the shops here are all self-service. Enter the shop, select the goods, and scan the code to leave by yourself. If someone accidentally forgets to pay points, the security robot in the store will remind you. If it exceeds 3 times, no more reminders will be given, and points will be forcibly deducted. If the points are insufficient, the goods will be taken back, and the person will be banned for 24 hours. Lulu saw Xiao Jiao in a daze, and said in a hurry, "Think of a way quickly. Xiao Wu has been caught." Xiao Jiao heard Lulu's urgent call, and when he looked up, he saw that the security robot was grabbing Xiao Wu, and was about to send him off the bus. Oops. While he was distracted, Xiao Wu continued to eat food, and was reminded more than 3 times in a row. "Wait, I'll pay the fine." The simulated security robot turned around, looked at Xiao Jiao who was walking towards it, and pointed to the electronic QR code at the door of the road car. A fine of 500 points will be recorded once. If there is a repeat offense, the minimum fine next time is 1,000 points. Xiao Wu was roasted by the robot with strange handcuffs and couldn't move. He heard the robot's voice, and his little face turned pale. Xiao Jiao smiled at Xiao Wu helplessly, and raised his hand to pay the fine points. The security robot saw the display screen at the door of the road car, prompting that the fine was successfully submitted. It put Xiao Wu on the ground, then slowly walked to the innermost security room of car number 1, and closed the metal door of the security room. Xiao Jiao picked up Xiao Wu and gently reprimanded, "Do you know what's wrong?" Xiao Wu lowered his head, and didn't dare to look Xiao Jiao in the eye. Chapter 454. I know I was wrong. I won't eat strawberries in the car anymore. Not only strawberries, but any other food can't be eaten here. Dad? I know. Xiao Jiao picked up Xiao Wu, and sat down next to Lulu. The members of the superpower team witnessed what had just happened, and their hearts tightened. Many of them opened the email about the rules of the Sky City, turned to the page about transportation, and read it carefully. Even Xiao Jiao, the son of the city lord in their hearts, was not exempted from punishment. Not to mention them, everyone didn't dare to breathe, and buried their heads in studying the rules of the Sky City. Lulu just looked at Xiao Wu hiding in Xiao Jiao's arms, and like everyone else, stared at the email on the bracelet and watched it carefully. After she opened the email, a light blue light screen popped up on the top of the bracelet that only she could see. I don't know what the principle of this screen is. It's about the same size as a tablet. Lulu frowned and carefully read the rules on the email. 10 minutes later, the bus arrived at the terminal. Xiao Jiao walked in front and led the team members to the City Lord's home. The City Lord's home was built based on the model of a 5-star hotel, and on this basis, it was upgraded and renovated. In terms of appearance, it does not look much different from the 5-star hotel before the end of the world. Xiao Jiao led the team members to the entrance of the city home. There was a cylindrical operating table at the entrance. Xiao Jiao activated the operating table and put the bracelet close to the scanning port of the operating table. After a few seconds, the door of the city home opened automatically. Let's go. This building will be your home in the future. There is a self-service operating machine in the lobby on the first floor. You can choose where you want to live. Xiao Jiao led a team to the self-service operating machine on the left side of the gate. As soon as his voice fell, the members of the team could not suppress their curiosity and excitement. They ran to the self-service machines on both sides and began to study how to operate. Captain, you go first. A team member saw Yan Feiyu coming and immediately gave up the self-service machine and let him operate first. Yes, Captain. You take care of the children and choose a house first, so that the children can go in and rest early. Although the team members wanted to be the first to operate, they stopped their actions when they heard the voices of other team members. Yan Feiyu shook his head. You continue. I'll queue up. Seeing Yan Feiyu's serious expression, everyone could only follow his instructions and continue to choose the room they liked. While they were choosing a room, Xiao Jiao and Lulu came to the temporary rest area in the wide hall to sit down and rest. Xiao Wu didn't dare to mess around at this time, for fear of causing any more trouble. He huddled in Xiao Jio's arms, but his eyes kept looking back and forth at the decorations in the hall. Xiao Jio and Lu Lulu had just sat down when a service robot on the side pushed a cart and walked up to them. "Hello. What would you like to drink?" Lu Lulu tilted his head slightly and glanced at the label on the dining cart. "Give me a glass of boiled water." "Black tea." Xiao Wu heard the robot's question, struggled to jump out of Xiao Jio's arms, came to the robot, raised his head and said loudly, "I want to drink Waha." "Sorry. There is no Waha." "Then I want to drink orange juice." "Sorry. There is no orange juice." "Why is there nothing?" Xiao Wu's mouth pursed, and he murmured silently. The nerve on Lu Liu's forehead began to throb again. "Didn't you see the display board on the cart?" Which indicated that there were only 3 choices: boiled water, black tea, and green tea? He learned this junior high school knowledge in vain. Xiao Jio was sensitive to Lu Liu's emotions and immediately said to the robot, "Boiled water." "Okay. Please wait." The robot received the command and served them 2 cups of boiled water and 1 cup of black tea respectively. After the robot left, Xiao Wu looked back and saw the expression on Lu Liu's face, pretending to be calm and sitting next to Xiao Jio. Mom's eyes are so scary. He should be obedient. Dad won't punish him. He will spoil him. But Mom is different. Mom will let him kneel on the washboard in the extreme cold. Xiao Wu picked up the porcelain white pure color teacup, held it up, and drank a sip of boiled water. This water is no different from ordinary water. It has no taste at all. After taking a sip, Xiao Wu felt that it was boring. So he put the teacup on the table, sat next to Xiao Jio obediently, and played with a Rubik's Cube. When Lu Lulu saw Xiao Wu playing by himself obediently, her suppressed anger instantly dissipated. "Wife, what style of house do you like?" While Xiao Jio was talking, he opened the bracelet and activated the control of the city garden. As a light blue light screen appeared in front of her and Xiao Jio, she saw the introduction and settings on the operation panel clearly. There are 99 floors in the city garden, and the top 9 floors have an area of 500 square meters. Only Xiao Jio can open the house selection with the authority of these 9 floors. Further down, on floors 80 to 90, there are 5 bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen and 2 bathroom units of about 200 square meters, 2 rooms on each floor. Below the 80th floor, each floor is a 50 square meter independent apartment, with 9 rooms on each floor. The ability users brought in by Xiao Jio have the right to choose rooms between floors 1 to 80. With Xiao Jio's whispered reminder, Lu Lulu had a general understanding of the entire city garden. Just as she was hesitating about which room to live in, she suddenly saw that the 9 rooms on the 8th floor had been selected on the square grid similar to the movie seat selection. The room number selected by the team members can be vaguely seen on other floors. The top floor is not well insulated. Should I choose it? Besides, I don't know if the elevator in this house is fast or not. How long will it take to take the elevator on the 99th floor? She hates waiting for the elevator the most. Lu Lulu thought secretly in her heart, and had no clue for a while. Seeing that she hesitated for a long time, Xiao Jio whispered, "Wife, how about the top floor? The large flat has a wide view. The top floor is prone to water leakage, and the temperature is not very good. Don't worry. The rooms in the Sky City will not have such basic problems. The entire Sky City has a self-circulation system that can automatically adjust the climate, and it is like spring all year round. If my wife wants to experience the climate of other seasons, you can tell me. You only need to pay some gold to make the Sky City change seasons. Is it so magical?" Lu Lulu was a little bit unbelievable. Unexpectedly, she was able to come into contact with such a magical scientific city after living again. If she hadn't met Xiao Jio, she might have taken Xiao Wu Go to a secluded place and lived hard in space. "This is nothing," Xiao Jio smiled and said, clicking on the 500 square meter large flat on the 99th floor. Instantly, a 3D rough house appeared in front of Lu Lulu. The whole room was empty. Why is there nothing in it? Chapter 455. Xiao Jio calmly opened the house decoration design button, which displayed various popular house decoration styles. Chinese style, European style, modern simplicity, American style, mixed style, Japanese style, light luxury style, Nordic style, INS style. Dazzling soft decoration styles were lined up in order for Lu Lulu to flip the card. She opened the Chinese style, watched a 3D video, and listed this as a candidate. Then, there were some soft decoration styles in the future. Finally, she decided to choose the INS-style soft decoration option. She was not a professional house designer and did not understand these. She chose this style because the house looked the most suitable for her in the video. Xiaojio waited for her to choose. Confirm the INS style. The light blue panel showed 3 options again. Primary INS, Intermediate INS, Advanced INS, and Special INS. What is the difference between these types? Price. The higher the level, the better the material, and the more expensive it is. When Lulu heard the word material, he asked in surprise, "Can these home decoration materials be exchanged for gold?" No. The Sky City has just been opened, and the timber factory and furniture factory have not yet started custom production plans. Then, can these supporting facilities be implemented in detail? Yes. Ah? Didn't you say that the Sky City has no supporting soft furnishings? Originally, there were none. Do you remember the self-service recycling machine under the Little Red Riding Hood shelter? Lulu saw the faint smile on Xiaojio's lips and suddenly realized it. At the beginning, there were more than 3 million people living in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Many of those people had hidden good things. Many people dragged some furniture and facilities into the self-service recycling machine in exchange for red coins for life, which were used to buy food and daily necessities. You mean, it was recycled from those residents? Yes. Xiaojio clicked on the special INS style, and a romantic and warm white and pink INS decoration style video emerged. Do you like this one? Lulu nodded gently. How could I not like it? She saw clearly that the special decoration style required 10 kilograms of gold to exchange. Of course, the floor, wall, sofa, high-definition large-screen TV, cloakroom, exercise room, washroom, and all the supporting measures inside were the best. Then decide on this style. Xiaojio clicked the purchase button, and in an instant, most of the remaining gold reserves obtained by him and his teammates from mining disappeared. Lulu saw that there was only 8 kilograms of gold left, and he felt very painful instantly. You have used up all the gold. How will you maintain the city in the future? Don't worry about that. When the city was built, it was planned and absorbed enough gold reserves to minimize the energy consumption of the Sky City in the next 10 years. Lulu heard Xiaojio mention the time of 10 years. Suddenly, he remembered that he said that 10 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse, a man with a sword would appear. That sword had supreme power and could cut Mount Everest in half. Yes, 10 years is enough. In 10 years, they could also go to other places to mine gold and obtain more gold reserves. But, can they really live to that date 10 years later? Lulu's worried eyes were not seen by Xiaojio, who was paying. When he looked back at Lulu, she had already put away her worries. Wife, let's go. Let's go to the new home. Xiaojio gently took Lulu's hand, and after she stood still, he put his arm around her shoulders and held her tightly against his right chest. Xiaowu was a little jealous when he saw them walking by themselves and ignoring him. He jumped off the sofa quickly and landed steadily on the spotless marble floor. He walked quickly to Xiaojio's left and followed him upstairs. As for Kong, Zhang Lang and others, and Yin Feiyu and his children, each of them has their own life. Yin Feiyu has a professional childcare robot to help, so being a nanny is not too hard. It is impossible for her to take care of 4 children all the time. After a long time, Yin Feiyu will definitely miss the children. Lulu followed Xiaojio to the elevator entrance next to the lobby. There are 3 elevators here, each of which is made of unknown transparent glass. The elevator on the far right is a special elevator for floors above 90. The first elevator on the far left is all odd-numbered and will only stop at floors 1, 3, and 5. The second is an even-numbered elevator, which stops at even-numbered floors 2, 4, and 8. Opposite the elevator they are waiting for, there are 3 more elevators, which are currently showing a prompt that they are out of service. When the number of people taking the elevator is crowded and the number of people staying increases, the smart butler will automatically open other spare elevators to evacuate the flow of people and reduce the waiting time for the elevator. Since they were the only ones living above the 90th floor, the elevator door opened almost as soon as the reminder button was pressed. They had just been on the ladder for a while. Kong followed Wang Wu and Zhang Lang, laughing. It seemed that they had chosen a room on the same floor. Yin Feiyu, with the help of 2 childcare robots, entered a separate elevator to take the ride. They finally chose their favorite room floors and numbers. Yin Feiyu chose room 1 on the 11th floor. He couldn't forget Jiangyi. 11 was the homonym of Jiangyi's name. He had to remind himself all the time that he must raise the child well, and not let Yi down before her death. The other team members also chose their favorite number rooms. Half an hour later, everyone in the hall returned to the private room of the city garden to rest. The room they lived in was a simple style with only white paint and equipped with basic facilities. If they wanted to change the style, they could also operate on the White Wing Smart Bracelet and use points to transform the decoration into their favorite style. When they all entered the room, very satisfied with the room. Each room has a constant temperature central air conditioner, which is neither too cold nor too hot. The kitchen has 24-hour hot water supply. City Garden 99th floor. Lulu entered the 500 square meter super large flat home with Xiao Jiao with curiosity and expectation. As soon as she entered the house, Lulu was shocked by the huge soundproof glass window on the whole wall. The partition near the balcony. The whole wall was made of transparent glass. With just one glance, she saw the blue sky outside the window and the leisurely white clouds that were almost within reach. Mom, this house is so big. Xiao Wu saw the huge living room and the huge glass window that was transparent from north to south, and flew around the house happily. Are you satisfied with our new home? Chapter 456. If you are not satisfied, you can redesign and change the style at any time after collecting enough gold. I am quite satisfied. Lulu smiled. This house is about the same size as the 2 floors of her villa in City A. It's just that this large flat does not have the super large yard and green plants that come with the villa. But it doesn't matter. For their family of 3, living in a 500 square meter flat is definitely enough. For green plants, just move the flower pots directly from the space and put them on the balcony, which can also promote the growth of crops. Come! I will authorize you to manage the city garden. Xiao Jiao opened the main system interface and called up the authorization interface. You open the QR code of my bracelet. Lulu followed Xiao Jiao's prompts and found the QR code of the smart bracelet to open it. Xiao Jiao used the scanning function of the main system to scan Lulu's identity information and added her to the administrator column. In this way, she can adjust the infrastructure of the entire city garden at any time, including the service settings of the lobby, restaurant and gym. The entire building can be adjusted and merged under her settings. For example, if she wants to use one floor to open a gym or a beauty salon, she can adjust it in any module. It is similar to the one-click decoration function of a house. Correspondingly, to design such an appearance in-house, gold is required to drive it. However, the bracelet is very smart, and the subsequent maintenance of the house will be calculated in advance by AI and appear in the settlement interface. Lulu soon discovered that the logo of the city garden appeared in the My Interface column of her smart bracelet. She clicked in curiously and tried to transform the hall just now. The marble panel of the hall was black and gray, and she didn't like this color very much. So, she tried to change it to white marble floor. Soon, a 3D model of the hall appeared on her screen, and the floor turned white when she switched. However, when she saw the points or gold payment options below, her expression was a little stiff. Just to change the floor, it actually cost 10,000 points, or gold of the corresponding value of the points. Lulu canceled the payment interface. Black and gray are actually quite beautiful. Wife, you should get familiar with the room first, and tell me if there is anything missing. By the way, there is a housekeeping robot at home, which will clean the house and cook 3 meals a day. Whatever you want to eat in the future, just tell it. The robot hasn't been named yet. What do you like to call it? Xiao Jiao said, while holding Lulu's hand and standing in front of a simulated robot in the living room. Lulu thought about it and said casually, let's call it Little Red Riding Hood. Okay. Xiao Jiao quickly set the name of Little Red Riding Hood and bound Lulu's ID to the robot. Wife, in the future, when you tell Little Red Riding Hood to do something, just say its name and tell it what you want. Okay. I'll try. Lulu thought about it and tried to say, Little Red Riding Hood, bring the children at home to me. Got it. Little Red Riding Hood turned its head in the direction of Xiao Wu and strode towards him. A few seconds later, Xiao Wu was caught by him, held on his chest, brought to Lulu and put down. Xiao Wu was frightened by the sudden change and dared not move. Lu Lulu couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiao Wu's dazed look. You are afraid sometimes. Boy! Xiao Jiao saw that Xiao Wu seemed to be frightened. So he immediately picked him up and coaxed him in a low voice. Baby. This robot will not hurt you. Come. I will bind the administrator identity to you. In the future. No matter what you ask it to do. It will listen to you. Really? Dad didn't lie to me. Did he? No. Come. Open the QR code. How to open it? Xiao Wu raised his little hand and touched the silver bracelet on his wrist randomly. Xiao Jiao patiently taught him how to use the bracelet. Soon, Xiao Wu understood the functions of the bracelet. Xiao Jiao also bound the identity to him. Dad, can I let the robot do anything now? Of course. Xiao Wu cleared his throat, looked in the direction of Lu Lulu with his big dark eyes, and said loudly, Little Red Riding Hood, go and catch Mom. When Lu Lulu heard Xiao Wu's request, he was so angry that his head was buzzing. Brat, you are going to rebel. You are so vengeful at such a young age. What will happen when you grow up? Sorry. Because the target authority is higher than yours. This command cannot be executed. Xiao Wu felt the sharp eyes from Lu Lulu and looked at Xiao Jiao aggrievedly. Dad is lying. Didn't you say that the robot will listen to me in everything? Why don't you catch Mom? When Xiao Jiao heard what Xiao Wu said, he instantly had a bad premonition. The next moment, Lu Lulu roared loudly for the first time. Lu Xiwu. Go kneel on the washboard. Dad? Woo woo woo. Xiao Wu immediately hid in Xiao Jiao's arms. Xiao Jiao forced Xiao Wu's hands apart and put him on the ground. Son, you should listen to your mother in the future. She is the boss of the family. Xiao Wu saw Lu Liu's almond eyes were about to spit fire, and he didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately took out a washboard, put it in the living room, and knelt down. Lu Lulu glared at Xiao Jiao. You are watching him. I can't get angry. I can't let him get up. Wife, calm down. You go to rest first. Leave the education of our son to me. Lu Lulu nodded gently, slowly familiarizing herself with the facilities and room furnishings of the new home. A few minutes later, she understood almost all the places in the house, big and small, and then went into the master bedroom to rest. In the living room, Xiao Wu immediately stood up from the washboard after seeing Lu Liu's door closed. Dad? Mom is so fierce. Dad? Mom is so fierce. How did you like her in the first place? Why doesn't Dad talk? Is he born to be quiet? When Xiao Jiao heard Xiao Wu's series of questions, his fatherly heart turned cold from hot. Xiao Wu, your mom is out. As Xiao Jiao said this, Xiao Wu was so scared that he dared not speak, and immediately knelt on the washboard to reflect. Xiao Jiao looked at Xiao Wu, who was lowering his head, and put away his loving thoughts. This brat really deserves to be punished. After Xiao Wu knelt down, he didn't dare to look back. He really thought Lu Lulu had come out of the room. Although Xiao Wu is only 1.5 years old, he is a real high-level superpower, and his physical fitness and intelligence are far superior to children of the same age. We can't be too indulgent to him just because he is only 1.5 years old, lest he grow up to be lawless. Xiao Jiao threatened. Xiao Wu, reflect on yourself. Your mother may come out at any time. If she sees you slacking off, you know the consequences. Xiao Wu didn't dare to move at all when he heard this. If his mother found out that he was slacking off, she might come up with a more terrible punishment. It's just kneeling on the washboard. It doesn't hurt at all. Chapter 457. I can't go crazy everywhere. Forget it. I'll just have to endure it. Xiao Jiao saw that Xiao Wu seemed to be in a state of reflection, and the whole person looked very honest. Taking advantage of the free time, he took out some ingredients from the space and put them in the double-door refrigerator in the house to keep them fresh. Little Red Riding Hood, according to the existing ingredients, match a nutritious lunch suitable for pregnant women and children. Received. Little Red Riding Hood immediately came to the refrigerator and quickly calculated a set of nutritious lunch plans through intelligent algorithms. With the help of Little Red Riding Hood, he can temporarily put aside some cooking work. The Sky City is open, and it's time for him to relax and enjoy life with his wife and children. About an hour later, Little Red Riding Hood slowly said to Xiao Jiao, lunch has been cooked and served on the table. Please taste it. Xiao Jiao glanced at the time, walked lightly to the master bedroom, and knocked on the door. The door just rang. Lu Lulu heard the noise and walked out of the room. Xiao Wu, who was originally drowsy, immediately knelt straight, hoping that his good performance would make Lulu show leniency and end his punishment as soon as possible. Lulu passed by Xiao Wu and deliberately asked coldly, "Will you catch Mom again in the future?" "No. Never again." "Mom, I was wrong, woo. Xiao Wu raised his head with tears in his eyes, trying to squeeze out 2 tears, but he couldn't squeeze them out. Lulu saw his little expression and wanted to laugh, but could only hold it back, keeping a serious look. "It's good that you know you were wrong. Get up and eat." "Okay. Mom is the best." Xiao Wu put away the washboard, stood up, took Lulu's hand, and sat down with her at the dining table to eat. "Wife, how is the food? Is it to your taste?" "Very good. Much better than before. Your cooking skills have improved." Lulu nodded with satisfaction and praised twice. Xiaojiu's face darkened instantly. "Wife, this is the lunch made by Little Red Riding Hood. Let Little Red Riding Hood cook in the future. With the intelligent robot, you don't have to work too hard. I listened to my wife." This time, Xiaojiu did not continue to insist on the stubborn idea of washing his hands and washing soup for his beloved, since the robot is better than his cooking skills. The food cooked by the big data algorithm will be more nutritious and delicious. It is helpful for both the child and her body, he continued to insist, which was completely unnecessary, compared with the almighty Little Red Riding Hood. Some of the meals he made, in terms of nutrition matching, heat control, taste, etc., are definitely far inferior to the intelligent algorithm AI. "Dad, come eat. After dinner, take me out to play." When Xiaojiu heard Xiao Wu yelling about going out, he said to him seriously, "Xiao Wu, you can go out to play, but you must recite the rules and regulations of the Sky City by heart, and promise not to violate the rules. If you violate the rules once, you will be punished by not being allowed to go out for 3 days." Xiao Wu patted his chest. "Don't worry, Dad. I have a photographic memory, and I can recite these rules quickly." Xiaojiu heard Xiao Wu's promise and nodded with satisfaction. "This brat is very naughty. He has violated many rules of the Sky City. I'm afraid the 120,000 points in his bracelet are not enough to pay the fine." After lunch, Xiao Wu found a desk and recited the rules of the Sky City seriously. Xiaojiu and Lulu sat on the sofa and chatted. "Wife, my family wants to meet you." "Okay. When?" Lulu was actually very curious about Xiaojiu's family, wondering when he would bring it up. After all, it was a bit inappropriate for her to take the initiative to meet Xiaojiu's family. "Is it okay tonight?" "Okay. Well, this is the first time I meet your family. What do they like? I can prepare some gifts for them." "Silly. How can I ask you to prepare gifts for them? It's our custom here that we prepare gifts for you when you meet for the first time. But it's not good to be empty-handed. I'd better prepare some small gifts. Tell me quickly what your family likes." "Okay, my sister likes to study food, my mother likes." Lulu took Xiaojiu's words to heart and thought about the gifts she prepared for his family. Last time, Xiaojiu's sister sent her desserts and anti-hunger pills, but she didn't return the gift. This time, she couldn't listen to him no matter what, and she really didn't prepare anything. It was the first time they met, so she had to leave a good impression on his family. In the evening, the sun set. Xiaojiu held Xiao Wu and left the room with Lulu, and took the elevator to the food city in the Sky City, which could accommodate 100,000 people to dine at the same time. The place where they met this time was set at the food city. The food city has always been managed by her sister, although the food city is managed by intelligent robots. Some authorities still cannot be separated from human supervisors. His sister Xiaoyao has been fond of studying all kinds of food since she was a child, and even her supernatural powers are related to food. Mom likes to count money, especially to coordinate economic and financial affairs. So the financial affairs of the Sky City, which are artificially intervened, are all managed by his mother Su Ruoyun. Grandpa Xiao Jintian is now 89 years old. He prefers to study the security robots in the Sky City, and usually likes to take care of flowers and plants, go fishing and keep healthy. Lulu picked 3 corresponding gifts for them according to their preferences. This gift was a fresh and good thing that she had finally picked out after spending an afternoon. The family of 3 came to the roadside happily. Lulu saw the road cars and other cars parked on the roadside, and was very curious about the cars. These cars are bright yellow, and the license plates are also very strange. all of which use Arabic numerals instead of license plates. Wife, let's take the self-service car to the food city. Okay. Lulu immediately nodded in agreement. She had never ridden in the car of the Sky City, and wondered what the difference was between it and the cars she had ridden before the end of the world. Xiaowu was also very curious. He learned his lesson this time, and did not move around, and was held in Xiao Jiu's arms obediently. The family of three found the nearest self-service car numbered 1999, and sat in the back seat of the car. Warm reminder, due to the high speed of the car, please fasten your seat belts. Hearing the reminder sound, Xiao Jiu had already picked up the seat belt and buckled it for Lulu. Then he fastened his own seat belt. Please select the destination for this time and pay the points. With another reminder sound, a light blue screen box suddenly popped up above Lulu and Xiao Jiu's heads. There were many place names on it. In the middle was the only and largest food city in the Sky City, called Sky Food. Xiao Jiu clicked on Sky Food and paid the fare of 2 points. Chapter 458. When Xiao Jiu paid the points, Lulu saw the small text prompt on the settlement interface. Because there was a passenger under 1.3 meters tall, the passenger was free of charge. As the points were paid, a 3-second countdown number appeared on the light blue screen inside the car. When the number ended, the car suddenly accelerated, and the speed was comparable to the speed of a roller coaster when it turned sharply. Although the speed was extremely fast, but Lulu and Xiao Jiu, who were sitting in the car, did not feel any discomfort. However, all the tall buildings outside the window became blurred light and shadow, and nothing could be seen clearly. Lulu blinked and saw that the car stopped. At this time, she saw the scenery outside the car window clearly. Just one glance made her feel dizzy. They are now on the top floor of the Sky Food City. This car actually flew up from the ground and sent people to the door of the destination. It is really incredible. The car can actually fly. Lulu is even more curious about the Sky City. Wife, let's go. Xiao Jiu opened the car door first. He put Xiaowu beside him first, then bent down to support Lulu, held her hand, and walked towards the top floor restaurant of Air Food. A few minutes later, the three of them entered the restaurant. Lulu saw Xiao Jiu's family from a distance. Xiao Jiu's sister Xiao Yao saw Lulu. Her eyes sparkled. She hurried forward and greeted Lulu. Sister-in-law, you are much more beautiful than the photo. Ah? Haha. You are too kind. Lulu replied embarrassedly. Sister-in-law, my name is Xiao Yao. Brother has told you. The old man with white beard over there is my grandfather, and the serious lady next to him is my mother. Yao Yao, why are you still so disrespectful? Xiao Jiu scolded in a low voice. Xiao Yao stuck out her tongue. Don't be so serious. Brother, there are no outsiders here. Sister-in-law, let's go. Come on. I prepared a big table of delicious food for you. Xiao Yao enthusiastically pulled Lulu's arm and walked forward. Xiao Jiu picked up Xiao Wu and followed quickly. Bai Ruoyun and Xiao Zhentian first glanced at Lulu's face, and then, at the same time, cast their eyes on Xiao Wu and Xiao Jiu's arms. This child looks so much like Jiur. Dad, I'm not mistaken. This child looks exactly like Jiur when she was a child. Bai Ruoyun's serious face immediately broke the ice when he saw Xiao Wu, with a gentle smile on her lips. She stood up in a hurry and walked to Xiao Jiu. Come on. Let me see my precious grandson. Xiao Wu poked his head out of Xiao Jiu's arms, and he heard that this was his father's mother. Son, call Grandma. 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 Xiao Wu called out tentatively. This word Grandma made Bai Ruoyun's heart melt. Jiu, come and hug my precious grandson for me. Xiao Jiu saw his mother smiling like a big red flower, and pushed Xiao Wu forward. Xiao Wu realized that Bai Ruoyun had no ill towards him, but full of love. He also grinned and took the initiative to stretch out his hand for Bai Ruoyun to hold in his arms. Xiao Zhentian, who was sitting on the chair, maintained a trace of stability and rationality, but his eyes had long betrayed him. His eyes never left Xiao Wu's face for a moment. This is his great-grandson. Unexpectedly, he, who was about to be buried, could still see his great-grandson in his lifetime. Bai Ruoyun naturally noticed Xiao Zhentian's gaze. She held Xiao Wu and sat next to Xiao Zhentian. Dad, look, this child is so cute. Ruoyun, let me hold the child too. Okay. Xiao Zhentian held Lu Xiaowu and finally couldn't help but showed a rare smile. Since Xiao Jiu's grandmother passed away, there was nothing in the world worth his happiness. But when he saw Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but feel happy from the bottom of his heart. Brother, Mom and Grandpa have been talking about wanting to see Xiao Wu. And this time, it can be regarded as a dream come true. Sister-in-law, you are a great contributor to our family. Come, I'll toast you a glass. Xiao Yao opened a bottle of French red wine and bent down to pour wine for Lu Lulu. Xiao Jiu frowned and quickly took the bottle away. Yao Yao, I forgot to tell you. Your sister-in-law is pregnant. Sister-in-law is pregnant again? This is a great joy. Then sister-in-law can't drink alcohol. It's not good for the fetus. Sister-in-law, shall I order you a glass of juice? Or milk? Lu Lulu was stared at by Xiao Yao's sparkling eyes, feeling very uncomfortable. I'll do it myself. No need to be so polite. Okay. Here is the menu QR code. Sister-in-law, scan it and order whatever you want. Okay. Lu Lulu responded in a low voice and ordered a glass of room temperature boiled water. Just after placing the order, a robot wearing a waiter's apron in the restaurant brought the water to Lu Lulu and slowly left. At this time, Bai Ruoyun took the child from Xiao Zhentian's arms. Grandma, I want to eat this big chicken leg. Okay. Grandma will pick up a chicken leg for you. Bai Ruoyun has been completely captured by the cute Xiao Wu, and she can no longer see anyone else. Xiao Yao learned that Lu Lulu was pregnant with a baby again, and kept putting food into her bowl. Sister-in-law, these chopsticks are clean. Come, eat this steamed shrimp. These shrimps are delicious. They are all fresh lake shrimps that I just let the robot catch. Shrimps are low in calories and high in nutritional value. Eat more and you won't get fat. Okay, I'll do it myself. Thank you. Wife, I'll peel the shrimp for you. I can do it myself. On the dining table, Lu Lulu was warmly entertained by Xiao Yao, and she couldn't refuse the hospitality. She ate until she was 90% full, until she really couldn't eat anymore. Xiao Wu was coaxed by Xiao Jiu's mother and grandfather, picking up food for him and talking to him. Unconsciously, a table of dishes was eaten. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Lulu took out the gifts she had prepared in advance from the space and gave them to Xiao Jiu's family. She gave them to Grandpa Xiao first, then to her future mother-in-law Bai Ruoyun, and her sister-in-law Xiao Yao according to their seniority. Xiao Zhentian and Bai Ruoyun were proud of their status and did not open the gifts. Xiao Yao was young and lively. She asked Lu Lulu, Sister-in-law, can I open this gift now? When she saw Lu Lulu nod in agreement, she immediately opened a rectangular jade box made of jade. A thick, large and long object instantly caught Xiao Yao's eyes. Wow! So big, thick and long. It must be 38 centimeters. There is such a thick and long ginseng. Looking at the age, it must be at least several hundred years old. Sister-in-law, this is too valuable. Do you really want to give me the ginseng? Your sister-in-law gave it to you. Just keep it well. Brother, you said it, so I would be disrespectful to refuse it. Grandpa, what did your sister-in-law give you? I want to see it. Chapter 459 Xiao Yao's Black Pill. Xiao Yao opened her own gift and ran to Grandpa Xiao, wanting to open his gift. 100-year-old ginseng. It's still in such good condition. This is an excellent ingredient that is hard to come by. With this ginseng, she might be able to use the characteristics of her supernatural powers to research a medicinal wine that can prolong life. You, girl, have been like this since you were a child. As soon as you see a gift, you want to open it and take a look. Grandpa Xiao smiled helplessly and patted her head. If you want to open it, open it. Your sister-in-law shouldn't mind. Right? Lu Lulu smiled and said, Of course not. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. Great. Thank you. Grandpa. Thank you. Sister-in-law. After the consent of Grandpa Xiao and Lu Lulu, Xiao Yao opened Grandpa Xiao's gift. As expected, this was a ginseng that was thicker and longer than the one she held in her hand. Judging from the age, it's probably 1,000 years old. After Xiao Yao opened Grandpa Xiao's gift, Su Ruoyun saw her eager eyes, sighed helplessly, and handed the jade box to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao opened Su Ruoyun's gift. Wow! I guessed right. My ginseng is about 300 years old. My mother's is 600 years old. And Grandpa's is 1,000 years old. Xiao Yao exclaimed, and hurriedly picked up the ginseng, arranged it on the table in order of age, and looked at it carefully. Xiao Zhentian and Su Ruoyun were also surprised to hear Xiao Yao's noise. Whether before or after the end of the world, they were in high positions. They have seen many rare and exotic things. But it is the first time they have seen ginseng that is hundreds of years old or even thousands of years old and still in such good condition. Yao Yao likes to study medicinal food. She said that ginseng has a 1,000-year-old growth ring. Which must be true. I never thought that Xiao Jiao would meet such a capable daughter-in-law. Su Ruoyun and Xiao Zhentian looked at each other, obviously very satisfied with the gift from Lu Lulu. Wow! Sister-in-law. You are so amazing. You can find a 1,000-year-old ginseng. This is a rare thing that is rarely seen. Not to mention the current world. It is a real priceless treasure. Xiao Yao felt her heartbeat quicken. And she became more and more excited. Grandpa. Mother. Sister-in-law. If you believe me, please give me the ginseng. My ability is to use food raw materials to make food that randomly adds to the human body. These ginsengs, I have a hunch that they can have special effects. Xiao Yao grabbed the 300-year-old jade box and excitedly said to Lu Lulu and others. Lulu, what do you think? Su Ruoyun smiled and threw the question to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu agreed, of course. She had unlimited vitality water stock solution. It took quite a lot of vitality water stock solution to ripen these ginsengs. For ordinary crops, diluting vitality water is enough to make them bloom and bear fruit quickly. But ginseng is different. There is a saying that ginseng can be 1,000 years old. So in the afternoon, she entered the planting area in the space and did an experiment. The results showed that vitality water can indeed be used to activate the age of ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Under the blessing of vitality water, these ginsengs grew rapidly. This is under the condition that she deliberately controlled it. If she continued to feed vitality water, the age of ginseng would be higher. I think it's feasible. Yao Yao, you can try it. If it's not enough, I have more here, Lu Lulu said, waving her hand, and 3 huge Ganoderma lucidum were placed next to the ginseng. Xiao Jiao's family was more and more shocked when they saw the Ganoderma lucidum on the table. As far as they knew, Xiao Jiao's ability was to exchange gold for high-tech items. But among the items, there was definitely no magical item like ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Sister-in-law, where did you get so many treasures? These are nothing. Just like it. Of course I like it. I like it very much. Sister-in-law. Then I really started the experiment. I can't guarantee that it will be 100% successful. It doesn't matter. You can try it. Lu Lulu said with a smile. Just a few medicinal herbs. She has a lot of them in her space. Even if she eats these things as snacks every day, she will never finish them. It will be idle wherever it is placed. It can make the sister-in-law happy, which is also a blessing for these ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Seeing that everyone in the family supported her, Xiao Yao assured the robot to come over, take away the leftovers on the table, and find sharp kitchen tools. She started the experiment with the youngest ginseng, cutting the ginseng into even parts with a knife. After the ginseng passed the kitchen electronic scale and confirmed the weight, she put the processed ginseng in a large transparent container. Lu Lulu saw her holding the glass container with both hands. And soon, her hands emitted a hazy light. The light enveloped the ginseng, making it difficult for her to see clearly. Instead, Xiao Yao was excited and nervous, whispering something. Oh my god! Queen Mother, Jade Emperor, please bless me with a high-level jujube pill this time. Don't let me lose face in front of my sister-in-law. About a minute later, Xiao Yao's face turned pale, and the light on her hand gradually dissipated. Everyone looked at the transparent container at the same time, and saw that there was a black pill the size of a peanut lying inside. Lu Lulu was very surprised, and couldn't help thinking, what kind of superpower is this? It's so magical that it can turn ingredients into a small pill. At the same time, she suddenly remembered the pills her sister-in-law gave her before. Xiao Jiao said that if you eat one of these pills, you won't be hungry for 10 days or half a month. It seems that those magical pills were also made by her, by combining ingredients and superpowers. Yao Yao, what is the effect of this pill? Let me see. Xiao Yao's little hand trembled and picked up the black pill. She instantly understood the effect of this pill through superpower sensing. Yao Yao, why is your face so red? Mom, Grandpa, this pill is amazing. Xiao Yao's face was flushed with excitement. The other family members present were all confused. Amazing? What else could be more amazing than Xiao Jiao's golden ability? He could even build a city. And it was a sky city on the clouds. Yao Yao. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell me, what is the use of this pill? Xiao Jiao urged in a low voice. This pill can help us break through the upper limit of the human body and break the original shackles. Moreover, this pill is made of 100-year-old ginseng and has no toxic side effects. Break through the upper limit of the human body and break the original shackles. What does this mean? Everyone sitting at the table was confused and lost in thought. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Yao immediately explained, Brother, I have a hunch that as long as we eat this pill, we will have hope to break through the bottleneck that high-level psychics cannot continue to upgrade. As her voice fell, everyone was shocked. Chapter 460. Especially Xiao Jiao, who doubted Xiao Yao's words. In his previous life, he had never heard that there were items in this world that could allow high-level psychics to break through bottlenecks and continue to rise. Similarly, in his previous life, his sister, mother, and grandfather did not awaken their powers and become psychics. In this life, with the help of the vitality water provided by Lulu, the three of them were able to successfully activate their powers and become high-level psychics. Could it be because of the vitality water in this life? The cause and effect of all this, the butterfly effect, led to something different from the previous experience? Brother, you try one? Xiao Jiao put the black pill handed over by Xiao Yao in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. He hesitated for a few seconds and swallowed the pill decisively. Then, he felt that there was suddenly a heat flow in his body, surging from all parts of his body, rushing directly to the energy concentration point in his abdomen. As soon as the warm current appeared, it was like finding an outlet for venting, and it was smoothly integrated into the energy core of his energy source in the abdomen. Previously, after swallowing it many times, he still couldn't break through the barrier of the 12th level high-level superpower user. But at this moment, he easily broke through the ice. Everyone sensed the strong superpower fluctuations on Xiao Jiao's body. Xiao Jiao felt this superpower fluctuation the most profoundly. If the energy core in his abdomen was originally a fist-sized stagnant water puddle, then now, with the help of the pill just now, this puddle broke through the outermost barrier of the fist. It successfully turned his fist-sized energy ball into a palm-sized energy ball. Inside the energy ball, there was a superpower energy that he was extremely familiar with and extremely pure. He had a hunch that the power level of the black fog at this time was several times greater than the previous power. Xiao Jiao was very surprised. He didn't expect that this magical pill would bring such a heaven-defying effect. Brother, how is the effect? The effect is as you said. I really broke through. Breakthrough. Lulu couldn't help but exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the spiritual medicine she casually gave could produce such a heaven-defying surprise with the cooperation of Xiao Jiao's sister. So, the upper limit of the superpower can continue to rise. The premise is that you need to find an opportunity to break through the bottleneck. And the pills made by Xiao Yao using superpowers and spiritual medicines are an excellent opportunity. Xiao Yao, who learned the effect, had a flash of excitement in his eyes. Grandpa, wait a moment. I will continue to make pills. Xiao Yao sensed that her remaining superpower reserves could be used twice. So she immediately picked up a piece of ginseng and continued to make pills. 2 minutes later, 2 pills appeared in her hand again. Xiao Yao first looked at her mother Su Ruoyun and grandfather Xiao Zhentian, and finally chose to hand one of the pills to Lulu. Sister-in-law, you gave me this medicine. You should take it first. Lulu felt warm in her heart, took the pill, and swallowed it immediately without hesitation. Soon, she had the same abnormal energy fluctuations as Xiao Jiao. These energies flowed into her slightly bulging abdomen. The 3 embryos in her belly moved unconsciously because of the entry of this energy, and actively absorbed this energy through the umbilical cord. Wife, how do you feel? Lulu stretched out her hand and tried using the water ability. Her ability did not change. Why didn't I break through? Xiao Jiao was very worried when he heard her say that. Wife, don't worry about the breakthrough first. Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. I feel very good. Warm all over. Just like taking a hot spring. Very comfortable. That's right. This feeling is very similar to when I broke through. Maybe I can break through after taking another pill, Xiao Jiao said, looking at Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao understood and handed another pill to Lulu. Lulu knew that this pill would not hurt her, but would make her feel very comfortable. especially when the warm current flowed into her lower abdomen. She even had an illusion. The children in her stomach were very happy and joyful. They wanted more of this warm current. So, when she took the pill, she immediately swallowed it again. After swallowing, she took a few sips of warm water on the table. This time, she could feel that after the pill was swallowed, it automatically turned into a warm current, flowing into her limbs and even her whole body again, and finally gathered in her lower abdomen. The moment the energy flowed in, 3 kinds of joyful emotions that seemed to be there and not there were felt through the umbilical cord. Wife, have you made a breakthrough? Lulu shook her head again. Xiaoyao felt very confused. It was not right. The same ginseng, the same supernatural power. The items produced are absolutely the same, unless these ginsengs are mixed with other things, blended, and then the supernatural power is used. The pills will produce other changes. My brother can break through after eating 1 pill, but my sister-in-law doesn't feel anything after eating 2? Yao, continue to make some pills. Brother, my superpower is exhausted. Your superpower can only be used 3 times a day? That's not the case. If there is a high-level crystal core for me to absorb, I can continue to produce pills. Xiao Jiao immediately took out 10 purified high-level crystal cores and put them on the table. Hurry up to restore superpowers and make pills. Okay. Xiao Jiao helped Lulu sit down. Su Ruoyun and Xiao Jintian suppressed their excitement and waited quietly for Xiao Yao to make pills. The next 2 pills, Xiao Yao gave them to her grandfather and mother. After eating the pills, her grandfather and mother broke through the superpower limit as if it was a matter of course. At this time, the whole family turned their eyes to Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao did not hesitate and ate a homemade pill. Similarly, without any surprises, she also broke through. After the breakthrough, she obviously found that the reserve of superpowers had been upgraded. In the past, she could only make 3 pills at most with high-level superpowers. Now after the breakthrough, the superpowers are directly restored to full, and 30 pills can be made at a time. This shows that after the breakthrough, the superpowers have at least broken through 10 times. But why didn't my sister-in-law break through after eating 2 pills? Xiao Yao continued to make pills with doubts. This time, she took 600-year-old ginseng to make pills. After she released her superpowers, she was surprised to find that it took a minute to make pills. But now it can be done in a few seconds. And, because the age of ginseng has increased, she feels that the energy of the pills this time is more abundant. Xiao Yao was not sure and put the prepared pills on a clean plate, and then said to Lulu, "Sister-in-law, you try again?" Lulu did not hesitate. Picked up the pills, picked up the water cup and swallowed them. A stream of heat came. No breakthrough. Again, 3 times in a row. She finally sensed that the 3 joyful emotions in her stomach had fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 461. It's good for the mother-in-law to take care of the baby. And it was at this time that she absorbed enough energy and successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 12th level water-based high-level mutant. Sister-in-law, you broke through. This time, Xiao Yao clearly felt the stronger aura fluctuations on Lulu's body, and said to her with certainty, "Yes, a breakthrough. Great. Don't let others know about our breakthrough for now. Grandpa is right. This matter is of great importance. Now is not the time to expose it. Brother, you are short of gold. Right? We can completely split the remaining pills again. Make them, and put them in the vending machine of Little Red Riding Hood shelter, to empty the gold reserves of those children of the aristocratic families." Su Ruoyun smiled. "You girl. You are so cunning. Such precious pills should be kept for our family. Gold. There are many gold mines at home and abroad. Let your brother send people to mine. There is no need to worry about gold." Xiao Jintian looked serious. Ruoyun is right. This item is too precious. Especially ginseng over 100 years old. It is hard to find. Keep these pills. When we encounter a breakthrough bottleneck again, these pills can make our Xiao family stronger. Xiao Jiao couldn't help but look at Lulu when he heard his family's discussion. He saw with his own eyes that Lulu took 2 hours to ripen these ginsengs. Lulu took the time to tell him about the vitality water. It was the product of a pool in the space, and this pool could produce vitality water continuously. It can be said that precious Chinese herbal medicines such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum are not rare things for Lulu. Of course, corresponding seeds are needed to continuously produce corresponding Chinese medicinal herbs. Lulu saw Xiao Jiao's eyes and said softly, Don't worry about running out of these herbs. Just make pills to help your psychics break through and improve their strength. Xiao Jiao heard Lu Luoyu's words and turned to Xiao Yao and said, listen to your sister-in-law and make all these herbs into pills. Brother, don't worry. These precious herbs, I will go back to the laboratory, study the most reasonable ratio, and exchange them with you personally. Xiao Zhentian and Su Ruoyun heard their conversation, and their anxiety about the limited herbs disappeared instantly. Grandpa, Mom, do you and Yao Yao live in the empty room? Or settle down with me in the city garden? Xiao Zhentian smiled kindly. Your mother and I are used to living in the empty room. It is very convenient to eat and entertain here. Son, don't worry about us. I live very well here. Yao Yao makes delicious food for me every day. Xiao Jiao heard that they all wanted to settle here with Xiao Yao, so he could only follow their wishes. After Su Ruoyun finished talking to Xiao Jiao, she stood up and walked to Lu Lulu, saying softly, good daughter-in-law, you have worked hard to take care of the child. If you need help, tell me anytime. Grandma. Xiao Wu instantly understood what Su Ruoyun meant. He didn't want to live with his parents anymore. His mother stayed in the space every day to take care of the fetus and ignored him. His father went out for several days from time to time and didn't come back. He was really bored. He was tired of playing with the toys in the space. Su Ruoyun saw Xiao Wu sitting next to Lu Lulu stretching his hands towards her. And without thinking, she bent down and picked him up. Hey, my precious grandson. Come. Grandma will play with you. Okay. Play with Grandma. Lu Lulu was instantly embarrassed when she saw Xiao Wu holding Su Ruoyun's clothes tightly. This brat clearly wanted to boost his grandma's ambition. He seemed to have expected that with Su Ruoyun, the doting grandma, around, she couldn't do anything to him. Bitch. You have mastered the delicate balance between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. With Su Ruoyun, the mother-in-law, she really couldn't do anything. If the relationship becomes strained, Xiao Jiao will be very embarrassed. She didn't want to embarrass Xiao Jiao. This question of who is the most important between her and his mother. She doesn't need to try. And she doesn't want to try. Whenever she encounters something that is not too excessive, she is willing to retreat a little. Sometimes, proper retreat can make the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law respectful and harmonious. On TikTok, there are many videos of such mother-in-law and daughter-in-law battles, often saying that if you don't accept it, you will fight the mother-in-law. It was cool at the time. But a broken mirror is hard to mend after all. It is easy to destroy a relationship, but it is harder than climbing to the sky to repair a relationship. Even if it can be repaired, it will never be the same as before. She has no need to make both unhappy because of Xiao Wu's belonging issue and who to be close to. On the contrary, she thinks very open-mindedly. Su Ruoyun, the mother-in-law, can teach a child like Xiao Jiao, and then teach Xiao Wu, which is definitely more reliable than a robot without emotions. Lu, I like Xiao Wu very much. Let Xiao Wu stay with me for a few days these days. What do you think? Lu Lulu smiled slightly. I think it's good. Xiao Wu couldn't stop smiling when he heard Lu Lulu's response. The atmosphere in the restaurant was very harmonious. The family chatted for a while, and the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Jiao took Lu Lulu back to the city garden. His family took Xiao Wu and settled in the rest area of the Kongsha Food City. After Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao returned to their residence, they washed up and rested early. Early the next morning, Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao entered the space and came to the planting area to promote the birth of Chinese herbal medicines such as ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and deer antlers. The tentative plan is to promote the birth of a batch of herbs ranging from 1 to 100 years. Wife, you sit next to me and leave these tasks to me. Lu Lulu nodded gently, found a lazy sofa, sat down on the open space in the planting area, and drank tea leisurely. The secret of her space being able to produce crops. The people who know it now, besides herself, are Xiao Jiao and Xiao Wu. As for Xiao Jiao's family and Yan Feiyu and others, they only revealed that she is a dual system ability user. Space system and water system. Vitality water. To the public, is still the same rhetoric she and Xiao Jiao said at the beginning. The vitality water developed by Yunshang technology has nothing to do with her space. Xiao Jiao quickly worked on the black soil where crops were planted. Soon, he ripened batches of crops and put them into fresh keeping containers. He was busy until noon. Lulu took out the food that was originally stored in the space, and the two had a simple lunch. Xiao Jiao continued to work in the planting area. Lulu lay on the large lazy sofa and fell asleep unknowingly. When she opened her eyes again, she found Xiao Jiao sitting quietly beside her, as if he had been waiting for her to wake up. How long have you been waiting? Why didn't you wake me up? Not long. Are you hungry? My wife. What do you want to eat? You can arrange it. Okay. Xiao Jiao stepped forward, helped Lulu up, and then left the space and returned to the large flat where he lived. Chapter 462, Is There a Demon in the Belly? Lulu's mood improved when she saw the beautifully decorated room with a wide view. The space was very comfortable, but the decoration and design of this large flat, as well as the convenience, were not available in the space. Just return to the space. Xiao Jiao found the message on the smart bracelet. Xiao Wu was so happy to eat the dessert made by Yao Yao. Picture. Xiao Wu. This kid shaved your grandfather's beard. Your grandfather seems to be much younger? Picture. Son. Xiao Wu learned to make cakes. Picture. Lulu saw Xiao Jiao smiling at the bracelet and couldn't help but move closer. Xiao Jiao saw her moving closer, projected the message on the screen, and opened the public information panel. Lulu saw the photo of Xiao Wu making trouble at a glance. This stinky boy is really restless. He shaved Grandpa Zhao's beard so quickly. After reading the picture, Lulu looked up and met Xiao Jiao's eyes, and both of them laughed involuntarily. Wife, you cook for a while. I'll ask the robot to cook. Okay. More than half an hour later, Lulu and Xiao Jiao had a sumptuous dinner. The ingredients cooked by the robot were all crops produced in her space planting area. These ingredients were accompanied by the vitality of vitality water, compared with the material she stockpiled before the end of the world. They tasted more delicious and had higher nutritional value. Wife, you rest at home. I'll go to the food city. Okay. Lulu watched Xiao Jiao leave. As the electronic door closed automatically, she slowly came back to her senses. A batch of spiritual herbs had just been picked today. Xiao Jiao went to deliver the medicine to Xiao Yao this time, hoping to have a different harvest. Lulu left the dining chair. The robot next to her saw it and immediately stepped forward to clean up the dishes and bowls on the dining table and took them to the kitchen to wash. She took a look and was very satisfied. With a housekeeping robot, all the dirty and messy problems in the house are solved. Lulu came to the sofa, half leaned on it, and enjoyed life. She picked up the remote control on the coffee table and turned on the high-tech laser projector. This kind of projector can also be played during the day, and the screen clarity is at least blue light quality. Lulu picked up a short play and watched it for a while, and her eyelids began to fight up and down again. Just when she was drowsy, she suddenly felt that the baby in her belly seemed to be stirring. At first, she didn't care. So, several babies in her belly that had not yet formed tried to shake, trying to attract her attention. Lulu felt her belly shaking more and more, and finally opened her eyes. Just when she didn't know what was going on, suddenly she felt that the 3 babies in her belly seemed to be asking her for delicious food. Lulu frowned, took out a huge strawberry, and ate it in no time. The pure vitamins and energy from the strawberry, which had the effect of vitality water, had just entered her digestive system and had not yet been absorbed. But the fetuses in her stomach worked hard to absorb all the energy. Lulu was shocked. She was not sleepy at all at this moment. She took several pills yesterday, but could not break through. It seemed that it was not her own problem, but the baby in her stomach. Eat more. Eat more. It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. It's delicious. Eat more. Big pill. Big pill. I want to eat pill. Oh my god. What's going on? Lulu once thought she was hallucinating. Is it really hallucination? Why did she seem to hear a few-month-old embryo talking in her belly? Why doesn't mom give us delicious food yet? I'm so hungry. Woo. Woo. Is it because we are too quiet and mom can't hear us? Oh. I'm so hungry. Let's try harder and remind mom to give us delicious food. Lulu realized that she seemed to hear the baby in her belly talking. And suddenly, there was another wave of belly movement. Oh my god. Is she pregnant with a demon? It should be the damn fruit. That's not right. He also ate the fruit at the beginning, but there was no special abnormality. The change in E's childbirth was that she did not awaken her superpowers for the sake of her children, which led to her death from the advanced zombie virus during childbirth, along with more than 2 million ordinary people. So, it shouldn't be caused by the fruit in the space. Lulu thought of the black pills that Xiao Jio's sister gave her. When she took the pills, she vaguely sensed the joy of the children. Could it be that these pills caused the fetuses to mutate? As Lulu was thinking, she found that her stomach was getting more and more painful, and the fluctuations in her belly were getting bigger and bigger. No matter what the situation, feed the fetuses first. Lulu didn't care about anything and took out 3 3-pound strawberries from the space, took a big bite, and swallowed them into her stomach. Hee. Sour and sweet strawberries. Less energy, but delicious. I love this taste. More. Not enough. Give me some space. I'm your younger sister. Humph. If you don't let me, wait until I'm born, and I'll complain to Mom. You bullied me when I was in your belly. Old third. Don't be so sissy. You deserve it if you can't grab it. You're the weakest. Old third. Don't say that you, the second brother, won't let you. Your eldest brother is too fierce. Once I let him go, he'll take advantage of you. Lulu felt the thoughts conveyed by the 3 babies in her belly, and she felt bad. But at the moment, there was no better way. She decided to give birth to the 3 babies herself, and it was useless to regret it now. No matter whether these 3 babies were monsters or not, they were her children and must be raised well. Soon, Lulu finished eating 20 kilograms of strawberries. Because all the strawberries were absorbed by the babies, she didn't feel full, and even felt hungrier and hungrier. Fortunately, the strawberry was transmitted to her stomach through her taste buds, and she still tasted the sweet taste of the strawberry. Under the constant urging of the 3 fetuses, Lulu then took out bananas, oranges, watermelons, mangoes, and other fruits cultivated with vitality water, and ate them non-stop. However, the big eaters in her stomach were still not satisfied. They kept calling out and couldn't eat enough. Until Xiao Jio brought the latest batch of black pills made by his sister Xiao Yao home. He was shocked to see the table full of fruit peels, especially when Lulu held 2 large strawberries in his left and right hands, and his face was covered with various colors of fruit pigments. He was even more stunned. My wife just finished dinner with him. Could it be that she was not full? Or was she shy? So she deliberately ate very little just now, and only started to eat secretly after he left? When Lulu saw Xiao Jio coming home, she didn't care about anything else. Her eyes lit up. She put down the fruit in her hand, walked quickly to Xiao Jio, and asked anxiously, "Husband, do you have the new pills made by Yao Yao?" Chapter 463 3 Big Eaters. Yes. But wife, aren't you full? Xiao Jio was very worried. He took out a spare wet tissue and gently wiped the fruit paint off Lulu's face. Lulu was stunned for a moment, and her eyes couldn't help but look at the wet tissue. There were yellow and red fruit paints on it. So shameful. Why did she become like this? Forget it. Never mind. It's embarrassing. Hurry up and give me the pills. Xiao Jio saw that Lulu was urging him very urgently, so he could only take out a box of black pills and hand them to Lulu. Without waiting for him to explain the function of the pills, Lulu picked up one, threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Ah, such pure energy. I'll absorb it. I'll absorb it too. Good brothers. Let me. I'll absorb it. Just after swallowing the pill, the strange consciousness in his stomach appeared again. Lulu was already very calm at this time. Xiao Jio silently watched her swallow 3 600-year-old black pills in succession before stopping. Wife, although these energies are pure and harmless, you can't absorb too much. Lulu casually took out a bottle of mineral water and drank most of it before looking at Xiao Jio and slowly saying, "Hey, sit down first. I'll tell you about this slowly." Xiao Jio saw Lulu's strange expression, suppressed his doubts, and sat next to her on the sofa. Wife, what happened? Lulu blinked, sorted out the clues, and told Xiao Jio everything about the abnormal movement of the baby in her belly. After a long time, Xiao Jio's deep eyes showed a trace of worry. This worry was just a flash, and he hid it well. Lulu can't worry. She sometimes likes to think about things. Wife, it's okay. The fetus absorbs so much energy. They must be extraordinary after they are born. Yeah. Lulu's mood gradually became calmer and calmer under Xiao Jio's comfort. Take these pills first. I will give birth to a batch of herbs to Yao Yao. Okay. Lulu was very happy about this. She ate dozens of kilograms of fruit in a mouthful, and her stomach didn't feel hungry. The children in her stomach were very restless. Just after taking the pills, the children calmed down and fell into silence. Lulu took Xiao Jiao and entered the space planting area again. Xiao Jiao ripened the herbs in the planting area overnight. Lulu found a bed on the spot, put it in an open space in the planting area, and went to bed early. She is pregnant with 3 children now, and she can't stay up late. For her and the children, staying up late continuously is not good for the body, especially when she found that the universal vitality water that could detoxify and treat many diseases. When she faced the invasion of the mutant virus again, she was powerless and realized that vitality water was not omnipotent. Jiang Yi's death in childbirth made her sad and worried about her own situation. Early the next morning, Lulu slept until she woke up naturally. She sat up slowly from the bed and found an area in the planting area with many ripening herbs in baskets. Xiao Jiao heard the noise and just collected the latest batch of herbs. He put all the herbs into the dimensional space and walked quickly towards Lulu. Wife, let's have breakfast first. After breakfast, I'll send the herbs to my sister. If you are just 2 months pregnant, the children should take 3 600-year-old black pills every day. According to what you told me, when you are in the late stage of pregnancy, the children will eat more. You must let Yao Yao prepare enough food for you and the children in advance. Lulu nodded. Let's go. She took the initiative to hold Xiao Jiao's big hand, and in the blink of an eye, the two returned to the large flat where they lived. The robot quickly prepared a table of nutritious breakfast with good color, aroma and taste. Xiao Jiao was in a hurry, so he hurriedly drank a cup of warm milk, picked up a sandwich, and ate it in a few seconds. After a simple farewell to Lulu, he immediately took the herbs to find his sister Xiao Yao. Not long after Xiao Jiao left, Lulu felt the consciousness coming from her stomach again. Hungry mother. Mother. Food. Lulu quickly took out the black pills that Xiao Jiao left for her yesterday and swallowed 3 of them. Soon, a happy mood appeared in her stomach when she felt that the energy of the pills had been completely absorbed by the children. Her joy gradually calmed down. It seemed that 3 600-year-old pills were just enough for the children to eat. After eating and drinking, Lulu found the housekeeping robot and asked it to help her use the laser perspective function to give her a simple full-body examination. After the robot scanned her, it printed out the examination results through the printer in the house. Lulu picked up the report and saw that the 3 embryos in her belly were very healthy and in line with the normal growth law. And she breathed a sigh of relief. Now their family lives in the empty city, without a doctor. Fortunately, the housekeeping robot is very comprehensive and has a built-in scanning and physical examination function. Lulu put down the report, and the smart bracelet she placed on the coffee table lit up. A light blue screen suddenly appeared in front of her, and she found that the caller was her mother-in-law Su Ruoyun. Lulu picked up the phone in confusion. Lulu, Xiao Wu is clamoring to talk to you. Mom, I miss you so much. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with deep longing. It was just one day, and the novelty of his play wore off, and he began to miss Lulu very much. Oh, I remember you were very happy when you left with Grandpa and Grandma. How could you miss me? Mom, woo. I really miss you. I'm not lying, Xiao Wu said, tears welling up in his eyes. When Lulu saw him like this, her heart twitched involuntarily. I'll ask your dad to pick you up. Ah? When Xiao Wu heard that he was going home, his original longing for Lulu was swept away. It's true that he misses his mother, and it's also true that he doesn't want to be punished by his mother to kneel on the washboard. It's really boring to go back home. Xiao Wu himself doesn't understand what this feeling is. But compared to being punished by his mother and being locked up at home, he prefers to play with his grandmother. As for missing his mother, he can overcome it. Why? Don't you want to come back? Mom, Su Ruoyun was on the side, just glanced at Xiao Wu and saw his little thoughts. Children, everything is written on their faces. Lulu, Xiao Wu is very good. Let him stay with me for a while. Okay. Lulu and Su Ruoyun chatted a few words about Xiao Wu and hung up the call. At noon, Xiao Jiao came back with a batch of pills. After lunch, he hurried to the food city to supervise Xiao Yao and study the ratio of pills with her. Yin Feiyu and others who were brought back by Xiao Jiao had a day of rest and read the rules of the empty city. And they also had a general understanding of the empty city. They formed groups and wandered around various areas of the empty city. Chapter 464, A New Beginning. For 3 days, they always felt that the comfortable life that suddenly came was unreal. Until 3 days later, Xiao Jiao notified all of them to go to the first floor conference room for a meeting. Lu Lulu and the first batch of residents of the empty city all sat in the conference room, listening to Xiao Jiao's announcement about the future development and deployment of the empty city. First of all, before the meeting officially begins, I have a few words to say to you. As the first batch of residents of the empty city, you are also my most trustworthy brothers who have been through life and death together. I promise you that I will never treat all of you unfairly. Just the day before yesterday, my sister Xiao Yao used her supernatural powers and the herbs cultivated in the empty city planting base to develop a pill. This pill has a magical effect on our breakthrough to level 12. Next, my sister Xiao Yao, the director of the empty food, will distribute the pills to you. Everyone in the conference room was amazed when they heard what Xiao Jiao said. Level 12. Even the official side has no news that it can break through to level 12. Unexpectedly, Boss Xiao and her sister are so awesome that they can even develop such a medicine. All the superpowers were stunned by the magic one after another. They all showed unbelievable expressions on their faces. Just like when they just entered the Sky City. Everyone seemed to be in a dream. Xiao Yao stood up from the seat to the right of Xiao Jiao, took out the pills wrapped in exquisite packaging boxes, and handed them to the members attending the meeting in person. The team members took the pills and couldn't help but stare at them in their hands. After Xiao Yao distributed the pills, she met the first batch of core members and left an impression in their hearts. This is the boss's sister, and she must not be offended. Yin Feiyu also got a pill. He didn't know that Xiao Jiao took out the pills today, and Xiao Jiao didn't tell him in advance. Yin Feiyu sighed secretly. He hoped that he was different from other team members. At least in Xiao Jiao's heart, his status was different. Xiao Jiao didn't know what these people were thinking. He cleared his throat and continued, these pills. After the meeting, you go back to your residence and take them by yourself. After taking them, write an 800-word report on your experience and send it to Xiao Yao via email. Xiao Jiao glanced around the meeting room and saw that everyone was looking at him intently. Okay, now the meeting officially begins. Please use the notebook that comes with the smart bracelet to carefully record what I am going to say next. Today's meeting, I will mainly talk about 3 things. First, I plan to put up tickets for the Sky City tomorrow. After the tickets are issued, the Sky City will welcome new members. Second, everyone present should do a good job in response to the positions they chose at the beginning. Third, if anyone violates the rules or acts in favor of their own position, they will be punished strictly in accordance with the punishment regulations. You are the people I trust the most. Similarly, there is no order without rules. Did everyone understand? As Xiao Jiao's voice fell, the members of the superpower team answered in unison. I understand. The deafening sound startled Lu Lulu, who was sitting on the left side of Xiao Jiao. Today's meeting ends here. Everyone should return to their respective areas of responsibility, familiarize themselves with their duties and responsibilities, and welcome the arrival of new members tomorrow morning. Dismissed. After Xiao Jiao finished his last sentence, he stood up and walked out of the meeting room with Lu Lulu. Other members left in different directions. They only had one day today to familiarize themselves with their job responsibilities, and they must not be the first to stand out and be punished. Everyone wanted to do things well, so they temporarily put the pills aside. After everyone left, Yin Feiyu sat in his chair all the time, looking lonely. Jiao did not discuss the notice with him in advance for this meeting as he did before. Xiao Yao also stayed in the meeting room. She saw Yin Feiyu staring at the pills on the table in a daze, and walked quickly to his side. Feiyu, what's wrong with you? Xiao Yao and Yin Feiyu often met before the end of the world, and he was not unfamiliar, because at that time, every time Xiao Jiao finished a mission, he would take Yin Feiyu home for dinner to discuss the mission. I'm fine. Yin Feiyu shook his head slightly and held a black pill in his hand. Feiyu, wait a minute. Xiao Yao looked around and confirmed that she and Yin Feiyu were the only ones in the meeting room. She hurried forward and closed the door of the meeting room to make sure no one could hear what she said next. What's wrong? Yin Feiyu was confused when he saw Xiao Yao close the door. Shoo! Brother Feiyu. You must keep this a secret. What's the matter? The pill in your hand was specially given to me by my brother. It is made of 600-year-old ginseng. The other team members all have 300-year-old ginseng. Yin Feiyu smiled when he heard what Xiao Yao said. He knew that in Brother Jio's heart, he must be different from the other brothers. Is there any particularity for ginseng of different years? Xiao Yao lowered her voice and whispered, the higher the age, the stronger the efficacy, the higher the probability of breakthrough. And after the breakthrough, the compression of your superpower purity is twice that of the 300-year-old pill. Brother Feiyu, go back and take it quickly. For a 13th level superpower user, the power of superpowers will undergo a qualitative transformation. Okay. Let's go. It's late at this time. Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch first. Xiao Yao, as always, enthusiastically invited Yin Feiyu to go to the cafeteria for lunch together. Yin Feiyu shook his head. I'll go home to eat. The children are still at home. By the way, I heard from my brother that you have 4 babies. Xiao Yao patted his head. Brother Feiyu, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll be back soon. Yin Feiyu looked at Xiao Yao and rushed out in a hurry. About 3 minutes later, Xiao Yao returned to the meeting room panting and handed Yin Feiyu a beautifully packaged box. This is my gift for the babies. You can open it when you go back. Yin Feiyu's hands trembled and his lips moved slightly. Xiao Yao smiled brightly. Don't say no. What is our relationship? Take it. I won't waste your time. Bye. Xiao Yao didn't wait for Yin Feiyu to refuse or thank him, and walked quickly towards the cafeteria. Yin Feiyu put away the gift box and hid his gratitude to Xiao Jio and Xiao Yao in his heart. He shouldn't doubt Brother Jio's friendship with him. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of the Sky City that he realized that Xiao Jio's current status and position were far from being in the same world as him. Brother Jio is the Lord of the Sky City, and he is just a high-level psychic with 4 babies. Chapter 465. Distributed mission tickets. For such a high-level superpower, one more or one less of him is not much. Besides, he is now tied to a child, and cannot share many things with Brother Jio. Yin Feiyu himself could not explain why he had such a strange mentality. Finally, he smiled bitterly and left the meeting room. City Garden Canteen. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jio sat in the public canteen box. Wife, you order first. I will put up the admission tickets to the Sky City now. Okay. Lu Lulu activated the ordering panel on the table and selected the food he wanted to eat. Xiao Jio quickly opened the system panel, found the control button of the self-service vending machine, and put up the latest product, the admission tickets to the Sky City. For each ticket sold, he can also take a 30% commission. The remaining 70%, after being taken away by the system, is used to maintain the daily consumption of the Sky City. Similarly, when putting products on the vending machine will give a reasonable price range, and he can choose the price within this price range. After Lu Lulu ordered the dishes, Xiao Jio was still putting up the admission tickets and setting up the corresponding admission permissions. The channels for putting them on the shelves are nothing more than the 4 vending machines under the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Since the last virus mutation, which caused the death of more than 2 million ordinary people who did not awaken their superpowers, the 4 vending machines have all been modified by Xiao Jio, allowing Lin Fei to assist in the centralized transportation to the square area at the entrance of the central shelter. In this way, people who come to the vending machine to trade will not have such a crowded queue. At the beginning, these ordinary people were given the opportunity to activate their superpowers and become superpowers. Unfortunately, most people didn't seize the opportunity. The sudden outbreak of the virus destroyed his original plan to turn millions of people into superpowers. Fortunately, this virus still left him with more than 200,000 fire seeds. The superpower teams and confidants owned by the major families in Shanghai, altogether, are about 600,000 people. In order to prevent more unexpected situations from occurring due to the butterfly effect, Xiao Jio decided to transform these people into the empty city as soon as possible and become citizens of the empty city. Xiao Jio thought about it. First opened the intelligent brain link of several working robots in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, and after remotely analyzing the economic situation and strength level of all residents in the shelter, he set a very cost-effective price for the admission ticket. At this price, even the poorest people in the shelter can get the admission ticket. For the superpowers in the shelter, who have red coins and exchange materials for currency, The value of red coins is recognized by the system. The exchange ratio is 1 to 1. One ticket costs 1,000 red coins. Any psychic who has worked in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter can reach this standard after working for 3 months. As for those who spend money lavishly and do not have enough red coins, he provides special services to these people. That is the free lottery with inside information. Since it is said to have inside information, there must be something fishy about the lottery. If you draw a lottery with 1 red coin, you will have the chance to draw a ticket worth 1,000 red coins. The vending machine will be adjusted in time according to the specific amount of red coins of the lottery drawer. 10 minutes later, Xiaojio set up the lottery and ticket exchange of the vending machine. After these people get the admission ticket, there will be a corresponding drone next to the vending machine, leading these people to the air raid shelter where they lived before. Only those who pass the test again in the air raid shelter can be brought into the empty city. If the test is not passed, these people can stay in the air raid shelter and participate in the mining tasks issued by the air raid shelter. They can also leave at any time. As for the drone, only people with bracelets can be absorbed in. This plane uses high-tech metal. Unless the official's most powerful H weapon is used, it is difficult for these people to cause damage to the plane. Xiaojio set the round-trip destination. Click the drone takeoff button, and let the plane go to the open space next to the self-service vending machine to wait. Setting these alone is not enough. Good things all need to be promoted. Xiaojio asked the intelligent brain to edit a 3D promotional video of the empty city. The high-tech and beautiful scenes of the empty city in the video will be played in a loop through the video of the self-service vending machine. Lulu sat quietly beside Xiaojio, waiting silently for him to finish the work at hand. About 5 minutes later, Xiaojio turned off the system screen, tilted his head slightly, and looked at Lulu gently. "Wife, let's eat." "Yes." Xiaojio picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of dry pot potato chips for Lulu, which she loved recently. "No need to pick it for me. I can do it myself." "Okay." Lulu and Xiaojio finished their lunch in silence, walked slowly along the streets of Sky City hand in hand, and returned to their residence. At the same time, the official in charge of guarding the self-service vending machine discovered the abnormality of the self-service vending machine at the first time. "Oh my god! Am I seeing a ghost? How come there is a big plane in the sky?" You are surprised by something new. This is the plane sent by Master Su's family to transport supplies. No, the Su family's plane is green, and this plane is white. Moreover, this plane is much larger than the Su family's plane. Judging from its size, it can carry at least 1,000 people at a time. What are you talking about? With the development of technology, I have never seen a plane that can carry 1,000 people. I used to be a ground staff at the airport. This plane can definitely carry more than 1,000 people. Hey, that plane is coming towards us. A team of superpowers responsible for maintaining the safety of self-service vending machines saw the plane coming towards them and fled in all directions. Just when they were still in shock, the plane landed steadily above the 4 self-service vending machines. Its huge size cast a large black shadow near the 4 vending machines. Fuck. What's going on? A team of superpowers and nearby survivors who wanted to exchange items said they were confused. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the giant plane above their heads, just as they were shocked. For vending machines started at the same time, and at the same time, a transparent light blue light curtain was revealed, each of which was as big as a movie theater screen. On each screen, a promotional video of the City of Sky was played. Along with the promotional video, there were rules to follow for entering the City of Sky. After watching the promotion on the huge high-definition projection, everyone's faces showed shock and surprise. The first to come back to their senses were the staff of the Su family, who were responsible for maintaining the order of the self-service vending machines. They looked at each other, trotted into the base, and reported to Su Feiyue the abnormalities found in the square. After they left. Chapter 466 Monopoly. A nearby psychic understood the promotional video and rushed to a vending machine first, buying an admission ticket to the City of the Sky without hesitation. Who knows if this admission ticket will be sold in limited quantities, like the laser weapons and dimensional space rings inside. If you are slow, you may not be able to buy it. When the psychic rushed to a vending machine first, his face showed ecstasy. As expected, the first 10 people who buy the qualification of the City of the Sky will get a 50% discount. Originally, with his current red coin reserves, he could only get 1 admission ticket. But now he can buy 2. And it is half the price. He took out 90% of his savings without hesitation and bought 2 admission tickets. After he bought the admission ticket, there were only 8 50% discount places on the vending machine. He bought an extra ticket, which he could sell to people in need. He was confident that he could sell it, because there are only 10,000 spots for the Sky City on the vending machine. After he got the ticket, he used it in the safe area of the vending machine. As the ticket was authenticated by him, he breathed a sigh of relief. The people watching nearby saw the expression of finding a big bargain on his face, and rushed to the vending machine. In just 1 minute, the first 10 vending machines were sold out in an instant. Then, long queues formed at the 4 vending machines, and the number of vending spots continued to decrease. Similarly, one of the 4 large projection screens was broadcasting the remaining number of tickets in real time. Those who didn't catch up with the 50% discount were very upset, wondering why they didn't move faster. However, they did not hesitate at all and bought an admission ticket at the original price. Just when the enthusiasm of the crowd was high, the leader Sun Su Wenyu and Zhou Yining, surrounded by the Su family's high-level superpower guards, walked towards the vending machine. The queue of people was instantly in turmoil. Su Wenyu waved to the 2 pregnant mothers beside him. The 2 women each brought a team of superpowers holding high-level laser guns to the vending machine and dispersed the queue. The superpowers who did not buy the admission ticket, under the pressure of the Su family, could only leave the vending machine in disgrace. However, they did not go far, but stood outside the safe zone, secretly staring at Su Wenyu, wanting to know what he wanted to do next. Master, the clearing is completed. The 2 high-level pregnant mothers returned to Su Wenyu. Zhou Yining on the side folded his hands on his chest, and when he lowered his head, there was a hint of deep disgust and contempt in his eyes. If it weren't for the more than 200 people in the Zhou family, she would have left long ago. During this period, she used the high-level crystal core given by Xiao Jiao to successfully awaken the mutant ice ability, and through the original crystal core reserves of the Zhou family, she successfully became a high-level ability user. She kept this matter a secret from Su Wenyu. She never revealed her ability in front of him. Once her identity as a high-level ability user was exposed, she would definitely be like these pregnant mothers and could not escape the destruction of Su Wenyu. The last time she met Jyoga reminded her that Su Wenyu would be infected with the virus and die. 1 month after this, Su Wenyu really had an immune system disorder. Even though he was a high-level ability user, all indicators of his body declined rapidly. A gust of cold wind and extremely cold weather can make him catch a cold and have a fever continuously. Antibiotics and other medicines have no effect on him at all. After the doctor of the Su family diagnosed him, he was indeed suffering from HIV. Zhou Yining's imagination that Su Wenyu would die of illness, and she would be relieved did not happen. Su Wenyu's father heard that he was infected with the disease, and specially asked someone to send him a bottle of diluted vitality water for detoxification. Zhou Yining has been living in the same room with Su Wenyu, but they did not sleep together. She knew everything that happened to Su Wenyu. Why are there only 2 left of the 8 women around Su Wenyu? It's because the 6 women were also infected with the HIV virus. Su Wenyu thought that these 6 women were not clean and had betrayed others. After his severe torture, he found out that one of the women had a man outside. Su Wenyu made the 2 people who betrayed him into human pigs alive and kept them in a water tank. To this day, these 2 people who betrayed him have been controlled by Su Wenyu using the healing ability. Su Wenyu tortured them day and night, pouring his own feces and urine into the bathtub from time to time to humiliate them. Every night, Zhou Yining could hear Su Wenyu's perverted laughter and the shrill cries for help from the betrayed couple. They were just asking Su Wenyu to give them a quick death. As for the other 5 women infected with HIV, they were killed by Su Wenyu, and their bodies were taken away by the Su family. It was unknown what they would do with the bodies of these women. The 2 women around him were also infected with HIV. Only because these 2 women were found to be pregnant, they were able to get some vitality water from Su Wenyu and cure their diseases. Zhou Yining's face was cold, and her expression was obscured by the big mask and hat, making it hard to see clearly. When she looked up, she had already put away the expression on her face. Let's go and check the vending machine. Su Wenyu walked to a vending machine first to check. He studied it for a few minutes and figured out the changes in the vending machine. Their Su family finally had the current status. How could a city of emptiness suddenly appear out of thin air? Su Wenyu knew that once all the superpowers were absorbed by the city of emptiness, The status of their Su family would be threatened, and he would probably no longer have the comfortable life he has now. Su Wenyu, who knew the interests involved, immediately picked up the satellite caller and informed his father of the abnormality in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. Soon, he received the news. Block the vending machine and don't let anyone get the admission ticket. I will send your sister to take over the abnormal situation. Su Wenyu received the news and immediately ordered the people around him to broadcast the news. All those who just bought the tickets will be charged a high price by the Su family. If they are found to have hidden the tickets, they will be killed without mercy. As this message was played in a loop, the faces of the more than 500 people who bought the tickets changed drastically. Especially those who have activated the tickets were trembling with fear. The Su family installed an infrared monitoring device near the vending machine. If they are given some time, they will definitely be able to find out that they bought the tickets. But now in the end of the world environment, the Little Red Riding Hood shelter and the Mount Everest Mirage City shelter are both under the control of the Su family. If they want to continue to survive, they must rely on the shelter. Just when people were hesitating whether to hand in their tickets, the latest news appeared on the pale blue screen of the vending machine. Chapter 467 Little Red Riding Hood is resurrected. Stand under the plane. Double-click to activate the ticket. And you can enter the plane to wait and rest. When there are 10,000 people, the plane will depart immediately and head to the city of the sky. As this message fell, the people who originally activated their superpowers looked up at the huge plane. A superpower who happened to be standing in the shadow of the plane gritted his teeth and double-clicked the ticket logo. In an instant, an invisible white beam of light fell from the plane, and the superpower disappeared without a trace. Other superpowers around him, who witnessed this scene, double-clicked to activate their superpowers. More than 500 beams of light appeared out of thin air and disappeared again before Su Wenyu could stop them. After the light beams disappeared, the people who bought the tickets also disappeared without a trace. There were a few people who bought multiple tickets, and they were not sure whether the City of the Sky was a conspiracy. They chose to hand over one ticket and sell it to Su Wenyu at a high price. This high price was 3 times the price. That is, the recycling price of 3,000 red coins. Let's talk about it. If there is no danger in the empty city, the Su family really cannot resist. They can choose to activate the admission ticket and live in the empty city in time. Su Wenyu looked much better when he saw the few people who handed in the admission tickets honestly. If everyone did this and ignored the authority of the Su family, he would lose face completely. Perhaps to show that the Su family is trustworthy, Su Wenyu took out a loudspeaker, pulled a group of people who handed in the admission tickets, and enthusiastically told the other onlookers that the Su family is absolutely trustworthy. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing Su Wenyu's speech. After the brief speech, Su Wenyu said people to block the area around the vending machine. 3 hours later, Su Wenyu's sister Su Qianwei, with a team of high-level psychics, came to the open space in front of the vending machine. Sister, long time no see. Su Wenyu knew that his sister had successfully broken through to the level of a 13th level psychic through some pharmacist's means under the cultivation of the family. When he chatted with his father, he learned from his father's words that his sister Su Qianwei's ability was very powerful. Even dealing with 12 so-called 12th level high-level psychics alone was not a problem. He was very in awe of his sister, living under the aura of his sister's excellence since childhood. He had long been accustomed to being a well-behaved and obedient brother in front of Su Qianwei. Su Qianwei nodded lightly. What's the situation now? Su Wenyu told Su Qianwei the whole story with the words he had already thought of, adding some self-embellishment. After hearing this, Su Qianwei raised her head slightly, narrowed her eyes, and looked at the giant plane above her head. She didn't believe that there was no one behind these bizarre things. It might be that the people from the 4 major families were behind all this. However, the 4 major families have always been under the surveillance of their eyes, and they definitely can't have such a great ability. Sister, I have someone block this place. What should I do next? Su Qianwei smiled coldly. Who is the person behind it? What is the purpose? You will know if you try it. Su Qianwei strode to the official extreme cold plane just now, got on the plane, and ordered the pilot, fly next to that plane. The psychics who followed Su Qianwei immediately got back on the plane and followed Su Qianwei to check the plane. A few minutes later, the plane driven by Su Qianwei came to the glass window outside the drone. The glass window of the plane is designed to be light transmitting but not human transmitting. People inside can see outside, but people outside cannot see inside. Su Qianwei approached the glass window and saw nothing. She signaled to her subordinates to destroy the most fragile glass window of the plane and try to invade the plane to catch the people inside. Of course, the main purpose is to find out who is the mastermind behind the plane. The two psychics use fire and wind powers respectively, trying to use the wind blade and fire blade condensed by high-level powers to break the glass window defense of the plane. As two red and white psychic waves hit the glass window, an invisible light energy shield appeared on the glass window, blocking all the energy of the psychic. Su Qianwei keenly sensed that the psychic energy emitted by the psychic was absorbed by this transparent light shield. Try again. The two psychics heard the order and attacked the glass window again. Su Qianwei applied her superpower to her eyes to improve her observation ability. As expected, this plane uses some unknown technology to absorb the attack energy of the superpower and turn it into its own. In this way, even if the attack continues, it will not hurt the plane at all, and it will also provide free energy blessing to the plane. Try with a laser gun. The laser gun is a product of the vending machine, and it may be effective in restraining technological items within a system. The high-level superpower picked up the assigned laser gun and attacked again. The result was disappointing to Su Qianwei. The plane's glass window was intact. Inside the glass window was the hall where the newcomers gathered. They saw the superpowers outside the window trying to attack the plane. They were frightened at first, but laughed out loud later. I'm really awesome. Fortunately, I activated the ticket. With the plane as a backup, I'm safe and worry-free. Didn't you notice? It's not cold at all in the plane. There's no need to use superpowers to maintain the shield. I noticed it a long time ago. Look at the display next to the central air conditioner. The indoor temperature is 23 to 26 degrees. No wonder I was sweating all over when I came in. Well, by the way, you see the people of the Su family? They are just like this. They can't do anything with the plane. A group of superpowers gathered in front of the glass window, staring at the attack of the superpowers on the plane outside. A few minutes later, Su Qianwei left with the superpowers. The first group of people who activated their tickets behind the glass window all showed relaxed smiles on their faces. They really did not make a wrong bet. Just as they were cheering, a simulated robot entered the hall. The robot looked exactly like Little Red Riding Hood, the lord of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. When people saw Little Red Riding Hood, who was claimed dead by the Su family, on the forum, they were all very shocked. Little Red Riding Hood was the goddess in their hearts, and her appearance had long been engraved in their hearts. If Little Red Riding Hood had not created the shelter, they would have died long ago. Not to mention becoming a superpower and activating superpowers to survive. Lord! A superpower shouted excitedly. After his voice, everyone was boiling. Little Red Riding Hood was the goddess in their hearts, and now they could actually get close to her. The Little Red Riding Hood goddess saved them again. Little Red Riding Hood smiled slightly and waved to the group of people cordially. Then, a little assistant walked in beside Little Red Riding Hood. This assistant also looked like a human. Follow her and go to the infirmary for a physical examination first. Chapter 468 Buyout. The moment the psychics found out that it was Little Red Riding Hood, they had completely let down their guard. They nodded one after another, took the initiative to line up, and followed the assistant robot to the medical room for a physical examination in an orderly manner. In the physical examination room, 5 psychics stood under an instrument similar to a shower head. After being irradiated by the shower head-shaped detection instrument, a printer next to the instrument immediately started working and printed out the physical health conditions of the 5 psychics. Assistant robot number 1 picked up the report, took a look, and then looked up at the 5 psychics. The nameless psychic was uneasy in the face of the assistant robot's eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. They were all very worried that they had some infectious disease that caused them to be eliminated by the Little Red Riding Hood Lord and leave the plane. Number 3 Shinzhou once suffered from the male disease syphilis. The robot assistant asked Shinzhou for confirmation expressionlessly. Shinzhou's face was very embarrassed. When the assistant said this, the eyes of several people next to him almost made him feel ashamed. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough to pretend nothing had happened and smiled. This disease is only transmitted through blood and body fluids. And I have been cured. Yes, it is cured, but not completely cured. The virus is still hidden in your body, but you have antibodies in your body. Okay, you go into the observation room and wait. Others can go to the self-service machine in the hall to line up to get the dormitory number. Wash up, change into uniform clothes, and go to the restaurant for dinner. The 4 people who were named heard that they passed, looked at Shinjo with contempt, and then left the physical examination room with joy. Shinjo entered the observation room with a dusty face and waited. The assistant robot continued to perform physical examinations on the more than 500 people. Among these people, more than 50 people had suffered from some unspeakable diseases. Like Shinjo, they stayed in the observation room and waited anxiously for the next trial. After the assistant dealt with this group of people, he pushed a small cart to the observation room. On the cart, there were 55 disposable small cups. Come up in line and receive the detoxification potion. Note that the detoxification potion will be distributed to you for free for the first time, and you can buy it online in the future. The people waiting in the observation room were all men and women who had been exposed to some unspeakable events, and they were very smart to survive in the end times. When they heard the assistant's words, they instantly understood that the detoxification potion could treat the infectious diseases they had just examined. 55 people suppressed their joy, as if they had not expected that they would be eliminated and could not become formal residents. Unexpectedly, the Little Red Riding Hood Lord had such a big vision that he even gave them free antidote potions. From left to right, come and get the antidote potion in turn. Half an hour after drinking the potion, come to the physical examination room for a re-examination. As the assistant's voice fell, 55 people quietly took the antidote potion and drank it. 2 hours later, after another test, the 55 people passed the physical examination and met the health standards. They were allowed to go to the self-service vending machine to get the smart bracelet and dormitory number. After the assistant finished with this group of people, he tirelessly stayed in the transmission hall, waiting to welcome the next group of people. Below the drone, Su Qianwei's face was not good. The effect of this unmanned aircraft that appeared out of thin air was so amazing. Sister, is there nothing you can do? Su Weiyu asked anxiously. Su Qianwei frowned and took out the electromagnetic interference instrument provided by the eldest lady of the Qian family from the dimensional ring she bought. This instrument has a great restrictive effect on the items in the self-service vending machine. Maybe it can have an effect on the aircraft and limit some functions of the aircraft. Su Qianwei brought the magnetic field interference instrument and came to the glass window again, turned on the instrument, and tried to use the effect of the electric magnetic field to restrict the drone so that their people could invade the interior of the aircraft. After the magnetic field interference instrument was turned on, this time, Su Qianwei personally used the 14th level supernatural power to attack the glass window. This time, she saw cracks on the glass window. It really worked. I have heard that the magnetic field interference instrument provided by the Qian family can interfere with the electromagnetic field, as long as it is high-tech weapons and daily necessities that are powered by electricity. They will lose their function under the interference of the electromagnetic field. The assistant standing in the reception hall saw the alarm go off and immediately turned on the control panel to check the fault. Warning: the 56th glass window on the left side of the wing is broken. Please repair it in time. Repair immediately? Yes. Repairing. Please wait. Repair completed. With a prompt of repair completion, the alarm device at the reception entrance of the aircraft returned to normal. Su Qianwei, who was outside the plane, was dumbfounded. She had clearly used her special ability to damage the glass window. But why did the glass window recover in a few seconds? Su Qianwei continued to try. After many times, the glass window was instantly restored under her eyes. When she tried for the 4th time, an invisible light curtain appeared outside the glass window that could cause cracks, and absorbed all the supernatural energy she emitted. What is going on? Did the Qian family's magnetic field meter fail? Su Qianwei picked up the laser gun produced by the vending machine with doubts. The laser gun cannot be used. It seems that the high-tech technology used by this aircraft has been able to resist the interference of electromagnetic fields and is not affected. Su Qianwei had to return to the square again and stared at the self-service vending machine in a daze. Su Wenyu saw his sister in a daze and did not dare to say anything. Let's go. Go back to the base first and discuss countermeasures. Sister, what about the vending machine? Buy all the tickets you can. Okay. Su Wenyu asked Zhou Yining to do this, and he and 2 high-level supernatural people who were pregnant with children accompanied Su Qianwei back. Zhou Yining's cold expression was blocked by the mask. She came to the vending machine. The high-level psychics nearby saw that it was her and did not stop her too much. At this time, The screen on the vending machine was still playing the promotional video. Zhou Yining looked at it absent-mindedly, opened her account, and pocketed all the remaining more than 9,000 tickets. The psychics who were watching left the square frustrated when they saw the big screen showing that 10,000 tickets were sold out. The temperature outside was extremely low, and there was no point for them to stay. It would be better to go back early and do what they should do. There were people from the Su family guarding, and if they wanted to buy tickets, they would be dead. And it was already sold out. There was nothing to hope for. This was the thought of most of the onlookers. Someone regretfully posted what happened today to the Little Red Riding Hood forum. Once the post was posted, it instantly caused heated discussions, and the comments exceeded hundreds of thousands in 5 minutes. Sister, this matter can't be suppressed anymore. Chapter 469 sets sail. According to the population statistics of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, there are more than 300,000 residents, all of whom are superpowers. If we continue to stop them, don't panic. After you get the admission ticket, send someone to test the waters. As for today's matter, I have asked my secretary to draft a public relations copy that will temporarily fool those people. Just as the Su siblings finished speaking, they heard footsteps. They are all high-level superpowers now, and their hearing is not measurable before the end of the world. Even though Zhou Yining has lightened her footsteps, she was still caught by them. When they saw that the person coming was Zhou Yining, their expressions relaxed. The Zhou family and their Su family are now grasshoppers on the same boat. The eldest daughter of the Qian family has been trying to please her father intentionally or unintentionally, and set all kinds of magical items. The Nandong family is also very loyal to her father. Now, only the other two old families, the Lin family and the Wei family, and a small part of the forces in other cities remain neutral for the time being. However, with the support of the Nandong family and the Qian family, plus the Zhou family, one of the 4 major families, the Su family definitely holds the only initiative. After all, the Xiao family, one of the 4 major families, has long been a lost dog and is not to be feared. When the siblings saw Zhou Yining, they seemed to think of something, and a strange smile appeared on their faces. Yining, how many tickets did you buy? Zhou Yining replied calmly, 9,450 tickets. All the tickets currently in the vending machine have been bought. After that, Zhou Yining took out a transparent box containing tickets and placed it on the coffee table in front of the Su siblings. Bought them all? Su Qianwei and Su Wen, you were a little surprised, according to the style of this high-tech that suddenly appeared. How could it be possible that there is no limit on the number of people who can buy one? Could it be that the person behind the scenes didn't know that the admission ticket was monopolized by them, and without the order of their Su family, other people could not enter the so-called empty city? Sister, this admission ticket? Su Qianwei remained silent, opened the transparent box, and picked up a pure white square sticker to check. There was a line of small words on the back of the sticker. Opened the back cover, and stuck it on the skin. Yining, come! You try it? Su Qian smiled, and waved to Zhou Yining, who was standing aside. Zhou Yining looked calm, as if she was letting the other party order her. She picked up a sticker, and stuck it on the back of her left hand in front of the Su sisters without hesitation. Su Qianwei saw that she was so sensible, and nodded with satisfaction. Zhou Yining also smiled when she saw the sticker was small. Of course, she knew that the Little Red Riding Hood base, and the plane Xiaojiu took her on when he rescued her. All the scientific methods used, all the signs showed that the person behind the Sky City must be related to Xiaojiu. If she could successfully get rid of their control, under the pretext of working for the Su family this time, it would be great. If it was really as the projector said, she could get an admission ticket for more than 200 other family members. And then she could find a chance to get rid of the control of the Su family. There was no need to be hypocritical with Su Wenyu every day. Since the 2 mothers around him found out that they were 2 months pregnant, the doctor suggested that they should not have sex recently to protect the fetus. Su Wenyu looked at her with more and more strange eyes. Yining, you also saw what happened today. Our Su family urgently needs someone to go inside the plane to explore the truth. I don't trust other people. What do you think? Zhou Yining naturally agreed immediately. As a member of the Su family? Of course, I am willing to go up and inquire about the information. Haha. Yining, I really didn't misjudge you. Su Qian smiled brightly. Well, pack up and go. Okay. Zhou Yining did not show any emotion that made them suspicious. She slowly left the room and returned to her place. She came to a dilapidated flower pot on the balcony of the room, poured out the dust inside, and fumbled to find the invisible dimensional space bracelet that Xiaojiu gave her. Since Xiaojiu gave it to her, she didn't dare to wear it with her. She often came into contact with Su Wenyu and the high-level superpowers around them, and she might be discovered by accident. So she secretly hid the invisible bracelet in the flower pot. The bracelet contained the daily necessities that his brother Zhou Lang secretly stuffed in. These supplies were enough for more than 200 people in the Zhou family to live for 20 years. Zhou Lang secretly gave it to her because he was worried that the Su family would go crazy in the future and deal with them like they did to the Xiao family, leaving the supplies with Zhou Yining. He was sure that the Su family would never think that they would give all the rare supplies to Zhou Yining for safekeeping. Even if they encounter an accident in the future, they can take the supplies back from Zhou Yining and make a comeback. Zhou Yining put on the bracelet, packed a few sets of clothes she usually wears, carried a suitcase, and strode to the square, accompanied by a dazzling light. Her figure disappeared in the square. As soon as Zhou Yining left, the Su siblings received news from their subordinates. "Sister, aren't you afraid that she will run away?" "Run?" Her brother and her parents were all taken to Mount Everest as guests by my father. Mount Everest is heavily guarded. If she can run, her parents and brother can? She was willing to marry you for the Zhou family. Besides, don't you dislike women like her? Su Wenyu touched his nose. I don't like her. But she is my wife after all. I can't let her run away even if I don't like her. Otherwise, I will lose face. Okay. I won't talk nonsense with you. The plane said that it can only take off when there are 10,000 people. I will contact my father now and recommend the Su family to sneak in and enter the Sky City to inquire about the news. Isn't there Zhou Yining? Hee. There are 3 burrows in each corner of the rabbit. Send more people to interrogate separately and combine them. Then we will know if anyone is deceiving the superiors and the subordinates. Go. I have to work. Su Wenyu turned and left when Su Qianwei ordered him to leave. Su Qianwei contacted Su Weigui and confirmed the specific number of more than 9,000 people. The matter of the empty city has spread throughout the base. There are spies from other small families and the Lin and Wei families here. So the matter cannot be concealed. It is better to go with the flow and give those people some quotas to stabilize them. And also stabilize the more than 300,000 superpowers in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. 10 minutes later, a top post appeared on the forum of the Little Red Riding Hood base. Special statement on the empty city admission ticket. The superpowers saw the post and clicked it with dissatisfaction. Needless to say, these posts must be whitewashing posts by the Su family to engage in monopoly. Everyone opened the post with such a mood to check. And when they finished reading the post, they fell into silence. The post said that the Su family bought all the admission tickets because they were worried about their safety. So they sent official personnel to test the water first, and then made a decision after confirming safety. But such an argument could not convince everyone. Chapter 470 set sail. So there was a supplementary explanation. The Su family joined other families and led a group of people to explore the empty city together. Everyone has the opportunity to get a place to go to the empty city. And at the same time, they can get official protection. The way to obtain the quota is a lottery formula. More than 300,000 individual people in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, and more than 600,000 side branches of major families in High City compete for 2,000 places. The other more than 7,000 places were naturally divided up by major families. The day after the news was sent, all the people in High City gathered and came to the vending machine square to wait for the head count. Most of the people who were not selected in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter surrounded the entire shelter. There was really no place to squeeze. And many high-level Earth-type ability users built platforms on the spot to provide more space for the onlookers. This day happened to be the first day of November. November 1st is a very good Double 11 festival. Usually at this time, most of the residents of Hailan country, males participate in the Singles Day. Females participate in the Shopping Festival. And both men and women participate in the 1+1 Child-Making Festival. This day is destined to be a milestone day for everyone, with extraordinary significance. The people selected this time are headed by the Su family, supplemented by the 3 major families, and the other 26 small families in the city. As for the scattered people in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, who are not recognized by the major families, they only got 50 pitiful places. And these quotas are the result of the intentional control of the Su family and other families. Those who get the quota are all undercover personnel related to the Sioux family or other families. In this way, the people in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter can be appeased, and the purpose of controlling the secrets of the Sky City can be achieved. November 1st. 9 o'clock in the morning. With Su Qianwei's order, 9,450 high-level psychics activated their tickets and were sucked into the interior of the aircraft by the huge aircraft above their heads. When the crowded crowd came to the reception hall for newcomers, they were shocked by the advanced technology in the aircraft. A reception hall of the aircraft can only accommodate 1,000 people. But when they entered, the aircraft automatically turned on the backup function of other halls, dividing the 10,000 people, 1,000 in each batch, and placed them in various reception halls separated by transparent glass. The high-level psychics lurking in from the major families did not dare to act rashly when they saw the scene. The technology that can transport more than 9,000 people at the same time, and the helicopter that can accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. Such technology is almost a fantasy. If the arrival of the end of the world is a very outrageous thing, then this real experience is the second thing for them. Just like the first group of people entering. But this time, the robot had already known through the subordinate robots of Little Red Riding Hood shelter that the people who came were all lurkers from various families. So Little Red Riding Hood did not come out to greet them. They were received by female robots, who looked exactly the same. These robots had a name number plate on their chests. The one in Hall 1 was called Robot Number 1. And the others were similar, which was convenient and easy to remember. Hall Number 1 was different from the other halls, since more than 500 members had been received before. Hall 1 now had more than 500 people. The other halls had 1,000 people. The receptionist took these people to the physical examination room in batches to line up. Soon, the physical examination in Hall 1 was over, and 50 people failed and were given free diluted vitality water. The dosage of diluted vitality water is controlled in a delicate balance, which can help them cure old diseases, but cannot triple their physical fitness. To achieve a triple increase, it is necessary to use a very refined and sufficient amount of vitality water stock solution to activate it. As the saying goes, free is the most expensive. For Lulu and Xiaojiu, diluted vitality water is endless. They are willing to give it to these people for free to experience. Of course, they are not selfless benefactors, but want to use these people to promote the effect of vitality water. Vitality water is available in the online mall, priced at 100 red coins for 10 milliliters. It can detoxify and treat serious injuries, and can be used in a stacking manner. These red coins are all provided by Lulu. The mall takes a 30% commission, and Lulu gets 70% of the profit. In Hall 1, a tall girl whose face was disfigured in the fight with zombies was very surprised to see her own appearance in the mirror. She came to the newcomer restaurant number 1 for dinner, and heard people around her whispering. She couldn't hear the mosquito-like voices of the Wei cousins, but she happened to awaken the skill of the wandering ear, which allowed her to use her supernatural power to capture all sounds within a certain range. Cousin, the vitality water is amazing. All our diseases have been cured. Not necessarily. That disease cannot be cured. It will recur in the future. That doesn't matter. I saw it. The healing water that was just given to us for free is available in the free trade area of the Bracelet Mall. The price is very cheap. Only 100 red coins, or 100 Sky City points. Wei Long, who was sitting on a chair in the hall, heard his cousin Wei Yu say this, and immediately picked up the silver bracelet he had just received from the vending machine to study. He quickly found the healing water area. As Wei Yu said, the mall is divided into the official area and the settlement area. All superpowers who have unique skills, such as food-related, can make special food and put goods on the shelves in the settlement area. And you can choose to publish anonymously, or with your real name. The mall takes a 30% commission, and the seller gets 70%. Healing water is put on the shelves in this area. Cousin, why is the healing water on sale in the settlement area? Could it be that? Wei Long lowered his voice and said to Wei Yu, the one who put the healing water on the shelf must not be the person behind the Sky City. I guess the person behind the scenes is a member of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter who entered before us. Look carefully at the goods in the settlement area. There are special food series, which can make people not feel hungry after eating a pill for 10 days. 200 red coins or 200 general points per pill. There are actually pills that can help people break through to level 12. The two siblings showed very strange expressions on their faces when they saw the breakthrough pills. It was like a person who suddenly found out that he had won a 5 million jackpot, and suddenly saw a thief standing next to him. He wanted to be ecstatic, but had to hide this damn joy. "Cousin, this pill is so expensive. The original price is 200,000 red coins. And now it costs 100,000 red coins each at a 50% discount. Don't worry. The family gave me 10 million red coins when I left." Wei Long saw that the pills were limited to 10 pills. I added it to the shopping cart without thinking, filled in the quantity and checked out. But the box that popped up showed that there were 10 breakthrough pills in stock just now. But now it showed that they were sold out. Fuck. Who stole his pills? Chapter 471 Buy and Sell. Lin Tingting, who bought the pills on the side, lowered her head, revealing a touch of ecstasy at the corner of her mouth. She was lucky. As soon as she went out, she saw the familiar Wei family branch, and got the news of entering the mall from them. The Lin family is a medical family. Such a magical pill must be taken back to the family for research, and strive to decipher the secret of the pill. If it can be deciphered, the Lin family can mass-produce pills, and definitely become the largest family. Lin Tingting continued to listen to the conversation between the two cousins of the Wei family. However, after listening for 3 minutes, all the essence of the words uttered by Wei Long, Wei Yu saw that the physical examination was over. And after receiving the clothes and bracelets of the City of Sky, more and more other family members whispered to Wei Long to pay attention to the occasion. Wei Long stopped cursing and looked up to continue chatting with Wei Yu about the topic of healing water. After chatting for a few minutes, they discussed and bought 100,000 red coins of healing water. Lin Tingting, who was standing by, put away her supernatural powers. She knew that she couldn't hear anything from the cousins of the Wei family, so she focused on scanning the products in the mall. Special food pills, healing water, 10 caddies of pure water provided by water-based supernatural users, healing potions provided by special healing supernatural users. She scanned the special products in the settlement area and then came to the official area. When she saw that the official announcement had dimension bracelets for sale, and the first 10 could get a 50% discount. The space of the bracelet was 10 times the size of the dimension ring, and she immediately spent a lot of money to buy 2. Although the price of the bracelet was high, the cost performance of the dimension ring of the Little Red Riding Hood vending machine was only high. Not long after she bought 2 bracelets, the people who sat down after Hall 1 discovered the secret of the mall, and bought a lot of supplies for their families in the mall. Next came the members of Halls 2 to 10, who also discovered the secret of the bracelet and placed orders for goods. However, the goods were ordered. But where were the goods? Just when everyone was confused, they received a logistics message at the same time. Your goods are expected to be delivered within 12 hours. Please wait patiently. Those who bought the goods can only admit defeat, now on someone else's territory. Such high-tech aircraft and intelligent robots should not take such a small advantage. After buying the goods, people fell into a state of curious observation. They found that all the communication equipment they brought on the plane had lost their function. The only way to communicate on the plane was the bracelet issued by the City of Sky. People added friends to each other, or sat alone in a corner of the restaurant in a daze. Until 12 noon. The dining area of the cafeteria suddenly lit up, and a folding door opened. Everyone was attracted by the lighted area. They ran to the ordering area and looked at the catering robots serving inside curiously. Someone noticed the dining rules next to the restaurant, immediately scanned the QR code on the table, and ordered a large table of food early. The robot waiter pushed the cart and served all kinds of food within 1 minute. Warm reminder, lunchtime is 12 o'clock noon to 2 p.m. If you exceed the time limit, the restaurants in various areas of this aircraft will no longer provide any meals. Dinner time, 17 p.m. to 2000 hours p.m. The restaurant's reminder sound ended. Everyone sat down and ordered quickly without any curiosity. When the dishes were served, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. The food provided by the restaurant was delicious and fresh. It was extremely cold now. Where did the people behind the plane get so many fresh vegetables and fruits? 10,000 people ate in silence. These people were either rich or noble. But in the extremely cold climate, it was a luxury for everyone to have such a delicious meal. They ate until the end of the meal time. After lunch, 10,000 people went to the corresponding dormitories in batches to rest. The dormitories were similar in size to university dormitories, and 4 people lived in one room for free. There were a few single and double rooms, which were self-funded projects. The second group of people who came later this time all had money in their hands, and all chose double rooms or single rooms. After they made their choices, the smart AI automatically adjusted the 4-person room with one click, changing the 4-person room into a single room or a double room. After everyone arrived in the room, the robot gave everyone a copy of the empty city rules. They must strictly abide by the rules. Those who violated the rules will be punished. Today is the first day, and it is also a day for them to memorize the rules and sell goods. These people returned to the room, each releasing their inner joy and excitement, and frantically placing orders on the bracelet. Lulu heard the bracelet ringing non-stop and picked it up to check. In the light blue background interface, her points were increasing rapidly, and she saw a small amount of crystal cores sold by major families in the free trading area. This is a built-in function of the bracelet. After applying for settlement, the goods are scanned through the settlement background, and the goods will be automatically sucked into the bracelet mall and given a reasonable price. Everyone can set an ideal price within the price range. Lulu watched as the 10,000 vitality water with micro-effective detoxification potion she submitted was sold out in 3 minutes. After deducting the operating fees required for the operation of the Sky City, she received 700,000 points, original red coins. However, these red coins were temporarily frozen in her account. She could only use the money after the person who bought her goods signed for the goods. When she thought of the benefits brought by the vitality water, she immediately took out 1 kilogram of vitality water and exchanged it for 1,000 kilograms of diluted vitality water. She placed the large bucket of diluted vitality water in the living room, and the bracelet shone with light, and the vitality water and the bucket were sucked away out of thin air. Lulu was not too surprised by the scene. People can be teleported, let alone a bucket of dead water. The 1,000 kilograms of water that was exchanged will be automatically divided into 50,000 10 milliliters healing waters according to her requirements in the background. All the small bottles are shipped from the Sky City warehouse inside the bracelet. The goods are put on the shelves very quickly, but there is a 12-hour gap between the goods being packaged and the buyers receiving them. These goods can be picked up by themselves or mailed to their residential addresses. Lulu saw that there were still 100,000 usable currencies in her account. This was the pocket money Xiaojiao gave her, and she had never touched it. Now it was time to spend a lot of money, buy crystal cores, and upgrade the space. In her heart, there was always an urgent feeling of upgrading the space as soon as possible. Kong once told her that its first 99 owners died suddenly for some unknown reason. Many owners did not even wake it up. She deduced from the information Kong gave that the person who could awaken Kong and the more doors he opened, the longer he would live. Those who did not activate the first door died especially quickly. Lulu's almond eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly used all the pocket money she could use to buy crystal cores. Because the zombies in the end of the world are almost extinct, the mutant plants and animals that Xiaojiao mentioned to her have not appeared in large quantities for the time being. These mutant plants and animals hibernate in the extremely cold climate. It is expected to arrive in the extremely hot climate next spring. But people now don't know that the cores of mutant plants and animals have the same function of enhancing superpowers as the zombie crystal cores. Chapter 472 Mining Tools. So the current price of zombie crystal cores is a bit outrageous. Lulu spent all her 100,000 pocket money and only bought 100 low-level crystal cores. There are plenty of vitality water with these people as tools. If she gives her some time, it is not a problem to open 10 doors. These people must spend points to buy her vitality water. If you want points, only gold and crystal cores have the highest exchange rate. Lulu has seen a bright future waiting for her. The major families took out the materials she and Xiaojiao needed to buy the materials that she and Xiaojiao didn't use much. After the extreme heat, these hundreds of thousands of lucky people will go out to hunt mutant animals and plants for a better life. And they will inevitably be injured and poisoned. In the end, they still have to buy the healing water in her hand. As for the breakthrough pills, she and Xiaoyao split the bill 55-50. Without the elixir she provided, Xiaoyao couldn't make the breakthrough pills. Without Xiaoyao's ability, these medicines couldn't directly improve the superpowers, so it was difficult to sell them. Finally, they chose to split the profits 55-50. She provided the materials, Xiaoyao provided the technology, and they reached a consensus. Lulu set a reminder in the mall, and once a crystal core was put on the shelf, the bracelet would remind her to buy it. That day, she was immersed in the transaction of buying crystal cores and putting healing water on the shelf. Xiao Jiao was also busy supervising the management interface of the semi-automatic control of the Sky City. The night passed quietly. The next morning, the identity information of all the 10,000 people on the plane was entered into the resident directory. The ability and level of these people were clearly visible. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. The plane carried 10,000 people to the underground air raid shelter where Xiao Jiao and others lived. Is this the city of the sky? Why is it different from what the video advertised? Isn't it in the sky? Why is it underground? There is actually an underground shelter here. When was it built? I remember that it was an abandoned mine. Just as 10,000 people were standing in a daze at the stadium, Little Red Riding Hood appeared in front of everyone again. Congratulations. You have obtained the admission to the City of the Sky. Next, you only need to successfully hand in 10 kilograms of gold in the next 3 days to officially become a citizen of the City of the Sky. A group of people were very confused when they heard the voice of Little Red Riding Hood coming from the loudspeaker. If you want gold, you should have said it earlier. Their major families still have some gold reserves. At this time, they suddenly asked them to produce 10 kilograms of gold. Where would they get it from? 3 days? I'm afraid 30 days would not be enough. And there are signal jammers in the air raid shelter, so they can't communicate with their family members through satellite about what happened here. Zhou Yining, who had covered herself tightly, heard the voice and immediately remembered that she had brought all the spare belongings of the Zhou family. There were 1,000-dimensional space rings in the bracelet. Among them, one ring contained the Zhou family's gold reserves. She originally wanted to give these to Xiao Jiao and trade some magical gold items with him by the way, leaving more means of survival for herself and the Zhou family. Everyone must be very confused. Where to get gold? I won't keep you in suspense. A gold mine has been found in the neighboring country of Beauty. The Sky City needs people to mine. I will send you to the mines to mine. In 3 days, as long as you can get 10 kilograms of gold and hand it over to me, you can become an official resident of the Sky City. Little Red Riding Hood just finished speaking. People started talking to each other. Zhou Yining looked calm. They wanted 10 kilograms of gold. And he already had it. There was no need to participate in mining activities that he had never taken care of. No, mining should not be a big problem for you. The Sky City? A high-level psychic shouted loudly. Everyone was awakened by his words. Indeed, with such high-tech aircraft and means to build shelters, how could they not handle a mining activity? Little Red Riding Hood said slowly, your question is very good. And this is exactly what I will say next. There are mutant animals and plants hibernating in the mine. And the noise of mining may wake these mutant animals and plants in advance. However, opportunities and gains coexist. After you enter the mine, each of you will rely on your ability. In 3 days, the extra gold you dig will belong to you and can be exchanged for the points currency of the Sky City. The mutant animals and plants you kill will also have their cores. These cores can be used for your cultivation. What? There are crystal cores in the bodies of mutant animals and plants? Many people were more shocked when they heard such a confidential news. Wei Yu and Wei Long, who were sent by the Wei family, frowned and looked at each other, muttering in a low voice. Lin Tingting, who was 5 or 6 meters away, and the more than 500 people of the Lin family gathered together. There were interference-type psychics, who built a protective barrier around them to prevent eavesdropping. Second miss, will our Lin family join the mining activities? A high-level psychic in the Lin family, who was responsible for giving advice to Lin Tingting, asked seriously. Of course. Crystal cores are scarce now. Our Lin family has obtained a batch of breakthrough pills. After taking the pills and breaking through, we need crystal cores to improve our abilities and strengthen our strength. Now the crystal core reserves of major families are in urgent need, and they are almost monopolized by the Su family. This time we go mining. No matter how much gold mines and crystal cores we get, the Su family's hands can't reach that far. The Lin family's idea. It is also the idea of other major families. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, they have been restricted by the Su family everywhere. The Su family took away a large amount of materials and crystal cores, and sent personnel to check every month to see if there were any private collections. All the materials harvested by the major families outside need to be handed over to the Su family 50%. Over time, they have long been resentful in their hearts. It's just that they don't know the Su family's methods, and they dare not act rashly. The appearance of the Sky City, as well as the news and pills received this time, made everyone's eyes full of hope. After a few minutes of noise, the major families, and the trio were divided into 30 small groups of varying numbers. They all expressed their willingness to participate in the mining activity. Little Red Riding Hood smiled slightly and ordered the assistant robot to distribute 3 days' worth of supplies and mining tools to everyone. After everyone got the tools and decided to go mining, Little Red Riding Hood asked them to enter the drone again and go to the United States to work and mine. Joe Ening was the last and only person who took the initiative to find Little Red Riding Hood. "Oh, you don't want to go mining?" Joe Ening took out 10 kilograms of gold and handed it to Little Red Riding Hood. "I have gold." A green light flashed in Little Red Riding Hood's eyes. And after a few seconds, she determined the weight and purity of the gold. Chapter 473 Xiao Jiu's High Reward. Not bad. The weight and quality are up to standard. You can find a room here and stay until the others come back and return to the empty city together. Okay. Go ahead. A robot will guide you to check in at the service center. Joe Ening nodded gently and then left the stadium. 3 days later. Outside the mine in the beautiful country. Inside the drone. The intelligent AI looked at the people sitting in the conference room and began to count the number of people. She turned on a scanner on the top table in the conference room, and the scanner automatically scanned everyone's face. A data appeared on the light blue interface. 9,999 people participated in the mining activity at the same time. After 3 days, only 6,666 people returned. Those who couldn't come back were naturally dead. As for how they died, this was not a topic that the intelligent AI cared about. Now, from left to right, line up to pay the gold. The people sitting in the conference room had different expressions, but everyone's face showed a palpitation. There are really mutant plants and animals in the mine, and they are very powerful. During these 3 days, they encountered 3 waves of monsters. Every time a monster appeared, it would take away many lives. Fortunately, they finally killed the monster, got the gold, and also got the crystal core in the monster's body. If they were given another chance to choose whether to enter the mine was a question. If they didn't go, there would be no great development in this life. If they went, they would probably die. Everyone silently handed over the gold they dug to the intelligent AI. Wait until everyone is paid the gold. According to the instructions, the intelligent AI took them back to the air raid shelter to rest for a night. The next morning, 6,667 people, riding a drone, came to a thick layer of ice above the boundless ocean. A flash of white light passed by. All of them became official citizens of the empty city as they wished. As long as they did not seriously violate the regulations, they could live here forever. When people saw the empty city, they could not hide their amazement and shock. Everyone had a thought at the same time. The Su family was the leader. The 4 major families were the auxiliary, and the residents of other small families were afraid that they would no longer exist from now on. Under the guidance of the intelligent robot, 6,667 people settled down quickly. They had spent a day understanding the rules and intelligent technology of the empty city before they came, so they were very familiar with some of the high-tech facilities of the empty city. More than 6,000 people wandered around in the empty city, until the Lin family and the Wei family found a bounty task hanging in the lobby of the empty city. High price bounty. Su Wei go with his family's life. Task reward, 100 million Sky City points. A villa with permanent ownership in Sky City. Lin Tingting, with more than 500 people, was silent when she saw the message. A large villa that can accommodate 1,000 people has perfect functions with the help of intelligent AI. This villa can accommodate a large family without paying extra rent. Water and electricity are almost free for Sky City, which uses natural solar power. Everything here shocked the major families. As long as you can afford the points, you can live a better life than before the end of the world with the endless fresh meat, eggs and milk in the cafeteria. The Wei family members not far from them were also silent. This temptation was too great. But the Su family had ruled the Hailan kingdom for more than 500 years, and it was not possible to completely eradicate it in a short time. And many of their families had marriage relations with the Su family. Everyone secretly took screenshots of the reward message and kept it, waiting for the opportunity to return to the family, tell the family leader the news, and then make a decision. As for the people sent by the Su family, except Joe Ening, they wished that the Su family would be finished as soon as possible. Everyone else looked unhappy. They didn't know why the Sky City would issue such a task against the Su family. Or was this task issued by other families? The loyal dogs of the Su family did not stay here for long. More than 1,000 people gathered together. After a simple communication, they dispersed and took photos and videos in various corners of the Sky City for storage. City Garden. Lulu was held in Xiao Jiu's arms. They stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the clouds outside the window. You are quite bad. Bad? Don't you think I am giving him a taste of his own medicine? Back then, the Su family bullied my Xiao family because they were weak, and they wanted me nationwide. Now, it's time for the Su family to reap the consequences. Then, what are you going to do next? According to the regulations, I have given these people a chance to apply for a mission once a month. Wait for these people to return to High City. Are you worried that if these people don't accept the reward, the situation will worsen, and the Su family will collude and come to our house to cause damage? Wife, don't worry. All of them combined, even if they use H weapons, can't touch a hair of the Sky City. Oh! Lulu was stunned, not too concerned about the Su family's affairs. Xiao Jiu showed her the defense capabilities of the Sky City on the panel. Although she couldn't understand those professional terms, she felt that they were powerful. She was still quite relieved. Hubby, you're smarter than me. Help me figure out how to quickly get a lot of crystal cores. I asked Yao Yao to change the breakthrough pills on the shelves so that they can only be purchased with crystal cores. Good idea. Lulu smiled. In this way, she only needs to wait for her sister-in-law to mail her the crystal cores. I know you want to use the crystal cores to upgrade the space. Yao Yao recently found that the breakthrough probability of a 100-year-old drug is 50%. 300-year-old is 70%. 600-year-old is 90%. And 1,000-year-old is 100%. Yao Yao and my mother discussed it. According to the different abilities of the medicinal materials, the prices are also different. The first batch released is the breakthrough pills made from 100-year-old medicinal materials. Lulu couldn't help but sigh that her sister-in-law and mother-in-law are really good at doing business. Not only that, it is another bottleneck for the psychics to go from level 13 to level 14. If these people want to continue to become stronger, they must continue to roll inward and continue to kill mutant plants and animals to improve themselves. You must buy our breakthrough pills. If you want to successfully break through, cheap pills have a chance of failure. At that time, we will put more advanced pills on the shelves. After hearing this, Lulu couldn't help but whispered, really cool. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the first group of people who entered the Sky City have already learned about the Sky City. They know that in the future, instead of using the vending machines controlled by the Su family, they can buy admission tickets with the wireless smart bracelets distributed by the Sky City. Chapter 474. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Especially the breakthrough pills that were put on the shelves again made all of them jealous. The price was very cheap for all of them. A breakthrough pill was 50% off at 100,000 points, and the original price was 200,000 points. Although it can only be purchased with crystal cores now, it only takes 200 low-level crystal cores, which is equivalent to the value of 200,000 points, to buy one. They have all entered the mine, and there are many low-level mutant monsters deep in the mine. As long as the high-level superpowers of the family unite, they can quickly get 200 low-level crystal cores. It is said that after the breakthrough, the strength will increase tenfold. There is also a message inside the Sky City. According to research, after breaking through to the 13th level, the function of the whole body will return to its peak state. For example, a 30-year-old woman originally had fine lines on her face, an aging body, and slowed down body functions. After the breakthrough, she can instantly look as young as 18 years old. People didn't believe it at first, until Xiao Yao, who was doing the experiment, in order to prove this point, handed out a lucky bag and drew a lucky person from this group of people. A 45-year-old middle-aged high-level superpower. In the live broadcast, everyone witnessed that this 45-year-old middle-aged woman broke through on the spot for the experimental effect. She was given a 1,000-year-old breakthrough pill, and her old face was visibly restored to the state of 18 years old. This middle-aged woman is a very famous gynecologist in the Lin family of City A. The major families often saw her at banquets. There is no possibility of being a shill. After this experiment, the experimenter of the Lin family did not feel any discomfort. Moreover, during these dozens of days of getting along, many family members had a strange feeling towards her. A 45-year-old widow who lost her husband and looked like an 18-year-old tender girl was a very special and novel experience for many old perverts. Soon, among the first group of people, a 23-year-old young man successfully attracted her attention and talked about a twilight romance with her. There's a saying that goes like this: as long as grandma takes good care of herself. 88 can also find 18-year-old fresh meat. December 5th. This day is the time for the major families in High City to apply to leave the Sky City and go out to search for supplies. No one was an exception. Xiao Jiao approved all of them with one click. He used drones to send these people to the target location they wanted to reach. When he was reviewing, he suddenly saw Zhou Yining's name again. But he just took a look and didn't pay too much attention. As a former good friend, he had helped as much as he could. The future of the Zhou family still depends on them. He always remembered that Zhou Yining's parents betrayed him and informed on him. He could let them go temporarily for the sake of the friendship between the two families. But that was all. If Uncle Zhou and Auntie continued to be the Su family's lackeys in the subsequent fight with the Su family, he would never give them another chance. After Xiao Jiao dealt with the matters at hand, he and Lu Lulu waited for the follow-up news from the Su family and the major families. On December 5th, as Xiao Jiao expected, the major families told him everything that happened in the Sky City as soon as they got home. All the family leaders said they didn't believe it, until they took out their bracelets, showed them to the leaders, and bought a pill through remote control. The pill was delivered to them by drone 6 hours later. With the help of the pills, the family's direct descendants successfully broke through their superpowers, which confirmed the decision of the entire family to join the Sky City. Within 12 hours, all the major families bought tickets, brought all their belongings, called drones through smart bracelets, and the entire family moved to join the Sky City. As for the rule of 10 kilograms of gold per person, the original gold reserves of these families were instantly exhausted, and many peripheral relatives of the family had to participate in the 3-day mining activity. If you can come out after digging 10 kilograms, it's okay. But most people are unwilling to leave the mine with only 10 kilograms of gold. In addition to these families, those who returned from the Little Red Riding Hood shelter started the reselling business. They increased the price and sold the tickets to those in need. The Su family received the family news and wanted to stop it, but found that there was a traitor in the Su family. More than 900 of the 1,000 people they sent to the City of Sky to inquire about the news betrayed. The remaining less than 100 people were all in the Su family tree or had direct blood relations with people in the tree. These people were on the wanted list and must live and die with the Su family. They had seen the terrifying high technology of the City of Sky and deeply understood that the Su family was doomed this time. It was on this day. Most of the families in High City took advantage of the chaos to relocate and took the special plane sent by the City of Sky to transfer all the family members to the City of Sky. They originally wanted to take the opportunity to capture the mysterious Mount Everest. The Su family took advantage of the extremely cold climate on Mount Everest and built a natural storage cave on the mountainside when the apocalypse just broke out. 70% of the supplies of the Blue Sea country are on the mountainside. But now they all chose to return to the City of the Sky to develop first. When their family grows stronger, they will pull in a few allies to go and kill the Su family and divide up the generous rewards. The foot of Mount Everest. There are temporary concrete houses built here, and many people in the Su family have a look of worry on their faces. They all heard about the wanted order of the City of the Sky from their clansmen. When Zhou Yining arrived at the foot of the mountain, he and those direct descendants of the Su family were invited to the innermost layer of Mount Everest, which is also the residence closest to Mount Everest. Chief, I have been ordered to report the situation of Mount Everest to you. Zhou Yining looked up at Su Weigua, who was standing 5 meters away from her. This glance made her pupil suddenly shrink. There were 12 people standing beside Su Weigua. Compared with real people, these people always felt that they were not people, but zombies that ate flesh and blood wantonly before the end of the world. Their faces were pale. Their eyes were dull. And there was no trace of blood on their faces. Hurry up and speak. Su Weigua did not speak. But Su Wenyu, who was urgently brought back to his side, urged him impatiently. Although they had heard the news from other members of the tribe, they still wanted to hear if Zhou Yining could tell a different clue. What if there was still hope? Zhou Yining told the Su family about the situation in the empty city. A few minutes later, after Zhou Yining finished speaking, the Su family fell into a dead silence. Zhou Yining looked up at the Su family and could not see any emotional fluctuations on Su Weigua's face, which made her feel something was wrong. Instead, Su Qianwei and Su Wenyu, like the Su family members outside, had a sense of panic in their eyes that a disaster was about to happen. Chapter 475 Regret for Standing on the Wrong Side. Chief, I want to see my father and mother. Zhou Yining broke the silence. Since she and Su Wenyu went to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, she has never seen her father and mother again. Su Weiguo waved to Su Qianwei beside him and asked her to take Zhou Yining down to see her parents. Seeing this, Su Wenyu left the two pregnant women beside him and hurriedly followed. Yining, you have married me and become my wife. This time my Su family is wanted. As my wife, you are now on the same rope with me. Zhou Yining certainly knew what Su Wenyu meant. He just wanted the more than 200 people in the Zhou family to continue to be loyal to the Su family and help them maintain order. It is possible that he also wanted their high-level superpowers in the Zhou family to become scapegoats and fight with other families. Su Qianwei could not deny what Su Wenyu said. This is what Su Wenyu meant. And it is also what the Su family meant. Zhou Yining didn't dare to act rashly. She hadn't met her parents and brother yet. They were her closest relatives. Although her parents had lied to her, they were still her parents. They gave her life. And she couldn't completely stay out of it and be a heartless person. Her parents and brother had always doted on her since she was a child, and almost always granted her every request, except for marrying Su Wenyu. They disappointed her. Don't worry. Our Su family chose to stand in the first place. And naturally we won't back down. Hearing Zhou Yining's assurance, the Su siblings looked much better. The Lin and Wei families, as well as the other 26 small families, had just returned today and were all picked up by the unbeatable plane. Now, in the whole high city, the only families they can win over are the Zhou family, the Qian family, and the Nangong family. Zhou Yining followed the Su family siblings. They came to the shelter inside Mount Everest. Here, she saw more and more Zhou family members. Yining, I didn't treat my father-in-law and mother-in-law badly. They have been living here. Thank you. Zhou Yining expressed her gratitude insincerely. The Zhou family recognized Zhou Yining and lowered their heads in embarrassment, not daring to look at her. They all knew that Zhou Yining married Su Wenyu. And later Su Wenyu was infected with AIDS and applied for drugs from the higher authorities. Su Qianwei took Zhou Yining to the door of a room. Go in. Zhou Yining pushed the door open and entered the room. Su Wenyu wanted to follow, but she quickly shut him out. Sister, look at her attitude. Okay, take care of your own wife. I don't have time to take care of your housework. After Su Qianwei finished speaking, she turned around and left. The Su family is in danger now. In order to prevent the major families from sweeping in to deal with them, she has to go and work out a defense strategy with her father. Ning. When Zhou Yining's mother saw her, her eyes instantly turned red. Zhou Yining's father stood up from his chair. He looked at Zhou Yining, who looked frosty, and felt very guilty. Where's my brother? Lang was transferred to patrol by the Su family. Ning, what happened outside? The Zhou family's parents were locked up and had no news. They didn't know what happened in the Sky City. Zhou Yining looked at her tearful mother, and her heart was calm as water. She imagined how happy and excited she would be to see her mother again. But at this moment, when she saw her, she finally understood. The self who used to have only her parents in her eyes had already died. She had died since the day she married Su Wenyu. Now, she was just fulfilling the last obligation that a child should fulfill. Zhou Yining took 3 minutes to tell them all about the situation in the empty city. Zhou's father and mother regretted it instantly after hearing the news. At the beginning, they did not choose to stand with Xiaojiu, and did not listen to Yining to go to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter and join Xiaojiu. Now it seems, the high technology of the empty city is almost the same as that of the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. From Zhou Yining's few words, they have secretly deduced that the person behind the empty city is probably closely related to Xiaojiu. It can be said that one wrong step leads to another. They betrayed Xiaojiu at the beginning, which was a big mistake. Now, there is no room for maneuver. Zhou's father and mother looked at each other, pulled Zhou Yining to sit down, and talked to her in a low voice for a long time. Zhou Yining left the room with a heavy heart. The Su family would not let his parents leave the inner shelter. He also hoped to use these people to control the high-level superpowers under the Zhou family, and let the Zhou family continue to work for the Su family. Ning, your father, and I can't turn back now. I am sorry for you. But Lang is innocent. He and Xiaojiu had the best relationship at the beginning. And you? He was willing to find you, and not let you marry Su Wenyu. I believe he still has some true feelings for you. Mom and Dad will ask you one last time. You must find a way to take your brother away. Zhou Yining frowned and strode out. And her mind kept echoing what her parents said to her. She was powerless to change her parents' current situation. But her brother Zhou Lang was sent out for patrol, which was an opportunity. As for the other members of the Zhou family, she could only say that she could help them once, but not a second time. She couldn't even protect her own parents. These collateral branches. It all depends on their own luck. Zhou Yining made up her mind and strode towards the place where Zhou Lang was patrolling. She had just walked out of the inner shelter door. Su Wenyu, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Zhou Yining, whose mind was all on Zhou Lang, didn't notice that he had his wrist restrained. You heard me. Zhou Yining tilted her head, frowned and whispered. Su Wenyu smiled. Then I'll be gentle. Wife, you've been married to me for so long. I can't always ignore you. We can't always be a name only. Right? Zhou Yining saw Su Wenyu's wretched face, and thought of his previous affair, which was so rotten, and she couldn't help feeling sick. The Su family is in such a situation now. Su Wenyu doesn't like her at all, and now he actually wants to sleep with her. The wolf's ambition is obvious. I thought that if he slept with her, she would be devoted to him? What era is this? Teacher Song can get married and have children. A divorced young woman with a child can remarry for the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth time. Some of a woman's chastity is not a very precious thing to her. Su Wenyu is really a waste who only knows how to play with his daughter. Zhou Yining smiled lightly, revealing her neat white teeth. Okay, but it's not good in the daytime now. Wait until tonight. I'll prepare well and change into your favorite bunny girl clothes. How about it? It's a deal. Su Wenyu believed it immediately, and his heart became more and more agitated. The two pregnant women around him couldn't have sex, and they felt very depressed recently. Zhou Yining was his wife, who was married in a formal way, so he had to sleep with her. Women. They are all the same when the lights are turned off. Chapter 476. The Su family's internal disturbance. Okay. Zhou Yining took advantage of Su Wenyu's inattention to pull out her pinched red hand. She endured her nausea and smiled. I haven't seen my brother for a long time. I'll go talk to him. Go ahead. Don't forget what happened tonight. Su Wenyu reminded him with some concern. Don't worry. I won't forget. Zhou Yining turned around, retracted her smile, and wished she could find a place to wash her hands 10,000 times. She walked quickly to a deserted place, took out some water, and scrubbed her hands hard. Then she went to find her brother Zhou Lang. Brother, this is the admission ticket. This is the invisible button. This is the breakthrough pill of the Sky City, and the new high-tech weapon against electromagnetic interference. Tonight, find a chance to leave Mount Everest, and go to the Little Red Riding Hood shelter to activate the admission ticket. Have you seen your parents? Zhou Yining nodded, and told Zhou Lang exactly what her parents had said to her. Brother, when you get the smart bracelet, remember to send me a message. This is the supplies you gave me. Zhou Yining took out another dimensional space bracelet bought from the Sky City, which contained a dimensional space ring full of supplies. She handed over all the private collections of the Zhou family over the years to Zhou Lang. What about you? It depends on you. I will leave here as soon as I receive your message. Zhou Yining and Zhou Lang chatted for more than 10 minutes, finalized the final plan, and then separated. The people Su Wenyu sent to keep an eye on Zhou Yining saw that Zhou Yining came back obediently, and they were more looking forward to the evening activities. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was getting darker and darker. Zhou Lang took the high-level superpowers of the Zhou family to change shifts as usual and returned to the camp at the foot of the mountain to rest and wait. After he returned to his residence, he found Su Chong, a direct descendant of the Su family, and invited him to the room to discuss the plan against the enemy. Su Chong had dealt with Zhou Lang frequently, and he was taken to his room without any defense. As soon as he entered the room, Zhou Lang took out his treasured good wine, and ordered the kitchen on the Everest to make a few side dishes, and ate and chatted with the superpower team leader of the Su family. 10 minutes later, Su Chong fell on the table and fainted. Zhou Lang stripped off his clothes, changed his own, and used the camouflage buttons provided by Zhou Yining to transform himself into the superpower team leader of the Su family, pretending to be drunk, and left the room. When he returned to his own station territory, he happened to meet Su Wenyu and his sister Zhou Yining. Yining? It's getting late. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. Su Wenyu was really hungry. Earlier, in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, he could spend points to find women to relieve his sexual desire. Now in Mount Everest, all of them are Su family members, and he dare not take action. Father Su Weigua and sister Su Qianwei allow him to play with women, but not with his family members. This is the bottom line. This makes him very anxious because he is accompanied and played with by women every day. Now, looking at the heroic Zhou Yining, he actually has an inexplicable impulse. Zhou Yining and Su Wenyu almost passed by the man disguised by his brother Zhou Lang. Su Wenyu saw his eldest cousin Su Chong and greeted Su Chong awkwardly. The sky was dark, and Zhou Lang imitated Su Chong's usual appearance, waving his hands drunkenly, saying hello and leaving. After turning around, Zhou Lang's eyes flashed with worry. But he thought of the secret Zhou Yining had told him earlier. His sister went from an ordinary person to the Sky City and turned into a 13th level superpower. Zhou Yining now is not someone Su Wenyu can deal with. The Su family relied on their parents to assign various tasks to the two siblings and use the Zhou family's side branches to do work. If they don't obey, they will be sent to Mount Everest for research. Zhou Lang was angry. But now, he could only hide this anger in his heart. Weakness is an original sin. Zhou Lang thought of Zhou Yining, who was dealing with Su Wenyu, and quickened his pace to the aircraft management office. His disguised identity, Su Chong, was the captain of the superpower team responsible for managing aircraft traffic. Su Chong is the son of Su Weigua's sister. He has a very high status. No one dared to stop him along the way. He just arrived at the airport, found his own special patrol plane, and skillfully drove the plane away from the foot of Mount Everest. Where is Captain Su going on a plane so late at night? Who cares where he's going? He's Miss Su's cousin. Maybe the Su family secretly assigned him a mission. That's not right. If he was assigned a mission, why is he drunk? Isn't it dangerous to fly a plane at this time? Captain Su, do you think there are other secret bases? Or maybe the Su family heard the news and wanted to sacrifice us to escape? Shh. Don't talk nonsense. Walls have ears. Why don't we run away too? We are the only relatives of the Su family who are out of the Su family. Our names are not in the family tree. That night, many distant relatives of the Su family, who were not related by blood, were ready to make a move. Su Wenyu was indifferent to this. His goal in this life was to expand the Su family. Even though the current situation of the Su family was extremely grim, he, who had long been confused by lust, only wanted to take Zhou Yining. Even if the Su family really couldn't get through this, he would drag this wife, who was married, in a formal way down with him. On the road to the underworld, he was not alone. Su Wenyu accompanied Zhou Yining for 2 hours of dinner. At 7 o'clock in the evening, he finally returned to the room where they lived in Mount Everest with Zhou Yining as he wished. Zhou Yining was very anxious, estimating the time. My brother should be there by now. Wife, come on. As soon as Su Wenyu entered the room, he immediately undressed and soon was naked. Zhou Yining only took a look, pretended to be shy, and ran to the bathroom. I'll take a shower first. Su Wenyu saw the closed bathroom door and could only wait anxiously at the bathroom door. They were already in the room, so there was no time to take a shower. Zhou Yining entered the room and immediately turned on the shower in the bathroom. She looked at the time on her wrist. If Su Wenyu took a shower for more than half an hour, he would be impatient. Half an hour later, Su Wenyu at the door began to bang on the door impatiently. Zhou Yining, don't pretend to be a chaste woman when I give you face. Don't try to delay time. Be good. Come out quickly and lie down with your legs spread. I won't let you suffer too much pain. Otherwise, I will definitely make you live a life worse than death. Zhou Yining saw that the time had passed exactly half an hour. Su Wenyu at the door, as she expected, could no longer pretend. In Su Wenyu's eyes, the role of women is to sow seeds and give birth to children. Zhou Yining turned off the spa shower, picked up the bathrobe beside her and put it on, and sprinkled some water on her hair, looking like she had just taken a shower. Chapter 477. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. She opened the bathroom door with a look of hurt and grievance on her face. What were you talking about just now? The water was too loud, and I couldn't hear it clearly. Su Wenyu saw that Zhou Yining was really taking a shower and kept delaying time, and his face froze. Didn't you say you want to do that with me? Go and take a shower. I'll change into the bunny girl clothes and wait for you. Zhou Yining smiled, took out the bunny girl clothes she had prepared from the bracelet, and shook them in front of Su Wenyu. Su Wenyu saw the bunny girl clothes and smelled the perfume that Zhou Yining deliberately sprayed in the bathroom, and his breathing became rapid. The doctor said that if you don't wash your body before having sex, you will get an inflammation. Hearing that there might be an inflammation, Su Wenyu's face turned green, and he immediately went into the bathroom to wash up. After he went in, Zhou Yining smiled coldly and picked up the smart watch on the bracelet to check. About 5 minutes later, Zhou Yining finally received a message from her brother Zhou Lang. Without hesitation, she quickly changed her clothes and waited at the bathroom door. Su Wenyu pushed open the bathroom door in a good mood. As soon as he came out, he couldn't wait to look at the bed. The next moment, Zhou Yining took out a handkerchief with strong ether from behind and knocked him out from behind. This drug can make people unconscious for 12 hours without anyone noticing. Su Wenyu can't be killed yet. If Su Wenyu is killed, my parents and other people in the Zhou family will surely die. But if he is not killed, the surplus value of my parents and the Zhou family may allow them to survive. Zhou Yining kicked Su Wenyu hard, hit the invisible button, and strode away. At the same time, the Qian family and Nandong family, who were taken back to the base camp at the foot of Mount Everest by the Su family, were placed together to rest. The people under Nandong Yuan were originally deployed by the Su family. These thousands of people ran very fast. After hearing the news, they fled overnight. He only had a few hundred Su family collaterals, who could be used. Qianming followed him as always, and came to the base camp of Mount Everest. In a simple cement hut, Qianming's parents didn't understand. Daughter, everyone ran away. Will our family really not run away? Qianming's parents were very uneasy. Other families all ran away and joined the city of Sky. Their few families could not compete with hundreds of thousands of scattered people and other families. If those families really fight with the Su family in the future, their Qian family will probably be the first to be arranged as cannon fodder to fight. Mom and Dad, believe me, following Nandong Yuan, our Qian family will definitely become the best in the future. The Sky City is just a bunch of rabble. This, Qianming's parents hesitated when they said to her. Since Mingming woke up from the water, she began to become abnormal. Her personality changed drastically, and she even awakened the ability to predict the future in advance. Her foresight allowed the Qian family to stockpile a lot of supplies in the early days, and they lived a very comfortable life. And Qianming took up magical items from time to time, and they always supported Qianming's decision unconditionally. But this time, they suddenly felt a blockage in their hearts. Mom and Dad, just believe me this time. I will never hurt you. Hey, I hope your choice is right. Qianming's parents didn't have many options. They had a daughter in their old age, and Qianming was their only daughter. They could only choose to believe Qianming. Along the way, Qianming's predictions all came true. Qianming saw that Qian's parents were stable, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't care much about the life and death of the Qian family. Those people had nothing to do with her. Her goal was to please Nandong Yuan. Wherever Nandong Yuan was, she was there. She believed that she could win the bet. Qianming comforted her parents and went to find Nandong Yuan. Nandong Zhu at the door saw her from a distance, still with a stern face. What are you doing here? I'm looking for Yuan. The young master is asleep. Qianming saw the faint light in the house, and she didn't believe it. But Nandong Zhu was guarding the door, and she had no choice but to leave with hatred. That night, everyone had their own thoughts. Until dawn, Jinsua Haishur was completely reduced to a deserted city. In the Little Red Riding Hood shelter, hundreds of thousands of people were relocated overnight until dawn. All the people in the shelter were evacuated. As the last group of members left, the vending machines originally placed in the square below the shelter were recovered by robots. Even the robots in the Little Red Riding Hood shelter were all recalled. The huge silver planes carried people directly to the abandoned gold mines in various countries. In today's extremely cold climate, the role of gold is far less important than food for people in other countries. In addition, the environment is extremely harsh. When the people of the Sea Blue country went to the mine to mine, they did not encounter any obstacles from foreigners. Instead, I encountered many mutant plants and animals hibernating in the mines. Kill them all. Take out the crystal core to improve their abilities. 3 days later, whether it was people who directly entered the empty city with gold and became citizens in advance, or people who passed the test after 3 days of mining. All came to the empty city and became formal citizens. It was at this time that everyone saw the wanted order for Su Weigua's family. The genealogy of the Su family appeared on the panel of the bounty hall, playing back and forth 24 hours a day. On the bounty panel, corresponding to the name, there were high-definition photos of everyone in the Su family. The total points are 100 million. And you can share 100 million points by killing one person. What about the villa? Small apartments are allocated according to the number of people killed. You are tempted, right? I am a mid-level psychic, and I will just be a food delivery person if I go there. Now I live well in the Sky City. If I work hard every day in mine, I can live a comfortable life. I don't want to take risks by fighting and killing. But you are a high-level psychic. You can join the hunting group and try. Okay, I'll go over and take a look. Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu stood side by side in the bounty hall, listening to the buzzing discussions around them. Most of them were about the bounty orders of the Su family. Hubby, shall we go and see what's going on? No. You stay home and take care of your baby. If you want to see what's going on in the Su family, I'll spend some points and hire a few people to broadcast it live. Okay. Wife, it's too noisy here. Let's go see our son. Yes. Lu Lulu nodded. She hadn't seen her son for many days. Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu walked in the crowded crowd and took a slow walk along the flow of people. The two of them arrived at the empty city soon. The canteen was full of people queuing for food. The canteen can accommodate up to 100,000 people at a time. But in just these few days, all the more than 500,000 people who survived in the Blue Sea country moved to the empty city. So the canteen in the empty city was overloaded. It was just that these people felt fresh in these few days. When the freshness wore off, and they found that it was cheaper to buy vegetables and cook, the number of people would gradually decrease. Xiao Jiao took Lu Lulu into a special elevator. The elevator recognized their identities and cast a beam of light. When they opened their eyes again, Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao came to the top floor of the living space of Xiao Yao and Xiao Jiao's parents. Chapter 478. Lulu is here. Su Ruoyun shouted towards the door with a smile. Lu Lulu nodded and greeted Su Ruoyun with a smile. She looked around and did not see Xiao Wu. Lulu, Xiao Wu and Yao Yao went to the laboratory to do experiments. You sit for a while. I'll call them out. Su Ruoyun stood up, pulled Lu Lulu to sit down intimately, and ordered the robot to pour a glass of water for Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao. Yao Yao, your sister-in-law is here. Come out quickly. After Su Ruoyun sent a message to Xiao Yao, she looked at Lu Lulu with a loving face, and glanced at her increasingly pregnant belly. She was really satisfied with Lu Lulu, her daughter-in-law, until Xiao Wu came out. Su Ruoyun immediately stood up and took the initiative to greet him. Xiao Wu smiled at Su Ruoyun, who was smiling brightly, and jumped into Su Ruoyun's arms steadily with his legs. Granny, give me a hug. Okay. Grandma's good grandson. Grandma, give me a hug. When Lu Lulu saw the affectionate scene between Su Ruoyun and Xiao Wu, he suddenly felt that his presence was a bit redundant. Xiao Wu, your parents are here to see you. Xiao Wu tilted his head from Su Ruoyun's arms, and saw Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao sitting on the sofa from a distance. His little face turned pale. He didn't want to go back with his parents. Woo. Grandma and his aunt were so nice to him. Great-grandfather always played with him, and often took him out shopping. Stinky boy. Why do you look like this when you see me? When Lu Lulu saw Xiao Wu pursing his lips and squinting his eyes, he instantly became angry. Wife, don't be angry. No one will compensate you if you get hurt. Seeing Lu Liu's ferocious look, Xiao Wu immediately hid in Su Ruoyun's arms. He had seen through it. Mom didn't dare to do anything too outrageous in front of Grandma. In the past, if he made such a face, Mom would pick up a clothes hanger to teach him a lesson. Su Ruoyun touched Xiao Wu's head lovingly. Don't be afraid, my dear grandson. Grandma will protect you. Lulu, the child lives well with me. Let him stay with me for a while. Okay. Yao Yao, come and sit down and talk. Su Ruoyun nodded at Xiao Yao. The family sat around a large coffee table for guests. Xiao Yao asked the robot to bring drinks and fruits, while Xiao Yao was pouring juice for Lu Lulu and Su Ruoyun. Xiao Jiao asked the robot to turn on the 4K high-definition projector. For high-definition pop-up live broadcasts appeared on the projector. Everyone should go all out to attack the Su family this time. As far as I know, the Su family currently has only over 30,000 people available. We have more than 100,000 people. And we are all high-level psychics. We will definitely be able to take down the Su family. On the projector, several micro cameras that had grabbed the live broadcast mission were broadcasting the gathering in the Sky City Square. It's all agreed that the whole process will be broadcast live. Whoever kills how many people will be recorded. It all depends on luck. Let's go! A large group of people boarded the Sky City's special plane and headed to Mount Everest to carry out the mission of destroying the Su family. The plane was very fast. Not long after, 100,000 psychics took the plane and arrived at the base camp at the foot of Mount Everest. Su Qianwei discovered the movement immediately and immediately found Su Weigua. Father, many people have come. Conservatively estimated, at least 100,000. Su Weigua frowned for a long time when he saw Su Qianwei, who was anxious, and finally made a decision. Go. Release all the test subjects under your control to deal with that group of people. All the blood relatives within 3 generations of the Su family. Immediately release the news and summon them to take refuge in the shelter inside Mount Everest. Okay. Su Qianwei finally breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Su Weigua's order. Where is Zhou Lang? Has anyone seen Captain Zhou? No. Me neither. Do you think Captain Zhou will escape? That shouldn't be the case. So many people from the Zhou family are still here. Where can he escape to? Are you stupid? In order to leave a spark for their family, the Zhou family must have received the news and let Zhou Lang run away in advance. Damn. There are dense crowds of people coming down the mountain. Conservatively estimated to be more than 100,000. As people became restless, many superpowers immediately backed off. They ran towards the place where the Su family's logistics department parked the extremely cold aircraft. Many people grabbed the planes, got on the planes, and more than a dozen people squeezed together and fled quickly into the distance. The 30,000 people of the Su family immediately lost their combat capability when they saw the huge crowds running from afar. However, the people who came prepared showed their magical powers and intercepted and killed those Su family members who tried to escape. In an instant, blood mist splashed on the micro camera. Countless Su family members were forced to rise up and fight against more than 100,000 superpowers. Su Ruoyun covered Xiao Wu's eyes to prevent him from seeing the bloody pictures on the projector. Xiao Wu secretly saw some scattered pictures from the gap between Su Ruoyun's palms. In the living room, deafening screams and fighting sounds rang out on the projector. Xiao Jiao looked around at the relatives in the room and turned off the sound of the projector. The family looked at the projector quietly, watching the silent live broadcast. Xiao Jiao silently looked at the Su family, who were now like dogs without a home. The shackles that had been suppressed in his heart were finally freed here. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Finally, it came. Those Xiao family members who died in vain. I, Xiao Jiao, will avenge you. On the projection, the picture kept changing. Until, on the hillside of Mount Everest, a dense crowd of people suddenly appeared. These people were so fast that they arrived at the battlefield in almost the blink of an eye. What's going on? Isn't there only 30,000 people in the Su family? Where did these people come from? No. The situation is not right. Several sharp-eyed psychics immediately withdrew, quickly left the battlefield, and came to the edge of the drone to watch the changes. Tens of thousands of superpowers, who were killing like crazy, were immersed in the joy of the reward and did not notice the abnormality of the reinforcements suddenly sent by the Su family. They did not notice. The Xiao family members sitting in the living room noticed. Lu Lulu was confused. These reinforcements of the Su family looked very strange, and always gave her a very familiar feeling. Where had she seen them before? Lu Lulu patted her hands, and suddenly had an idea. It was Zhang Lang. He felt this inhuman breath from Zhang Lang. But Zhang Lang had self-awareness. These people in the projector looked lifeless, with dull eyes, and it was obvious that they had already lost themselves. But why were they able to obey the control of the Su family? While Lu Lulu was puzzled, she looked at Xiao Jiao beside her. Xiao Jiao suddenly stood up at this time. Su Ruoyun and Xiao Yao also stood up, staring at the picture on the projector in disbelief. Brother, it's my cousin. My uncle and my cousin's wife. Brother, what's going on? Weren't my cousin and his family executed by the Su family for treason? Chapter 479. Don't raise a tiger to cause trouble. Xiao Jiao stared at the familiar distant relatives on the projector, and a dangerous aura emerged in his dark eyes. These people look like zombies. Lu heard the exclamations and doubts of Xiao Yao and others, and whispered a reminder. Lu had just finished speaking. Xiao Jiao and others were all furious. They actually captured their Xiao family members and turned them into zombies that were neither human nor ghost. The Su family actually did this kind of zombie live experiment behind the backs of the major families. This must be the final trump card of the Su family. Xiao Jiao and others stared at the projector closely, paying attention to the development of the battle. As time went on, the situation became more and more grim. The Su family sent these superpowers and ordinary people who had been declared executed for offending the Su family, and now all appeared strangely in a half-human state again. And these people are very purposeful. Not afraid of death. Not afraid of injury. Attack without reason. Many low-level and middle-level psychics were accidentally infected by these zombies, and soon their bodies became stiff and their minds gradually became numb. They tried to use healing water to fight the virus in the bodies of these mutant zombies, but the healing water could only temporarily relieve the symptoms, and their injured and infected parts continued to deteriorate. Many people made a prompt decision to cut off their infected parts. However, many psychics were accidentally bitten by the aorta, and the virus spread rapidly. These infected people were assimilated at an incredibly fast speed. Assimilated into zombies. They seemed to be controlled by an invisible force and attacked their former teammates in the opposite direction. More than 100,000 superpowers. Half of them were killed or wounded. The survivors saw such a horrific situation and immediately reacted, retreating towards the unmanned helicopter. They fled to the plane in a panic. They frantically bought healing water to treat their injuries. Some superpowers with mild symptoms finally stabilized their condition with the help of amputation and healing water. The remaining less than 50,000 superpowers sat on the helicopter, looking at the dense zombies below Mount Everest, with extreme fear and terror in their hearts. If they were a step later, they would be assimilated into unconscious zombies. Let's go, brothers. I can't take this job. As long as the Green Mountains are there, there will be no worries about firewood. Each of these monsters has the strength of a high-level superpower, and they are not afraid of death. They are too fierce. They are still carrying poison, and we will be scammed if we are not careful. Yeah. All the surviving wanted teams retreated and left Mount Everest. The picture on the projector also changed to the current situation of the people inside the drone. Brother, what should we do now? Son, if we continue to let the Su family develop, I am afraid that it will be a disaster. Xiao Jiao made a difficult decision with a cold face. I will lead the team in person to annihilate the Su family in one fell swoop. Brother, the Su family now has hundreds of thousands of monsters. You forgot that our team of psychics broke through the bottleneck of level 12 after taking the pills you provided. Your sister-in-law and I have successfully broken through to become level 15 psychics with a continuous supply of pure crystal cores in these days. Those high-level zombies are only a few points stronger than ordinary high-level 12 psychics. These zombies can't fly. I will lead the team to attack these monsters from the air. Wife, what do you think? Since you have made the decision, I certainly have no objection. I will let Wang Wu and Zhang Lang go with you. Zhang Lang is a spiritual zombie. He can control his kind. Maybe taking him with him can help you. Remember, if you can't beat them, retreat quickly. Okay. Lu and Xiao Jiao's family sent him to the city garden together. Yan Feiyu and others who received Xiao Jiao's notice were already fully armed and stood in the lobby of the city garden, waiting for his arrival. Xiao Jiao led the team members into the conference room and played back the scene of the battle between the Su family and the superpowers to all of them. The video ended. Yan Feiyu and other team members fell into a dead silence. In this battle, the Su family assimilated more than 50,000 superpowers in the Sky City. The zombies controlled by the Su family, plus those assimilated, were quickly scanned, and everyone came up with an astonishing number. An army of zombies starting at 100,000. They only have 62 people. Can they really complete the task of destroying the Su family? Xiao Jiao sighed and said slowly, our strength has exceeded level 12, breaking through the upper limit of ordinary people with special powers. Ordinary weapons and H weapons no longer pose a fatal threat to us. Although there are many zombies, they are only level 12 zombies. This mission is likely to be life-threatening. Those who are willing to stay and fight with me, and those who are not willing to leave now. Yan Feiyu and the team members lowered their heads, silent, and said nothing. Xiao Jiao waited for a long time, and no one backed off. Very good. You are worthy of being my brother, who has been following me all the way. I'll give you half an hour. In half an hour. Gather in the lobby, and set off for the Su family base camp. Hearing Xiao Jiao's order, everyone immediately moved. Yin Feiyu came to the lobby, and saw Xiao Jiao's family, and Lu Lulu waiting outside the door. Sister-in-law, I hope you can help me take care of the children when I'm not here. What's the matter with helping or not helping? I'm the godmother of the children. It's my duty to take care of them. I'm just afraid that you can't bear it. Sister-in-law, I'll go and bring the children down first. Yin Feiyu didn't know how to answer, so he hurried back to his apartment and asked the robot to help push the children to the lobby. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao's family looked closely at the baby in the stroller. Brother Feiyu, don't worry about going on the mission with my brother. I like children very much. I will help take care of your children with my sister-in-law. Thank you. Yin Feiyu chatted with Xiao Jiao's family. Lu Lulu took the opportunity to pull Xiao Jiao's hand and took him to a remote corner. What? Are you afraid that I will never come back? Go to hell. Be serious. Remember what I told you? If you encounter a danger that cannot be solved, no one else is allowed to intervene. I hope you will be selfish and make sure you come back alive. Well, I listened to my wife. Xiao Jiao smiled casually. Lu Lulu stood on tiptoe and kissed Xiao Jiao on the face. Xiao Jiao's calm heart immediately rippled. He hugged Lu Lulu tightly, pushed her against the corner, and lowered his head to kiss her pink lips fiercely. Since Lulu got pregnant, they haven't had sex for a long time. Wife, when I come back, you will be pregnant for 3 months. Right? Bah! What bad things are you thinking? Even if it is 3 months, it won't work. Let's go. Let's take it with us. Lu Lulu blushed and summoned the monkey from the space. She picked up the monkey's tail and threw it into Xiao Jiao's arms. Chapter 480 Chicken and Dog. Kong Kong. This time, you won't disappear suddenly because of the cold weather. Right? Xiao Jiao asked the panicked Kong Kong in his arms in a deep voice. Kong Kong jumped down from Xiao Jiao's arms. Seeing Lu Lulu's puzzled eyes, he immediately shook his head. No. Absolutely not. Let's go. Lu Lulu walked slowly beside Xiao Jiao and came to the gathering hall. After a while, everyone gathered, including Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu. 62 superpowers. All broke through the 12th level with the help of pills. Among them, Xiao Jiao is currently the strongest at the 15th level, followed by Yin Feiyu at the 14th level, and the others are all at the 13th level. Lu Lulu and the families of other superpowers watched them come to the courtyard of the city home. About a minute later, a small silver-white fighter disappeared in the blue sky with overlapping clouds. Lu Lulu stared at the sky in a trance, and she subconsciously reached her hand and touched her belly. The babies in her belly seemed to have noticed her abnormality and moved in turn, as if to appease her worried mood. Lu Lulu sensed the movements of the babies and smiled faintly. Babies, I'm fine. You guys be good. The babies heard Lu Lulu's gentle voice and regained their composure, trying to absorb and digest the pure energy brought by the pills. Sister-in-law, let me take care of you during the time my brother is away. Lu Lulu was brought back to her thoughts by Xiao Yao's enthusiastic voice beside her, and she smiled faintly. Thank you. Let's go. Sister-in-law, come with me to stay on empty stomach for a few days. Yeah. Lu Lulu, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Yao's mother Su Ruoyan returned to Kongsha together. After entering the house, Xiao Wu was playing with his great-grandfather Xiao Shintian. Lu Lulu saw that Xiao Wu was concentrating on playing Go with his great-grandfather and did not disturb him. She was led by Xiao Yao to a bedroom they had reserved for her and Xiao Jiao to rest. Xiao Yao returned to the living room and ordered the robot to prepare the dishes for lunch. At the foot of Mount Everest, the Su family base camp. This place has become a paradise for zombies because of the 2-hour battle earlier. They have been locked up for a long time, and this is the first time they have been released to suck fresh and energetic flesh and blood. The headless new zombies all let out an excited and joyful ahi. Low roar. More than 100,000 zombies wandered around the foot of Mount Everest unconsciously. Xiao Jiao led the team to the air thousands of meters above the base camp, picked up a telescope, and observed these zombies up close. There were many zombies inside, including his former team members and distant relatives. Feiyu, take 10 team members and try the strength of these zombies. Got it. Yin Feiyu looked behind him. The 10 high-level psychics, who were sitting closest to him, took the initiative to stand up and followed him in the split unmanned fighter to attack the zombies below. The battle situation was broadcast live to the LCD TV screen in front of everyone by the camera worn by Yin Feiyu. Yin Feiyu led the team members to control the altitude of the plane within 20 meters. The zombies nearby smelled the smell of flesh and blood emanating from them, and they rioted and crowded towards their position. Yin Feiyu waved to the team members around him, and the team members immediately launched a supernatural attack on the zombie group at the bottom. This team is full of fire supernatural users. 10 red and hot rays of light quickly cleared out the zombies near them. The skin, flesh, and bones of the zombies, due to the level suppression, were all ignited with flames. Under the burning of the hot flames, these zombies all turned into walking firemen. About 10 seconds later, the nearby zombies continued to run towards the place where the fire broke out without fear of death. The more than 100 zombies that were originally attacked were burned to charcoal. What is surprising is that these transformed zombies still have energy crystal cores in their brains. Yin Feiyu and other team members were all bright. These zombies look fierce, but in fact they are like paper tigers. If it was before they broke through the 12th level, there might not be much to do with these zombies. But now, with the blessing of high-level superpowers, these zombies are like a group of chickens and dogs facing their attacks. It's just that there are more zombies. Slowly consume them. They can always be consumed to death. Yin Feiyu immediately turned on the pager and called Xiaojio. Captain, these zombies are not to be feared. Got it. Xiaojio said to the team members, who were eager to try behind him. You have seen the situation. Once you are exhausted, immediately return to the main cabin to replenish your physical strength. Wind-type superpowers are fast. You go to clean up the battlefield. Take back the crystal cores in the zombies' brains, and purify them to replenish the superpower energy of the team members. Got it. Everyone ignored the risk factor at this moment, because the crystal cores in the brains of more than 100,000 high-level zombies are too tempting. They frequently absorb crystal cores during battles, which also helps to improve their strength. For them, this mission is a combination of risks and opportunities. With Xiaojio's order, 5 small drones carrying 10 people set off from the main cabin, centered around Yin Feiyu, and attacked the dense group of zombies below. Almost at the same time, 50 psychics used their own abilities to attack the zombies under the aircraft. In each attack, more than 500 zombies were killed in a short period of time. Xiaojio cooperated with Yin Feiyu. Yin Feiyu released the Earth-based superpowers to isolate the rioting zombies nearby. Xiaojio and other team members took action together, using the special properties of the Black Fog superpowers to kill all the high-level zombies that were circled. Due to the protective ability of Yin Feiyu's Earth-based superpowers, the Wind-based superpowers quickly entered the scene, extracted the crystal cores in the zombies' brains, and sent them back to the main engine's Vitality Water Purification box for purification. With their skilled cooperation, half an hour later, more than 10,000 high-level zombies died under their superpower attacks. The superpowers in the team showed signs of weakness under the full-scale attack. Xiaojio ordered the team members to form groups of 2 and take turns to enter the host to use the crystal core to replenish superpowers. Other members continued to use superpowers to drag and consume these high-level zombies in the intervals between their continuous attacks. Inside Mount Everest, the Su family had already seen the battle situation at the foot of Mount Everest through satellite technology. Dad, what should we do now? When they kill all the zombies, we will all be finished. Su Wenyua's face was pale, not like a living person. Dad, those people are very strong. Among them, especially 2 people, the offensive superpower fluctuations are definitely not inferior to mine, Su Qian said to Su Weiguo on the side with a worried look. Originally, she thought that the outside world did not master the method of superpower advancement. After all, this method requires rare elixirs that replenish chi and blood for more than 100 years before the end of the world, plus the abilities of special pharmacists and psychics to obtain a breakthrough potion. Chapter 481, Cunning and Cunning. This is also the key to her successful breakthrough to the 14th level. Moreover, only those who are born with awakening abilities will have a much higher chance of breakthrough. For those who are awakened through crystal cores, the chance of breakthrough is very low. However, in theory, with enough medicine support, there is also a chance of breakthrough to a higher level of ability by using the medicine. Until the City of the Sky appeared out of thin air. When she heard the news that the City of the Sky had a breakthrough pill, she immediately became suspicious. However, when the direct descendant of the Su family came back later, He handed over a breakthrough pill that he had snatched. She tested the pill for non-toxicity, and took it immediately for testing. The pill successfully allowed her to break through from the 14th level to the 15th level. Only then did she believe that the City of the Sky really had this strength. The effect of the pill is the same as that of the potion made by the pharmacist. But she could feel that the energy provided by the other party's pill was more refined, and even carried an indescribable vitality. Su Qianwei was really scared. The Sky City can actually provide so many breakthrough pills. The cards held by their Su family are simply not enough to compete with the other party. It was at this moment that Su Qianwei realized that in the face of absolute strength, all strategies and conspiracies are nothing. Dad, you should think of a solution. Su Wenyu was very anxious. Su Weigua saw that the zombie tools he raised kept dying and gritted his teeth. Where are Nandong Yuran and the Qian family? Su Weigua suddenly asked Su Qianwei beside him. Dad, it's time now. The Nandong family and the Qian family now have less than 500 people available. Even if they come to help, it won't be of much use. Su Wenyu reminded him urgently. Shut up. Su Weigua shouted angrily. Turned to Su Qianwei and said, there are 10 secret passages underground. Let the Nandong family and the Qian family leave in batches through different secret passages. Su Wenyu didn't understand, but his father had just told him to shut up, so he could only swallow his doubts. What time is it? How can his father be so kind that he wants to let those people from other families leave? It's really incomprehensible. Okay. Su Qianwei didn't question Su Weigua's words at all, and immediately went out to notify the major families to leave through the secret passages. Dad, what about us? Let's go. Su Weigua, with half-white hair, waved to Su Wenyu in a deep voice and walked in front. They left the room and came to the door. 2 pregnant women with big bellies at the door saw Su Wenyu. Their eyes lit up, and they immediately followed him. Su Weigua brought Su Wenyu to the entrance of the 10th secret passage and handed him a dimensional space ring. Here are some supplies. Enough for you to consume in a short time. What if the supplies are used up? Don't worry about that. Nandong Yuran and some of my Su family's direct high-level psychics will leave with you. They will all get a supply. Nandong Yuran will protect your safety. After hearing this, Su Wenyu's face looked better. A few minutes later, Su Qianwei brought Nandong Yuran, Nandong Zhu, and some high-level psychics assigned by the Su family to Nandong Yuran to gather at the entrance of the 10th secret passage. The Qian family followed closely beside Nandong Yuran. Because of Qian Ming, Qian Ming's parents supported her decision, resulting in more than 100 direct relatives of the Qian family staying. The rest of the Qian family had already been dismissed by Qian Ming, or had left for the empty city on their own. Qianwei, give everyone a supply. Su Qianwei did so immediately. The Su family had supplies for half of the Hailan country, and they were not short of these things. At this critical moment, Su Weigua was not stingy, and asked Su Qianwei to give everyone a dimensional space ring containing various supplies. People looked much better after receiving the supplies. Qian Ming's parents also breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Ming looked at Nandong Yuran with an obsessed look, without any fear of the impending disaster. Yuran, thank you for your family's help to my Su family. My Su family? This is the last time I ask you. I hope you can help me take good care of Wenyu. As long as you take him away from this crisis. The agreement between my Su family and your Nandong family hundreds of years ago will end here. Nandong Yuran was moved. He was bound by this agreement, and many things were beyond his control. Captain Su, are you sure? Of course. I keep my word. Well, I will definitely send Su Wenyu away safely, and I promise to protect his safety for 3 years. After 3 years, the Su family and my Nandong family will no longer have any relationship. What do you think, Chief Su? 3 years. Okay, let's do it. Su Weigua had no choice but to compromise. He had to leave something for the Su family. Qianwei, send them out through the secret passage. Okay. Su Qianwei opened the entrance to the secret passage and urged Nandong Yuran to leave. Wait. My Qian family will leave with them. Qian Ming suddenly shouted and walked towards Nandong Yuran. Su Weigua frowned. Su Qianwei looked at Su Weigua. Well, your Qian family is loyal, and now it's time to go our separate ways. Qian Ming was delighted when she heard Su Weigua agree. Qian Ming's parents naturally listened to Qian Ming, and immediately followed Nandong Yuran's large group to leave. After everyone entered the secret passage, Su Qianwei retreated outside the cave and completely sealed the entrance to the secret passage. What are you going to do next? Where are our supplies? Don't worry. My Su family's direct descendants have exchanged for storage bracelets from the Sky City. And most of the supplies on Mount Everest are stored in these bracelets. Su Qianwei took out 2 bracelets full of supplies and handed them to Su Weigua. Su Weigua took the bracelets, confirmed that there was no problem with the quantity of supplies, and nodded with satisfaction and smiled. He took out a bracelet and handed it to Su Qianwei. You randomly choose a secret passage to leave. With your current strength, be careful, and no one will be your opponent. What about you? Su Weigua smiled sadly. Their purpose is to come after me. If I die, I will naturally give them an explanation. Dad, you have expected this day, right? Su Qianwei stared at her big brown eyes and frowned. Hee. This is the worst result. I thought there might be such a day, but I didn't expect this day to really come. Qianwei, Wen Yu is not your biological brother. From now on, you don't need to continue to play the role of a brother and sister when you meet him. I know. Su Qianwei silently kept Su Weigua's words in mind. After you go out, change your identity and live in the City of Sky. Remember, no matter who you meet in the Su family in the future, you must pretend not to know them. Okay. Let's go. Su Qianwei looked at Su Weigua's old face and frowned. Let's go. Those zombies outside won't last long. Su Qianwei left from the 9th secret passage without hesitation. After she left, Su Weigua reached out and tore off the mask on his face, revealing the face of a young and middle-aged man in his 30s. Chapter 482 Copying Dolls. He took out a mirror, smiled at the person in the mirror, and then transformed himself into another look. If Su Qianwei was here, she would be completely shocked. She probably didn't expect that the father, who had been with her since childhood, had always shown her his true face. Su Qianwei's current face was made by Su Weigua with a human skin mask and exposed to the public. Her true appearance had never been seen by the people of Hailan country. At that time, she was very young and didn't understand why her father did this. It was not until today, when the Su family was in trouble, that she suddenly understood her father's good intentions. After Su Qianwei left the secret passage with a heavy heart, she actually came directly to the center of Hai City. She found a residential building with ease, hid in the house, and took off the human skin mask disguised on her face, revealing an ordinary face. If you look closely, her face is quite similar to Su Weigua's. The other side, the entrance to the secret passage. After sending his daughter away, Su Weigua walked to a secret room in a leisurely manner. He pressed the human culture chamber in the secret room and moved the replica doll inside out. From now on, you are Su Weigua, and Su Weigua is you. After you get out, escape from the first secret passage. Okay, Master. The human body that Su Weigua took out was exactly the same as the face he showed to the public. Su Weigua carefully put on his clothes, took out the bracelet that Su Qianwei gave him, picked up some supplies, and then put the bracelet on this fake Su Weigua. Hand. Go. Okay, Master. The fake Su Weigua followed the real Su Weigua to the first secret passage and fled from it. After the fake Su Weigua left, the real Su Weigua randomly chose a secret passage and left the Everest base camp without looking back. Inside Everest, Zhou Yining's parents and relatives were like ants on a hot pot, anxiously turning around inside the shelter. There's a lot of noise outside. God wants to destroy our Zhou family. Oh no! The people of the Nangong family and the Qian family are gone. A high-level Zhou family psychic, who was responsible for tracking and delivering messages, suddenly ran to the place where the Zhou family gathered, shouting breathlessly. What did you say? They disappeared? Yes, they disappeared. You said, could they have escaped? The Zhou family members became more and more panicked when they heard the question. When everyone was panicking outside Everest, there was a violent explosion. Even the cave shelter they dug in the mountain was shaken. A high-level psychic from the Zhou family could not stand this kind of stimulation and pressure, and shouted, Let's go. Let's go directly to the leader to ask clearly. After that, he quickly ran towards the room where Su Weigua and his family lived. The 200 people from the Zhou family quickly followed. Zhou's father and mother were surrounded by the Zhou family, and went to find Su Weigua together. Soon, they found that Su Weigua was missing. How did they disappear? I don't know either. The people from the Qian family and the Zhou family never came out after entering here. Look carefully. There may be a secret passage here. Zhou Yining's father loudly reminded the Zhou family members around him. More than 200 people were rummaging around in the huge cave where the Su family lived. After a while, they found the mechanism embedded in the wall. When the mechanism was turned on, 6 secret passage entrances suddenly appeared. The original 10 secret passage entrances were automatically destroyed and blocked after the Su family and the Qian family chose. Now, there are only 6 unused secret passage entrances. Uncle, which secret passage should we take? A high-level psychic cast his eyes on Zhou Yining's father. The Zhou family has always respected him. Now, at a critical moment, the Zhou family still wants to listen to his advice. The middle one, before leaving, go search nearby and collect some useful supplies to take away. Hearing the reminder, the Zhou family members each looked towards the hub inside the cave shelter. As the explosion outside became louder and louder, the people in the Zhou family, who had the dimensional ring space, packed all the supplies that might be used in the shelter cave and took them away. Zhou Yining's parents, with her help, had already become superpowers. They were in charge of logistics. So of course they knew where the leader hid the supplies. While everyone was busy looking for supplies everywhere, Zhou Yining's parents sneaked back to the area guarded by the Zhou family. They took the special elevator inside Mount Everest, swiped their cards to enter the elevator, and in 2 minutes, they went directly to the logistics department that Su Weigui had asked them to build. In the huge natural ice cave, looking around, there were piles of supplies. Zhou Yining's parents said nothing and frantically filled the dimensional space rings they had exchanged for supplies. 5 minutes later, the vibration sound inside Mount Everest was getting louder and louder. Judging from the sound, the battle outside was gradually coming to an end. Hurry up. Don't be greedy. Zhou Yining's mother held her father, and the two took the elevator and quickly returned to the entrance of the secret passage. At this time, more than 100 members of the Zhou family gathered at the entrance of the secret passage. Escape separately. The probability of survival is greater, Zhou Yining's father said to the cousins who were related by blood. Many people thought what he said made sense and randomly chose a secret passage to leave. Soon, the 200 people of the Zhou family escaped from 6 different secret passage entrances. As they left, the self-destruct switch of the secret passage was activated and completely sealed. Outside Mount Everest, the battle lasted for 6 hours. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu sat in the main cabin of the plane and witnessed Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu leading the team to kill their kind. This is too cruel. I'm really worried that one day, Wang Wu whispered to Zhang Lang. Are you worried that Ba Xiao will kill us like he did to those people? There are differences between humans and zombies. Although we are zombies that have transcended the low-level fun and are different from ordinary high-level zombies. We are zombies after all. You see, you are Boss Lu's contracted pet. What if one day Boss Lu suddenly finds out that you are not from the same world as him? Wang Wu anxiously told Zhang Lang about his concerns. Zhang Lang listened for a long time and became more and more irritated. The master insisted that he follow him on this mission, saying that he might be able to help Xiao Jiao. He really wanted to help. Boss Xiao and his team members were so fierce that they didn't seem to need his help. As a result, he and Wang Wu sat on the host, bored and watching the massacre below. Xiao Jiao and others slaughtered their own kind, which made them feel uncomfortable. Wang Wu, let's team up and go to Mount Everest to find those people from the Su family. The master sent us here, so we can't just stand there and watch. Why are you looking at me? I'm not just standing there and watching. Besides, I'm just a little monkey with no fighting power. The master asked me to deal with emergencies. I'm responsible for Boss Xiao's safety. Chapter 483. Take care of yourself. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu were speechless for a while. Okay, let's go. When Boss Xiao comes back, tell him. Okay. After Zhang Lang finished explaining everything, he and Wang Wu took a combat drone to the back of Mount Everest to prevent any members of the Su family from escaping. They circled around the back of the non-combat area and found no trace of living people. Boss, where do you think the Su family would hide? Let's go in and take a look. Zhang Lang commanded the drone to stop at the foot of a non-combat area on Mount Everest. The drone automatically took off and stood by. Boss, there is a human scent here. There are quite a few human scents. Wang Wu's nose moved slightly. As a zombie, his keen sense of smell allowed him to quickly determine that at least 50 people had passed by here not long ago. Let's go! Zhang Lang naturally smelled the human scent as well. Even more than Wang Wu. With their current strength, They are not afraid of dealing with more than 50 high-level superpowers. During the period of the 18 styles, they have made another breakthrough. The vitality water makes them 3 times stronger than ordinary zombies. On the basis of 3 times, the 18 styles bonus is doubled once. After successfully practicing the second level of the 18 styles, their ability is now 6 times stronger than ordinary zombies. In addition, they have recently obtained the black pill and successfully broken through the bottleneck. The current strength has even made a qualitative leap. Zhang Lang is very confident and runs fast with Wang Wu in the mountains and forests of Mount Everest. Not long after, they smelled the smell of people getting closer and closer, and they became more and more excited. 5 minutes later, Zhang Lang and Wang Wu successfully caught up with a group of more than 50 people who fled separately. Don't run! Wang Wu wanted to show off. So he rushed up and attacked a superpower who was at the end of the team. His shout alerted the Zhou family's escape team, and the superpowers used their superpowers to resist his attack. Although they reacted quickly, Wang Wu was even faster. The Zhou family superpower, who was targeted, vomited blood on the spot and fainted on the ground. Unconscious. Who are you? A Zhou family member exclaimed. Of course. We are here to kill you. Why do you want to kill my Zhou family? Zhou Yining's father stood out from the crowd and tried to ask clearly. According to the news brought back by the Su family, the people wanted in the Sky City are the Su family, and they have nothing to do with their Zhou family. Are you from the Zhou family? Zhou Yining and Zhou Lang. What is your relationship? Dad Dou frowned, not knowing whether to admit that Zhou Yining and Zhou Lang were his children. The Zhou family members on the side were even more silent. Did Zhou Yining and Zhou Lang offend these 2 people? So their Zhou family suffered such a sudden disaster? Tell me quickly, or you will die today. Wang Wu was impatient and roared at the Zhou family. Dad Zhou saw that Zhang Lang and Wang Wu were facing more than 50 people with a relaxed expression. And just with a light blow, they beat a high-level psychic of their Zhou family to vomit blood and faint. The strength of these 2 people should not be underestimated. It is very likely that the more than 50 people in their Zhou family are not enough for these 2 people to kill. Escape. It is even more impossible with the speed at which these 2 people caught up. Unless the more than 50 people in the Zhou family fled separately, these 2 people could not have more than 50 legs and could catch up with everyone. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope for the Zhou family. When the Zhou family was thinking about whether to separate and escape quickly, a frightened young girl from the Zhou family suddenly whispered, Zhou Yining and Zhou Lang are their children, and have nothing to do with us. If they offend you, go find their parents. The rest of the Zhou family members were relieved when they heard the girl explain the situation. If Zhou Yining and Zhou Lang really offended someone outside, it had nothing to do with them. Are you Zhou Yining and Zhou Lang's parents? Zhang Lang asked the people the girl pointed at. Dad Zhou was heartbroken when he saw that the Zhou family members didn't say a word. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, and they fly away when disaster strikes. What's more, these people are just collateral relatives with some blood relationship with them. He used to be in a high position, and these distant relatives all begged him to do things for them and get a job. After the end of the world, he found a good job with his connections and lived a more relaxed life than ordinary people. Now it seems really ridiculous. Father Zhou smiled bitterly. He betrayed Xiao Jiao for profit. And now the Zhou family betrayed him for profit. Maybe this is retribution. Zhou Yining's parents looked at each other and stepped forward. At this point, there is no way to deny it. Yining and Zhou Lang are still alive. Being able to survive this disaster may be the best choice for them as parents. As for these collateral branches of the Zhou family, are you really Zhou Yining's parents? Father Zhou nodded. Are there any people from the Su family in this team? Father Zhou shook his head. Where did the Su family go? Father Zhou continued to shake his head. Boss, what should we do with the Zhou family? What else can we do? Didn't you see the expressions of Boss Xiao and Yan Feiyu when they saw Zhou Lang? The 3 of them are brothers who grew up together and have been through life and death for many years. And Zhou Yining, although the master hates her, he saw her enter the Sky City and let her do whatever she wants. This is not for Boss Xiao's sake. Then what should we do with the Zhou family? Should we ask the boss? Although the master is beautiful, she doesn't seem to like Zhou Yining very much. Wang Wu and Zhang Lang whispered. Their voices were neither loud nor soft, and they were just heard by the Zhou family. The Zhou family reacted and realized that the 2 were Zhou Lang's friends. They seemed to mention Yan Feiyu and Xiao Jiao in their words, which made Zhou Yining's parents feel up and down. Listen to what they mean. Xiao Jiao has a close relationship with the Sky City. And Xiao Jiao had a good relationship with their son in the past. But, can he really forgive them for reporting him? Okay. I'll contact the boss now. Watch them. If anyone dares to escape, just kill them. John Lang gave a warning. Walked away. Took out the communicator and talked to Xiao Jiao. Boss. Hee. This is what happened. Yes. It must be Zhou Lang's parents. Yes. You said. I'll remember everything. Okay. Zhang Lang communicated with Xiao Jiao for a few minutes. Then turned to the Zhou family. He cast his eyes on Zhou Lang's parents and told them Xiao Jiao's words. Ba Xiao said that for the sake of Zhou Lang and Zhou Yining, as well as your past relationship with the Xiao family, the past will not be pursued. This is the first time and the last time. You Zhou family, take care of yourselves in the future. Chapter 484. I didn't expect it to be a lucky coincidence. After Zhang Lang finished speaking, a drone came to the place where they were located. Go up. The drone will take you to the cave to mine. Everyone who successfully pays 10 kilograms of gold can become a formal resident of the City of Sky. Don't think that you can use the back door just because you are Zhou Lang's parents. In the City of Sky, everything must be done according to the rules. Zhang Lang finished his explanation. None of the Zhou family members dared to interrupt and say a word. They all heard it. The Zhou family offended the Xiao family. The City of Sky has a great relationship with the Xiao family. It is very likely that the people behind the City of Sky are in charge of the Xiao family. But because of the relationship between the Zhou family and the Xiao family, especially Zhou Lang and Zhou Yining, they escaped this disaster. Soon, the Zhou family entered the drone and left the area. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu continued to search for people who escaped from Mount Everest nearby. After a while, they met two more groups of Zhou family members. All the same as before. Confirm the identity information. Let the drone take them to the underground shelter and participate in the collective mining operation. Of course, those who can hand in the gold in advance will be taken directly to the Sky City to become formal residents. Grandpa Lang, where do you think the Su family can go? We turned the 20 kilometers around Mount Everest upside down and didn't see a single person from the Su family. Continue to expand the search range. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu quickly searched the range of the Sea City near Mount Everest with a keen perception of the zombies. At the entrance of the Sea City, they really found a new human smell. This human smell is a lone person. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu were very surprised. How could the people who escaped still be alone? Despite their doubts, they caught the lone man in a short time. This man was the god puppet trained by Su Weigua. Grandpa Lang, isn't this the Su family member that Ba Xiao wants to catch? Zhang Lang was very excited when he saw the man's appearance. He immediately took action and easily captured Su Weigua's substitute puppet. Let's go and hand this old thing over to Ba Xiao. Okay. Wang Wu was so happy when he saw Su Weigua that he wanted to take off. He and Zhang Lang were not useless. They were able to capture the target of this mission directly. This time, they made a great contribution. The captured Su Weigua had a dull look in his eyes, as if he didn't expect him to be caught. When Zhang Lang attacked him, he had no ability to resist. His current order was to execute the escape plan. When encountering an emergency, he had no idea how to deal with it. Zhang Lang took the fake Su Weigua back to the battlefield where the superpowers led by Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu fought against zombies. Inside the main cabin, Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu returned after receiving the news. Boss, take a look. Is this Su Weigua? We have only seen him on TV, and we have never met him up close. So we are afraid of mistaking him for someone else. Zhang Lang and Wang Wu laughed on the side. They used to think Xiao Jiao was just SOSO. But now, Xiao Jiao is so awesome that he has even built the Sky City. He who knows the times is a hero. Xiao Jiao looked at Su Weigua, who was tied up. And he and Yan Feiyu were both shocked. Su Weigua was caught so easily. Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu approached him and looked at him carefully for a long time. Are you really Su Weigua? Yan Feiyu couldn't help asking. How could he see that the leader of the Su family, who had always been in his heart, high and mighty, mysterious and untraceable, had now become a prisoner so easily? It was really hard to believe. Su Weigua looked at the people staring at him and said nothing. Brother Jiao? Yan Feiyu winked at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu left the interrogation room and came to a secret place to talk. Is it really that old guy Su Weigua? He does look exactly like Su Weigua. But he is very tight-lipped and doesn't want to say anything. I have a way. Go get a strand of his hair, and let the robot test it. How to test it? Among the residents of the Sky City, there are direct descendants of the Su family who have come here. And the database has the DNA of the Su family. Good idea. Yan Feiyu quickly cut off a handful of Su Weiguo's hair. And Xiao Jiao handed Su Weiguo's hair to the robot for testing. A few minutes later, the report came out. The results showed that the man in front of him did have the same DNA as the direct blood relatives within 3 generations of the Su family. And the overlap was very high. In other words, the Su Weiguo captured by Zhang Lang and his team was definitely the person they were looking for. Brother Jiao, kill that old guy to avoid more trouble. Yes. Xiao Jiao nodded to Yan Feiyu. And the two came to the room where Su Weiguo was imprisoned. Su Weiguo, you didn't expect that you would have this day. Su Weiguo had a cold expression. And he always looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Xiao Jiao was too lazy to talk to him, and stretched out his hand to release the black mist power. The originally alive Su Weiguo, under the erosion of the black mist power, instantly turned into a pool of ashes. Brother Jiao, the old man Su Weiguo is dead. What about the other people in the Su family? What if they come back and avenge Su Weiguo? Xiao Jiao smiled softly. All people who enter the empty city need to have their DNA tested. And people related to the Su family will be detected immediately once they appear. I will arrange AI to let the Su family spit out all the materials they have looted and embezzled from them. Then, send them to the most dangerous mine. And send them off in the mine. Yan Feiyu shuddered after hearing Xiao Jiao's arrangement. After the two finished talking, Xiao Jiao saw a storage bracelet on the ashes of Su Weiguo's body. Xiao Jiao picked up the bracelet and found that there were a lot of supplies in it. But these supplies are definitely not all that the Su family owns. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, Hailan country urgently mobilized the entire country's supplies and took them to Mount Everest for storage. It is absolutely impossible that there are only these. Feiyu, the zombies below are almost wiped out. Come with me to explore the interior of Mount Everest. Boss, take us with you. We are zombies and are sensitive to human smells. Zhang Lang said hurriedly. He didn't want to be regarded as a waste who only knew how to eat crystal cores by Boss Xiao. Prove that he is a useful zombie, so that he will not be easily eliminated by Boss Xiao. Wang Wu also nodded repeatedly. You two have made great contributions today. After this cleanup is completed, I will issue points to you in proportion. Thank you, boss. Zhang Lang did not refuse the points. Points can be used to buy breakthrough pills. He doesn't want to be a useless zombie pet who relies on Lulu for everything. With points, he can also give Bai Jia and the children a better life. Let's go to the interior of Mount Everest. Xiao Jiao, Yan Feiyu, Zhang Lang and Wang Wu, 4 people, flew a plane alone and found the entrance of a shelter at the foot of Mount Everest. They entered from the entrance and explored the interior of Mount Everest. Chapter 485, Unwelcome. The night is getting darker. Xiao Jiao and others found the elevator inside Mount Everest. Through AI to decipher the magnetic card code of the elevator, they successfully came to the warehouse, where the Su family stored supplies. The natural ice cave warehouse is endless. There are many supplies scattered inside. There are very few food and other things left, and most of them are necessities. It seems that their surprise attack this time caught the Su family off guard. As a result, many supplies of the Su family were not taken away in time. There are about 20% of supplies left in the ice cave. Su Weiguo's bracelet is equipped with many dimensional space rings of the City of Sky. The supplies in the rings add up to about 20%. There are still 60% of supplies. They must have been taken away by Su Weiguo's son Su Wenyu and daughter Su Qianwei. Xiao Jiao secretly guessed, stretched out his hand, and a blue light flashed on the storage pocket watch. And all the remaining supplies in the ice cave were collected in the storage pocket watch. Let's go! Zhang Lang and Wang Wu remained silent throughout the whole process and followed Xiao Jiao. They returned to the bottom of the elevator and continued to patrol the shelter on the first floor. When they arrived at the shelter where the Su family lived, Zhang Lang and Wang Wu suddenly smelled a lot of faint human odors. Boss Xiao. Wait! There is human smell here. Zhang Lang pointed to a wall and said. Xiao Jiao followed his line of sight and saw a flat wall. Yan Feiyu moved his fingers, and a dark yellow light sank into the wall. The sand and soil walls disintegrated one after another. Not long after, 10 deep holes appeared in front of them. Brother Jiao, it's a secret passage. Go in and have a look. A group of people went in from the first secret passage to explore. After a while, they returned to the starting point of the secret passage again. Boss, we caught Su Wei when near the first secret passage. So, the Su family should have fled separately. Why is there no other superpowers protecting Su Weigua? This is indeed very suspicious. Yan Feiyu frowned and replied. Let's go and have a look at other cave entrances. The four people went forward at full speed. An hour later, 10 secret caves were explored by them. Let's go. These people have already run away. Then why don't we chase them? The faces of the core direct descendants of the Su family are already on the wanted list. And with the DNA matching technology, as long as they enter the Sky City, they will be discovered immediately. There is no need to waste time here. Let's go! The four people quickly returned to the drone parking place and returned to the main cabin. When they came back, all the team members also came back. This battle was completely crushing. And none of the team members were injured. And the harvest was also very good. After deducting the consumption in this war, there were still more than 70,000 crystal cores of 100,000 high-level zombies. Xiao Jiao distributed some of these crystal cores to his team members as rewards according to the proportion, and compensated them with some living points. He planned to take all the rest back and hand them over to his wife. Set off. Go home. Xiao Jiao gave instructions to the intelligent driving AI. The huge silver-white plane carried them back to the Sky City. Late at night, when Xiao Jiao and others returned to the Sky City to celebrate this victory, Nandong Yuran and his party passed through the secret passage and came to a remote suburban house in a certain area of High City to live. It's so cold. Why is it so cold here? Su Wenyu shivered and kept complaining to the people around him. He had always lived in a constant temperature room and had never suffered any hardship. This time, the Su family was heading for destruction. And he had just left the secret passage. It was icy and snowy outside. And the cold wind as sharp as a knife directly broke his defense on the spot. Along the way, he kept cursing and complaining. The Su family members who were traveling with him frowned. And the Qian family members also endured all the way. When they arrived at the temporary residence, everyone's anger broke out. But they didn't dare to do anything to Su Wenyu. This is a member of the Su family. And they have to consider the face of blood relationship. What's more, when they left, Su Wenyu's father gave them a lot of supplies as benefits. In addition, Nandong Yuran supported them. They all silently held back their anger. It's time. Who wants to listen to you? A useless young master. Complain? They are also cold. The eldest son of the Su family has little ability, but a bad temper. Except for getting women pregnant and giving them AIDS. He is nothing. Keep your voice down. What are you afraid of? Uncle Su is probably dead. It is difficult for our Su family to turn the tables. Su Wenyu is nothing. There is no need to cooperate with him. I don't want to tolerate him anymore. He is always busy and keeps nagging. It's annoying. If it weren't for Uncle Su, I would have beaten that guy up long ago. Although Su Wenyu was a high-level counterfeit psychic who was forced out and had never been in actual combat, he was also a real psychic. Hearing has been strengthened. Those people gathered together to discuss his voice, without deliberately hiding it, and even a little deliberately said it to him. His anger rose instantly. Nandong Yuran, those people are too foul-mouthed. Let your people teach them a lesson. The Qian family and other Su family branches. All eyes immediately turned to Nandong Yuran. They had heard that the Nandong family had some secret ancient martial arts, which was far superior to everyone before the end of the world. But now it is no longer the situation before the end of the world, when the Nandong family was the only ancient martial arts master. Moreover, 3 of the 4 assassins around Nandong Yuran died. Among them, the most outstanding Nandong Mei died. Only Nandong Zhu, who was proficient in assassination, was left, and he was not to be feared at all. Moreover, the lowest level of their supernatural powers were all intermediate. Ordinary assassination methods had no effect on them at all. The people that Nandong Yuran could use were only more than 50 direct blood relatives within 3 generations of the Su family, responsible for protecting Su Wenyu's safety. Even if Nandong Yuran agreed to protect Su Wenyu, it would not matter. If these people join together and want to tear each other apart, no one will get any good results. Su Wenyu, I only promised your father to protect your life for 3 years, and I am not responsible for your quarrels with other people. Su Wenyu, our young master is right. You should take a piss and look at yourself. Now is not the era when your Su family is in its heyday, and has everything under your control. Be sensible. Don't cause trouble for my young master. Nandongju warned impatiently. Su Wenyu was instantly furious. He angrily looked at the more than 50 high-level psychics assigned by Su Weigua to protect Nandong Yuran and roared. You are all from my Su family. Why do you have to listen to the command of the Nangong family? Hurry up and teach those who just said something bad to me a lesson. Aside, Qian Ning and more than 100 people from the Qian family stood silently beside Nangong Yuran. Chapter 486 DNA Technology. Su Wenyu. More than 100 people in my Qian family are willing to follow Master Nandong until death. After Qian Ming finished speaking, all the people in the Qian family had no objection. Because Qian Ming's special ability is very powerful. He can often draw magical items. And the materials of the Qian family are all in Qian Ming's hands. If they want to live for a long time in the future, they still have to rely on Qian Ming. This group is about 200 people. More than 100 of them are from the Qian family. And more than 50 are high-level psychics sent by Su Weigua to protect Su Wenyu. The Qian family supports Nandong Yuran. Even if Su Wenyu gets the support of more than 50 blood relatives sent by the Su family, it is difficult to compete with Nandong Yuran. The reason why Su Weigua asked the Su family to obey Nandong Yuran and follow him to escape is that he saw Nandong Yuran's loyalty over the years, and that he was much more reliable than Su Wenyu, who only knew how to play with women. Maybe this group of people in the Su family can really survive. The Su family members around Su Wenyu, who were ready to make a move, saw that the Qian family had colluded with Nandong Yuran at some point, and instantly extinguished their thoughts of helping Su Wenyu. The Qian family had more than 100 people, and they were not at an advantage in a fight. Su Wenyu saw that no one stood up to speak for him, and his face became more and more gloomy. The two high-level pregnant women with special abilities, who followed him, were crying without tears at this moment. If they had known that the Su family would be ruined, they would never have conceived Su Wenyu as child. Now that she is more than 3 months pregnant, it is almost a fantasy to find someone to help with an abortion operation. Now that the Sky City is the only one in power, the Sky City has issued a wanted order against the Su family. They have nowhere to go, let alone find a doctor to perform surgery on themselves. The more than 200 people in this temporary team have their own thoughts. Tonight is a sleepless night for all of them. On the other side, the escaped Su Weigua recovered to his 30s and joined the team of the Empty City. His daughter Su Qianwei also used the same method to join the Empty City and became a citizen of the Empty City. After Xiao Jiao rewarded the superpowers in the team, he returned to his residence. Kong Kong left with Zhang Lang and others very tactfully. When Xiao Jiao entered the house, Lu Lulu was listening to prenatal music. Wife, these are the remaining high-level crystal cores. 56,000. After Xiao Jiao returned home, he honestly handed over all the crystal cores to Lu Lulu. Lu Lulu took them without hesitation, and she felt at ease. Xiao Jiao and her have been together until now, and there is no secret between them. One child was born, and there are 3 more in the belly. Although they don't have the marriage certificate recognized by the Hailan country, their relationship is even more loyal than that of a married couple with a marriage certificate. Wife, the subsequent unlocking of levels 8, 9, and 10 in your space requires a total of 11 billion low-level crystal cores. Right? Yes. This time we harvested 56,000, which is 5.6 million low-level crystal cores. Lu Lulu smiled helplessly. We have done everything we can, but there is still a serious shortage of crystal cores. Now that the Sky City is gradually getting on track, we will wait for the extreme heat to come at the beginning of the year and the mutant plants and animals to appear, and then slowly collect crystal cores. Xiao Jiao nodded gently, approached Lu Lulu, and reached out to touch her slightly bulging belly. Lu Lulu looked up, with a soft and loving smile in her eyes. Wife, it's been 3 months. That's not possible either. Wait until the baby is born and I recover. Xiao Jiao looked at Lu Lulu with a determined look, and could only bury the fiery throbbing in his heart. The due date plus the recovery period of confinement will take about 7 to 9 months. With the powerful healing effect of Vitality Water, the confinement time is almost equal to 0. It's just 7 months. He can wait. After 7 months, he can't make Lu Lulu pregnant again after being sterilized. That is to say, except for the few days when women have their period every month, plus a week of rest. The days to come are all opportunities. The Sky City is on the right track, and he only needs to wait to collect the points. Then collect enough crystal cores for Lu Lulu to upgrade the space. The child's education problem. with the help of Mother Su Ruoyun and Sister Xiao Yao, plus the almighty robot, will not cause too much trouble to them. Seeing Xiao Jiao staring at her belly in a daze, Lu Lulu asked in a low voice, "Have all the people of the Su family been dealt with?" Xiao Jiao frowned slightly. "Su Weigui is dead. But the people of the Su family escaped. Then we are in potential danger. What if the people of the Su family come back?" "Wife, don't worry. As long as they are in the empty city, they are absolutely safe. As for those people of the Su family, once they sneak into the empty city, they will be immediately discovered by the DNA matching system." Xiao Jiao was talking. The report of a group of people who had just finished the physical examination at the Little Red Riding Hood shelter came out, and was synchronously transmitted to the background of Xiao Jiao's main system in real time. At the same time, the warning sound of the virtual USB disk sounded in Xiao Jiao's mind. Warm tips. 2 people with DNA highly similar to that of the Su family were found, and the DNA is suspected to be direct blood relatives within 3 generations of the Su family. Xiao Jiao immediately opened the system panel and found the names of the 2 Su family members marked in red. Shou Nana, female, 26 years old. Zhao Yun, male, 56 years old. 2 names that have nothing to do with the Su family, but their DNA blood samples showed genes highly similar to the Su family DNA. Xiao Jiao immediately mobilized the identity information of these 2 people, as well as all the surveillance from the entry to the end of the drone assessment. Lu Lulu turned his head and saw that the light blue panel of Xiao Jiao's face was open to her. So he also looked at the panel curiously. Are these 2 people direct descendants of the Su family? Yes. Lu Lulu secretly sighed. It really deserves to be the high-tech of the Sky City. And it is really the same as Xiao Jiao said. Once these people want to sneak into the Sky City, they will be discovered immediately. They both looked at the screen. However, the faces of Zhou Nana and Zhao Yun were something they had never seen before. What is special is this Zhao Yun, who is 56 years old and looks not much different from a young man in his 30s. Xiao Jiao saw that the strength test column of the man named Zhao Yun showed that he was at level 13. He also found that the man's information showed that he had just received the identity bracelet and immediately exchanged for a breakthrough pill. It should be the rejuvenation effect caused by the breakthrough. After the superpower breaks through to level 13, they will show different degrees of rejuvenation according to their physique. For example, Lu Lulu, who has given birth to a child and has been baptized by the end of the world for more than 2 years, has not left any traces on her face. Although she is pregnant at this time, her whole spirit look younger than the skin and temperament of an 18-year-old girl. At first, it was just the vitality water, which made her look just a little better and younger. But after the breakthrough, she became at least 5 years younger and returned to the peak of her appearance at the age of 18. How do you plan to deal with these 2 people who lurked in? Chapter 487 Enjoying Life. Of course, we send them to mine. They have already received the bracelets and handed in enough gold. According to the regulations, they don't need to mine anymore. The regulations have been changed now. If you want to join the Sky City, you must enter the mine and dig 10 kilograms of gold, plus 10 low-level crystal cores. Ah? When did the regulations change? Lu Lulu looked at Xiao Jiao's deep eyes in surprise. Just now. Xiao Jiao's lips curled slightly, and he simply commanded the AI in the background to release the relevant announcements for the subsequent joining of the Sky City. Why do you let them go mining? Mining is not a big danger for those who have broken through to level 13 or above, and there is no way to get rid of them. It is impossible to do anything in the mine, but you can let them work for my wife. The crystal cores handed in can help my wife upgrade the space. If these people are unlucky and encounter some high-level mutant plants and animals and die in the mine, that would be the best. Even if they come back by chance and come to my territory, it will be easy to take them down. After listening to Xiao Jiao's arrangement, Lu Lulu silently came up with a 2-word evaluation in his heart. Insidious. Before killing the other party, first squeeze out the other party's labor and surplus value, and then kill them. This is more humiliating than killing the other party directly. Lu Lulu seemed to have met Xiao Jiao for the first day, staring at him with a pair of big almond eyes, looking him up and down. Wife, why are you looking at me with such a strange look? Lu Lulu was asked, and could only look away. When did Xiao Jiao, who was serious and thrifty with words, become more and more slick without her knowing? Are all men like this? Before he got it, he was a cold male god, serious and unsmiling. After he got it, he became a slick and scheming boy. I have to say that the original Xiao Jiao was more charming. Okay. My wife. Play by yourself for a while. I'll take a shower first. Xiao Jiao got up and went into the bathroom to wash up. He and Yan Feiyu led the team to kill zombies for a day. Although they were not infected with the zombie virus, they sweated a lot all over their bodies. Lulu noticed the time on the bracelet while Xiao Jiao went into the bathroom to wash up. December 11th, 2062. There is more than half a month before the New Year's Eve. Unknowingly, she has survived in the end of the world for almost 3 years in this life. Xiao Wu is also 2.5 years old. In this life, she has changed the tragic experience of her previous life. Her current status and everything she has are already at the top of all surviving humans. Whether it is the powerful space or her status as Xiao Jiao's wife, and the wife of the Lord of the City of Sky, she is in an undefeated position in this life. All this is thanks to the ancestral jade pendant left to her by her grandparents. In Lu Liu's mind, the past scenes kept appearing. Su Pingting died. Ma Weizhou died. Xiao Wu's long-awaited father was not only found, but also cared for him. Lulu recalled the past scenes, which flashed before her eyes like slides. All this made her feel full of unreality. She even had a fear that such a happy life would be far away from her again one day. Lulu was shocked by her own thoughts. She shook her head vigorously to get rid of the complicated and messy thoughts. In any case, they are living well now. Xiao Wu's father is the Lord of the City of Sky, and she is the wife of the Lord. The children are all living well, which is enough. The only thing that makes her regretful is the death of Jiang Yi. In this life, she informed Jiang Yi in advance so that she could escape the situation of death at the beginning. But she didn't expect that she would die accidentally in the end. Jiang Yi's soul dissipated, and her body was still stored in a fresh-keeping area of the space. She had a vague premonition that maybe when all 10 doors of the space were opened, she could find a way to revive Jiang Yi. This unprovoked idea has always prevented her from choosing to cremate Jiang Yi's body. No matter how this idea came about, give her some more time. With the power of hundreds of thousands of fair people in the City of Sky, she will definitely be able to obtain enough upgrade crystal cores. Tap, tap, tap. A light sound of footsteps brought Lulu back to her senses. Xiao Jiao sat down next to Lulu in a pure white bathrobe. A fresh and pleasant pine scent penetrated Lulu's nose and invaded her keen sense of smell. Wife, I'm done washing. Xiao Jiao lowered his head and approached Lulu, whispering in her ear. Lulu stretched out her hand and pushed his strong chest. Don't get so close. Wife, do you dislike me? No. Lulu swallowed. Just now, I felt that Xiao Jiao was getting more and more oily as he approached, and the touch of his strong muscles was still damn charming. She had to admit that she and Jiang Yi were indeed like birds of a feather. She said she was not a fangirl, but she would not admit it. In fact, her body's instinctive reaction still betrayed her. When she thought of the scenery under Xiao Jiao's bathrobe, Lulu suddenly felt a surge of hot flashes all over her body. Oh! The child is moving around again. It's time to take the pills. Lulu covered up her inner restlessness, took out the pills, and stuffed one in her mouth. Xiao Jiao saw her poor excuses and behavior and found it even more interesting. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. It's getting late. Let's go to bed early. Don't worry, my wife. For the safety of the babies, I will only hold you and will never move around. Okay then. Lulu had already taken a bath. She glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. It was indeed late. Going to bed early and getting up early is also good for the baby in the belly. Lulu was picked up by Xiao Jiao and walked straight into the bedroom to rest. Hey, didn't we agree not to move? I'm outside. No. I don't believe it. Good wife. When have I ever lied to you? The next day, at noon, when Lulu woke up with squinting eyes, Xiao Jiao beside her had disappeared early. She sat up slowly and saw a note on the bedside table. Wife, tell the robot to make whatever you want to eat. I need to deal with some things in the city. I'll be back later. Love you. Lulu put down the note, stretched, got up, and took 3 pills to comfort the babies in her stomach who were restless and hungry. As usual, she came to the living room and told the robot to prepare a nutritious breakfast. Then she went to the space to check the material reserves and harvested a wave of fresh fruits and vegetables in the planting area. After inspecting and managing the space, she came to the living room and sat down. With the help of the robot, she performed the daily prenatal yoga exercises. Chapter 488 Walking into a Trap. While Lu Lulu was enjoying a good life, Nandong Yuran took the surviving Su and Qian families and temporarily lived in Haisher. In the evening, Xiao Jiao returned to his residence in a dusty state. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao spent 3 rare days of leisure and comfort. Every day, they woke up naturally, watching the clouds roll and the flowers bloom in fall. The 4th day after Su Weiguo's fake death, the latest batch of citizens of the Sky City arrived. Xiao Jiao received the reminder, got up early, said goodbye to Lu Lulu, and came to the citizen reception point. When Zhou Nana and Zhao Yun secretly rejoiced that they escaped the pursuit of the Sky City and mixed in. Suddenly, many high-level supernatural beings above level 13 came from all directions and surrounded their group of newcomers. Zhou Nana, Zhao Yun, step out, Yan Feiyu said seriously to the team of more than 10,000 newcomers. Almost all the people in these teams were survivors from the Little Red Riding Hood shelter. 10,000 people suddenly became agitated, not understanding what was going on. The Su family father and daughter, who were complacent and used the aliases Zhou Nana and Zhao Yun, felt something was wrong and subconsciously wanted to escape. They fled towards the gate of the empty city. When they came, they observed that the teleportation beam at the gate could leave the empty city by standing in it. What was wrong? They had obviously changed their appearance. So why were they still discovered? Su Weiguo and Su Qianwei racked their brains, but couldn't figure it out. When they fled, the two people's movements were surprisingly consistent. Zhou Nana's original face was 50% similar to Su Weiguo's, and Su Weiguo also recognized her even when she turned into ashes. Su Weiguo recognized Zhou Nana's identity, but Zhou Nana did not recognize Su Weiguo. Su Weiguo saw more and more people behind him, and in a very short time, he made a decision. Qianwei, I am Dad. Su Qianwei originally ran faster than Su Weiguo, but just this sentence slowed her down a bit. Only Dad could recognize her identity, and it would not be wrong. Dad is not dead yet. Su Qianwei said nothing, dragging Su Weiguo, who was a beat slower, to flee towards the gate. However, more than 20 high-level psychics had been arranged at the gate to block the road. It was to prevent them from escaping. The reason why Xiao Jiao waited for the Su family to come to the empty city to capture them was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Among these residents of the empty city, there are many children of aristocratic families who had a good relationship with the Su family, but they have no blood relationship with the Su family. In order to stabilize these people, killing the chicken to scare the monkey is a necessary means. Only by letting everyone see the strength of their Sky City guards can they be more loyal and dare not rebel. Qianwei, go quickly. Don't worry about me. Su Weiguo looked like he was ready to sacrifice for his daughter. Su Qianwei saw the high-level psychics who surrounded her and her father, and knew that it would be difficult to get away today. As early as when her father left her to escape, she had been feeling guilty and blaming herself for not forcing her father to go with her. Now that she suddenly saw that her father was not dead, she was very happy. And the guilt and self-blame in her heart also dissipated a lot. Dad, you go first. I will cover you. Su Qianwei looked at the high-level psychics at the gate, and desperately used all her powers to attack the high-level psychics arranged by Yan Feiyu. It seemed that he didn't expect her to use all her strength at once. The psychic blocking the way had to passively raise the defense barrier. In a few seconds, Su Qianwei threw Su Weiguo to the entrance of the teleportation gate. And because she ran out of energy, she was captured by the high-level psychic guarding the door. However, Su Weiguo successfully entered the teleportation light column at the entrance of the Sky City because of her cover. He was happy, thinking that he had escaped danger again this time. Who knew that something unexpected happened suddenly? Originally, he had inquired clearly that the entrance of the Sky City gate, which could automatically teleport after entering the light column, suddenly did not respond. Su Weiguo stood there awkwardly. He was old, and although he exchanged pills through the Sky City and broke through to the 13th level, the breakthrough time was too short, and his strength was far inferior to that of Su Qianwei at the 15th level. In a few seconds when he was stunned, Xiao Jiao appeared out of thin air, easily grabbed him out of the light column, and put a forbidden collar on his neck. After such a long period of research and development, the forbidden collar was successfully researched by the main system of the Sky City, and a replica version of the forbidden collar was produced. The replica version has some disadvantages. That is, it needs to be recharged once every month. But this does not affect short-term use. Su Weigui and his daughter, who were unable to use their superpowers, were arrested on the spot under the eyes of countless citizens. As they were arrested, a warm reminder from a mechanical female voice sounded over the Sky City. Please don't panic. The security team has captured the remaining dangerous elements of the Su family. After a simple soothing reminder, the mechanical female voice fell into silence. Everyone understood. The person behind the Sky City really has a grudge against the Su family. Similarly, the person behind the Sky City has all the means, and the Su family's people will be able to find traces immediately after arriving in the Sky City today. This method is really terrifying. Even the Su family has fallen. Hundreds of thousands of zombies failed to stop the people behind the Sky City from capturing the Su family. And it is said that they also destroyed 100,000 high-level zombies that the Su family used to deal with other families. Under various means and pressure, the small number of people who recently joined the Sky City and were not at peace in their hearts are now all obedient and dare not have the thought of rebellion. Chapter 489 Fantasy Dream. Under the gaze of the new citizens of the Sky City, Yan Feiyu and Xiao Jiu, as well as their most trusted teammates, escorted Su Weigui and his daughter Su Qianwei to a temporary interrogation room in the city garden. Leniency for confession. Severity for resistance. You know the methods of the higher-ups. As my former boss, don't force me to torture you. Yan Feiyu asked Su Weigui, who was sitting on the chair. Seriously? Xiao Jiu stood silently by, looking at Su Weigui slowly. This boss, who almost killed him in Myanmar, was once the most powerful person in Hailan country. Su Weigui kept silent. Xiao Jiu winked at Yan Feiyu. Yan Feiyu immediately stepped forward and searched Su Weigui. A few minutes later, Su Weigui's body was searched thoroughly. Yan Feiyu handed the dimensional space bracelet he had found to Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu opened the bracelet, and the light blue screen showed the densely packed supplies in the bracelet. There were 1,000 dimensional space rings in the bracelet, and each ring contained various daily necessities in different categories. After checking the supplies, Xiao Jiu immediately became alert. Who is this man in front of him from the Su family? Why has he never seen him before? This man can get so many supplies. Almost 2/10 of the supplies managed by the Su family. His identity is definitely not ordinary. Su Weigui looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and quietly watched Xiao Jiu check the seized items. Since ancient times, the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. He has nothing to say. Who are you? Where are the remaining people in the Su family? Xiao Jiu followed the usual practice, knowing that he would not answer, but still asked Su Weigui, who was disguised as Zhao Yun. Su Weigui just looked at Xiao Jiu quietly, never saying a word. It seemed that he could not get any good results from Su Weigui. Xiao Jiu and Yan Feiyu left the interrogation room and went to the next room to interrogate Su Qianwei. This time, Xiao Jiu deliberately brought a female psychic into the interrogation room. A few minutes later, he took the dimensional space bracelet from Su Qianwei, which also contained 2/10 of the material share of Mount Everest. The identities of these two people are definitely not ordinary. But why? He has been dealing with the Su family for so many years, but these two people have never appeared in his memory. Xiao Jiu looked at Su Qianwei, who was exactly the same as Su Weigui, keeping silent, and turned on the main system that others could not see. He sent a message to his mother Su Ruoyan. Mom, the Su family has been caught, and we need you to come and help. Su Ruoyan was playing with Xiao Wu, and suddenly received a message from Xiao Jiu. She immediately found Xiao Yao, who was doing research in the food research laboratory. Yao Yao, come out and help look after the baby. Xiao Yao looked up from the laboratory. She took off her sterile laboratory gloves, took off her sterile clothes, and came out of the clean laboratory. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly when he saw Xiao Yao. Mom, go and do whatever you have to do, and leave this to me. Well, I'll be back soon. Your grandpa is old and can't take care of the child. When I'm not around, you should pay more attention. If you can't handle it, ask the childcare robot to help. Okay. After Su Ruoyan explained the family affairs, she hurried to the roadside, found an unmanned small yellow car, and arrived at the city garden in a few minutes. Xiao Jiu led Su Ruoyan to the interrogation room. You go out first. Xiao Jiu and the female superpower pushed open the door and went outside. When Su Qianwei in the interrogation room saw Su Ruoyan, her pupils trembled. Not only Xiao Jiu was alive, Su Ruoyan, who should have died outside, was still alive. My father set people to hunt down the Xiao family for more than 3 months. And the whole city was hunting them down. In the extremely cold climate, how could the Xiao family survive without supplies? Su Ruoyun's eyes naturally noticed the fleeting surprise expression on Su Qianwei's face when she saw her. Sure enough, this empty city that appeared out of thin air is the biggest asset of the Xiao family. The Su family, this time, was completely defeated. Su Ruoyun looked at Su Qianwei with her usual gentle eyes. I have seen all the direct blood relatives of the Su family. Why have I never seen you? Faced with Su Ruoyun's question, Su Qianwei, who knew that she could not escape, laughed at herself and finally said, Does it matter whether I have met him or not? If you want to kill him, just kill him. I don't know the whereabouts of the other members of the Su family. Give me a quick death. After saying this, Su Qianwei closed her eyes and raised her head slightly. Su Ruoyun looked at Su Qianwei's eyes that were bent on death and smiled slightly. If you can tell me the whereabouts of the other members of the Su family, I can count your merits as redemption and spare your life. And even spare the life of the person next door. Su Qianwei's body trembled slightly when she heard that there was a chance for Su Weigua to survive. Yes, the Xiao family did not know the identities of her and her father. They can now be said to be the illegitimate children of the Su family who are wandering outside or distant relatives with direct blood relations. And they are taking refuge here. Their current identities are not Su. Su Qianwei's mind moved slightly, and she opened her eyes and met Su Ruoyun's eyes. When she saw her gentle eyes, Su Qianwei's heart tightened. Then, her eyes went dark, as if she had returned to the happy time before the end of the world when she worked with her father Su Weigua. Su Qianwei only felt that she had a very long dream. In the dream, she saw her father, many relatives of the Su family who flattered her, and children of other big families. However, beautiful dreams are fragile. When she woke up from the dreamlike dream, she suddenly met Su Ruoyun's still gentle light gray eyes. Just now, what happened? Su Ruoyun smiled meaningfully. Without saying another word to Su Qianwei, she opened the door and walked out of the interrogation room. Son, I have to say, you are really lucky. Do you know who the 2 people caught this time are? Direct blood relatives of the Su family. Su Ruoyun shook her head. Guess again. No guess. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. The 2 people you caught this time. The one just now is Su Weigua's daughter, Su Qianwei. What? Su Qianwei doesn't look like this. I just had someone check her, and she hasn't had any plastic surgery or makeup. Silly son. Don't you believe in my ability? Xiao Jiao certainly believes. Su Ruoyun's ability is a special illusion ability that can make people fall into dreams without knowing it, so that people can tell everything. Who is in the next room? Of course it's Su Weigua, Su Ruoyun said, ignoring the stunned expressions of Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu. The 2 biggest threats to the Su family have been caught, and Xiao Jiao will handle the things here. She still has to rush back to play with her grandson, and doesn't want to waste time here. Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu watched Su Ruoyun go away, and each other saw shock in their eyes. The person in prison next door was Su Weigua. So who was the Su Weigua they captured and killed? Chapter 490 Great Disaster. The man next door has nothing to do with Su Weigua's appearance. Could it be that Su Weigua, this old fox, has been using a fake face with his daughter for so many years? Su Weigua has been in power for more than 30 years. Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu were both shocked and broke out in cold sweats. If Su Weigua and Su Qianwei were not confident that they could escape and sneak into the Sky City so quickly, they would not have been caught. He is worthy of being the highest power holder in the Hailan Kingdom. This forbearance and strength are really terrifying. He has been using a phantom face since he took over the position of the leader of the Hailan Kingdom. Yan Feiyu couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Jiao cursed. Old fox. No wonder he refused to say a word. Let's go in and continue the interrogation. This time, Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu were not so anxious and panicked after knowing each other's details. Tell me, what is your relationship with that fake Su Weigua? Xiao Jiao pretended to be stupid and deliberately asked this question to tease the real Su Weigua in front of him. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The real Su Weigua used the pseudonym Zhao Yun, and his age looked to be in his early 30s. If it weren't for his mother's awakened special illusionary spiritual ability, this time it would have been a joke. Hearing this, Su Weigua's calm and indifferent expression on his face instantly broke the ice. How could it be possible? How did they know that it was a fake Su Weigua? Did Qianwei confess? Absolutely impossible. Qianwei would never betray him. The little girl who was created by him through a test tube since she was a child. After so many years of training by him, he knew everything about her. Qianwei would never say it. I don't know. In order to hide his momentary panic, Su Weigua finally spoke the first sentence. Xiao Jiao and Yan Feiyu stared at the acting Su Weigua, looked at each other, and felt funny and creepy. If it weren't for the breakthrough from Su Qianwei, who would believe that this person was the real Su Weigua? I don't know. Then go to hell. Xiao Jiao was too lazy to continue to deal with him, since he already knew his identity. It didn't matter whether he confessed or not. Kill him directly, and those mobs of the Su family will be dug out one by one later. Su Weigua observed that Xiao Jiao moved his fingers, and a wisp of black mist appeared at his fingertips. Through the documents and photos sent by Nangong Yuran, he naturally knew that this was Xiao Jiao's special corrosion ability. Even high-level psychics will die if they touch it. Wait. You can't kill me. Uh-huh. What are you talking about? Old fox? If I kill you, will the sky fall? Su Weigua nodded calmly. If I kill me, the sky will definitely fall. Don't you want to know the name of the person who sent an anonymous letter to the official that the apocalypse will come in 10 years? When Xiao Jiao heard Su Weigua mention this, he simply didn't bother to pretend. Su Weigua, I sent that letter to your mailbox. Su Weigua's pupil shrank slightly. What are you talking about? Su Weigua, I don't understand. You are still pretending when you are about to die. Your daughter Su Qianwei has confessed everything through our special means. This is impossible. Su Weigua was very shocked. He didn't believe that Su Qianwei would betray him. But if Su Qianwei had not chosen to commit suicide, but exposed him, how to explain that Xiao Jiao could see his true identity? After a brief panic, Su Weigua suddenly laughed. Hee hee. Since you all know, I admit that I am Su Weigua. That letter turned out to be sent by you. Su Weigua may have sensed that if he didn't do something, he would really die here today. So he began to talk more. Especially when he finished talking about the anonymous letter. He seemed to have thought of something. But these things are not what he cares about at the moment. Su Weigua looked up and stared at Xiao Jiao coldly. Don't you want to know what will happen in 10 years? I don't care how you know the direction of the great disaster within 10 years after the outbreak of the apocalypse. But in the 10th year of the apocalypse, if you can't find a way to deal with it, not only you, but everyone in the city of space will die because of it. When Xiao Jiao heard what Su Weigua said, his pupils shrank subconsciously. Su Weigua, this old fox, actually knew that a great disaster would happen 10 years later. From the tone of his voice, he seemed to know how the disaster brought by that man and that sword came about. Could it be that Su Weigua was also reborn and lived to see the end of the great disaster 10 years later? Impossible. How could rebirth be such a common event? Lu Lulu and the child were miraculously reborn, and he was also reborn. However, how to explain that Su Weigua knew that a great disaster would happen 10 years later? Xiao Jiao clearly remembered that he was caught by that man 10 years later, and in the blink of an eye, he lost contact with the system USB drive. After that, his eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Fortunately, God gave him a chance to start over. The entire Hailan country and Su Weigua were in his hands, and the Su family had already fallen apart. The forces that could threaten him were gone. He had absolute say in the entire Sky City. So, this person was definitely not a citizen of Hailan country. Could that person be a foreigner? Su Weigua found that Xiao Jiao was lost in thought and knew that his words had worked. At the same time, he also tried to find out that Xiao Jiao didn't know what the great disaster would be in 10 years. Since the letter was sent by Xiao Jiao to the official, it means that no matter where Xiao Jiao learned about the 10-year doomsday trend, it was only 10 years. He didn't know what would happen in 10 years. What great disaster will happen in 10 years? Yan Feiyu sensed the subtle and strange atmosphere between Su Weigua and Xiao Jiao, and couldn't help but speak to break the silence. Xiao Jiao, you don't want the Sky City you worked so hard to build to be reduced to ashes in an instant, right? With the strength of your Sky City, I will give you another 8 years to develop. By the 10th year of the apocalypse, you, a mob, will definitely not be able to cope with the disaster. If you let me leave the Sky City and return the supplies in my bracelet, I will tell you the great disaster 10 years later without reservation. Otherwise, even if you kill me now, you and your family will definitely die 10 years later. Except for me. There will be no other person in this world who knows what kind of disaster will happen 10 years later. and it will be impossible for anyone to resolve it. After Su Weigua finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jiao quietly. If Xiao Jiao is unwilling to let him go, he will take this secret to the ground forever. Since he can't survive, let the people of the entire Highland country come to bury him. In the interrogation room, there was a silence. Finally, Xiao Jiao spoke with difficulty and made a choice. I promise you. Tell me, what is the great disaster 10 years later? Chapter 491 Callers are a great help. To let me say yes, you must first send me out of the range of the Sky City and give me an officially developed extreme cold plane. Return all the supplies you took away to me, and give me an additional 100,000 high-level crystal cores. Xiao Jiao had a blank expression on his face and immediately replied, No problem. I will arrange for someone to prepare now. I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes? Send me out of the Sky City immediately. Su Weigua was worried that Xiao Jiao was playing some tricks, so he urged him to hurry up. Since you can make Qianwei speak, you must want to use the same method to make me speak. But I advise you not to waste your efforts. I believe that the speed of my suicide must be faster than the speed of your interrogation. Xiao Jiao's eyes darkened. Su Weigua wanted to die. In his hands, as long as he was still alive, he would not want to die. But the great disaster 10 years later was too important for him. In order to stabilize him temporarily, Xiao Jiao was forced to nod. Feiyu, come on. Let's go and adjust the crystal core separately. Yan Feiyu frowned and followed Xiao Jiao out of the interrogation room with some confusion. Brother Jiao, you don't really believe what Su Weigua said, do you? What happened 10 years later is too vague. Feiyu, it's a long story. After I pry open Su Weigua's mouth this time, I will tell you everything. You go ahead and do your work. I have a way to deal with Su Weigua. Yan Feiyu suddenly thought of Xiao Jiao's mother. Su Qianwei would rather die than speak up. Su Qianwei is a high-level psychic of level 15. It is almost impossible for psychics below level 15 to affect her through their psychic powers. This means that An Xiao's ability level is at least 15. With An Xiao around, maybe he was overthinking. Yan Feiyu suppressed his curiosity and slowly left. At the same time, questions came one after another in his mind. Brother Jiao said that what would happen when the apocalypse broke out was the letter he sent. Su Weigua also knew this, and even knew that a great disaster would happen 10 years later. What exactly would it be? Yan Feiyu walked away with doubts. Xiao Jiao had to find his mother Xiao Ruoyun again, and asked her to come to the interrogation room with him and bring sufficient supplies. Chief Su, long time no see. Su Ruoyun greeted Su Weigua with a smile. Su Weigua was puzzled when he saw that it was Xiao Jiao's mother. Xiao Jiao saw his vigilance, so he said in a deep voice, You want 100,000 high-level crystal cores? You must ask my mother for permission. She is in charge of the financial power of the Sky City. The crystal cores are all with her. If I don't bring her here, she won't believe that I am taking so many crystal cores to exchange for you. Su Weigua half believed Xiao Jiao's explanation. Before the end of the world, Su Ruoyun had always been the official finance minister of the Blue Sea country. It was very reasonable for her, who had always been in charge of finance, to manage the crystal cores. But he was still cautious and didn't believe this reason completely. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have time to reminisce with your mother. Where are the crystal cores? Su Ruoyun still had a smile on her lips. She picked up a dimensional space bracelet, stepped forward slightly, and handed the crystal core to Su Weigua in person. The supplies and crystal cores are all inside. Click on them. Su Weigua carefully took the dimensional space bracelet, opened the light blue screen to count the supplies, and his expression relaxed a bit. There is no problem with the supplies. Where is the extreme cold plane I want? Wait. The supplies are all given to you, which is enough to prove our sincerity. Tell me, what is the great disaster in 10 years? Hee. If I tell you now, can you still walk out of this interrogation room? You have to reveal something to prove that my 100,000 high-level crystal cores are meaningful. Su Weigua thought for a while and said mysteriously, 10 years later, powerful humans will come to Highland country. If you can't get the cracking method in my hand, the entire Highland country will be completely destroyed, and all humans will cease to exist. Xiao Jiao heard Su Weigua's remarks. It was almost the same as the situation he faced in his previous life. So, Su Weigua, the old fox, knew in his previous life that a great disaster would happen 10 years later. They, the Xiao family and other families, have always been his tools and kept in the dark. If it weren't for the support of Lu Liolio's vitality water, and the Su family's early killing intentions, he would have exposed his hypocritical face. It was absolutely impossible for him to catch Su Weigua by accident at the beginning of the second year of the apocalypse, and learn some clues about the catastrophe from him. Son, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. For the sake of Hailan country, and the surviving family members of our Xiao family, send him away. Su Ruoyun sighed, and looked at Xiao Jiao to persuade him. Xiao Jiao seemed to think seriously, nodded, and opened the door of the interrogation room. Let's go. The extreme cold plane is ready. Su Weigua was naturally eager to leave here. So much so that his biological daughter Su Qianwei, who had been raised by him since childhood, was forgotten by him. If he can leave this time and live 10 years later, he will have the opportunity to regain the highest power. The Xiao family will settle all the things they did to him at that time. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Su Weigua's eyes, but he covered it up well. Soon, Xiao Jiao and Su Ruoyun personally sent Su Weigua to the gate of the Sky City and sent him to the extremely cold plane that had been prepared in advance. Su Weigua looked at the extremely cold plane in front of him, and then looked back at Xiao Jiao and Su Ruoyun. He didn't believe that they would let him leave so easily. You didn't do anything with this plane? Xiao Jiao seemed to have been prepared, and directly threw Su Weigua a monitoring positioning detection instrument produced by Yunshang City. Su Weigua naturally knew this instrument. He carefully took the instrument and entered the extremely cold plane. He spent a lot of time checking the extremely cold plane back and forth. After checking, the plane was not tampered with. Su Weigua came to the cockpit without hesitation, started the plane and ran towards the exit of the Sky City. Xiao Jiao and Su Ruoyun looked at the slowly starting extreme cold plane, and immediately chased after it while standing still. Su Weigua came to the entrance of the teleportation gate of the Sky City. Xiao Jiao deliberately closed the entrance of the gate, so that the plane driven by Su Weigua could not leave through the entrance. Su Weigua felt a little relieved when he saw this scene. He knew that Xiao Jiao would not let him leave so easily, and he really restricted the exit. Although he didn't know how he did it, he believed that Xiao Jiao's means were not so powerful when leaving the Sky City. Su Weigua got off the plane. He looked at Xiao Jiao and Su Ruoyun, who were running towards him nervously, and smiled grimly. Don't worry. You haven't taken off my collar yet. How can I leave like this? Xiao Jiao knew that the opportunity had come. Su Weigua looked at the tall and strong Xiao Jiao, and then looked at the petite and weak Su Ruoyun beside him. Su Ruoyun, come here and help me take off the collar. Chapter 492 Ancestor. Su Ruoyun pretended to hesitate for a few seconds, tried to calm her breathing, and approached Su Weigua. She walked to Su Weigua and reached out to untie the forbidden collar behind his neck. Su Weigua didn't know that this kind of collar can now be unlocked by remote control. The collar has been imitated and improved, and it looks the same as the real one and has the same function. So Su Weigua didn't suspect it. This gave Su Ruoyun a chance. She had just used the dream power once, and now the power was not sufficient. After a short period of rest, she quietly absorbed a high-level crystal core and restored the power to full state. The dream power needs to be used when the opponent is at its weakest defense to achieve the greatest effect. A suspicious person like Su Weigua may break free from her dream power in advance because of excessive caution. In this way, if he wants to die, it will be more difficult to pry open his mouth again. With a click sound, the collar on Su Weigua's neck opened, and the imprisoned supernatural power returned at the same time. When the supernatural power returned, Su Weigua sensed that Su Ruoyun was not a threat, and immediately held Su Ruoyun hostage. Xiao Jiao immediately became nervous. Su Ruoyun blinked at Xiao Jiao gently. Xiao Jiao immediately understood what Su Ruoyun meant. The mother's dream power has no attack power, and can only hypnotize the enemy mentally, and take advantage of the enemy's dream to make a fatal blow to the enemy from the outside. Xiao Jiao, as long as I leave safely, I will tell you your mother and the secrets of 10 years later. Su Weigua took out a sharp knife and put it against Su Ruoyun's neck. Su Ruoyun was forced to board the extremely cold plane with Su Weigua. After entering the plane, Xiao Jiao could not see the movements inside the plane, because Su Weigua pressed the anti-peeping function of the plane's windshield washer. Su Ruoyun, put on the forbidden bracelet on your hand. Su Ruoyun seemed to be stunned, but she seemed to be forced to put on the forbidden collar as if she had to accept her fate. When Su Weigua saw her wearing the collar, his tense body relaxed a little. His relaxation was immediately noticed by Su Ruoyun. Su Weigua saw that Su Ruoyun was now restricted and could not use any supernatural power. He started the plane with confidence and drove the plane away from the entrance of the Sky City. Su Ruoyun looked at Su Weigui, who was operating the plane seriously, and touched the button to unlock the forbidden collar in his pocket with a slight movement of his fingers. An hour later, Su Weigui drove the plane and took Su Ruoyun into the Sea City. Su Ruoyun was forced to wear a blindfold to prevent her from seeing nearby buildings. Half an hour later, Su Weigui brought Su Ruoyun to the underground secret base he built in District C of High City. This base was secretly built by the Su family to prevent any accidents in the future. After the base was built, he killed all those people. Therefore, except for him, no one else would know that there was a secret base here. As long as he moved to another place to live during the earthquake in the 9th year, he could survive safely. The earthquake in the 9th year ended, and the 10th year was a good day for him to turn the tables. Su Ruoyun pretended to be terrified and cooperated with Su Weigui all the way. When she sensed that she had entered a closed place, she reminded him, "You have left safely. Now can you tell me what the disaster will be in 10 years? Su Weigui seemed to have suddenly thought of something when he heard Su Ruoyun's question. He took out the homemade detector in the base, and he was completely relieved after confirming that Su Ruoyun did not carry any tools such as locators. Just now, he was too excited when he was transferred and neglected Su Ruoyun's hidden danger. Hee. I tell you, you can only wait to die. After Su Weigui finished speaking, he turned and entered the bathroom of the base. Su Ruoyun heard the sound of water splashing and immediately pressed the button switch of the forbidden bracelet. With a click sound, the forbidden collar behind her neck opened. Now you only need to reach out and touch it to remove the collar. But she didn't do it. She was thinking whether to release the dream power now, or take action when Su Weigui was most relaxed and sleepy. Su Weigui came out of the bathroom and immediately found a meal. He took off Su Ruoyun's eye mask and swallowed the food in front of her. Su Ruoyun, I am lonely living alone. You should stay with me for the next 8 years. Su Ruoyun was not feeling well. You promised my son that you would tell us the news after leaving safely and let me go, Su Weigui said with a smile. Do you believe it? Su Ruoyun looked angry. Su Weigui saw her expression and laughed a few times. Su Ruoyun sensed that he was so happy and knew that this was the best time to activate her supernatural power after sleeping. She moved her fingers lightly, and an invisible and colorless energy slowly generated in the house, and finally successfully filled the room of the entire underground base. Su Weigui's eyes were dull for a few seconds, and he stood there motionless. Su Ruoyun knew that the dream was successful. Under full operation, the dream could only last for 15 minutes. Su Ruoyun took off the forbidden collar on her neck and buckled it on Su Weigui. She immediately invaded Su Weigui's dream and tampered with his memory. Time went directly to the great disaster 10 years later. Su Weigui scratched his messy hair. 10 years of underground life almost drove him crazy. Finally, he waited until the 10th year. He began to use the dream-weaving energy left by Su Ruoyun to weave imaginary dreams in his dreams. You are here. I have finally waited for this day. Get up, grandfather. I have finally waited for this day. Grandfather, I beg you to take me back. Su Weigui, you are the 10th generation descendant of my Su family. It is your chance to catch up with the blood sacrifice ceremony of the Su family once every 500 years. You are too old and destined to not achieve much, considering the contributions of your Su family in this small world. I will take you away from the aquamarine star after this blood sacrifice is completed. Thank you, grandfather. Thank you, grandfather. Where are the powerful people in aquamarine country now? Grandfather, I will take you there now. Su Weigui led a man whose face he could not see clearly to the teleportation point at the entrance of the Sky City with trepidation. So the energy people have gone to the sky. No wonder I can't sense the energy people's breath on the ground. Let's go. Ancestor, there are still some descendants of my Su family in this small world. Noisy. Su Weigui was scolded and was stunned. He didn't dare to say anything more. He followed the man whose face he couldn't see clearly in silence, and entered the Sky City out of thin air. In Su Weigui's fantasy, the floating man waved his hand, and all the superpowers in the Sky City were caught one by one. These superpowers were thrown into a huge blood-red cauldron like dumplings. After the superpowers were thrown into the cauldron, screams were endless. Chapter 493 Two Ancient Books. Su Ruoyun saw Su Weigui's illusion. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with incredible shock. Is this the truth about the great disaster 10 years later that Su Weigua has never revealed? In the eyes of Su Weigua and the mysterious and powerful man, Highland Country is just a small world of energy storage people. All human beings are preparing for the blood sacrifice of the Su family once every 500 years. So, except for Su Weigua, the only descendant of the Su family who knows the inside story, other people in Highland Country will definitely die. Because all human beings, who work hard to cultivate, are all preparing for the blood sacrifice in Su Weigua's illusion. Although the illusion is not real. To some extent, it can reflect the cognition of people in the illusion and the real direction of the future with a high probability. This probability will be more or less offset, but the credibility is extremely high. As the blood sacrifice ended, Su Weigua's emotions fluctuated more and more. Su Ruoyun could sense the extreme excitement and joy of Su Weigua, who was controlled in front of him. Su Weigua, the blood sacrifice is complete. Let's go. The man whose face could not be seen waved to Su Weigua, and the two of them boarded a white jade boat. As the man manipulated the boat, the white jade boat disappeared into the sky with the naked eye. At this point, the subsequent picture became a snowflake. The illusion was forced to end. Su Weigua's dull eyes gradually regained their light. Su Ruoyun also learned from Su Weigua's illusion that the source of the great disaster in the past 10 years was brought by the so-called ancestor of the Su family. It was really terrifying. Who would have thought that Highland Country was actually a huge lie? All the disasters experienced by all human beings. It turned out that all of them were just a monstrous conspiracy of the Su family. Everyone worked hard to cultivate and survive, killed each other, and awakened to become superpowers, just to become the energy people carefully selected by the Su family. The Su family used special means to infect humans with viruses, and some people were selected to become energy people, in preparation for the arrival of the Su family's ancestors 10 years later. The dead energy people were made into tool zombies by Su Weigua using special means. These zombies can also become low-level energy people for the ancestors of the Su family to enjoy. It turned out that all of them had been living in the conspiracy lies of the Su family. Su Ruoyun stared at Su Weigua coldly. After Su Weigua woke up from the illusion, he forgot everything that happened in the illusion. He looked at Su Ruoyun with some doubts. And when he saw that the forbidden collar on Su Ruoyun's neck was gone, he was immediately shocked. Since Su Ruoyun knew the secret of the Su family, she naturally knew that Su Weigua had no use value. Without waiting for Su Weigua's surprised look to disappear, Su Ruoyun took out the high-level laser weapon given by Xiaojio, aimed at Su Weigua's forehead and shot. Su Weigua, who was at level 13, was only 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. If he could use his superpowers, he would certainly be able to resist the attack of the high-level laser gun. But he had already been put on a forbidden collar in advance. At this time, he could only take the beating. Su Weigua shouted, not understanding why the situation that was so good just now suddenly turned into this situation. Su Ruoyun did not hesitate, and directly pulled the trigger, and the laser gun automatically aimed at Su Weigua's forehead, hitting him without any ability to fight back. Countless laser bullet holes cut off Su Weigua's screams. After killing Su Weigua, Su Ruoyun found the smart bracelet and dimensional space that Su Weigua had confiscated on the plane. She immediately notified Xiaojio and asked him to bring people to pick her up here. The notification ended. Su Ruoyun searched around the base. She searched the entire base and finally found 2 ancient books, one blue cover and one yellow cover. Su Ruoyun opened the book and looked at it. Even though she was knowledgeable, she couldn't recognize the meaning of the words on the book. She flipped through the 2 books casually, and at the end of one of the books, she saw a white paper with the translation written in the Highland Country language that she could understand. Substitute puppet technique. Prepare a boy born on a Yang year, Yang month and Yang day, and feed him with puppet secret medicine to make a substitute puppet. The formula of the secret medicine is as follows: 20 grams of licorice, 10 grams of Tian Shan snow lotus. Disguise. A certain amount of human skin can be embedded in the face through special techniques, making it indistinguishable from the real human appearance. Both of these 2 strange books were obtained through the translation of the blue book. Su Ruoyun knew that these 2 books were extraordinary, and it was very likely that they were the magic left by the ancestors of the Su family in Su Weigua's dream for the descendants of the Su family. She put away the 2 books, one yellow and one blue, found the exit of the secret room, and came to the ground to wait for Xiaojio to come and pick her up and take her back to the Sky City. The speed of the drone was very fast, about half an hour. Su Ruoyun saw Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu, who came to pick him up, as well as dozens of their trusted high-level superpowers. "Son, let's go," Su Ruoyun said to Xiao Jiao. Turned around and sat on the intelligent unmanned aircraft. Xiao Jiao immediately followed. As for Su Weigui and his secret base underground, Su Ruoyun had already told him everything on the way here. As for the valuable materials underground, she had already put them into the dimensional space. Back to the City of Sky, Yin Feiyu led the team to disperse and move freely. Xiao Jiao returned to the city garden, picked up Lulu, and brought her and Su Ruoyun to the residence of Kong Shi. Xiao Jiao's family and Lulu were staring at the 2 books that Su Ruoyun took out and placed on the table. There are such magical people and strange skills in the world. Xiao Yao couldn't help but explain after hearing Su Ruoyun's explanation. Xiao Wu was held in Xiao Shintian's arms, silently following the eyes of the adults, looking at the 2 ancient books on the coffee table. Unfortunately, the other contents in these 2 books do not belong to our Hylon country, nor to the languages of other countries on Hylon Star. Otherwise, if we can dig out more secrets from the books, we may be able to find a way to crack them and deal with the ancestor who will come to the Su family in 10 years. Brother, I think that the things that Mom said about Su Weigui's fantasy dream are very similar to the immortals written in novels. And they are not ordinary immortals. That Su family ancestor, who uses living people for blood sacrifice to strengthen himself, is definitely not a good immortal cultivator. He must be a demon cultivator who would use such a cruel and inferior method. After Xiao Yao's analysis, Xiao Jiao, Lulu and others all felt that there was some truth in it, because no matter how they looked at it, the information given by Su Ruoyun showed that the Su family ancestor, who came in 8 years, was not the human being that Hylon country should have. If this is true, when the ancestor of the Su family comes, he will be as powerful as in the dream. Then everything we do now is controlled by the ancestor of the Su family. Working hard to improve our strength is just to make wedding clothes for the ancestor of the Su family, and become his medicine in the cauldron. Chapter 494 Translating Ancient Books. Lulu and the Xiao family were silent. They realized at this moment that all their efforts were just a scam planned by the Su family. Brother, what if we go abroad? The ancestor of the Su family will come to Hylon country. If we move the City of Sky abroad, a distant place 108,000 miles away from Hylon country, maybe he won't be able to find us. Hearing Xiao Yao's advice, the rest of the Xiao family was in deep thought. Lulu sat aside without saying a word. The news she got from Xiao Jiao's mother today was too shocking. It was even more incomprehensible than her and Xiao Jiao's rebirth. Lulu thought of the space where she had not yet fully opened the 10th door, and her intuition told her, if she could open the 10th door earlier, she might be able to get the key to breaking the deadlock. The power of space gave her hope. In the next 3 doors, if she could open a more powerful technique, similar to the 18 styles, maybe if all of them learn together and improve themselves, they may be able to fight. After a short silence, the atmosphere became more solemn. Lulu thought about it, and called the monkeys playing outside through the space medium. Kong suddenly appeared, which made the Xiao family get out of their uneasy thoughts. Kong, take a look at the 2 books on the coffee table, and see if you can understand them. Lulu had a glimmer of hope for Kong, because Kong said that the space she owned had 99 owners, and she was the 100th. Kong had lived with these people for at least hundreds of years. Moreover, these masters are said to come from different world planes. Perhaps there are words corresponding to these 2 books in these planes. By translating the books, we can know what the Su family's practice is. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we find a good way to deal with it. Kong glanced at the people sitting on the sofa, and in the expectant eyes of everyone, he picked up 2 books and quickly flipped through them. After flipping through them, he let go and scratched his golden head hair. Master, I don't know the words on it either. Hearing Kong's answer, everyone's expectations turned into disappointment. Lulu sighed helplessly. It seems that he can only get more crystal cores and open the space after more than half a month. After New Year's Eve, when the extreme heat comes, looking for a way to break the deadlock. This is also the only way she can think of at present. Kong found that Lulu and others were a little discouraged. And suddenly a ray of light flashed in his mind. Master, I have seen these strange words in a place. I recognize 2 of the 4 characters on the cover of the book. The people who were already somewhat desperate heard Kong's answer, and they all looked up instantly. and the dawn of hope appeared in their eyes. Lulu asked impatiently, "Where?" "Tell me," Kong Kong said with a very sure tone. "Master, do you still remember that the boss and I were caught in the Nangong family? What does this have to do with the words in the book?" "Of course, it has something to do with it. I was taken by Nangong Yuran and went to many places with him. His biggest hobby is writing calligraphy. I followed him and saw him write these two words. Although I don't recognize the two characters at the back of this book. The two characters on the front of the book cover are exactly the same as the two characters he often writes. I'm sure the guy must know what this text is." Kong Kong just finished speaking. Different images appeared in Lulu and Xiao Jio's minds. Countless memories related to Nangong Yuran emerged in her mind. Sickly, weak appearance. Su Wei was lackey. That's it. They were only concerned with finding the people of the Su family. But they actually neglected Nangong Yuran. He disappeared with some people of the Su family in the catastrophe of the Su family. As the memory recovered, a girl's face also appeared in Lu Liu's mind. Qian Ming, the eldest lady of the Qian family. When Xiao Jio and Zhang Lang and others were arrested, they later learned that the forbidden bracelet and collar were provided by the eldest lady of the Qian family. She remembered clearly that Zhang Lang told her that when she first arrived in High City, the eldest lady of the Qian family seemed to want her life. But by chance, they met Zhang Lang, and all the Qian family members were killed. They also hijacked a luxury RV of the Qian family. As time went by, these things were suppressed by other things. Now, after Kong Kong reminded her, everything came to her mind again. Xiao Jio frowned when she heard Kong Kong's words. The Su family has been closely connected with the Nangong family for hundreds of years, and the two families are very close. However, in this generation, the Nangong family only has Nangong Yuran as the only one left. Nangong Zhu has a weak blood relationship with the Nangong family. But when Yan Feiyu led the team to rescue people, he was killed casually. They have an absolute hatred for Nangong Yuran. Nangong Yuran, that kid, will never be willing to teach them to read and write. Son, find a way to catch Nangong Yuran. He is our current breakthrough. When you catch him, I will find a way to ask him how to recognize the text through the dream ability. Xiao Jio nodded. This is the only way now. Lulu listened to their conversation and lowered her head in silence. Nangong Yuran left a deep impression on her. When she was in the Blue Lake, she mistook Nangong Yuran for Xiao Jio. She even threatened his life with a knife. This is over. All of them have an absolute hatred for Nangong Yuran. All the blood of the Nangong family died, leaving only Nangong Yuran. Now, we can only hope that Xiao Jio can find Nangong Yuran through the means of the Sky City, and then force her to tell the content of the book translation through her mother-in-law Su Ruoying. That's it for now. Mom, you were frightened today. Go to bed early. Yeah. Su Ruoying's face was indeed a little pale. She was almost 50 years old, and she was just teased by that old man Su Weigua. Let her stay with him in the basement for 8 years. It's creepy to think about it. Wife, let's go back first. These things can't be rushed. Okay. Lulu was helped up by Xiao Jio. Xiao Wu looked at Lulu and Xiao Jio and waved goodbye to them. Xiao Wu, you stay with grandma and aunt. Don't mess around. And your great-grandfather is old. You have to be obedient. Don't be naughty and make trouble. Okay. I will be good. Mom and Dad, go back and live a sweet world of two people. Xiao Wu didn't feel sad at all, but kept urging Lulu to leave. Lulu gave a few more instructions and left Kongsher with Xiao Jio. This brat? He doesn't stick to me at all in this life. Wife, is it possible that you were too violent in this life and too strict with Xiao Wu? So he was afraid and didn't want to be close to you? Chapter 495 Extremely Hot. After listening to Xiao Jio's words, Lulu remained silent for a long time. In the previous life, she and Xiao Wu only cared about survival, living from day to day, and drank a mouthful of water as a glass of water. There was no time and energy to pay attention to the child's education. Later, she worked hard to maintain her life, and she had no time to take care of Xiao Wu often. She really had no experience in educating children, but her educational purpose remained unchanged. A loving mother often spoils her children. As long as Xiao Wu was with her for a day, every time he made a mistake, he must be taught strictly to let him know the importance of the matter, and never make the same mistake again in the future. Even if Xiao Wu hates me, dislikes me, and is afraid of me, I will educate him strictly. Besides, it's up to you. I play the villain and you play the hero. So that he can understand the evil of human nature from a young age. I beat him up and you give him a candy. Isn't that good? Xiao Jiao smiled slightly. Okay. I'll listen to my wife. Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao discussed the education of Xiao Wu all the way. Soon, they returned to the large flat in City Garden. It was getting late. They washed up and rested early. The next day, as soon as it got light, Xiao Jiao immediately found Yin Feiyu and other confidants, and asked them to act separately and lead the team to look for clues of Nandong Yuran. The search range is centered around Mount Everest, High Shire, and Little Red Riding Hood Shelter, and detects areas with life in all directions. Once Nandong Yuran is found, he must be caught alive. For this matter, Xiao Jiao did not announce the actions of other people in the Sky City, because Nandong Yuran must be alive to be valuable. Those people outside might make a mistake and delay his work. These trusted people under him are reliable and strictly follow orders. They are worthy of his trust. Yin Feiyu immediately gave the order. The trusted team came to the mission hall and issued the exploration mission. As for what they were exploring, they did not say clearly, because the scope is too large. A lot of manpower is needed, regardless of whether the exploration mission finds the person they want. The points will be settled according to the hour. 20 points per hour. Such a price is very popular among the many tasks in the City of Sky. Just follow the powerful high-level superpowers of the City of Sky and go out to explore. There is no need to fight. If you find traces of human activities, just report it, because the mission has low risk and high reward. Xiao Jiao's 60 trusted people soon recruited 500 people each, and explored traces of life from different directions and areas. With the blessing of the life detector provided by Xiao Jiao, I believe that better results will be obtained soon. Xiao Jiao and others are in the City of Sky, eating and drinking every day. Yin Feiyu also has to accompany 4 children. Therefore, Xiao Jiao did not send Yin Feiyu to carry out this mission. Yin Feiyu rarely had a vacation, and he lived with his children at home with the help of 2 childcare robots. Honey, is Yin Feiyu's house a 50 square meter small apartment? Well, Feiyu said at the time that he didn't want to be special, and chose a small apartment like his brothers. I asked him privately that I could change him to a better one, but he didn't agree. Lu Lulu felt a little uneasy when he thought of Jiang Yi's children living in a small apartment. Although he died, the children she gave her life for are still there. The children cannot be wronged. Lu Lulu frowned, took out the communication bracelet immediately, and contacted Yin Feiyu. After her persuasion with reason and emotion, Yin Feiyu finally agreed to move with the children to a 250 square meter house with 2 suites on 1 floor. After the move was finalized, Yin Feiyu moved to the new house with the help of 2 childcare robots. The decoration of this room is a unified minimalist style. In the future, if Yin Feiyu wants to change the style, he needs to spend points to change it. But for now, it should be enough for Yin Feiyu and the children to live. Yin Feiyu's affairs have been settled. Lu Liuyo's consciousness entered the space preservation area and saw Jiang Yi's face sleeping peacefully. Xiao Jiao, do you think there will be a miracle in the future, and Yi may be able to come back to life again? Xiao Jiao shook his head. Wife, I don't want to discourage you, but the dead can't be resurrected. Have you forgotten that she has no heartbeat and breathing, and her body is full of violent zombie viruses? Ah! Xiao Jiao saw that Lu Lulu was in a low mood, and did not continue to tell her the cruel reality to hit her. The 2 ate lunch in silence. Lu Lulu leaned on the sofa, taking care of the fetus while fiddling with the bracelet, trading vitality water in the background, exchanging points, and then purchasing crystal cores circulating on the market. Xiao Jiao sat opposite her, opened the smart bracelet in the same way, and began to process the actions accumulated during the day. He would correct and update some imperfections. The work in the morning was finished. Lu Lulu would take a lunch break in the afternoon, wake up in the evening, and practice prenatal yoga for a while. After dinner, she and Xiao Jiao would pay attention to what Xiao Wu did today. Sometimes they would follow through smart bracelets, and sometimes they would come in person. At night, they would watch a movie together, or do some DIY crafts, or go into the kitchen together to research a new dish to kill time. Time passed quietly in such leisure and comfort, until half a month later. Time crossed from 2062 to 2063. The extremely cold weather that lasted for a year showed signs of breaking the ice. It was on this day that almost all the survivors of the Blue Sea country entered the empty city and became citizens of the empty city. Only Nangong Yuran and the Qian family, as well as the fugitives of the Su family, were left stranded outside. The team sent out search day and night for half a month, but still could not find any traces of these people. It seemed that after the battle of the Su family, they suddenly disappeared from this world. But the search mission still exists. 3 shifts were fixed every day, and they took turns to go out for 8 hours to find the traces of Nangong Yuran and others. After the extremely cold weather broke the ice, in just 24 hours, the thick ice layer of the entire Hailan Kingdom melted away. The raging torrents filled the ground of Hailan Kingdom. The low-lying areas were torn apart by the melted glacier snow water that had been frozen for a year. Countless broken houses became more and more vulnerable. Overnight, the entire Hailan Kingdom seemed to have become a deserted wasteland. After the raging torrents lasted for a month, the temperature in Hailan Kingdom was still rising gradually, until the temperature rose to 40 degrees. The search team that went out to mine had to retreat to the Sky City to escape the heat. There were constant temperature instruments in the high-tech aircraft, but not on the ground. To search for life forms, they needed to go down. The temperature outside was too high. They were soaked with sweat just 1 minute after going down. Even if they were high-level psychics with physical fitness 3 times stronger than ordinary people, they could not explore outdoors for a long time in such a temperature. In order to deal with this situation, Chapter 496 Key Translation. Xiaojiu put the summer equipment on the shelves in the Sky City in time. A cold stone. Wearing this stone can be outdoors for 12 hours without being affected by high temperatures. The cost of cold stone is very high, and the price is not cheap. The extreme heat only lasts for 1 year. Many people spend a lot of money to buy cold stones for outdoor exploration. After using it for 1 day, send it back to the charging cabinet of the Sky City Mission Center. Charge it overnight, and continue to use it the next day. Cold stones can also be rented, and the price for 1 day is 20 points. Many superpowers who don't have many points will choose the rental mode. June 6, 2063. This day is Lu Liuliu's birthday. After another 3 months of extreme heat, the temperature has reached an astonishing 65 degrees. At this time, if you want to leave the Sky City, kill mutant animals and plants in the wild, obtain cultivation resource crystal cores, and mine gold resources, almost everyone needs cold stones to continue their lives. In order to deal with the disadvantage that cold stones can only be used for 1 day, Xiaojiu put the cold stone charging device on the system. 2 cold stones can be placed in the cold stone device and used interchangeably. In this way, long-term missions outside will not be affected by high temperatures. Of course, sun protection is also a top priority. The corresponding high-temperature ultraviolet sunscreen gauze clothes are also on the shelves in the mall. These products made Xiaojiu earn a lot of money. Lu Lulu also earned countless points through the vitality water, with small profits and quick turnover. Similarly, the extremely hot climate also brought good benefits to the mutant plants and animals. With the hard work of hundreds of thousands of people in the Sky City, she earned points through the vitality water, as well as the points provided by Xiaojiu. On June 6, 2063, she finally saved enough energy equivalent to 100 million low-level crystal cores through points exchange. Lu Liuliu's birthday was also the day when the 8th door was opened. Xiaojiu and his family celebrated Lu Liuliu's birthday in the private room of Kong Shi. Wife, the 8th door was successfully opened. And it's your birthday. Why are you unhappy? Lu Lulu forced a smile. Let's not talk about this today. Let's eat first. Xiaojiu saw that she was worried, and it seemed to be related to the opening of the 8th door. But seeing that Lu Lulu was unwilling to say more at this moment, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Xiaojiu's family and Xiao Wu, as well as Yan Feiyu, and even Zhang Lang, Wang Wu and others were invited to attend this birthday party. On the table, there was a 20-inch cake with 27 candles on it. Lu Lulu is 27 years old this year. Amid everyone's birthday songs, she closed her eyes and ate, gently blowing out the candles. Wife, happy birthday. Xiaojiu handed over a specially prepared red rose to Lu Lulu. The relatives watching laughed and cheered. It seemed that everyone had temporarily forgotten the danger that would come in 8 years. Lu Lulu was also infected by their smiles, and temporarily put aside her worries. The family had a sumptuous birthday meal together. After the meeting, Xiaojiu hugged Lu Lulu and strolled with her on the wide and clean streets of the Sky City. Wife, what is in the 8th door? Why do you seem not so happy? It's an ancient book. Ancient book? Lulu frowned and said slowly, like the text in the 2 books obtained from Suwegwa. This ancient book is completely useless to us now. The space gave me this ancient book, but did not provide the corresponding translation text. After hearing this, Xiao Jiao was also amazed. He already knew that Lu Liu's space was unusual. Some of the magical items that appeared in the previous few doors were so powerful that they were amazing. According to his speculation, the further back the space is, theoretically speaking, the more useful the items provided will be. The ancient book in the 8th door must have unusual contents. In addition to the 2 books he got from Suwegwa. If they can all be deciphered, it may really be the key to breaking the catastrophe. The most important thing now is to find Nangong Yuran. You must find him to translate the text. Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu each returned to their city homes with their own thoughts, while they continued to sell supplies, earn points, buy crystal cores, and prepare for the next round of space upgrades. On the other hand, they increased the number of team members who went out to search for Nangong Yuran's traces. Now, successfully finding Nangong Yuran has become their top priority. C City, F District, a remote village, Nangong Yuran, Qianming, Su Wenyu and others, along with a team of more than 100 people who escaped, temporarily camped here. As the temperature rises, many of them can only rely on the little supplies distributed by Suwegwa, plus the supplies they usually stockpile, to help each other live. As the temperature rises, the ice-type superpowers use ice blocks to build an underground ice cave. When the temperature is too high to move normally on the ground, they all hide in the ice house below. Master, this is not a long-term solution. This damn hot climate, I don't know when it will end. The group of people from the Sky City have passed by us 3 times. Qianming saw that Nangong Yuran was always calm and unperturbed, and he was more certain that his choice was right. Only the true son of destiny could be so calm and composed in such a situation. Master, the news I got from the miners in the Sky City is that the Su family members wanted by the Sky City seem to have special means to identify the Su family members at a glance. My family and I are not on the list. The Sky City has the latest cold stones and summer sun protection clothes, Nangong Ju said on the side. Nangong Yuran immediately shook his head. You can't go. If the Sky City has a way to catch the Su family, it must have a way to catch us. Once you enter the Sky City, you will be trapped in a jar and at the mercy of others. Think of a way to buy summer equipment from those people in the mine outside at a high price. We will take turns to go to the ground to get some fresh air and make a fire. Nangong Ju was stopped and could only suppress his inner impulse. Qianming noticed Nangong Yuran's needs and immediately moved closer, whispering, Master Yuran, I recently won a lot of good things in the lottery. If you need, I can use these camouflage equipment to sneak into the Sky City and get information for you. Nangong Yuran immediately looked at Qianming. When they had an internal conflict, the Qian family was the first to stand up and support him. It allowed him to gain a firm foothold in this group of scattered fleeing people and gain absolute voice. The Qian family had every chance to abandon the Su family and avoid contact with him, just like several other big families, and enter the Sky City to seek better opportunities. But Qianming chose to bring the Qian family with him, just to follow him. Chapter 497 Infiltration. Now he has no status, and the only person he can use is Nangong Ju. The biggest advantage is probably that he has more supplies than others. But these are not enough to make Qianming support and pay attention to him so much. Nangong Yuran stared at Qianming's eyes with a sharp gaze, but kept thinking in his heart. Could it be? Qianming really likes me? That's why she cares so much about me, and even wants to follow me without hesitation, even with the whole family and the enemy of the Sky City? Nangong Yuran finally couldn't help it and asked Qianming, You have been following me all the time, and you have devoted so much to me. What is your purpose? He didn't believe that a simple love between a man and a woman could turn Qianming into a stupid woman who listens to him in everything. Qianming seemed to have expected that he would ask her one day, so she said the answer she had already thought of in her heart. Yuran, can I call you by your name? I give so much because I like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you. You know, there is no reason to like someone. I just like you. So I am willing to give all this for you, not hoping that you will give me anything in return. As long as you are happy, I am happy. This is why I have been following you. In fact, I have kept these words in my heart for a long time. Today you asked me. I will reveal my cards. Like, you will not be troubled by my liking. Nandong Zhu looked at Qian Ming, who looked shy, and curled his lips. Nandong Yuren heard Qian Ming's confession, and believed her reason 70%. He would believe such a pale reason, because he could empathize with the true feelings Qian Ming expressed at this time. He also had the same feelings for Lu Lulu, whom he liked but could not get. He might not be as straightforward and crazy as Qian Ming, but he could understand this feeling. There is no reason to like someone. Just like, maybe one day you don't like him anymore. But that's a matter for the future. Until now, he has done nothing but survive, protect Su Wenyu for 3 years, and fulfill his promise with Su Weigua. The biggest motivation is probably to see her again. Nandong Yuren sighed. Qian Ming, I already have someone I like. There is no possibility between you and me. It's okay. I know. Qian Ming had tears in her eyes. Master Yuren, as long as you can let me stay by your side and see you every day, I will be satisfied. Nandong Yuren saw her begging so much, and naturally didn't know how to refuse such an infatuated Qian Ming. She had no ill will towards him, and she was helping and supporting him all the way. Facing such a fangirl, he couldn't find a reason to drive her away. Nandong Zhu's eyes widened when she heard Qian Ming's sincere confession. This woman is really shameless. She always looks for opportunities to do that with the young master. Pretends to fall from time to time, and wears cool clothes to seduce the young master. She talks to the young master late at night. Now it's good. She just doesn't pretend anymore. She admits that the young master is indeed very good and has a prominent family background. There have been unspeakable masters in the family for hundreds of years. The young master has a kind of extraordinary temperament. No wonder Qian Ming likes him so much. Nandong Zhu seems to have gradually accepted Qian Ming's existence when she heard Qian Ming's words. Okay. Don't cry. Nandong Yuren felt a little irritated when he saw Qian Ming crying. He didn't like to see women crying. Qian Ming wiped her tears immediately and came to Nandong Yuren. Master Yuren, if you agree, I will set out immediately and sneak into the Sky City to get information for you. First, tell me how you sneak in without being discovered by the people in the Sky City. Okay. Qian Ming took out 3 items one by one. These items were all won by her in the lottery, and they were all related to disguise. Master Yuren, as long as you bring these 3 sets, you can sneak into the Sky City without anyone noticing. What are their uses? Tell me. Qian Ming nodded and introduced the uses of these things to Nandong Yuren one by one. After the introduction, Nandong Yuren stood up and picked up the 3-piece camouflage set that Qian Ming mentioned to play with. Today is Lu Liuliu's birthday. She must be in the Sky City. At that time, those who came to destroy the Su family included Xiao Jiao and Yin Feiyu. The group they led were all subordinates who had followed Xiao Jiao. With these 3 sets, he might be able to sneak in and meet her. By the way, exchange some heatstroke prevention items for the people of the Su and Qin families. Qian Ming, you stay and protect Su Wenyu for me. Qian Ming was very surprised. Master Yuren, you are? I'm going to the Sky City to explore the truth and come back within a week. After saying that, without waiting for Qian Ming's reaction, he took 3 special camouflage items and put them on. When Qian Ming came to his senses, he had already walked towards the ground. Qian Ming looked at his back as he left, and instantly felt a little regretful. By doing this, she changed the main plot of Nandong Yuren in the book. Nandong Yuren went to the empty city. What if he encountered danger? Qian Ming stamped her feet and hurriedly chased after him. Master Nandong, wait for me. I will go with you so that I can take care of you. Nandong Zhu looked at Qian Ming, who was impatient to chase after him, and just shook his head. The master said that he would protect Su Wenyu well. Su Wenyu had too many enemies. People in the Qian family didn't like him very much, and those in the Su family didn't like him either. Su Wenyu had been keeping his tail between his legs during this period. If these people who were restless and unhappy with their lives because of the rising temperature attacked Su Wenyu, it would break the master's promise. The invisible contract between the Nandong family and the Su family could be broken as long as they protected Su Wenyu for 3 years this time. He would never be controlled by the Su family again. Nandong Zhu turned around and came to the independent ice house where Su Wenyu lived and looked at it. Master Nandong, the Sky City has now closed the entrance for newcomers. If we want to get in, we must find 2 miners of similar size, capture them and lock them up, and then use their identities to enter. According to my investigation, the nearest mine is 100 kilometers away from us. We can take the official extreme cold plane to get there. Just press the conversion button and the extreme cold plane can be turned into an extreme hot plane. Nandong Yuran listened to Qian Ming's voice and did not answer. Of course he knew what Qian Ming said. The doomsday warning letter indicated that after the extreme cold comes the extreme heat. The authorities had designed dual-purpose extreme cold and hot planes long ago. When they fled, they hid 5 of them near High City. In order to continue using these planes in the future, they soon came to the place where the plane was originally parked. After some inquiries, they found the plane with 70% of the fuel left. The two took the plane and came to a mining site in Sky City on the border of Hailan country. Chapter 498. To achieve the goal, they waited for a long time near the mine, and finally met the citizens of the empty city who had finished mining and left. Most of these citizens were in small groups. After coming out of the mine, they walked about 300 meters along the left side of the mine and came to the location where the special drone of the empty city was heard. Nandong Yuran found that as long as these people activated their smart bracelets, they could be transported to the inside of the aircraft by the drone. They observed for a whole day. When they saw that there was nothing unusual in the way these people left, Nandong Yuran and Qian Ming began to act. They first changed their disguised identities, and then covered their faces with masks and other small tools to cover their faces. Then, they imitated the appearance of the miners and entered the entrance of the mine calmly. Late at night, they successfully found 2 men and women who were alone, and approached them while they were not paying attention. After asking around and learning some things about the empty city, they ambushed the 2 citizens of the Sky City, successfully obtained their camouflage bracelets, and disguised themselves as them. Master Yuran, how do we deal with these 2 unconscious people? Qian Ming did not kill the 2 men on his own initiative, but always took Nandong Yuran as the leader and asked for his opinion. Kill them. Nandong Yuran did not hesitate. If these 2 were kept alive, they would become a hidden danger once they woke up and ran away. Only the dead would not reveal secrets. It would take at least 7 days for them to understand the secrets of the Sky City with their disguised identities. These 2 people can only be said to be unlucky, and there is no need for them to exist. After hearing this, Qian Ming immediately took action. Took out a knife, bent down and put the unknown knife close to the necks of the 2 survivors, and killed them with 1 knife. Take their bodies first and find a place to study the smart bracelet. Okay. Qian Ming put away the bodies and followed Nandong Yuran, quietly leaving the mine in the dark night. They found a hidden and deserted cave nearby, which was temporarily used as a resting place. Master Yuran, this is their bracelet. For you. Qian Ming smiled and handed over the Sky City communication item he got this time. Nandong Yuran picked up the bracelet to check it. After some exploration, he found that the bracelet needed a password or facial recognition to unlock. Let the 2 bodies out. Qian Ming did it immediately. Nandong Yuran looked at the man carefully. He first used his high-level camouflage ability to change into the man's appearance and unlocked his bracelet's facial recognition system. Face recognition failed. Please try again. Nandong Yuran frowned. His disguise ability has reached the point of perfection, almost able to make a fake look real. How could he fail this small facial recognition? Qian Ming also heard the alarm sound from the light blue verification screen. She reminded, Master Yuran, why don't you try the reward I drew? Maybe it can be recognized. Nandong Yuran looked a little unhappy. Qian Ming seemed to know that what he said was not appropriate. Isn't this a slap in Nandong Yuran's face? His ability is not easy to use, and the item you drew is more powerful than his ability and can pass the certification. This doesn't mean that you are much more awesome than him. Most men are very proud. If you are better than him, it will hurt his self-esteem. Qian Ming immediately tried to smooth things over. Master Yuran, the items I drew are different from those of the Blue Sea country. The rules are not restricted by the items of the Blue Sea country. Maybe they have special effects on the high-tech items produced by the Sky City. Nandong Yuran heard her implication. I know. Then, under Qian Ming's expectant eyes, he took out the 3-piece suit, put it on, and looked in the direction of the man again to disguise himself. Verification passed. The sound of the smart bracelet made Nandong Yuran and Qian Ming very happy. Nandong Yuran successfully activated the bracelet and spent 2 hours studying the content about the Sky City. After a thorough study, he also knew the identity of this man. All the relatives in the family died. There are only 2 or 3 friends in the contact list. Looking at the chat records, they may not contact once every 10 days or half a month. Not bad. It saves him a lot of trouble. Nandong Yuran put on the bracelet and threw another one to Qian Ming. Qian Ming did the same thing and activated the smart bracelet of the female survivor. Master Yuran, to enter the empty city, in addition to this bracelet, you also need the corresponding empty city admission ticket. The empty city has been open for a long time now, and those who should enter have already entered. If we buy admission tickets at this time, but no new people enter the empty city, will we be targeted by the higher-ups? Nandong Yuran smiled with satisfaction when he heard Qian Ming's question. Qian Ming's brain is still okay. He can think of this and is cautious enough. In your opinion, what should we do? Qian Ming was waiting for this moment. She tried her best to prove her worth in front of Nandong Yuran. Master Yuran, we can use a knife to peel off the skin of the two people's tickets and stick them on our bodies with a skin-friendly adhesive. In this way, we will not alarm the Sky City, and we can also be successfully transmitted to the drone, so as to enter the Sky City to get information. Nandong Yuran nodded gently. This is a good idea. After hearing this, Qian Ming returned to the two corpses again. She took out a small knife and found the ticket logo they had pasted on their wrists. Although they were dead, the ticket would still emit a white light after double-clicking. Qian Ming quickly took action and peeled off a piece of human skin from their skin. A few minutes later, the two human skins carrying the ticket logo were peeled off by her. Her hands were stained with bright red blood. Nandong Yuran walked to her attentively and handed her a bucket of daily water for washing. Qian Ming felt flattered immediately. She cleaned the two pieces of human skin and handed the piece of human skin belonging to the man to Nandong Yuran. Nandong Yuran did not feel uncomfortable at all. He raised his hand, found the skin adhesive handed by Qian Ming, applied it on his hand, and stuck the piece of human skin on his skin. Qian Ming also did the same quickly. After such a disguise, Qian Ming once again put the bodies of the two people into an empty dimensional space ring. The sun protection clothes on the two people, as well as the mining tools and mining results, were all received by them. It was just dawn. They came together to the bottom of the drone of the Sky City, and with the help of the human skin admission ticket and the disguise of the magical item, they successfully entered the drone. Half an hour later, the drone gathered 100 people and carried them to the Sky City. Nandong Yuran and Qian Ming stood on the street of the Sky City, looking at the people with hope and happiness on their faces. And they felt incredible. This is the Sky City described in the book. It's so spectacular. Chapter 499 What Identity? In the original work, the empty city was created by Xiao Jiu's ability. But Xiao Jiu's family is old antiques, serving the Su family wholeheartedly and very loyal. So their family was willing to be controlled by Su Weigua. Although the empty city was the result of mail to Xiao Jiu, he was willing to hand it over to Hailan country. In this life, the Su family wanted Xiao Jiu, which forced mail to Xiao Jiu to rebel. It can be said that the real controller of the empty city today is mail to Xiao Jiu. Seeing such a large-scale empty city, and the dawn of hope on the faces of the citizens, Qian Ming looked at the slender Nandong Yuran beside her again. She was a little suspicious whether she had bought the wrong horse. At present, Xiao Jiu is the four-wheeled BMW, and Nandong Yuran beside her has no chance of winning no matter how you look at it. Qian Ming has wavered in her choice. But now that it has come to this point, it is useless for her to buy a horse with someone else and bet on mail to Xiao Jiu's sudden rise. From the moment she chose to stand on Nandong Yuran's side, there was no way back. Qian Ming's eyes became more determined. It was written in the book that Nandong Yuran was a descendant of the Nandong family. He had a special natural poisonous body. As long as someone from the Nandong family came to take him back in the 10th year of the apocalypse, he would soar to the sky. The Sky City looked good. But so what? It could only be proud for 7 or 8 years. When that day came, everyone in front of the Nandong family would be nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs. Qian Ming thought of the content in the book and reaffirmed his choice. Nandong Yuran and Qian Ming each had their own thoughts, and walked slowly on the wide streets of the Sky City. They spent a day to experience the special transportation, special mission hall, and special shopping methods of the Sky City. Through the 2 smart bracelets they obtained for identity authentication, they took out a lot of supplies from Mount Everest and their family's private collection, and exchanged them for the general points of the Sky City. These points were exchanged for sufficient sun protection clothes and cold stones. Of course, They also bought a lot of high-tech items that can't be seen outside. For example, the extreme warming instrument, which can only be exchanged for gold, can provide a room of 50 square meters with a cool temperature. In today's extremely hot conditions, there is such an instrument that can allow humans in a 50 square meter area to move freely and not be affected by the extreme heat. This castrated version of the extreme warming instrument has a lifespan of only 1 year. But the price is not low. Nandong Yuran and Qianming purchased the necessary supplies for their team members, and then came to the largest canteen in the Sky City to eat. The canteen was bustling with people, and almost everyone was eating. Nandong Yuran and Qianming found a secret place, sat down, and scanned the code to order food. Soon, the robot brought the food they ordered. When they saw the food on the table, they couldn't help swallowing. Although they had high status before the end of the world and had seen all kinds of delicacies. But in the past few months of escape, the level of food and drink has dropped significantly. They can only eat some fast food and need to hide in the dark cave to avoid the heat. Such a dining environment and fresh food with good color, fragrance, and taste are really rare. They looked at each other, didn't say anything, lowered their heads, picked up the chopsticks and ate with big mouthfuls. While eating, he tried to capture the conversations of people nearby, hoping to get useful information from them. However, it is regrettable that the topics discussed by these people have been almost understood through the forum on the smart bracelet. After a meal, they didn't hear any useful information, until a cry came into his ears. Look! It's the city lord and the city lord's wife. A sharp-eyed citizen saw Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao coming out of the special elevator and couldn't help but exclaimed, "How do you know they are the city lord and the city lord's wife?" Nonsense. Do you think this city appeared out of thin air? Did you see the elevator they came out of? That is a special elevator, and only people with privileges can take it. That can't be used to infer that they are the city lord and the city lord's wife. Of course there are others. I'm at the gate of the city garden. Forget it. You won't understand even if you tell me, the man said, pretending to approach Lu Lulu and Xiao Jiao unintentionally. If you can find an opportunity to get along well with them, maybe you can join the city's core guard and become one of them. He saw with his own eyes that the high-level supernatural people in the Sky City lived inside the city garden. That building was very mysterious. It was a forbidden place in the Sky City, and ordinary people could not enter it at all. Nandong Yuran and Qianming, who heard the discussion on the side, looked in the direction of the man. They followed the direction of the man's progress, and saw the tall Xiao Jiao and the pregnant Lu Lulu beside him. Nandong Yuran's pupils shrank. It's really them. When Qianming heard that it was the male number 2 Xiao Jiao in the book, she looked at Xiao Jiao curiously. Lu Lulu was full of happiness. Even from a distance, people who saw her could sense that kind of emotion. She and Xiao Jiao used their original faces in the city. Nandong Yuran didn't expect to see them in such a situation. Especially Lu Lulu, who was pregnant with Xiao Jiao's child again. He clenched his fist unconsciously, and even he didn't realize that his expression was extremely distorted at the moment. Qianming was only staring at Xiao Jiao, marveling at the male number 2's burly figure and the masculine temperament of a handsome man, and didn't notice Nandong Yuran's ferocious facial expression at the moment. Follow him. Nandong Yuran's distorted expression was retracted by him in a very short time. After he finished speaking, he immediately stood up, maintained a slow pace, mixed into the dining crowd, and chased after Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu. Seeing this, Qianming could only hurriedly pick up the unfinished drink and followed Nandong Yuran. They followed quietly all the way. They found that Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu got on an unmanned taxi, arrived at the door of a towering building, and entered the building. Nandong Yuran and Qianming looked at each other and rushed in without thinking. At the gate, an invisible transparent barrier stopped them and issued a warning sound. Chapter 500. Where is the collateral? Master Yuran, what should we do? Qianming was startled by the alarm and could only ask Nandong Yuran next to him. Leave first. Nandong Yuran and Qianming had just left the alarm range. A survivor who was looking for an opportunity on the side looked at them and laughed. Qianming heard the laughter and immediately turned his head to glare at the man. What are you looking at? Country bumpkin. You want to enter the city garden? Not everyone can enter. The survivor's sneer made them all very unhappy. If it weren't in the Sky City, Qianming would have taken action against this man long ago. Nandong Yuran suppressed his anger and asked calmly, Is this city garden special? Of course. Only the city lord and his wife, as well as the special guards of the Sky City, can live here. If you want to win the favor of the people inside, then line up behind. I came before you. Qianming and Nandong Yuran listened to the man muttering useless things, frowned and walked away. Nandong Yuran walked away, looked back at the building, and continued to walk out with Qianming. Master Yuran, what should we do next? What should we do? What else can we do? In the current situation, it is obvious that Xiao Jiao and Lu Lulu are the controllers of the Sky City. Even if they are not, they are inseparable from the upper class. They are just stray dogs now. It is good enough that they can survive and obtain supplies by chance among the many people in the Sky City. As for Lu Lulu, although he didn't want to give up, he had to give up at this moment. Let's go back to the canteen of Sky City. After hearing this, Qianming could only follow Nandong Yuran back to the canteen. Nandong Yuran ordered a lot of steamed buns and dumplings that could be kept for a few days, intending to take them back to share with the people of the Su and Qin families. After buying fast food, they also bought Sky City brand instant noodles, sausages, canned food and other foods that were enough for their 3 months of expenses. These foods were placed in the cave, and the shelf life was as long as 9 months. After the large-scale purchase, after Nandong Yuran paid on his mobile phone, he put away the packed food and walked out. As soon as he reached the door, Qianming saw someone from the Lin family. It was Lin Tingting, Lin Fei's cousin. Qianming's pupil shrank, and he said to Nandong Yuran, Master Yuran, that's Lin Tingting. We were good friends in the past. Wait for me here for a few minutes. I'll go get some information. Be careful. Don't reveal our current identities. I know. Qianming quickly approached Lin Tingting, who was dining in the restaurant, and greeted her from a distance. Lin Tingting felt very abrupt. She didn't know the girl in front of her at all. Ms. Lin, do you know Qianming? After hearing this, Lin Tingting was immediately shocked. She pulled the disguised Qianming and found a private room in the cafeteria to talk. In the private room. Who are you? Why do you know Ming Ming? Ms. Lin, this is what happened. When I was out mining, I met Qianming. She was attacked by a monster and died unfortunately. I happened to pass by at that time. She was still alive and asked me to pass on a message to a girl named Lin Tingting if I had the chance to meet her. What did she say? She told you to live well and not to hurt yourself because of a man again. Lin Tingting's face turned pale instantly. Qianming was her best friend. They often got together. When she was heartbroken, she couldn't get over it. Qianming always comforted her. Thank you. I didn't expect that Qianming would remember me when she was dying. The Qian family colluded with the Su family. Although the Qian family was not wanted in the Sky City, the Qian family's identity was still in a state of paranoia. She was still thinking that after the storm passed, she would find Qianming and bring her to live in the Sky City. By the way, Miss Lin, I just finished mining and joined the Sky City. I don't know much about many things. Can you tell me about the big things that happened in the Sky City recently? Lin Tingting looked at the disguised Qianming and nodded gently. Qianming quickly got the information he wanted through this relationship. About half an hour later, Qianming found Nandong Yuran with the information, and left the Sky City with him and the purchased supplies, and returned to the secret habitat of Haishur. They suddenly came back after disappearing for 2 days. The happiest person was Su Wenyu, because once they disappeared, his situation in the habitat became even more difficult. Not to mention that he was carrying 2 pregnant women. If it is the identity of a high-level psychic, most of them are high-level psychics, and no one is more noble than anyone else. They are all people in trouble, and the one who can command a small group is the boss of this place. Nandong Yuran asked Qianming to distribute the purchased supplies to these people, and went into a small room upstairs alone, turned on the extremely hot constant temperature instrument, and rested in the room. Qianming has 2 of this kind of instrument, which is enough for them. If anyone needs it, of course, they can also help to buy it. Qianming finished his work and went into Nandong Yuran's room. Master Yuran, I got information about the Su family from Lin Tingting. What information? Qianming thought about it and told Nandong Yuran everything he got from Lin Tingting. Nandong Yuran didn't have any special emotions after hearing it. Master Yuran, Su Weiwu is dead. You can do or not to promise to protect Su Wenyu. If we take him with us, we have to worry about the Su family. If we are exposed when we are mixed with them, it will be even more dangerous. If we can get rid of them, we can live independently and find a way to live in the empty city. The living environment here is really too bad. It doesn't match your identity at all. Nandong Yuran was speechless. What identity does it match him? He is now a commander without troops. Which means Qian Ming still regards him as a hot commodity. I must do what I promised the Su family. I can't tell you the inside story. Qian Ming's eyes turned. Thinking, I know even if you don't tell me. Isn't it because your family and the Su family are bound by the power of the contract that you have to fulfill your promise? Otherwise you will suffer a greater misfortune. Qian Ming, I'm a little tired today. Okay. Then the young master will rest first. Don't call me the young master in the future. I'm no longer the so-called young master of the Nandong family. Just call me by my name. Qian Ming was happy. After such a long time, Nandong Yuran finally accepted her. Okay. Yuran. Qian Ming left happily. Nandong Yuran couldn't calm down for a long time. Su Weigua. This old fox. Let them leave first. But he didn't expect to be caught when he was escaping. Really? But then again, it's better for Su Weigua to die. Once he dies, the defense of the Sky City against them will be loosened. But where are the things that their Nandong family mortgaged to the Su family?